Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 3101. Chapter 3101, 3101. Chapter 3101, Everything is Predestined. The 10 great royal clans are, in the eyes of many beast races, an unattainable existence. Especially the direct bloodlines within the royal clans, they are peaks that they can never reach in their lifetime, let alone figures like the clan elders and clan leaders within the royal clans. The clan leader of a royal clan is second only to the beast emperor, yet now, they personally come out to welcome a human. And this human is only a third level Dao Venerable. The beast race members were already bewildered with their minds, they simply couldn't understand why this was happening. Even if this human had a special status, it shouldn't warrant a personal welcome from a royal clan leader. Isn't it supposed to be that strength is respected? A mere third-level Dao Venerable human, what does that count for? No one would explain this to them. There would be no answers to this question. Not only did some ordinary beast race members find it strange, but even some uninformed royal clan members also felt puzzled. Jin Nia welcomed Lin Moyo into the camp, disappearing from everyone's sight. At the same time, Lin Moya's presence was also reported to the upper echelons of several other royal clans. In the camp, Jin Nia conversed very politely with Lin Moyo, along with 7 clan elders including Jin Lan. Here, Jin Nia and Jin Lan undoubtedly held the highest status. The clan elders didn't speak much and just curiously observed Lin Moyo. Clan leader Jin Nia said loudly, "Thanks to Mr. Lin, Jin Lan's injury has finally healed." Lin Moya smiled, it was just a small matter, not worth mentioning. The clan elders all showed surprise. They all knew about Jin Lan's injury and that it had damaged her foundation, requiring suppression with Great Dao Longevity pills. The Great Dao Longevity pill was already the top healing pill, and even it could only suppress and not cure. They didn't expect such a difficult injury to be cured by Lin Moyo. Only then did they realize why the clan leader was so polite to him. Just these healing methods alone were enough to explain everything. Strength was completely secondary. Jin Nia handed a jade slip recording information to Lin Moyo. This contains all our accumulated knowledge about the ancient battle secret realm over many years. I hope it will be helpful to Mr. Lin. Lin Moyo took the jade slip and reviewed it briefly. With his ability, he memorized and digested all its contents in just a few minutes. The jade slip contained experience accumulated by the Golden Lion clan over many years. It would be somewhat useful. Lin Moyo asked, for this ancient battle secret realm, do clan leader Jin Nia and great elder Jin Lan plan to enter? Jin Nia said, I won't go, and this time Jin Lan will enter. One of us must stay outside. The ancient battle secret realm is dangerous even for 9th level Dao Venerables. It's not safe. The Golden Lion clan currently has only 2 9th level Dao Venerables. If both went in and got trapped inside, the Golden Lion clan could be removed from the ranks of royal clans. A royal clan without 9th level Dao Venerables would have a hard time surviving, so they always only send one, and it's not just them, other royal clans do the same. Boom! Thunder roared and purple lightning flashed as a purple tiger cloaked in thunder descended from the sky directly outside the camp. Jin Nia raised an eyelid. Lei Tian, old fellow, if you're coming then come quietly. Lei Tian had a good relationship with Jin Nia. Their clans were also on good terms with each other. The arrival of Lei Tian was something that even the clan elders were accustomed to. Lei Tian strode in with hearty laughter. Mr. Lin, you came without saying hello. Lin Moya didn't stand up but greeted Lei Tian warmly. Clan leader Lei Tian, you're here too. Lei Tian wasn't formal at all and sat right next to Lin Moya. No need for formalities, just call me Lei Tian. Lin Moya wasn't formal either. Are you going in this time? Lei Tian shook his head. I'm not going in. Grand Elder Lei Luo will go in instead. But whether we go or not doesn't matter much, we're just trying our luck. As he spoke, he gave Lin Moya a meaningful look. Lin Moya naturally understood what he meant because he already knew how to obtain methods for breaking through Dao Venerable. So naturally, the ancient battle secret realm wasn't that important anymore. It really was just about trying one's luck. Even if there were no gains, it didn't matter. They could buy what they needed from the third ancestor afterward. At this moment Jin Nia suddenly said, you came at just right time. Help me see if you have seen this thing. Jin Nia took out an exquisite box, which was exactly what Lin Moyo had asked him to find. He had said before that he would ask other clan leaders about it. Now that Lei Tian had come over while Lin Moyo was present, Jin Nia asked directly on sight. Jin Nia wasn't stupid, and he understood social etiquette well enough. Lei Tian took box, looked at it carefully. Seems like I've seen somewhere before. Jin Nia's eyes lit up, then think quickly. Lei Tian frowned. Why so urgent? What use do you have for finding this thing? Jin Nia said, just think about it. Why so much nonsense? Their relationship was good enough that they spoke casually. Lei Tian chuckled. Old guy, you're anxious, aren't you? The more anxious you are, the less I want think. At this point, Ling Mou spoke up. Actually, I'm looking for this thing Jean Nye clan leader is asking on my behalf. Lei Tian's smile froze. Is Mr. Lin looking for it? Jean Nye snorted. Now can you think? Lei Tian nodded his tiger head. Of course I can if Mr. Lin wants it, say so earlier. He immediately closed his eyes and searched through his vast memory. After a moment he said softly, seems like I saw it with some elder, but only glanced at briefly. How about this, I'll take this back, ask around. Lin Mou said, okay, I'll trouble clan leader Lei Tian then. Lei Tian waved his hand. No trouble, no trouble, I'll ask other clans guys to see if anyone else recognizes it. After saying that Lei Tian left with box, Ling Mou's matter was top priority. Jean Nye cursed, damn old guy took box away, how am I supposed to ask now? Ling Mou laughed, no worries, I'll make another box. Saying so, Ling Mou took out another empty box, gave Lei Tian accepted box, then I'll ask others too. Saying so he left too to ask other clans. With 2 royal clan leaders involved, the other royal clans would give some face. If they found something it wouldn't be hard buy, if not willing sell, Ling Mou could shamelessly ask Beast Emperor demand. Sometimes, Ling Mou felt quite shameless himself. But when competing for Dao, sometimes for sake of Dao it's okay be shameless. Ling Mou came outside camp, gazed towards Ancient Battle's secret realm. At entrance of Ancient Battle's secret realm, waves were rolling increasingly larger, faster, powerful forces emanating from battlefield within. Jinlan came beside Ling Mou softly said, judging by frequency of waves, it should open in half day or so, not sure how long will last, hopefully not too long but also not too short. Ling Mou understood what she meant. If Ancient Battle's secret realm lasted too long it would lead more accidents, and beast races would suffer heavy casualties. If too short, it'd be hard to achieve good gains either. So moderate duration was best. Ling Mou said, everything is predestined, sometimes we can only adapt as things come. Chapter 3102. Chapter 3102, 3102. Chapter 3102, Favor is priceless, secret realm opens. Jean Nye and Lei Tian returned almost simultaneously. Seeing their expressions, Lin Moya knew that both had made gains. Lei Tian took out 2 brand new treasure boxes. Mr. Lin, after asking around, I found 2. Jean Nye also took out a brand new treasure box. Time was tight, I only found 1. After the Ancient Battle secret realm ends, I'll look for more. Lin Moyo asked, both clan leaders must have paid some price, right? How much do I owe you? The 2 quickly shook their heads and said in unison, sir, you're too polite. As soon as they finished speaking, they looked at each other and again said in unison, why are you copying me? Jean Nye snorted and ignored Lei Tian, although this treasure box is rare, it's not very valuable to us, so it didn't cost much. Lei Tian added, compared to what sir has done for our clan, this small matter is nothing. Both simultaneously offered the treasure boxes to Lin Moyo, hoping he would accept them immediately. Alright then, I won't stand on ceremony, Lin Moya said as he accepted the treasure boxes and didn't mention money again. He knew that not paying was more costly than paying. Not paying meant he was using favor instead. The future value of such favor might be immeasurable. Not only did he understand this, Jean Nye and Lei Tian understood it too. However, the most important thing now wasn't about money but that he could acquire the treasure boxes. The fluctuations at the entrance of the Ancient Battle secret realm began to intensify. A powerful force surged from the entrance while a resounding bell echoed through the heavens and earth. The bell rang 10 times in succession, followed by drumbeats. The drumbeats quickly turned intense. Everyone felt as if they were soldiers on a battlefield ready to charge into enemy lines with a surge of bloodlust. Lin Moya felt something similar and thought to himself, these must be 2 powerful treasures with inspiring effects. Together they can enhance combat power to some extent. But these should be battlefield treasures and not suitable for single combat. At this point, Jean Nye looked at Lei Tian and said, it's time we should get ready. Lei Tian snorted lightly, I've been ready for a long time. Jean Nye said, then why are you still here? Get going. Lei Tian wasn't polite at all, do you think I want to stay here? With that, he cupped his fists towards Lin Moyo and said, sir, I'll take my leave first. After speaking with Lin Moyo, Lei Tian turned and left. Jean Nye also said, I need to prepare as well. If sir needs anything, you can find Great Elder Jean Lan. After saying this, Jean Nye also left the camp with a team heading towards the secret realm entrance. Not just Jean Nye, teams from all 10 royal clans flew towards the secret realm entrance. Those leading each clan were either clan leaders or great elders, all 9th level Dao venerables. Moreover, their teams were all above 4th level Dao venerables. In no time at all, 10 teams had gathered at the secret realm entrance. They spread out around it, forming a battle formation. The core of this battle formation was 10 top 9th level Dao venerables. Its power could be imagined. Lin Moya didn't know what they were planning. Although he had obtained a lot of information about the Ancient Battle secret realm, there were still some details he wasn't clear on. Jinlan came beside Lin Moya and said softly, every time when secret realm opens, an army will come out. Only by defeating this army can we enter secret realm. Lin Mou asked, does army come from secret realm? Jinlan replied, it's not real army but formed by battle intent obsessions in ancient battlefield. This army guards secret realm entrance and must be defeated to enter. Lin Mou asked, is this army strong? Jinlan replied, not too strong, but there are many of them. We 10 royal clans don't want face them alone, so we join forces. Actually it's like using a sledgehammer cracknut, but clan leaders won't take action. It's an opportunity. Train those who will. Those who actually fought were Dao venerables brought by each royal clan. Clan leaders just oversaw things. The fluctuations at the secret realm entrance grew more intense, ripples spreading densely through space. Space twisted, everyone felt like they were in waves. When waves reached their peak, suddenly all distortion vanished. Immediately after, the space at Secret Realm entrance cracked open, a surge of battle intent poured out from crack. Crack! Metallic friction sounded, followed by footsteps. Footsteps grew heavier, deafening. An army wearing ancient armor emerged from crack. Their movements were uniform although there were 500 soldiers, their footsteps sounded as if one person walking. Lin Mou saw that inside armor there were no real people but black energy masses formed by battle intent obsessions mixed together. After appearing, the army quickly arranged themselves into formation guarding Secret Realm entrance. Jinlan said, "They won't attack others proactively, or when someone tries enter Secret Realm they'll act." Lin Mou nodded slightly. He could sense that this army's combat power shouldn't be weak. Attack! Several royal clan leaders shouted simultaneously. Prepared battle formation roared into action. Dao venerables behind them charged from different directions attacking guard army. The guard army reacted quickly, counterattacking. Although they only had 500 soldiers compared with half number of Dao venerables from 10 royal clans back, they were truly strong army with powerful battle intent. Their coordination was seamless, their combat power almost matched 1,000 Dao venerables. Lin Mou could feel that this army's actual combat power wasn't high, barely squeezing into 4th level Dao venerable. They weren't living beings but fusion of battle intent obsessions. Having such combat power was already extraordinary. If fighting alone anyone wouldn't match 4th level Dao venerable, let alone royal clans 4th level Dao venerable who could crush them easily. But once formed into an army, even if royal clans Dao venerables outnumbered them several times over, they could hold their own against them. Jinlan whispered, "That's what armies are like, although individual strength isn't great, together they can fight across realms. Sir needs be careful after entering Secret Realm, there are similar armies inside even more terrifying than now." Lin Mou accepted Jinlan's goodwill. "I understand." He never feared being outnumbered. A few hundred soldiers meant nothing, his own army was counted by thousands. Even if coordinated perfectly, in face of absolute power it still wouldn't matter. As for battle formations, his Dragon Cavalry Corps also had battle formations. His own Great Dao formation wouldn't lose to theirs either. According information about ancient battle Secret Realm, there's high probability encountering such armies inside Secret Realm. If number exceeds 100, fused formation power allows them fight across realms. This was nightmare for many cultivators who would flee upon sighting them, but not much concern for Lin Mou. The battle at Secret Realm entrance continued. The stalemate gradually shifted as 10 royal clans Dao venerables adapted began gaining upper hand. Royal clans remained royal clans, various secret techniques emerged endlessly. Though opponents' formation strong, their combat methods relatively simple. After 10 minutes fierce fighting, this army composed of battle intent obsessions finally defeated. The crack at Secret Realm entrance rapidly expanded, becoming true entrance. Chapter 3103. Chapter 3103, 3103. Chapter 3103, Prehistoric Heroic Spirits, what do they have to do with me? The 10 great royal clans maintained order for entering the Secret Realm. Everyone entering the Secret Realm had to be recorded. The method of recording was leaving a soul imprint on a huge stone tablet. The stone tablet was a treasure specially refined for the ancient battle Secret Realm. After leaving a soul imprint, the tablet would display a corresponding number, which was the identifier. Each identifier corresponded to its respective clan. If an entrant died in the Secret Realm, their corresponding number on the stone tablet would turn gray. Through the number, it could be known which clan spot it belonged to, and then someone from that clan would fill it. With the 10 great royal clans guarding the Secret Realm entrance, no one dared to act recklessly here, not even the proud dragon race, who were very well behaved at this moment. Each left their soul imprint on the stone tablet and then entered the Secret Realm, maintaining good order throughout the process. Lin Mou also left his imprint on the stone tablet. His identifier was 2001, while Jinlan's was 2002. The identifiers had certain meanings. Numbers 2001 to 2500 belonged to the Golden Lion clan. Jinnia specifically listed Lin Mou as 2001, which also told others that Lin Mou was their most honored guest. Even a 9th level great elder like Jinlan had to be after Lin Mou. Previously, Lin Mou arriving with Jinlan and Jinnia personally welcoming him had already surprised some people. Now Lin Mou's identifier being ahead of Jinlan made it even more unbelievable. This had never happened before. Even if humans and beast races had good relations and obtained spots, they wouldn't be so prominently numbered. Moreover, Lin Mou was only a 3rd level Dao venerable. Several royal clan leaders watched this scene with thoughtful eyes. They thought more deeply, knowing there must be something behind it. The elephant clan leader transmitted to Jinnia, "Clan leader Jinnia, what is this person's identity?" The Cyan Sky 1 clan leader also transmitted to Jinnia, "Clan leader Jinnia, why is this human's identifier first among your clan?" There were many similar transmissions received simultaneously. Jinnia uniformly replied, "This person has an unusual identity I can't say specifically. If you want to know, you can ask the Beast Emperor." Jinnia directly invoked the Beast Emperor's name, immediately silencing these people. If it was related to the Beast Emperor, then no matter where he was placed, it was normal. The aura of the ancient battlefield was very special, completely different from outside. Lin Mou's keen perception told him that a great battle had occurred here before, and not just once. The air was filled with a bloody smell. The earth appeared dark red. This wasn't its natural color but stained by blood. Looking around, all visible ground was like this. If millions of li of ancient battlefields were like this, how many people must have died here? The scale of this battle probably exceeded imagination. Lin Mou felt no emotional ripple inside thinking about what he had done before and how much blood he had on his hands seemed even more so enough to turn this land into a sea of blood. It seems I'm truly a killing demon. Then let me be a killing demon. If I don't kill others, they'll kill me. Lin Moya smiled lightly. He didn't dislike this place at all. He lifted his foot and stomped downwards. A force exploded from underfoot straight into the ground. A dull sound came as a footprint appeared on the earth. Sure enough, this land has experienced battles countless times, and soaked by strong blood, it has undergone qualitative change. Its strength probably exceeds 3rd level Dao Venerable, making it extremely difficult to destroy. Moreover, the land is filled with battle-intent obsessions, making it unsuitable for refining artifacts. Although this land was very solid, even surpassing some Dao Venerable materials, its nature was too mixed, making it unsuitable for refining artifacts. And Lin Mou knew he currently stood only in low-level area. When reaching mid-level or high-level areas, the ground would only become more solid after all stronger blood soak, they're causing further qualitative changes. Lin Mou observed surroundings, noticing not far away floated vortex. Vortex swallowed black light complementing dark red earth exuding bloody aura. Lin Mou knew this was entrance one secret realm among many scattered across ancient battlefield. Each secret realm looked same outside, only entering revealed contents inside. It might be empty or extremely dangerous. Some secret realms were even teleportation arrays leading other areas. Lin Mou approached vortex but didn't enter, gazing at ground below. Ground beneath vortex differed slightly from surrounding land. Most wouldn't notice difference, but Lin Mou could see it. Land beneath vortex appeared darker, emitting stronger battle intent obsessions. If I'm not mistaken, someone probably died here long ago. This secret realm evolved after their death. What lies within relates closely their experiences, personality. If they loved fighting, the secret realm would be more dangerous. If not, it'd be much safer. Lin Mou tossed out Undying Flame, landing on ground beneath vortex. Origin level spell, Revive the Dead. Using Revive the Dead, Lin Mou wanted try reviving prehistoric powerhouses, though knowing they'd turned dust long ago. But what if? Moreover, the ground soaked by their blood, though changed, might still hold potential. What if prehistoric powerhouses could revive? Many mysteries could easily solve without guessing, headache-inducing thoughts alone. Undying Flame burned fiercely on ground. Lin Mou's eyes brightened. There's hope. If spell failed, Undying Flame wouldn't last long burning like this. Just when feeling hopeful, the ground suddenly shook, spewing large amounts bloody energy, forming dragon rushing towards Lin Mou. Lin Mou reacted swiftly, retreating hundreds meters, avoiding Bloody Dragon. Bloody Dragon's tail swept through Undying Flame, extinguishing it instantly. Bloody Dragon hovered mid-air, glaring angrily at Lin Mou with blood-red eyes. Defiling heroic spirits is unforgivable. Deafening roar sounded as Bloody Dragon charged again, spewing dragon breath everywhere. This time Lin Mou didn't dodge, transforming, instantly growing larger, assuming power Dao true body form. He reached 100 meters tall, roaring, blood surging, punching out. Punch thundered through dragon breath, smashing heavily into Bloody Dragon's head. Bloody Dragon exploded, shattering under single punch. Lin Mou waved fist mockingly. A mere 3rd level Dao Venerable dares act presumptuously. Defiling heroic spirits? Prehistoric heroic spirits have nothing to do with me. Besides, friends, foes unknown, where comes defilement? This Bloody Dragon too, formed by battle intent obsessions with an ancient battlefield, but weak, only 3rd level Dao Venerable couldn't withstand single punch from Lin Mou. What intrigued Lin Mou most though was how it extinguished Undying Flame. Chapter 3104. Chapter 3104, 3104. Chapter 3104, Cracks in the Ancient Battle Secret Realm. The extinguishing of the Undying Flame made Lin Mou feel strange. Although the Undying Flame was visible, it was formless and intangible. Normally, it shouldn't be able to be extinguished. The Revive the Dead spell hadn't failed, but it hadn't succeeded either. Just as Lin Mou was pondering this, the ground suddenly began to shake. The bloody aura suddenly intensified several times. Previously, the bloody aura was barely noticeable, but now it suddenly became thick. Strands of blood energy spread from the ground, quickly forming warriors wearing armor. They wore identical armor, were about the same height, and carried identical standard weapons. Prehistoric soldiers. Lin Mou's gaze focused slightly. Over 100 soldiers appeared before him, all with the aura of 3rd level Dao Venerables. 100 soldiers forming a battle array could contend with a 4th level Dao Venerable. In the Origin continent, 100 3rd level Dao Venerables normally couldn't defeat a 4th level Dao Venerable. But on the battlefield, it was a different matter. The soldiers could merge their power together, relying on battle formations to exert strength far beyond their individual levels, able to fight across realms. This was the significance of an army. Lin Mou naturally knew this and wouldn't view these 100 soldiers as mere 3rd level Dao Venerables. Defiling heroic spirits, you deserve death. A roar sounded as the soldiers shouted angrily in unison, raising their weapons to strike at Lin Mou. Streaks of pitch-black blade light slashed across the sky. Blood energy roared as Lin Mou threw another punch. His entire body's blood energy transformed into a dragon, charging towards these soldiers. His body had already reached 5th level Dao Venerable. With the power Dao gathered in his blood energy, this punch also reached 5th level Dao Venerable power. The pitch-black blade light was shattered by the blood energy dragon, which then plowed into the group of soldiers, crushing them. In an instant, the 100 soldiers were completely crushed, disappearing from the world. Lin Mou suddenly raised his head, looking into the distance. An invisible force came from afar, locking onto him from a distance. Stronger auras were transmitted from afar, and quite a few. 4th level Dao Venerable and above soldiers from the mid-level area were coming. Lin Mou's heart moved, quickly concealing his aura and turning to leave. At this moment, he understood what had happened and why the Undying Flame had been extinguished, why the spell couldn't succeed. Countless powerhouses had been buried here, their bodies shattered. Almost every inch of ground had more than one drop of blood. The area his undying flame had covered before might have contained the blood of several or even dozens of powerhouses. So revive the dead naturally failed, it simply didn't know which one to revive. Moreover, these powerhouses were too ancient, too old to trace their origins. This ancient battlefield gave Lin Moya a strange feeling. It seemed to have formed countless secret realms, but the entire ancient battlefield seemed to be one whole. First appeared the blood dragon, then the soldiers, then stronger soldiers coming from afar. His one undying flame was like poking a hornet's nest. This ancient battlefield is a bit strange. Before figuring out the root cause, I should be more careful. Lin Moya walked farther and farther away. Finally, the feeling of being locked onto disappeared. Lin Moya knew he was safe and slowed down. He didn't stop, walking very far, passing more than 10 secret realms without entering any. He wasn't interested in low-level area secret realms. If he was going to enter, he would start from the mid-level area. He was now searching for the path to the mid-level area. After the lot disappeared, Lin Moya began to release skeleton generals. 10,000 skeleton generals helped him search, greatly increasing efficiency. According to the information obtained, there would be passages between two areas. As long as he could find a passage, he could go to another area. Some passages could be directly passed through, while others had some obstacles. To pass through, these obstacles had to be overcome. Lin Moya had extraordinary experience in finding passages. The aura that had locked onto him earlier should have come from the mid-level area, so that direction became Lin Moya's focus for searching. After the lot disappeared, he had been advancing in that direction. The ancient battlefield was very large. Although 10,000 people had entered, once inside, they were like sand scattered in the sea, not easy to encounter. Especially in the low-level area, there were even fewer. Most people's cultivation was concentrated between 4th and 6th level Dao Venerable, so the mid-level area had the most people, while the low-level area had relatively fewer. The high-level area had even fewer, and the entry-level outer area could be said to have the least number of people. After just half a day, the skeleton generals sent information that one had encountered a space barrier. Lin Moya quickly rushed over. Where the skeleton general had encountered the space barrier, there was a huge crack. The crack was about 100 meters wide and bottomless. Powerful force rushed out from the crack. The bloody smell here was much thicker than elsewhere. Standing at the edge of the crack, one could even hear the sound of waves. Lin Moya strained his eyes to look down the crack but still couldn't see the bottom. However, from the faint sound of waves and the thick bloody smell, Lin Moya guessed there might be a river of blood at the bottom of the crack. An invisible force spread up from the crack, shooting straight to the sky, becoming a space barrier. Bearing the space Dao, he could sense the fluctuations coming from space. The space barrier wasn't strong, he could break it with full force. That is to say, he could enter the crack or go to the other side of the crack. If he wasn't mistaken, the other side of the crack was the mid-level area. But Lin Moya didn't take action because he sensed something unusual in the space barrier. Lin Moya placed one hand on the invisible space barrier, his eyes slightly closed. The space barrier contains a powerful will. This will should come from a terrifying powerhouse, at least a 9th level Dao Venerable powerful being. If I break the space barrier, it might attract its attention, causing some bad things to happen. Moreover, there seemed to be some not so good things in the crack. After pondering, Lin Moya decided to give up the idea of taking an unusual path and look for a normal passage. Sometimes it's necessary to take risks, but risks shouldn't be taken blindly. Once blind, it's not called risk-taking but recklessness, and the result is often death. He had the skeleton generals explore along the crack in both directions, and soon found a normal passage. Lin Moya saw a stone bridge connecting both sides of the crack, forming a passage. On the stone bridge was stationed an army. The army wasn't large, about 100 people. Because of the space barrier, Lin Moya couldn't sense their strength. The army's attire was identical, standing at the edge of the bridge like soldiers guarding city walls. In the center of the army was a figure that looked like a leader. He paced back and forth on the bridge, as if inspecting. Lin Moya didn't approach immediately but observed from afar. These soldiers gave him a strange feeling. The soldiers weren't looking towards the ends of the bridge but were distributed along both sides, looking down at the bridge. Below the bridge was the crack. These soldiers were guarding against the crack. What's in the crack? Just as he was thinking this, a huge boom sounded, and the ground shook violently. The sound of waves suddenly grew louder, a foul smell assaulted the nose, and a wave of blood surged up from the crack. Chapter 3105. Chapter 3105, 3105. Chapter 3105, Guarding the Blue Stone Bridge, Bloody Legion. A wave of blood surged skyward, instantly filling the entire view. The space barrier was covered in bloody red. If not for the space barrier, this blood would have splattered all over the ground. At this time, the space barrier began to glow, countless runes appearing on it. The runes were dense and each one was obscure and difficult to understand. These are prehistoric runes. Lin Moya was inwardly surprised. Although he couldn't immediately understand the prehistoric runes, he could tell they were unusual. The runes covered the space barrier, purifying all the blood on it. The entire space barrier radiated intense light, blocking Lin Moya's view. Lin Moya could no longer see clearly what was happening inside the space barrier, but he vaguely heard roars and sounds of battle. A moment later, everything returned to calm. The runes on the space barrier disappeared, and there were no more bloodstains. Lin Moya said softly, "Sure enough, I was right not to break the space barrier. This space barrier exists to prevent certain things from rushing up from the crack below." That bridge. On the bridge, soldiers were still guarding, but fewer than before. Previously there were 100 soldiers, but now only about half remained. Then under Lin Moya's gaze, soldiers walked over from the other end of the bridge. The newly arrived soldiers first went to the leader in the center of the bridge, as if reporting for duty. After reporting, the soldiers took up new positions at the bridge head, replacing the previous soldiers in guarding the bridge. Lin Moya knew the bridge must have just experienced a battle, with things from the bottom of the crack coming up to fight the army on the bridge. The army had repelled them but paid a price, with nearly half casualties. However, reinforcements quickly arrived, rapidly replenishing the lost personnel. People kept coming to report, and in just a few minutes, the numbers were restored. This army would continue to guard the stone bridge, waiting for monsters from the crack to appear again for another battle. Lin Moya sorted out his thoughts and muttered to himself, who knows how many years such battles have continued. Just don't know the identities of the two sides in battle. But the body shape of this army is somewhat similar to humans. Lin Moya walked forward, getting closer and closer to the stone bridge. In front of the stone bridge, he saw a vortex identical to the secret realm vortexes. Lin Moya frowned. Why is there a secret realm entrance here? He didn't enter the secret realm but first searched around, confirming there was no normal way to directly reach the stone bridge. Finally Lin Moya determined that to enter the stone bridge, he must go through the secret realm. A secret realm entrance isn't necessarily a secret realm, it could also be a portal. Let's go in and try. Lin Moya came before the secret realm, his soul communicating with the vortex. The vortex's rotation speed immediately increased slightly, and Lin Moya received a message. Participate in the task of guarding the Blue Stone Bridge. Assist the army in defending the Blue Stone Bridge. After completion, you can pass through the Blue Stone Bridge. The vortex gave Lin Moya a choice. If he wanted to enter, he needed to participate in the task within. Only after completing the task could he pass through the Blue Stone Bridge and enter the mid-level area. Otherwise he would have to find another passage. Perfect. I also want to know what kind of battle this is. The Bloody Legion sounds quite formidable. Might as well see it for myself. Lin Moya made his decision, choosing to agree to participate in the task. The vortex produced a suction force, pulling Lin Moya in. The scene before his eyes changed from blurry to clear. Lin Moya found himself on the stone bridge. Beside him was a stone tablet inscribed with 3 large characters, Blue Stone Bridge. These 3 characters were majestic, clearly carved by a powerful being. Lin Moya sensed a powerful aura from the stone tablet. This was not just a stone tablet, but also a formation eye. With the stone tablet as the formation eye, the formation spread across the entire Blue Stone Bridge. The Blue Stone Bridge before him was far from what he had seen through the space barrier. The Blue Stone Bridge before him was over 100 meters wide and thousands of meters long. It was full of soldiers, far more than 100. On both sides of the Blue Stone Bridge, a soldier stood every 2 meters. Just the soldiers guarding the bridge numbered in the thousands. Add to that the large number of soldiers patrolling the Blue Stone Bridge, and the total number of soldiers on the bridge exceeded 10,000. The soldiers wore uniform armor and carried uniform weapons, long spears that were 3rd level Dao Venerable treasures. Each soldier's cultivation was at 3rd level Dao Venerable. If 10,000 soldiers formed a battle array, they would have the ability to match a 4th level Dao Venerable powerhouse, and could even contend with a 5th level Dao Venerable. In the center of the bridge stood an officer. The officer's cultivation was 2 levels higher than the soldiers, reaching 5th level Dao Venerable. Just looking at this, Lin Moya knew this army was of extremely high quality and combat power. Unfortunately, they had all died in battle. What remained now were only their supreme battle intent and obsessions. At this time someone came over, handing Lin Moya a long spear and a set of armor. Although nothing was said, Lin Moya knew what he needed to do. Putting on the armor and taking up the long spear, Lin Moya stepped onto the Blue Stone Bridge, walking to the front. He imitated the other soldiers, giving a military salute to the officer. The officer said nothing, just pointing to a direction at the edge of the bridge. There was just an empty spot there he indicated for Lin Moya to guard that position. Lin Moya also said nothing, turning to walk to the empty position. The Blue Stone Bridge was silent, with only the faint sound of armor rubbing as patrolling soldiers moved about. Lin Moya stood on the Blue Stone Bridge, looking down at the crack below. The crack was shrouded in black mist, the bottom not visible. However, here the sound of waves was very clear, and the bloody smell was extremely thick. Lin Moya was 90% certain there was a vast river of blood at the bottom of the crack. About half an hour later, the Blue Stone Bridge suddenly began to shake. Countless runes lit up on the bridge as the formation roared into operation. Then, runes also lit up in the space above, on all 4 sides. An intense bloody smell rose from the bottom of the crack. The bloody smell carried a stench 100 times stronger than what Lin Moya had smelled before. This stench assaulted the soul. If one's soul wasn't at Dao Venerable level, just this stench would be enough to injure the soul. Moreover, the stinking bloody smell carried a terrifying special power that corroded the soul. Then the sound of waves grew louder and louder, eventually like thunder. They're coming. As soon as the thought arose in Lin Moya's mind, his gaze suddenly focused. A wave of blood surged skyward from under the bridge, crashing heavily onto the bridge. The Blue Stone Bridge shook continuously under the impact of the blood wave. The formation on the bridge kept operating, constantly purifying the blood wave. The bloody red water, tinged with black, tried to corrode the Blue Stone Bridge but was blocked by the formation. Large amounts of blood waves crashed against the surrounding space barriers and the formation in the sky, similarly blocked. The blood waves in the air turned back, forming a giant hand slamming down. At this time, the officer on the bridge drew his battle blade, pointing at the blood hand. The Blue Stone Bridge hummed, radiating golden light that shattered the blood hand. The blood hand broke into countless blood clots falling down. From each clot burst out a monster covered in blood. They were beast-like, with heads like rats, sharp mouths, and sharp blades on their front claws and backs, looking very strange. Kill! The officer issued the first and only order. Chapter 3106. Chapter 3106, 3106. Chapter 3106, one punch each, however many come will die. The monstrous bloody legion swarmed out from the blood waves, numbering in the thousands, no fewer than the bridge-guarding soldiers. But these monsters of the bloody legion were at 4th level Dao Venerable realm. Over 10,000 3rd level Dao Venerable soldiers, even forming a battle array, couldn't possibly contend with thousands of 4th level Dao Venerable enemies. This was a battle to the death. Lin Moya frowned but didn't immediately summon his undead army. Since the army had been guarding here for so long, they must have corresponding countermeasures. Barring any accidents, he was 80 to 90% certain he could complete this task. However, looking at it from another angle, since it was a task, there must be some difficulty. For example, how to keep oneself alive during the battle. Otherwise, if anyone could complete it, the task would lose its meaning. The officer shouted angrily kill, and with this order, he planted his battle blade in the ground, dramatically strengthening the formation. Every soldier's armor glowed brightly, becoming one with the formation. Lin Moyu, within the formation, felt it very clearly. Through the armor, he became one with the formation. The armor's power greatly increased, also enhancing his own strength. Although his realm was still 3rd level Dao Venerable, through the armor he could exert 4th level Dao Venerable combat power. Because Lin Moyo himself was already 3rd level Dao Venerable, and also possessed 5th level Dao Venerable combat power, he was very clear about the changes in combat power. With 4th level Dao Venerable combat power, combined with the appropriate battle formation, they could fully contend with the thousands of bloody legion monsters. The soldiers on the bridge quickly cooperated with the formation, forming a battle array, creating a formation within formation situation. All power twisted into one, directly colliding with the bloody legion. This was completely a collision of power against power, and the battle erupted with a roar. At this moment, Lin Moya was quite speechless. He finally understood where the difficulty of this task lay. Although he also gained benefits and increased combat power, he didn't understand battle formations and couldn't cooperate with these soldiers. In other words, he was isolated. Without the battle formation, he became the weakest link on the entire Bluestone Bridge, and the Bloody Legion monsters would certainly attack him. This was the difficult part of the task. To complete the task, one must have extraordinary strength, at least able to hold on until the end of this battle. Lin Moya felt several Bloody Legion monsters had already targeted him. If an ordinary 3rd level Dao Venerable was targeted by several 4th level Dao Venerable monsters, even with armor enhancing their strength, it would be useless. One-on-one they might fight, but 1 against 2 they would basically die. Others might not pass, but that didn't mean Lin Moya couldn't. Several monsters pounced like lightning, their blade-like claws slashing through the air, causing ripples in the space of the ancient battlefield. They were strong, but Lin Moya was stronger. Blood energy roared as Lin Moya punched like lightning, throwing several punches in succession. The monster's blades were directly shattered by Lin Moya's fists. The punch momentum didn't decrease. After shattering the blades, it landed on their bodies, directly crushing them to pieces. Lin Moya's physical body was already at 5th level Dao Venerable. With one force breaking 10,000 methods, mere 4th level Dao Venerable monsters simply couldn't withstand it. The dominance of the power Dao was fully displayed at this moment. Several clean and efficient punches killed several monsters, and immediately more monsters targeted the isolated Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo felt like he was a brightly shining light bulb, attracting others' attention. But no matter how many monsters came, Lin Moya dealt with them 1 punch each. Actually, he was very clear that this task was extremely difficult. Even if human geniuses came, they probably couldn't complete it smoothly. A 3rd level Dao Venerable taking on the task, enhanced to 4th level Dao Venerable through armor, yet facing so many 4th level Dao Venerable monsters, it would be hard to persist to the end. Only he could easily complete it. For anyone else it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven, nearly impossible even if they risked their lives. Punching out one after another, however many Bloody Legion monsters came, that many died. Lin Moya hadn't even moved a step. Lin Moya didn't know how many monsters he had killed. Before him, blood was already flowing like a river. When monsters died, they exploded into bloody pulp, falling onto the bridge. The bloody pulp was quickly absorbed by the formation, and the formation grew stronger as a result. The bridge-guarding army gradually gained the upper hand, and this battle slowly came to an end. If nothing unexpected happened, the task was about to be completed. Suddenly, a sharp sound came from the bottomless crack under the bridge. The sound shook souls, and even Lin Moya couldn't help but have his soul tremble a few times. Sure enough, it's not that easy. As he pondered, blood waves surged skyward, directly hitting the formation barrier in the sky and exploding with a boom. Within the blood waves appeared a huge monster. The monster was 7 or 8 parts similar to the previous rat-like monsters, just larger in size and much more powerful. On the monster's back grew a pair of huge wings, constantly flapping. Each flap could produce huge gusts of wind, blowing the bridge-guarding soldiers so they could barely stand steady. This monster is 6th level Dao Venerable. Lin Moya was inwardly shocked. Among the bridge-guarding army, the strongest officer was only 5th level Dao Venerable. With a difference of 1 level, it would be very difficult to fight. At this time, the bridge-guarding officer shouted angrily, raising his battle blade, "Fight!" The battle blade flashed brightly, and at the same time the formation operated intensely. The officer's aura rose sharply, quickly approaching 6th level Dao Venerable. He reached the peak of 5th level Dao Venerable, just a hair's breadth from 6th level, but this tiny difference meant he was destined to be no match for the monster. The monster flapped its wings and charged over. The officer also raised his battle blade, engaging in fierce combat with the monster. The formation operated intensely, continuously channeling power through the formation into the officer's armor, providing him with strength. The officer's power was endless, but unfortunately he was always slightly weaker in realm. When fighting the monster, he was always at a disadvantage, barely able to maintain. The battle on the bridge was almost over, with most of the ordinary Bloody Legion monsters killed. However, Lin Moya knew very clearly that as long as the battle in the sky hadn't been decided, this battle wasn't over, and the task wasn't completed. The soldiers resolved their own opponents, one by one raising their heads to look at the sky, then forming a battle array, charging towards the sky to help their officer. Unfortunately, their power was weaker. No matter how strong the battle array, it couldn't make up for the deficiency in realm. Just the aftershocks made it difficult for the battle array to approach. The battle array was constantly shattered, with many soldiers injured or even killed. But they still showed no fear, reforming the battle array again and again, charging into the sky again and again. Throughout the process, no one screamed, no one shouted, and no one made a sound. This battle was eerily quiet. Lin Moya watched the scene, lost in thought. He had experienced all kinds of instances, all kinds of secret realms, and done many kinds of tasks. Past experience told him that many tasks had hidden conditions. The completion level of tasks varied, with ordinary, excellent, and even overfulfillment levels. Overfulfilling a task often brought extra rewards. The task of guarding the Blue Stone Bridge was basically completed now. The officer and that monster were at a stalemate, but Lin Moya could see that the monster's power was slowly weakening, while the officer, though suppressed, could persist for a long time relying on the formation. As long as time dragged on, with the monster's power constantly declining, it would naturally retreat. That way his task would be completed, but completing the task like this definitely couldn't be considered overfulfillment. Seeing the soldiers constantly forming battle arrays, constantly charging into the sky to help the officer fight, was actually a hint given to him. The next second, a special aura surged from Lin Moya's body, and his realm began to rise rapidly. Chapter 3107. Chapter 3107, 3107. Chapter 3107, Divine Rune Army, 3rd Class Soldier. Origin Level Technique, Gather Power. Lin Moya didn't summon his undead army, deciding to act personally, because he didn't know if completing the task with the undead army would count as overfulfillment. If it didn't count, his earlier efforts would have been in vain, so he decided to do it himself. There were no outsiders here, so he could use origin level techniques without reservation. His realm rose rapidly, quickly reaching 6th level Dao Venerable. Combined with the power Dao and the enhancement provided to the armor by the formation, his combat power was approaching 7th level Dao Venerable. He could actually continue to rise, breaking through to 7th level Dao Venerable. One punching that winged monster to death wouldn't be a problem, but there was no need, and it might not necessarily be good. The current state, just surpassing that monster, was what Lin Moya considered the best state. Lin Moya clearly remembered that his task was to guard the Blue Stone Bridge, to assist the army in defending the Blue Stone Bridge. Two very important words were assist, not to take over as the host. Lin Moya flew into the sky, fighting together with the officer. He firmly remembered the word assist, never overshadowing the host, with everything led by the officer, only acting when he should. With his help, the officer's pressure greatly reduced. He began to turn from a disadvantage to an advantage, gradually suppressing the opponent. After fighting like this for several minutes, that winged monster suddenly let out a scream, turning to fly towards the bridge below. It fled, just as Lin Moya had predicted. Originally it would have fled anyway, just the time of escape was brought forward. Lin Moya was very clear that guarding the Blue Stone Bridge would be completed whether he participated or not. It's just that his participation reduced the army's casualties and shortened the duration of the entire battle. The task should be considered completed, right? Lin Moya thought to himself as he descended from the air, returning to his original position. The officer also slowly descended from the air, planting his battle blade in the ground. The formation, accompanied by a rumbling sound, gradually stopped. At this time, Lin Moya saw a vortex appear at the other end of the bridge. That was the exit. Through the vortex he could enter the mid-level area. Lin Moya knew his task was completed, but he didn't immediately go over, instead waiting quietly. A moment later, the officer suddenly walked towards Lin Moya. Since entering the Blue Stone Bridge, apart from when battling the monster, the officer had never left his position. His position was one of the formation eyes. He had to control the formation there and wouldn't move easily, but now he moved. He came before Lin Moya, raising his armor-wrapped hand. Light flashed, converging into a square seal. This seal was only palm-sized, very exquisite. Then several characters appeared on the seal. On one side appeared the character for duty. On the corresponding other side appeared the character for 3. The left and right sides were inscribed with some runes Lin Moya didn't recognize, very similar to the runes on the Blue Stone Bridge formation. Then at the bottom of the seal appeared 2 more characters, 12. The officer handed the seal to Lin Moya. Lin Moya took it, and a stream of information flowed from the seal. Divine Rune Army, 3rd Class Soldier. This seal represented Lin Moya's identity, his identity in the ancient battlefield. The army he belonged to was called the Divine Rune Army. He was now a 3rd Class Soldier, not the worst, but a relatively low-level existence. Any lower would be soldiers without rank. He was slightly better. Lin Moya understood that if he had merely completed the task, there would be no seal. It was because he overfulfilled the task that he received the seal. As for what use obtaining the seal had, there was no explanation. This ancient battlefield that had existed for countless years and been dormant for countless years, many things had to be analyzed and understood by oneself. There would no longer be anyone to explain things. After handing the seal to Lin Moyo, the officer raised his hand pointing towards the vortex, indicating Lin Moyo could leave. Lin Moyo gave a military salute to the officer before walking towards the vortex. The moment he stepped off the blue stone bridge, the armor and long spear on his body simultaneously disappeared, but the seal in his hand didn't vanish. Entering the vortex, he was teleported away from the blue stone bridge. The scene before his eyes again changed from blurry to clear. Lin Moyo experienced a very brief teleportation. The aura of the ancient battlefield surged from all directions. Lin Moyo knew he had entered the mid-level area. The aura here was stronger than the low-level area, and also more dangerous. He looked back towards where the blue stone bridge was. Through the invisible space barrier, he could clearly see the blue stone bridge. Under the influence of the space barrier, the blue stone bridge scene now wasn't real, it was very small, and there were only 100 guards on it. Only by entering inside the barrier could one truly see the blue stone bridge clearly. Lin Moyo looked at the small seal in his hand, muttering to himself, could it be that one of the two sides in the Great Battle back then was the Bloody Legion? Where exactly did this Bloody Legion come from? Lin Moyo felt the prehistoric war was becoming more and more confusing. He had thought it was a war between the outer gods and the origin continent, but now it seemed not so simple. Besides the outer gods, there was now the Bloody Legion. Was there any connection between the two? For now it was just speculation, everything was unknown. What exactly happened in prehistoric times could only be known by exploring step by step. The soldier and 3 on the seal were already understood. What did the 12 at the bottom represent? Normally, the bottom of the seal should be the user's name, but I don't have a name here, only a number. Based on this reasoning, 12 should be a number. I'm number 12. Then, does this mean that before me, 11 people obtained seals? But in the information I obtained, there was nothing related to seals. Does this mean these 11 people didn't reveal information about the seals? For this ancient battle secret realm opening, are these people also among them? Lin Moyo felt things were getting more and more interesting. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a smile. Having made a discovery yet not speaking out, there must be secrets contained within. Lin Moyo held the seal in his hand without putting it away, then sent out skeleton generals to begin exploring the mid-level area. Since he had obtained the seal and become a member of the Divine Rune Army, it meant this seal must have use in the ancient battlefield, so it couldn't be put away. Because of the long passage of time, to unravel the secrets within, one must pay attention to every detail. The mid-level area was very quiet. Most cultivators, after entering, would enter nearby secret realms to explore. As such, the areas outside the secret realms rarely saw other people. The skeleton generals saw many secret realms along the way but ignored them all. Their task was to find the path to the high-level area. The high-level area was Lin Moyo's goal for this trip, and also the most likely place to obtain treasure boxes. Roar! A beast's roar echoed across the battlefield, powerful force sweeping across a large area. A skeleton general was suddenly killed by a monster that rushed out from a secret realm. The whole process was without warning, coming extremely suddenly. The skeleton general had no time to react before being slashed to pieces. Chapter 3108. Chapter 3108, 3108. Chapter 3108, The Decurian's New Mission. Lin Moyo's gaze focused slightly. As this skeleton general was passing by a secret realm, suddenly a monster rushed out from the secret realm, slashing the skeleton general to pieces as easily as cutting vegetables. Lin Moyo immediately connected to this skeleton general's vision, while the skeleton general also revived under the effect of undying undead. In the instant of revival, Lin Moyo saw the opponent's appearance. No soul flame, just a blob of liquid. What the skeleton general's vision saw was different from what the naked eye saw. They only saw outlines, or souls. In the skeleton general's vision, the opponent was a blob of liquid. Then a bright light flashed before its eyes. Sharp cold light suddenly burst out from the liquid, and the skeleton general was again slashed to pieces. The skeleton general was 4th level Dao Venerable. To kill a skeleton general so decisively, the opponent must be at least 5th level Dao Venerable. When Lin Moyo connected to the skeleton general's vision, he had already spread his wings of time and rushed over. In the ancient battlefield, one couldn't fly at high altitudes. Dark clouds covered the sky, and below the clouds were pitch-black winds that could devour bones and souls. Even 9th level Dao Venerables couldn't persist for long. Lin Moyo could only fly at low altitude, not exceeding 10 meters, swiftly weaving through the dense forest. Fortunately, the location where that skeleton general died wasn't far. Lin Moyo arrived at the destination in no time. From afar, he saw that secret realm. Outside the secret realm floated a blob of black-red blood. This blob of blood was about the size of a human head, quietly floating outside the secret realm. It was this blob of black-red blood that had killed the skeleton. To see more clearly, that dead skeleton general revived again through undying undead. The moment the skeleton general revived, the black-red blood immediately reacted. It instantly transformed into a monster. This monster was entirely blood-colored, its appearance almost identical to the rat-like monsters seen on the Blue Stone Bridge. But its realm was higher, its power stronger. The blades on the back of its hands were sharper than those seen before. The pair of blades on its back had become 2 pairs, but it had no wings. Cold light flashed. Before the skeleton general could react, it had already been slashed to pieces. Then it returned to its blood form, floating in midair as if nothing had happened. The entire process took less than a second. Lin Moyo saw it clearly. It is indeed the Bloody Legion. The Bloody Legion isn't just below the crack, but also within the secret realms. Transforming from blood, its realm is 5th level Thou Venerable, stronger than those on the Blue Stone Bridge. But it has no wings, not as good as that winged one. The Bloody Legion appearing from secret realms, does this mean there are more Bloody Legion members inside the secret realms? As Lin Moya was pondering, suddenly the secret realm entrance lit up, and the bloody smell intensified. Then another blob of black-red blood flowed out, larger than the previous one. After flowing out, it quickly divided into 4, becoming 4 identical blood blobs. The blood blobs gradually spread out, circling around the secret realm entrance like soldiers, sometimes flying up to the trees, then flying back down. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. Are they patrolling? The blood blobs' movements made Lin Moya feel as if they were soldiers on patrol. At this time, a powerful aura came swooping from afar. An army flew over from the sky at an astonishing speed. They didn't care at all about the soul-devouring, bone-consuming black wind in the sky, just hovering in mid-air. The black-red blood blobs seemed to bristle, transforming into 5 rat-like monsters, confronting the army. This arriving army was just a small squad. The leader was a 6th level Thou Venerable powerhouse, with 10 soldiers behind him, all 5th level Thou Venerable beings. The armor they wore was identical to those soldiers on the Blue Stone Bridge. They were all members of the Divine Rune Army. A great battle was about to erupt. The leading officer raised his battle blade, pointing downwards. The 10 soldiers behind him simultaneously raised their long spears, launching an attack. Powerful force descended like meteors from the sky. The 5 rat-like monsters also launched attacks, counterattacking. The 10 soldiers formed a simple battle array, enhancing their combat power to some extent. Combined with their numerical advantage, they held the upper hand from the start of the clash. In just half a minute, the 5 rat-like monsters were killed, turning into thick blood falling to the ground. The whole process was smooth, but Lin Moya's eyes held a hint of shock. What shocked him wasn't anything else, but where these Divine Rune Army soldiers came from. Before they appeared, he hadn't been able to detect them. If even his spiritual perception couldn't detect them, others would be even less likely to discover them. Moreover, the Divine Rune Army could fly in the sky, ignoring the soul-devouring, bone-consuming black wind in the air. This was also what shocked Lin Moyo. At this time, that officer turned his head to look at Lin Moyo. Discovered, ha! Lin Moyo didn't hide, walking out from behind the tree. The officer's gaze fell on Lin Moyo, seeming to be sizing him up. Lin Moyo had a feeling that the other wasn't looking at him, but at the seal in his hand. As he was sizing up Lin Moyo was also sizing him up. Although the armor on the officer looked similar to that of the officer guarding the Blue Stone Bridge, subtle differences could be seen in the details. Although this officer before him was stronger, reaching 6th level Thou Venerable, 1 level higher than the one guarding the Blue Stone Bridge. But in terms of the armor's exquisiteness, the Blue Stone Bridge one was still superior. Moreover, Lin Moyo also saw that on the collar of this officer's armor was carved a cross. On the collar of the Blue Stone Bridge one was carved a swastika. Lin Moyo immediately understood. This 6th level Thou Venerable before him was a Decurion, while the one on the Blue Stone Bridge was a Gate Commander. This also meant that higher realm didn't necessarily mean higher officer rank. A moment later, the Decurion put away his battle blade, then beckoned to Lin Moyo, indicating for him to come up. Lin Moyo flew up with puzzlement. The sky was full of black wind, and Lin Moyo remained vigilant. But strangely, when the black wind approached him, it suddenly dissipated. The seal in his hand glowed faintly, and it was this faint light that neutralized the black wind. Even Lin Moyo hadn't expected that the seal in his hand would be the pass for flying in the ancient battlefield. This point, even the great royal clans didn't know. Otherwise, it would have been written in the information long ago. If one could fly, moving around here would be much more convenient. Lin Moyo came before the Decurion, giving him a military salute. The Decurion indicated for Lin Moyo to give him the seal. Lin Moyo didn't doubt, directly handing over the seal. The Decurion took the seal, then placed it on his chest, in contact with his armor. The armor immediately lit up, and the seal also glowed brightly. This continued for several seconds before the Decurion returned the seal to Lin Moyo. There was no change to the seal, and Lin Moyo didn't know what he had done. As he took back the seal, a new piece of information was transmitted. Exterminate the Bloody Legion in Secret Realm number 36653. Completion will earn rewards. Chapter 3109. Chapter 3109, 3109. Chapter 3109, since that's the case, I'll satisfy you. Looking at the information transmitted from the seal, Lin Moyo was slightly stunned. The difficulty of this task clearly exceeded his realm. He was only 3rd level Thou Venerable, but the Bloody Legion in the Secret Realm, though their numbers were unknown, any one of them was at least 5th level Thou Venerable. How could he fight them? However, the task wasn't mandatory and could be refused without punishment. Lin Moyo guessed that others would certainly not accept it, as accepting the task was equivalent to suicide. Those who had previously obtained seals would certainly selectively accept tasks, only taking those that could be safely and smoothly completed. Of course, such suitable tasks were certainly not many. Moreover, what was the mechanism for triggering tasks? Lin Moyo wasn't very clear yet. Perhaps missing this task meant waiting a long time for the next one. Considering all this, Lin Moyo made his decision and accepted the task. The moment he accepted the task, that Decurion suddenly raised his battle blade, pointing straight to the sky. The 10 soldiers behind him also raised their long spears, pointing to the sky. Throughout the process, not a sound was made, seeming somewhat eerie, yet making one feel a certain hot-bloodedness. Lin Moya could imagine that in prehistoric times, when the Divine Rune Army members were still alive, perhaps that action would have been accompanied by a roar to shake one's spirit. But now, the sound had faded with the passage of time. In the dark clouds above, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared. Within the lightning, an exquisite set of armor and a long spear appeared. The armor fell directly onto Lin Moya, and the long spear came into his hand. The moment he put on the armor and grasped the spear, Lin Moya felt his power increase dramatically. Although he was still only 3rd level Dao Venerable, he could exert 5th level Dao Venerable combat power. This armor and long spear brought him an astonishing enhancement. Not just the armor, the long spear was equally miraculous. Lin Moya felt as if the long spear was an extension of his arm. To have such a feeling without refining it was truly extraordinary. Lin Moya felt the power transmitted from the armor and long spear, muttering to himself, "This is the power of the Time Dao. No, besides the Time Dao, there's another Dao." Lin Moya felt the armor contained the power of the Time Dao, and at the same time another Dao. But that other Dao was too obscure, Lin Moya couldn't recognize it. But in any case, this armor was miraculous, actually able to increase combat power by 2 full realms. This wasn't something ordinary treasures could achieve. At least currently in the Origin continent, no treasure could achieve such an effect. Clearly, the treasures of that prehistoric era were truly incomparable to many of the present. After Lin Moya accepted the task, put on the armor, and took up the long spear, the Decurion also left with his squad. Lin Moya now roughly understood what he needed to do. This ancient battlefield was a place where an army called the Divine Rune Army fought a great battle with the Bloody Legion. After coming here, he first needed to join the Divine Rune Army, becoming one of its members. To join the Divine Rune Army, he had to trigger a task. After triggering the task, he still had to overfulfill it to obtain a seal. The seal was his proof of identity for joining the Divine Rune Army. Then he needed to raise his military rank. To raise his rank, he needed to trigger tasks, accept tasks, complete tasks. The higher the rank, the greater the power obtained would certainly be. Lin Moya guessed that only high-ranking military ranks could unravel the secrets of this war. Moreover, high-ranking military ranks would certainly have other uses in the high-level area later. But the Divine Rune Army wasn't easy to join. Over so many years, he was the 12th person to obtain a seal and successfully join the Divine Rune Army. Since that's the case, let's see how far I can go. I want to see if the war here has any connection to the Outer Gods and the collapse of the Origin continent. Wearing the armor and holding the long spear, Lin Moya slowly descended from the air, then entered the secret realm. After a brief teleportation, a pungent smell of blood came. Powerful energy fluctuations surged in waves. As his vision quickly recovered, Lin Moya saw a fierce battle taking place not far away. The two sides in the battle were the Divine Rune Army and the Bloody Legion. At this time, the Divine Rune Army's numbers were already few, only about 100 people, while the Bloody Legion had several hundred. The scales of victory were already tilting towards the Bloody Legion. The remaining Divine Rune Army members were already surrounded. They were still persisting, but couldn't hold out much longer. In the air, a huge monster was fiercely battling an officer. But the officer had already been severely injured and was completely suppressed, about to die at any moment. Just as Lin Moya looked over, that monster's blade slashed across the officer's body. The officer's body was torn to pieces, falling from the sky. With the officer's death, the Divine Rune Army members' power immediately decreased greatly. The Divine Rune Army's battle formation was strong, but the formation was centered on the officer. With the officer's death, the formation's power immediately decreased greatly. The Divine Rune Army, already surrounded, was instantly in grave danger. Lin Moya, now also a member of the Divine Rune Army, watching the officer die in battle, inexplicably felt a wave of pain and grief in his heart. Amidst the grief, the armor flashed brightly, erupting with even more powerful force. Not just him, the other Divine Rune Army members also erupted with astonishing power. The Divine Rune Army, which should have collapsed, actually launched a counterattack. Lin Moya suddenly understood what that hidden Dao in the armor was: the Grief Dao. This was a special Dao that could turn sorrow into powerful strength. The more sorrowful the heart, the stronger the power. Now the Divine Rune Army launched a counterattack using the power of grief, but Lin Moya knew clearly that this counterattack couldn't last long. In the end, they would still be surrounded and killed. His heart moved, and the undead army mobilized. Facing thousands of 5th-level Dao Venerable Bloody Legion monsters, with a 6th-level Dao Venerable Winged Monster in the sky, Lin Moya no longer chose to fight alone. This task was to exterminate the Bloody Legion in the secret realm, with no other restrictions. Different environment, different task, naturally different choices. 1st Legion Commander, leading his Dragon Cavalry Corps, charged out. Over 10 million Dragon Cavalry instantly occupied the vast sky, surrounding the Bloody Legion from all directions. Faced with the sudden appearance of the undead army, the Bloody Legion monsters didn't hesitate at all, continuing to fight without stopping. These are monsters without thought, only obsessions and battle intent remaining. Their only purpose for existing is to fight endlessly. Since that's the case, I'll satisfy you. Lin Moya charged to the forefront of the battlefield, gripping his long spear, sweeping through thousands of troops. With the power Dao empowering him, the long spear moved like lightning, sweeping several Bloody Legion monsters into the air. Their bodies were torn apart in mid-air. With the time Dao empowering him, the spear's speed was like teleportation, its shadow completely invisible. As Lin Moya took action, the 1st Legion commander also issued orders. The Dragon Cavalry Corps formed a great Dao battle formation, launching a bloody charge. The vast blood and white bone Dao spread through heaven and earth. The dragon cavalry corps transformed into a bloody torrent, killing into the battlefield. For a moment, it was hard to distinguish who was the true Bloody Legion. Bones white as snow, the first Legion commander directed the entire battle, dividing and surrounding the Bloody Legion monsters before annihilating them. Although the Dragon Cavalry Corps' realm and combat power weren't as good as the Bloody Legion monsters, their numbers were simply too many. As long as they were commanded properly, they could still achieve kills. Lin Moya spread his wings of time, appearing in the sky as if teleporting, killing towards that winged monster leader. Chapter 3110. Chapter 3110, 3110. Chapter 3110, when a difficult task meets a freak. Origin spell, focus. Lin Moya's realm sword, instantly rising to Dao Sovereign Stage 6. Then his bottleneck shattered, and he formally entered Dao Sovereign Stage 7. In this mission, there were no restrictions, and the enemies were only the Bloodthirsty Legion, so he could fight without concern. Just then, his brow felt slightly hot. The lunar talisman appeared. Power surged out from the lunar talisman and swept through his body, boosting his combat power by another 30%. Lin Moya knew that once again, the outside world had reached a time when the lunar origin controlled everything. Not only did his own power increase by 30%, but even his undead legion benefited from the lunar sun effect, gaining the same boost. In an instant, Lin Moya charged up to the winged monster, his spear thrusting out like lightning. Killing intent surged, and the sky manifested a layer of menace. Secret technique, heaven-splitting slash. With the spear in hand, he unleashed Star Sovereign Xiao's secret technique. The winged monster neither dodged nor flinched, facing Lin Moya head-on seemingly to the death. Killing intent slashed like a blade, instantly devouring the monster. Its sharp blades shattered like tofu, and killing intent like tides rent its body with 1,000 wounds. With a final twist, the tail of the spear pierced it. A massive explosion of force. Winged monster's body exploded, dying on the spot. The gap between Dao Sovereign Stage 6 and 7 was simply enormous, not even comparable. Killing the winged monster with one strike didn't surprise Lin Moya in Dao Sovereign 7, slaying 6 was natural. But oddly, his killing intent actually devoured all the war intent and obsession of the monster, actually strengthening his killing intent by a sliver. This caught Lin Moya off guard. Since coming to Origin Continent, he hadn't killed that many people, far fewer than in the Great World. His killing intent had been growing slowly. Heaven-splitting slash had only grown in power as his realm went up. But to truly evolve the heaven-splitting slash, it needed boundless killing intent. Boundless killing intent can only be attained by slaughtering vast numbers of beings. For now, there was no such environment. Unexpectedly, using heaven-splitting slash and killing a bloodthirsty legion monster actually made his killing intent grow. In that case, Lin Moya stood in the air like a god, his gaze icy as he looked down. Killing intent condensed into clouds above his head, making the entire secret realm tremble. The accumulated killing intent from slaughtering endless beings burst forth without restraint. Spell, heaven-splitting slash. His spear lashed out, killing intent crashed down like a storm, instantly engulfing swaths of bloodthirsty legion monsters. At Dao Sovereign 7, using this slash with all killing intent unleashed, the power was terrifying. Many monsters were devoured and died, their bodies shattered, their war intent and obsession consumed. This one blow killed at least hundreds of bloodthirsty legion monsters, all their war intent and obsession becoming nourishment to strengthen Lin Moya's killing intent. Upon realizing heaven-splitting slash could absorb war intent and obsession to grow killing intent, Lin Moya gave an order. Army Commander Number 1 promptly directed the Dragon Knights outward, widening the encirclement. Every circle surrounded hundreds of bloodthirsty monsters. Lin Moya unleashed heaven-splitting slash again and again from midair, lightning fast. Probably even Star Sovereign Xiao never thought his secret technique could be used this way. Lin Moya's realm wasn't as high as Xiao in his prime, but in terms of sheer killing intent, Lin Moya was even more intense. His killing intent was earth-shattering. Now that heaven-splitting slash's effects were discovered, these bloodthirsty legion monsters were not just mission targets, but prime sources to temper killing intent. Moments later, hundreds of monsters were all slaughtered. The surviving Divine Talisman army members saluted Lin Moya and left in silence to somewhere distant. Lin Moya didn't know where they were going or what they were doing, only ordered Commander Lu to send someone to observe. He scanned the surroundings. The secret realm was vast, boundless. Far away, there seemed to be mountains, but at such a distance, it was blurry and unclear. Lin Moya knew his mission was far from over. He had to exterminate all bloodthirsty legion members in the secret vault. Exterminate means not letting a single one go. As long as one survived, the mission was incomplete. More and more army commanders appeared. Counting Commander Number 1, Lin Moya released a total of 100. All 100 army commanders obeyed his orders and flew to different corners of the secret vault, each commanding millions of Dragon Knights. 10 billion Dragon Knights in total, forming a vast army. Such a massive deployment was rare even for Lin Moya. This bloodthirsty purge wasn't something he intended to waste time on here. He knew the time in the ancient war vault was limited, so he had to raise his military rank as far as possible and finish the task. He couldn't afford to waste any moment or he'd have to wait another 1,000 years for the vault to open. 10 billion Dragon Knights were just the first step. If this secret vault was too big, even more could be released. But he knew truly gigantic secret vaults were rare, mostly in the king's high-level areas. For mid-level and lower areas, vaults were generally not massive. Soon, Army Commander Number 3's Dragon Knights discovered several thousand bloodthirsty legion monsters, led by 1,000 Dao Sovereign 4 monsters and 1 Dao Sovereign 6 winged monster. This was weaker than the first bloodthirsty legion encountered. Lin Moya realized the legion's members varied in strength, not all the same caliber. When the third dragon army discovered the bloodthirsty legion, they swiftly surrounded them. Lin Moyo immediately rushed over and killed them all with heaven-splitting slash. Next, more reports came in from army commanders. Most bloodthirsty legions consisted of Dao Sovereign 4 monsters, sizes varying from thousands to mere dozens. Large groups of thousands were rare, typically led by Dao Sovereign 6-winged monsters. Teams of only dozens were stragglers. If you find 5th stage monsters leading a group, that's an elite detachment. Lin Moyo moved constantly through the vault, taking down one bloodthirsty legion after another. While slaughtering, he kept thinking about the mission. This mission really isn't something normal Dao Sovereigns can complete. You'd need at least Dao Sovereign 6 to have a good chance. A Dao Sovereign 3 like me shouldn't even try, should find a lower level area and appropriate mission. Luckily, his strength was enough, so the task wasn't too much. After a round of killing, Army Commander number 98 reported they'd found a military camp. Chapter 3111. Chapter 3111, 3111. Chapter 3111, Bloodrat Realm, the Ancient Battle. Lin Moyo rushed to the military camp at top speed. This was a camp that had almost turned to ruins, clearly having experienced fierce battles, with bloodstains everywhere. In the secret realm, traces of battle would be devoured and erased, but in the military camp, these traces still remained. There was a special force in the camp that allowed the battle traces to be preserved. Now the camp was empty, with no Divine Rune Army members or Bloody Legion monsters. Lin Moyo entered the camp, looking at the shattered military flag on the ground. From the remaining symbols, he could identify that this was indeed a camp belonging to the Divine Rune Army. On the ground in the camp were scattered fragments, pieces of armor. Like the military flag, these fragments emitted an aura of ancient times. Both items were made of extraordinary materials, having endured countless years without decay. Just like the armor Lin Moyo wore, which had withstood the erosion of time and remained powerful. Lin Moyo looked at the traces left on the armor fragments, searching for what happened in the past. Back then, the Bloody Legion invaded the camp, the Divine Rune Army here was defeated, the entire army perished. With a military camp established, this Divine Rune Army unit must not have been small, certainly exceeding 10,000 people, and its leader should have been above a 10,000-man commander. Above a 10,000-man commander, very likely 6th or 7th level Dao Venerable. This also means that the monster that killed him was likely also 7th level Dao Venerable. That monster probably died in the end. A 7th level Dao Venerable couldn't live that long, but its battle intent and obsessions might still remain here in this secret realm. Lin Moyo pondered as he went deeper into the camp. Suddenly, he saw a stele. The moment he saw it, Lin Moyo felt a slight shock in his heart. This stele was neither metal nor iron, neither stone nor jade, but made of a special material. This special material was almost identical to the armor he was wearing. Not completely identical, but very similar. After all, armor also had differences in quality. The armor worn by soldiers and officers differed in quality. This stele before him was indeed made from armor material, but the quality was clearly better than what he was wearing. This also indicated that the officer who wore this armor must have had a higher rank than himself. Lin Moyo guessed this must be the leader of this army unit, who after the great battle, turned his own armor into the stele. But strangely, there wasn't a single word on the stele. Lin Moyo carefully looked around and finally saw a small depression on the side. This depression was only fist-sized, very inconspicuous. Looking at the size of the depression, Lin Moyo took out his Divine Rune Army seal and placed it in the depression. Instantly, the stele lit up. Many runes appeared in the camp, forming a formation. The formation wasn't advanced, very simple, just for recording some information. Scene after scene appeared in the formation, turning the entire camp into a holographic projection field. Lin Moyo flew up, looking down from above for a clearer view. In the scenes, a great battle was erupting. Countless Bloody Legion monsters surged from all directions, flooding into the camp. The Divine Rune Army members in the camp rose up in resistance, engaging in battle with the Bloody Legion monsters. Unfortunately, the numerical difference was too great, and the Divine Rune Army struggled to defend. However, there were formations in the camp and a powerful officer. Although difficult, they could hold on temporarily. At this time, a huge monster with 4 wings descended from the sky. This monster was powerful, the Divine Rune Army couldn't resist. The officer personally wielded his battle blade to fight. The officer and the 4-winged monster fought fiercely. It was an extremely intense battle, just the aftershocks killing countless ordinary monsters. Similarly, without the officer, the Divine Rune Army's battle formation power greatly decreased, casualties increasing. After a fierce battle, the officer finally managed to defeat that 4-winged monster, killing it. But by this time, the camp's defenses had been completely breached, with very few Divine Rune Army survivors. Even the officer himself was severely injured. However, with his strength, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. But he didn't choose to leave. He erupted with all his power, sacrificing himself to kill all the Bloody Legion monsters, ending this battle. Finally, he turned his armor into this great stele before them. Lin Moyo watched the entire process, understanding what happened then. That fierce battle, in his eyes, wasn't much. But that officer's actions still made him feel a bit of admiration. Cultivators cherish life and fear death. Those who can live generally don't want to die. Especially beings that could potentially live for many years, as long as there's a chance, wouldn't be willing to die. But he still chose death, not sparing his life to kill these Bloody Legion monsters. The spirit of a soldier was fully displayed in the final moment. This should have been a general, right? In the projection just now, Lin Moyo saw that on the collar of that general's armor was carved the character 4 General, and beside it, the character 49. General should represent his rank as a general, while 9 should represent his grade. The formation's light gradually dimmed. In the final moment, some text was projected in the air. This general led the army, surrounded by enemies. Although I slew the 4-winged rat general, all my subordinates died in battle. This general has no face to live alone. But in this battle, this general did not lose. Of the 100,000 blood rat monsters here, not one could survive. Though this general's body dies and Tao perishes, I can sleep with my subordinates, with 100,000 blood rat monsters as burial objects. It is a joyous matter. After death, the divine rune army's might does not extinguish, transforming into heroic spirits, continuing the great battle. If there are those who come after, I hope they can inherit the will of the divine rune army, invade the blood rat realm, thoroughly sweep it clean, destroy its Tao and annihilate its realm. After the text appeared, the formation's light completely faded, everything returning to calm. Lin Moya now finally knew the true name of these bloody legion monsters, blood rat monsters. And the winged monsters were called rat generals. The strength of rat generals could be distinguished by the number of wings. 2 winged rat generals were the weakest, equivalent to 6th level Tao Venerable. 4 winged rat generals were 7th level Tao Venerable. This general didn't leave his name. His rank was above 10,000 man commander, a 9th grade general, with 20,000 soldiers under him, and he himself had 7th level Tao Venerable combat power. Unfortunately, 20,000 divine rune army soldiers were surrounded here by 100,000 blood rat monsters, ultimately completely destroyed. Although he killed the 4-winged rat general, seeing all his subordinates die in battle, he didn't choose to live alone, but perished together with the blood rat monsters. Lin Moya sighed lightly. A piece of ancient history had finally been unveiled. The origin continent wasn't simply invaded by outer gods, but also by this place called the blood rat realm. Invading the blood rat realm, destroying its Tao and annihilating its realm, was the grand wish left by this 9th grade general. Unfortunately, very few could fulfill it. Even Lin Moya didn't dare promise to fulfill this grand wish, only silently saying in his heart, "I'll do my best." At this time, a blood light rose from afar. A crimson tide appeared on the ground, surging like fresh blood, rushing towards the camp. As if history was repeating itself, 100,000 blood rat monsters were surging over in vast numbers. Chapter 3112. Chapter 3112, 3112. Chapter 3112, a rare satisfying battle, military rank promotion. As if the prehistoric battle was about to replay, in the secret realm, besides the 20,000 dead divine rune army soldiers, there were also 100,000 blood rat monsters that died here. Whether divine rune army or blood rat monsters, their killing intent, battle intent, obsessions, flesh and blood, all remained here. For countless years, the battle in this secret realm had never stopped. Lin Moyo had killed a large number of blood rat monsters, almost exterminating all the blood rat monsters in the secret realm, until he came here. He activated the formation, which was activating the military camp, activating that battle from years ago. So, all the obsessions gathered together, and that great battle from years ago played out again. Seeing the surging blood-colored flood coming from afar, the formation in the military camp began operating again, and divine rune army soldiers appeared one by one. They stood ready in battle formation, preparing to meet the blood rat monster's attack. The great steel transformed back into a suit of armor, and that 9th grade general from years ago also appeared. These divine rune army soldiers before him had long lost their physical bodies, completely formed by obsessions. This great battle had repeated countless times over countless years, but Lin Moya knew that this time should be the last. This endless battle should end now. Lin Moya said softly, and in an instant, 100 legion commanders appeared. The next moment, the world was filled with dragon cavalry. The dragon cavalry corps charged out in vast numbers against the millions of blood rat monsters. This battle that had continued for countless years, repeating who knows how many times, saw a change today. Lin Moya wouldn't let the blood rat monsters approach the military camp. He would intercept these monsters far away, killing them all. 100,000 blood rat monsters were many, but before tens of millions of dragon cavalry, they were completely outmatched. It was like a stream colliding with a great river, incomparable. The dragon cavalry corps formed battle arrays, the blood and white bone Tao above their heads, launching a charge like a tsunami crashing down. The moment the two sides made contact, the blood rat monsters were scattered. Lin Moyo also took action, wielding his long spear, continuously unleashing heaven-splitting slash. With his own killing intent, he devoured the obsessions and battle intent of the blood rat monsters. Devouring again and again, more and more blood rat monsters were killed by Lin Moyo, and Lin Moya's killing intent grew increasingly terrifying. Unfortunately, the number of blood rat monsters was still too few. For Lin Moyo, it could only be considered an appetizer. If the numbers could be 100 times more, that would perhaps be even better. From the start of the battle, the Dragon Cavalry Corps held absolute advantage. In the blink of an eye, over 2/3 of the 100,000 blood rat monsters had been killed. Half of them died by Lin Moya's hand. A crimson light, carrying a thick bloody smell, shot over from afar. Finally here. Lin Moyo muttered to himself. In his vision, a 4-winged blood rat general was rapidly flying towards him. Origin level technique, gather power. Lin Moya's aura rose rapidly, quickly reaching 7th level Tao Venerable. The power Tao operated, blood energy roaring continuously, pushing Lin Moya's power up another level. The Taiyan symbol transmitted powerful force. Lin Moya's combat power at this moment was not weak even among 7th level ancestors. Lin Moya actively met it, gathering killing intent, unleashing heaven-splitting slash towards the 4-winged rat general. Killing intent like a dragon, mixed with vast blood energy, transformed into a black-red divine dragon, charging towards the 4-winged rat general. The four-winged rat general didn't dodge or evade, the blades on its claws slashing out with enormous power, wanting to kill the divine dragon. The moment they made contact, the blood rat general was blasted back several li by the new power. The power of Lin Moya's strike was too great, beyond what it could withstand. The blades on its claws developed countless cracks, and so did its body. Lin Moyo had no intention of stopping. His wings of time vibrated, teleporting across hundreds of li. His long spear transformed into a great blade, slashing down fiercely. Heaven-splitting slash rolled up thick, killing intent, forming black clouds, covering the sky as it fell. Bloodlight flashed as the four-winged rat general swung its blades, slashing through the black clouds to charge out. It instantly killed its way to Lin Moya's front, the blades on its back slashing out endless cold light. From its four wings behind, four more blades shot out. In an instant, 6 blades slashed over like a raging storm. The armor on Lin Moya's body radiated light, powerful force gathering in the long spear. Lin Moya wielded the spear like a staff, smashing down with one strike. The power Dao True body naturally evolved, commanding all the power in his body. This spear strike from Lin Moya was pure simplicity, completely relying on brute force. No matter what secret techniques or fierce moves you have, I'll break them all with one force. Endless cold light shattered under the spear. The blades on the four-winged rat general's back were smashed on the spot. The armor flashed brightly. The time Dao on the spear naturally activated, the spear's speed suddenly increasing. The sudden change in speed left the four-winged rat general no time to react. The long spear had already smashed into its body. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently, space distorted. The four-winged rat general's body was smashed to pieces by the long spear, exploding on the spot. The four-winged rat general that even the 9th grade general had to fight hard to barely defeat, couldn't last even half a minute before Lin Moyo. At this time, the Taiyin power gradually receded. Lin Moya knew the origin outside had completed its rotation. The reason he could so easily kill the four-winged rat general was largely due to the Taiyin origin. A 30% increase in combat power at the 7th level Dao Venerable stage was very significant. Add to that his own power Dao and the enhancement from the armor, all of which played a huge role. Various factors combined to ultimately produce this result. For Lin Moyo, although this battle lasted less than half a minute, it was an extremely satisfying fight. He felt he had regained some of the battle passion from his days in the small world. Back then, for a period of time when attacking instances, he would personally lead the charge as a general, directly facing the final bosses in the instances. Unlike now, where he took action less and less frequently, mostly just watching from the sidelines. This battle, though short, was very satisfying. After killing the four-winged rat general, he returned to the battlefield, unleashing heaven-splitting slash like raindrops, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Soon, this battle began to enter its final stages. 100,000 blood rat monsters seemed like a lot, but they weren't enough for Lin Moya to kill. Not a single blood rat monster could charge into the military camp. The Divine Rune army in the camp was destined to have nothing to do. Until the last blood rat monster was killed, suddenly a cool breeze blew from all directions. Lin Moya felt the secret realm suddenly become clear, as if the entire world had become much cleaner. The bloody smell disappeared without a trace. Finally exterminated all the blood rat monsters in the secret realm. Lin Moya let out a light breath. He knew this task was completed. As for whether it was overfulfilled, it was hard to say. It depended on how the task was judged. At this time, the formation in the military camp disappeared. That 9th grade general flew out from the camp, coming straight to Lin Moyo. Lin Moya saluted him, and the 9th grade general returned the salute. He said nothing, but pointed to the seal hanging at Lin Moya's waist. Lin Moyo understood and immediately handed the seal to him. He held the seal in his hand, and the seal began to glow brightly. Several seconds later, the seal flew back into Lin Moya's hand. At this time, a number on the seal had changed. The 3 representing Lin Moya's grade had changed to 1. This also meant that Lin Moyo had changed from a 3rd-class soldier to a 1st-class soldier. One task, directly skipping 2nd-class soldier, promoting to 1st class. If promoted again, he would leave the soldier rank and become an officer. After completing the promotion for Lin Moyo, the 9th grade general returned to the military camp. Then the entire military camp dissolved into mist and disappeared. The next second, the world before Lin Moya's eyes changed and distorted. Lin Moya returned to the ancient battlefield. Chapter 3113. Chapter 3113, 3113. Chapter 3113, the Decurian's new abilities. The familiar aura hit him, and Lin Moya found himself back in the ancient battlefield. The secret realm vortex before him had disappeared. This secret realm had vanished, never to appear again. The 100,000 blood rat monsters in the secret realm had been killed, and most of their battle intent and obsessions had been absorbed and devoured by his killing intent. Even if blood rat monsters appeared again in the future, their numbers would be far fewer than before. With the blood rat monsters completely dead, there was no need for the Divine Rune Army's obsessions to exist. Their battle intent finally calmed at this moment. The obsession battle that had continued for countless years finally ended today. The armor on his body and the long spear in his hand also turned into countless points of light at this moment, flying towards the sky and disappearing. Lin Moya sighed lightly, dust to dust, earth to earth. The general's wish may one day truly be realized. For that 9th grade general who was unwilling to live alone and chose to perish together with the enemy, Lin Moya still held a trace of respect. If there's a chance in the future, he would help fulfill the general's grand wish. This secret realm journey brought Lin Moya many gains and also helped him understand some events from prehistoric times. The prehistoric battles weren't as simple as initially thought. It should be a very complex and tortuous story. He was intent on unraveling all the mysteries, knowing exactly what happened back then, whether there was any connection between the Outer Gods and the Bloody Legion, and the Divine Rune Army, what was its background. Suddenly, a ray of rosy light fell from the black clouds in the sky, landing on Lin Moyo. The seal automatically flew up in the rosy light, slowly rotating. Under the illumination of the rosy light, the seal grew slightly larger, its patterns becoming more exquisite. At the same time, Lin Moya's military rank was promoted again. The previous soldier changed to commander, and the one on the other side changed to 10. This meant he had changed from a first-class soldier to a decurion, from a soldier to an officer. Looking at the changes on the seal, Lin Moyo muttered to himself, "It seems that 9th grade general in the secret realm promoted my rank to first-class soldier. This is the extra reward for the task. And this reward is the real task reward. Without the extra reward, he wouldn't have been promoted to decurion this time." Lin Moyo had served in the military before, participated in the army, and was basically familiar with military situations. Although it wasn't the same army, it shouldn't be too different. Changing from a soldier to a decurion at once, such a rapid promotion in military rank, wasn't normally possible. But he had single-handedly killed 100,000 blood rat monsters and killed a 4-winged rat general, which could be considered vastly overfulfilling the task, so he received an extra reward. The rosy light disappeared, and Lin Moyo took back the seal. A piece of information was transmitted from the seal. Lin Moya's mouth curved slightly. It seems that promoting in military rank isn't as simple as just changing a name. Now that he had become a decurion, the seal also had some other functions. Firstly, he could summon the divine rune armor through the seal at any time. The decurion's divine rune armor could increase his combat power by 1 realm. However, there was also a limitation. It was limited to below 5th level Dao Venerable. Beyond 5th level Dao Venerable, it couldn't provide enhancement. Compared to the set he wore when executing the task earlier, it was slightly inferior. As his military rank continued to increase, he would be able to obtain better divine rune armor. Besides summoning divine rune armor, there was another function: summoning divine rune soldiers. A decurion could command 10 divine rune soldiers, and Lin Moyo could also summon 10. This function might be a great help for others, but for him, it wasn't very useful. The summoned divine rune soldiers had the same realm as him. He was currently 3rd level Dao Venerable. No matter how strong his combat power, his realm was still 3rd level Dao Venerable. The summoned divine rune soldiers would also be 3rd level Dao Venerable. In Lin Moya's eyes, this was useless, not even as good as one of his undead. In fact, whether it was the divine rune armor or summoning divine rune soldiers, these two functions weren't very useful for Lin Moyo. What was truly useful was another function, called guidance. As a decurion, although the lowest ranking officer, he could already make some independent decisions about the battlefield situation. This guidance was based on various tasks. Back then on the battlefield, areas were formed, and each area would issue various tasks. A decurion could choose to accept some tasks, complete these tasks, and receive rewards. Unless a major battle broke out, everyone would obey military orders and return to assemble. Now, with Lin Moyo promoted to decurion, the seal gave Lin Moyo this power. This function was what Lin Moyo valued most. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to trigger the next task. Lin Moyo activated the seal, using its guidance function. He injected his soul power into the seal, then saw a map inside the seal. Is this a map of the ancient battlefield? The map showed mountains and waters, marking various place names. But the situation in the map was somewhat different from the map in Lin Moyo's mind. After repeated comparison and confirmation, Lin Moyo determined that the map in the seal was from prehistoric times. The prehistoric map was naturally different from now. After countless years, the prehistoric terrain had changed somewhat compared to now. However, thanks to the special existence of the ancient battlefield, the terrain changes weren't too great. It could still be roughly recognized. After careful examination, Lin Moyo determined that the area in the seal was only a part of the ancient battlefield, not very large, just a small piece, with a range probably between 30,000 to 50,000 li. Then, 3 light spots lit up on the map. These 3 light spots were the guidance given by the seal, places where tasks could be executed. Lin Moyo didn't immediately go to do tasks, but continued to have his skeleton generals explore. He wanted the skeleton generals to explore all these places clearly, forming a current map. Then he would compare the 2 maps before taking action. With enough skeleton generals, the exploration speed was very fast, quickly clarifying the surrounding situation. As Lin Moyo had expected, the map range shown in the seal was exactly 50,000 li. In other words, the range of tasks he could currently execute were all within this 50,000 li range. Within the 50,000 li range, there were 3 tasks. If he wanted to expand the range and get more tasks, he would need to continue raising his military rank. Originally wanting to quickly go to the high-level area, now it seems the plan needs to change. First do tasks, raise military rank, and when the rank is high enough, then go. With the current identity, crossing time and space to participate in prehistoric battles seems quite interesting too. Lin Moyo thought to himself while choosing the nearest task point. This task point was about 30,000 li away from him, the closest of the 3 task points. Spreading his wings of time, because he held the seal, Lin Moyo could ignore the black wind in the sky, greatly increasing his speed. Moments later, he had crossed 30,000 li, arriving at the task point indicated by the seal. The aura here was somewhat strange. Just as Lin Moyo was about to go down to check, an aura came from afar, rapidly approaching. Chapter 3114. Chapter 3114, 3114. Chapter 3114, The Agreeable Su Fangs. Those who could fly freely in the ancient battle secret realm were all people holding seals like himself. Lin Moya's eyes showed curiosity as he looked at the approaching person. The other's speed was very fast, rapidly closing the distance. Soon Lin Moya could clearly see the other's appearance. So it's someone from the Celestial Fox clan, no wonder. To obtain a seal, not only was strong combat power needed, but also wisdom. Beast race people weren't stupid, that is, they weren't stupid in cultivation, because their bloodlines were strong enough. But in handling affairs, their wisdom could only be considered average. Especially when encountering things like solving puzzles, beast races were completely inadequate. But there were two exceptions. One was the Green Wind Wolf clan, and the other was the Celestial Fox clan. These two clans were both royal clans, and also recognized as the two smartest races among beast races. If any beast race clan could obtain seals, it would be these two races. Now seeing that the arriving person was from the Celestial Fox clan, Lin Moya wasn't surprised. However, when the Celestial Fox Dao Venerable saw Lin Moya, he showed a surprised expression. What surprised him wasn't that Lin Moya was human, but Lin Moya's realm. That a third-level Dao Venerable could come here was what shocked him. But Lin Moya was now standing in midair, surrounded by a faint light, with all black wind circling around him. This indicated that Lin Moya had a seal. The Celestial Fox Dao Venerable looked Lin Moya over, asking uncertainly, "Are you that human Dao Venerable who came with the Golden Lion clan?" Lin Moya nodded, "Human Lin Moya." The Celestial Fox Dao Venerable also introduced himself, Celestial Fox Clan Su Feng's. A three-character name meant that he belonged to a collateral branch of the Celestial Fox clan. It was precisely because he was from a collateral branch that his attitude towards Lin Moya was quite polite, without the arrogance of royal clan direct descendants. Su Feng said, "Friend Lin, this must be your first time entering the ancient battle secret realm, right?" Lin Moya frankly admitted, "Indeed the first time. Friend Su must have entered more than once, right?" Su Feng said, "This is my 5th time. I didn't expect friend Lin to obtain a seal on your first entry, truly impressive." Lin Moya said, "Just good luck." At this time, Su Feng's took out his own seal. His seal was faintly glowing, and Lin Moya also felt his own seal glowing, so he took it out as well. There was some resonance between the two seals, their glowing frequency and rhythm completely the same. Lin Moya saw that on Su Feng's seal, there was also a character for commander. Like himself, a commander, having left behind soldier status. As for whether it was 10-man, 100-man, or higher 1,000-man commander, that was unknown. However, since the other had entered several times, and Su Feng's had 6th level Dao Venerable cultivation, Lin Moya thought he must be at least a 100-man commander. At this time, Su Feng's exclaimed in surprise, "You're already a commander." Lin Moya was somewhat embarrassed, "Just a 10-man commander." Su Feng's turned his seal, "I'm also just a 10-man commander." "How can you be promoted to 10-man commander on your first entry into the secret realm?" Su Feng suddenly realized his emotions were a bit out of control and immediately changed his tone. "Friend Lin, are you really entering for the first time?" Su feels it's a bit unbelievable. This sentence was half joking. Lin Moya couldn't help but smile. This Lin really is entering for the first time, just had good luck. Su Feng's looked at Lin Moya, light dancing in his eyes. Friend Lin's luck is indeed very good. Lin Moya thought of some information about the Celestial Fox clan. The Celestial Fox clan's bloodline was somewhat special. In their bloodline, there was a special ability that could see others' luck. But this ability wasn't obtained by all Celestial Fox clan members. However, any Celestial Fox clan member who could obtain this ability indicated that their bloodline was very strong. From this, Su Feng's bloodline power should be very strong. He was now 6th level Dao Venerable, and in the future would very likely reach 9th level Dao Venerable. At that time, he would change from collateral to direct lineage, and his entire branch of collateral descendants would benefit. While thinking of this information, Lin Moya thought of something. The Celestial Fox clan liked to befriend all people with good luck. It seemed Su Feng's good attitude towards him was partly due to his luck. At this time, Su Feng's also turned his seal over. The other side was also engraved with a 10, representing that he was also a 10-man commander. Su Feng said, "Su luckily obtained this seal on my second entry into the ancient battle secret realm, becoming a member of the Divine Rune Army. Then on the third entry I was promoted to first-class soldier, and only on the fourth entry was I promoted to 10-man commander. This is my 5th entry, and Su is still a 10-man commander." Unexpectedly, friend Lin not only obtained the Divine Rune Army seal on your first entry, but also promoted to 10-man commander at the same time. Friend Lin must not only have good luck, but your true strength must also be unfathomable. His words were sincere, as if he really wanted to befriend Lin Moya. Lin Moya didn't hear any trace of jealousy. Lin Moya said, "Friend Su is too kind. May I ask what number friend Su is?" Su Feng's turned his seal. "Su is number 9. If I'm not mistaken, friend Lin should be number 12. Lin Moya showed some surprise. How did friend Su know? When Su Feng said this, Lin Moya already had some answers in his heart. For Su Feng's to so accurately state his number meant that numbers 10 and 11 must be people Su Feng's knew. It was even very likely they were Celestial Fox clan members. In other words, Celestial Fox clan members knew about the Divine Rune Army and knew the true method of entering the ancient battle secret realm, but just hadn't said it. There was even a possibility that all those who had previously obtained seals were from the Celestial Fox clan. Su Feng's didn't conceal it, because numbers 10 and 11 are both from our Celestial Fox clan. This answer was the same as Lin Moya's guess. Su Feng smiled again. Friend Lin is very clever, surely wondering if this secret was monopolized by our Celestial Fox clan. Hearing this, Lin Moyo had the answer in his heart, shaking his head lightly. Your clan probably didn't monopolize the secret. Su Feng said, indeed we didn't monopolize it. About 100,000 years ago, we first discovered the secret and immediately reported it to the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor summoned the leaders of the 10 royal clans. After discussion, each time the ancient battle secret realm opens, the leaders of the 10 royal clans would select some suitable candidates to try to join the Divine Rune Army. Unfortunately, in 100,000 years, only 11 people have truly succeeded. Of these 11, our Celestial Fox clan took 8 spots, while the other 3 went to the Green Wind Wolf clan. As for the other 8 royal clans, none have successfully obtained a seal. As he said this, Su Feng's tone was calm, but Lin Moyo could hear a trace of pride. Clearly, he was very proud of his race, and at the same time had some disdain for the other 8 royal clans. Apart from the Celestial Fox clan and Green Wind Wolf clan, in 100,000 years, none of the 8 royal clans had anyone successfully obtain a seal. This was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Lin Moyo understood clearly that to obtain a seal, besides having sufficient strength, one also needed to be smart and attentive enough. Those royal clans didn't lack strength, there would always be some geniuses who could fight across realms, but intelligence and attentiveness were what they lacked most. So it wasn't surprising. With Su Feng's being so agreeable, Lin Moyo now thick-skinned asked, can friend Su tell me more details about the Divine Rune Army? Chapter 3115. Chapter 3115, 3115. Chapter 3115, a very interesting fellow. Although Lin Moyo considered himself thick-skinned, he asked with some probing, prepared to be refused. After all, the questions he asked already touched on some secrets, so it would be normal if Su Feng's didn't tell him. But unexpectedly, Su Feng said a lot, telling Lin Moyo many things about the seal. Lin Moyo then raised some new questions, which Su Feng's also answered. In their exchange, Lin Moyo understood why there was no information about the seal in the materials Jing Nye gave him. Because in 100,000 years, no one in the Golden Lion clan had ever obtained a seal. 100,000 years wasn't short, and this information had almost been forgotten by them, so naturally it wouldn't be in the materials. In the eyes of the Golden Lion clan, matters related to the seal had probably been given up long ago. Not just the Golden Lion clan, apart from the Celestial Fox clan and Green Wind Wolf clan, the other 8 royal clans had basically given up on obtaining seals. Not only had they given up, even the Green Wind Wolf clan didn't pay much attention to this matter. Their most recent seal acquisition was tens of thousands of years ago. In 100,000 years, they had only obtained 3 seals, and the highest military rank among them was only 10-man commander. As such, it was better to explore secret realms more, which might yield greater gains. In the end, among the 10 royal clans currently, only the Celestial Fox clan was still striving to raise military ranks. In 100,000 years, the Celestial Fox clan had obtained 8 seals in total. 3 of those people had perished, and 5 still held seals. These 5 people basically entered every time the ancient battle secret realm opened, accumulating military merits and raising their ranks. Currently, their great elder had raised his rank to 10,000-man commander. One more step forward would be general. Generals were divided into 9 grades, with 9th grade being the lowest and 1st grade the highest. Lin Moyo had seen that general in the secret realm, who was a 9th grade general commanding about 20,000 Divine Rune Army soldiers. Lin Moyo asked, what benefits are there to becoming a 1st grade general? Su Feng shook his head slightly, don't know, no one has achieved it. The highest rank in our clan only reached 6th grade general, but he perished in a secret realm expedition. His words carried a hint of sighing. The ancient battle secret realm was originally unsafe. After becoming a member of the Divine Rune Army and executing various tasks, the danger increased greatly. Su Feng's continued, but there must be benefits. According to clan records, that ancestor's cultivation speed was extremely fast, 100 times that of ordinary clan members. After one entry into the ancient battle secret realm, he advanced from 6th level to 7th level Dao Venerable Ancestor. 8,000 years later, he entered the ancient battle secret realm again and advanced from 7th level to 8th level. At that time, the clan tested him. His bloodline power was incredibly strong. Purely in terms of bloodline power, he had surpassed the clan leader and elders of that time. According to him, the reason he could advance so quickly and his bloodline power was so strong was because of rewards obtained from executing tasks in the secret realm. He didn't say what the specific rewards were, seeming to be under some restriction preventing him from speaking, but that ancestor once said the rewards seemed related to the origin ancestral land. What a pity, that ancestor's talent and ability were truly beyond compare. It's really too bad. Su Feng's used pity several times, expressing his emotions. Lin Moyo inwardly thought, not only can it increase cultivation speed, but also enhance bloodline. It seems somewhat similar to the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger's place. The higher the military rank, the greater the rewards obtained, and the task difficulty would increase accordingly. Related to the origin ancestral land, what connection could the Divine Rune Army have with the origin ancestral land? At the same time, Lin Moyo also felt it was a bit strange. Su Feng seemed to have said too much. Some things Lin Moyo hadn't even asked about, but Su Feng's had already given answers, and he supplemented the answers with detailed explanations, giving Lin Moyo a feeling of being overly enthusiastic. Su Feng spoke again, does friend Lin wonder why Feng's would say so much? Without waiting for Lin Moyo to speak, he continued answering his own question, actually, these things Su has said aren't secrets. As long as friend Lin is interested, you could find out by asking around after returning. But Su saying so much actually has selfish motives. Friend Lin probably also knows that Su is from a collateral branch. In our beast races, collateral descendants aren't well regarded. Although Su is confident of reaching 9th level Dao Venerable one day, changing from collateral to direct lineage, that still takes time and has many restrictions, and also requires some external factors. Lin Moya smiled, so, you want to win me over? Su Feng's neither admitted nor denied, continuing, friend Lin's luck is so strong, it's rarely seen in Su's life. Our clan likes to befriend people with strong fortune, which friend Lin naturally knows. Besides this, friend Lin is an honored guest of the Golden Lion clan, with even the first number as identifier. It's said friend Lin is also acquainted with the Beast Emperor. With all these factors combined, Su naturally wants to become good friends with friend Lin. He spoke very directly, laying everything out in the open, not giving people a bad impression, but rather a feeling of an upright gentleman. He continued, but, Su has one principle in dealing with matters, which is to treat people with sincerity. Su has always believed that only by treating others sincerely can one gain true friendship. Those fair-weather friends, to be honest, Su looks down on and doesn't need. Of course, friend Lin can't possibly become friends just because of Su's words. No rush, Su has just said everything I wanted to say. If we can become friends in the future, that's naturally best. If not, at least we won't become enemies. Sincerity and pride were displayed simultaneously at this moment. Su Feng's words also made Lin Moyo understand why he would say so much to him. Lin Moyo could also feel that Su Feng's words weren't false. Indeed, the word friend is sometimes a luxury, not something that can be achieved with just a few words. Lin Moya said, thank you, friend Su, for being so frank. Perhaps in the future, we will become friends. Su Feng's revealed a slight smile. A wine flask appeared in his hand. I don't know if friend Lin likes wine. The wine in this flask is our clan's most famous fox fruit brew. Friend Lin can try it. Lin Moya took the wine flask, and at the same time took out a small bag and tossed it to Su Feng's. We humans have a saying courtesy demands reciprocity. This is blue water green leaf tea from the human realm. Although it can't compare to top-grade Dao teas, it still ranks among the best. Su Feng's didn't stand on ceremony either, accepting Lin Moya's reciprocal gift. This could be considered the first step in them becoming friends. Su Feng said, perhaps friend Lin can't consider Su a friend yet, but Su already considers friend Lin a friend. Between friends, there's no need for unnecessary words. Su won't compete with friend Lin for the task point here. Lin Moya smiled slightly, not being polite either, cupping his fists. This matter, Lin Moya will remember. Su Feng's chuckled, then Su will take his leave first. If friend Lin has free time in the future, you can come to the Celestial Fox clan to find Su. Although Su isn't from the direct lineage, I still have some status in the clan. After saying this, Su Feng's left without looking back. Lin Moya watched Su Feng's disappear into the black wind, unable to help smiling. What an interesting fellow. Chapter 3116. Chapter 3116, 3116. Chapter 3116, only a piece of bone. After Su Feng's left, Lin Moya reorganized Su Feng's words. Listening was one thing, organizing the information oneself was another. In the process of organizing information, one could digest the obtained information more deeply, thereby deducing deeper content. Su Feng's had already explained things very clearly, so it was also very easy for Lin Moya to organize. Basically, the higher the military rank, the greater the task difficulty and the more rewards obtained. Not only could it enhance cultivation speed and bloodline level, if one could overfulfill tasks, they could also obtain some extra rewards. As for what the extra rewards were, it was hard to say. It could be rapid promotion in military rank, or obtaining some materials or treasures. Moreover, these materials and treasures were all of extremely high quality, good things from prehistoric times. There was also one item Su Feng's mentioned unintentionally in the information, the Origin Ancestral Land. That this place would be related to the Origin Ancestral Land was indeed very surprising to Lin Moyo. The Origin Ancestral Land, in the third ancestor's words, could be said to be the most mysterious place. Many people had been there, but very little information was obtained. The most well-known among them was the Origin Realm. In the Origin Ancestral Land, one could obtain an Origin Realm. Taking the Origin Realm, one could go to the Realm Sea to evolve it into various worlds, engaging in world competition. Cultivating the Origin Realm from a first-grade world to a fifth-grade world, then harvesting it to obtain world origin, thereby helping oneself advance to Dao Venerable. This was what many cultivators were doing. Among them, some cultivators indeed needed the origin of Realm Sea worlds to advance due to their own aptitude issues. But there was another group of cultivators, like Lei Hao and Lu Fenjiao, who actually wouldn't be hindered in advancing to Dao Venerable with or without the Realm Sea competition. The Realm Sea competition was just adding an experience to their cultivation journey. Their goals were higher. Apart from the Origin Realm, Lin Moya didn't know much about the Origin Ancestral Land. He had once promised the third ancestor that after entering the Origin Ancestral Land, he would share the information obtained there with the third ancestor. This also corroborated his guess that the third ancestor didn't have much information about the Origin Ancestral Land, otherwise he wouldn't need Lin Moya's information. As for the quota to enter the Origin Ancestral Land, as a son of Taiyin, he naturally had a quota. Besides this, Lin Moya hadn't heard about the Origin Ancestral Land from any other sources. Now suddenly hearing information about the Origin Ancestral Land here also aroused Lin Moya's curiosity. Lin Moya slowly descended from the air. Although the seal would mark out task points, how to trigger tasks still needed to be discovered by oneself. Landing on the ground, there was no secret realm here. Lin Moya observed the surroundings. At a glance, this place was no different from others. With the undead eye opened, he didn't see any living beings either. The living beings in the ancient battle secret realm were called battle beasts. Battle beasts were very strong, at least stronger than spirit beasts of the same level. Even ordinary cultivators found it difficult to contend with battle beasts at the same level. The most troublesome thing was that many battle beasts appeared in groups. Every time, there would always be a batch of people who died at the hands of battle beasts. There were no battle beasts here, it was very quiet, even the wind had disappeared. This point made Lin Moya realize something was amiss. His gaze became sharp, searching the surroundings. A moment later, he finally discovered a clue in a big tree. At first glance, this tree looked no different from other ancient trees. But near the root area, covered by ancient grass, Lin Moya discovered a finger. This finger was mostly inside the tree, with only a small section of the little finger outside. If not for the seal pointing out the task location, even he would have naturally missed this place. Even with the seal's guidance, one would still miss it if not careful. Lin Moya came to the side of the finger. After endless years, the finger was left with only bone, the flesh long gone. Even for Dao venerable powerhouses, their flesh still couldn't withstand endless years. Only bones could contend with the years. Lin Moya examined the finger left outside the tree, confirming the finger was still intact and connected to the inside of the tree. With the finger left outside the tree, there should be a corpse inside. Even if not a complete corpse, it shouldn't be just one finger. Lin Moya placed his hand on the ancient tree, death force flowing over, corroding the ancient tree. Under the effect of death force, the ancient tree quickly withered and rotted. Lin Moya controlled the death force with extreme precision. He didn't want to damage the corpse. He was now a member of the Divine Rune Army, and the corpse before him was a dead comrade, which couldn't be damaged. The events when first entering the ancient battlefield were still fresh in memory. Heroic spirits couldn't be desecrated, otherwise there would be punishment. In Lin Moya's view, the entire ancient battlefield was a super large secret realm, with supreme powerhouses establishing powerful rules on the ancient battlefield. This supreme powerhouse should be at the Great Dao realm, so even 9th level Dao venerables couldn't resist the rules he established. The actions of all entrants had to follow the rules. Lin Moya even felt that the reason the ancient battle secret realm formed and evolved into its current state, with battle intent not diminishing and obsessions not dissipating, including the seals and tasks of later entrants, was all related to that powerful being. Just don't know if that powerful being is still alive or already dead. The ancient tree withered and rotted under death force. Lin Moya waved out a gust of wind, blowing away all the rotted parts. He was like a careful craftsman, carefully peeling out the corpse hidden in the tree trunk. Gradually, a complete hand appeared. Lin Moya looked at the fingers, muttering softly, "Not a human hand." The fingers are 2 sections longer than human fingers, very slender. And there are only 4 fingers, no signs of being cut off, indeed only 4. Just looking at the hand, Lin Moya could already determine that this corpse wasn't human. Next to be revealed was the arm. The arm was also thinner and longer than a human arm, and had 3 sections, upper, middle, and lower, adding up to over 2 meters. Even for humans with very large bodies, the length of a single arm would be hard to exceed 2 meters. Unless it had changed size greatly, but that would only be temporary. The true physical origin wouldn't change. After the arm was revealed, Lin Moya continued to corrode the ancient tree with death force, hoping to see more of the skeleton. What could be determined so far was that the subject wasn't human, and judging from the remaining aura of the bones, the subject's realm when alive should have been between 4th and 6th level Dao venerable. Bang! The arm bone suddenly detached from the tree trunk, falling to the ground. Lin Moya was slightly stunned, just a section of arm bone, or is the corpse incomplete? Lin Moya didn't stop, continuing to corrode the ancient tree. Before determining whether the corpse was just one section, Lin Moya couldn't completely destroy the ancient tree. A moment later, the ancient tree was completely corroded. Apart from that broken arm, there were no other bones. Lin Moya looked at the broken arm on the ground, frowning slightly, really just one section. Looking at the wound on the broken arm, it doesn't seem to be caused by external force, but damaged from the inside. But it doesn't look like self-detonation either, after all the bones are still relatively intact. Lin Moya pondered his memories, quickly finding a possibility. It said there's a secret technique called soldier untie, dismantling. Although not as powerful as self-detonation, it doesn't lead to mutual destruction. After soldier untie, there's still a chance for rebirth. Soldier untie is for the flesh, preserving the bones for rebirth. But if soldier untie fails? Chapter 3117. Chapter 3117, 3117. Chapter 3117, Understanding some of the ancient battlefield's rules. Lin Moya guessed that the other party had likely failed in their soldier dissolution, leaving their bones intact but unable to complete revival after dissolution. After failing, the bones were scattered in pieces. Having figured out the origin of the bones, Lin Moya also knew how to trigger this task and even guessed what it involved. If I'm not mistaken, this task should be about helping him recover the bones from his failed soldier dissolution. The method to trigger it was simple. He picked up the arm bone with both hands and touched it with his seal. The seal immediately emitted light, and the arm bone glowed slightly as well. Information flowed from the arm bone. Find the remaining bones within a 10,000 li area to restore the complete body of the soldier who failed in dissolution, allowing temporary revival from time. Completion will yield a reward. The fallen soldier has waited too long, please quickly find the remaining bones. The task was revealed. This time, there was no need for combat, just finding things. But Lin Moya knew this was actually more difficult than fighting. A 10,000 li area, countless years. Even though the ancient battlefield had experienced minimal changes due to origin continents shifting terrain, it had still changed significantly. Comparing the map in his seal with his explored map had already shown him this point. A 10,000 li area wasn't too big or too small. What it used to be like, Lin Moya didn't know, but now it was filled with ancient forests. It was very likely that the body was inside an ancient tree's trunk. With bodies merged into trees, even his keen perception would struggle to find them. To find them, he would have to corrode all the ancient trees, controlling his power carefully to avoid damaging any bones. This meant he couldn't let his undead army do it. They lacked precision at such a fine level. If they damaged any bones, this task would definitely fail. The task clearly stated that the bones must remain intact. This greatly reduced efficiency and wasted a lot of time. Someone like Su Feng's could spend one entry into the ancient battlefield on one task and then wait 1,000 years to come back for another task. Lin Moya didn't want to do that. 1,000 years was too long, he couldn't wait that long. The task also had a clear reminder: the fallen soldier had waited too long and needed him to finish quickly. This meant that if he completed it fast enough, he could get extra rewards. But with a 10,000 li area and countless ancient trees, how could he complete it quickly while being cautious? This task wasn't impossible but couldn't be completed quickly either. Lin Moya pondered over the task information. It wasn't complicated, very simple. Suddenly, he grasped an issue within the task information. Reviving soldiers after dissolution was this task's main goal. Restoring complete bones was just part of that process. Without restoring complete bones, revival from dissolution wouldn't be possible. Countless years had passed since failure in dissolution. True revival was impossible. The task only mentioned temporary revival. After thinking it through, Lin Moya understood this task's focus. Ultimately, this task aimed to revive fallen soldiers, its true purpose. If he could find a way without relying on bones for revival. If my idea works out, then it'll be an overfulfillment of tasks, surely yielding substantial rewards. If my idea doesn't work out, at worst this task fails. Task failure means no reward but also no punishment. In that case, let's take a gamble. For tasks without penalties, it's like a gamble where losing isn't possible. Only a fool wouldn't try. Lin Moya waved his hand, lifting bones into mid-air. An undying flame flew out, landing on them. Origin level technique: revive the dead. Having suffered before from letting undying flames touch ground causing trouble, even now Lin Moya prepared, thoroughly ready. Stop immediately if anything went wrong. Fortunately, this time didn't disappoint him. Revive the dead worked smoothly. These countless-year-old remains began regrowing under some mysterious power. Though due long passage time, rebirth progressed slowly. Even at Lin Moya's current realm understanding, revive the dead's power remained elusive. Just like failing comprehend corpse explosion, all techniques were too peculiar. Watching bones slowly regrow, revealing other parts. First upper body, followed by lower body, then another arm, finally head appeared. This skeleton was large, over 4 meters tall. Judging by bone structure, differed somewhat from humans. Seemed to have some beast race traits too. Just looking at bones couldn't determine specific beast race. Moreover, prehistoric beast races wouldn't match today's either. Moments later, skull completed regrowth, entire skeleton now whole. From skeleton could see eyes, mouth both large, plus fleshy nose present. With skeleton fully regrown, flesh began regenerating too. As flesh regenerated, soul fluctuations emerged. Watching scene unfold, Lin Moya thought perhaps gain some prehistoric era info from him once revived. Once revived the dead completed, he'd become Lin Moya's revived subject, answering any questions asked. Surely yielding lots info then. Soul fluctuations grew stronger, flesh regeneration speed seemed accelerating. Soon enough this prehistoric powerhouse would fully revive appearing world again. Suddenly rosy light descended skyward, enveloping reviving prehistoric powerhouse, turning countless points, light dissipating instantly. So fast by time. Lin Moya reacted, everything vanished without trace. Indeed, rules don't allow shortcuts. Seems really can't exploit loopholes. Prehistoric powerhouse vanished within rosy light, leaving Lin Moya chuckling bitterly. Task considered failed now. Revive the dead hadn't truly completed, still fell short, likely didn't meet requirements. Just as disappointment set in, suddenly rosy light descended upon him like teleportation. Seal automatically flew out, glowing brightly, rotating slowly. Lin Moya saw changes occurring on seal, text changing form. Previous 10 became 100. As 100 formed naturally, armor appeared around him, upgrading 10-man commander's armor, 100-man commander's armor instead. Armor became more exquisite, boosting power enhancement roughly 30% more than before, surprising Lin Moya, completing task after all. Thought failed yet succeeded unexpectedly, not ordinary completion but overfulfillment. Single task promoted 10-man commander, 100-man commander directly. Su Feng's previously needed enter ancient battle secret realm once per rank advancement, completing multiple tasks each time himself advancing single task, proving overfulfillment indeed. Standing amidst rosy light, pondering, finally understood why things turned out thusly, smiling slightly, realizing bit about battlefield rules now. Chapter 3118. Chapter 3118, 3118. Chapter 3118, my choice is correct. Lin Moya's eyes sparkled with clarity, increasingly understanding the rules of the battlefield. In the ancient battle secret realm, advancing in military rank can be both difficult and easy. Completing tasks repeatedly and earning rewards allows for rank advancement after several tasks. This method is slow but suitable for most people. If one wants to quickly advance in rank, they must overfulfill tasks to earn extra rewards. Like himself, after joining the Divine Rune Army, he directly advanced from soldier to 10-man commander with just one task. Then with another task, he advanced from 10-man commander to 100-man commander. Compared to others, he advanced much faster. But this method only suits himself and cannot be replicated. Overfulfilling tasks is very difficult and dangerous. Executing tasks smoothly each time is relatively safe but wastes a lot of time. One opening of the ancient battle secret realm might only allow completion of 1 or 2 tasks. Su Feng's does this, as do the others. Lin Moyo murmured, the rules in the secret realm are really about selecting the best. The more outstanding you are, the more benefits you gain. Just as each clan needs top powerhouses, so does the Divine Rune Army. They're also selecting the best. For the Divine Rune Army, there are many geniuses. Only top geniuses can stand out. Lin Moya's gaze became clearer as he understood the meaning of the secret realm's rules. As long as you perform excellently enough, rewards will not be lacking, and tasks essentially require results. The process isn't that strict. Although he didn't successfully turn the prehistoric powerhouse into a revived being earlier, a soul had already formed and flesh was regenerating. In some sense, that being was already revived, at least temporarily revived. The word temporary is magical. Sometimes even a moment is temporary. So he received rewards, and because it was brief enough, he got extra rewards too. The rule setter of the secret realm seems to have some restrictions too, not wanting prehistoric matters known by others, at least not by ordinary people. To know more, one must continuously advance in rank and prove their worthiness. This situation is quite similar to reality. Those without ability can only know very little information. The rosy light receded, and the seal slowly fell back into Lin Moya's hand. Besides stronger armor, a 100-man commander could summon 100 divine rune soldiers. The summoned divine rune soldiers were still at Lin Moya's realm level, only their number increased tenfold, which was of no use to Lin Moyo. A broader map appeared with 5 light spots representing 5 tasks. The map expanded by about double, with 3 new tasks. Even if not overfulfilling tasks, completing 3 will surely raise my rank to 1000-man commander. However, for ordinary cultivators to complete 3 tasks, 1 opening of the ancient battle secret realm is definitely not enough. But for me, if luck isn't bad, I only need 1. The luck Dao emerged as Lin Moyo enhanced his luck before casually choosing a task. Skeleton generals had explored large areas while he completed previous tasks. This task point was among them. Comparing 2 maps clearly showed Lin Moyo the exact location. In the distance, Su Feng suddenly turned towards Lin Moya's location. That's where friend Lin is. Friend Lin's luck has become even stronger than before. In his eyes, Lin Moya's luck transformed into purple dragons soaring skyward. Luck transforming into dragons is luck at its peak. But Su Feng's knew that even with luck transforming into dragons there were different levels. Lin Moya's luck had transformed into noble purple dragons spiraling in the sky. And not just 1 but 3. Previously, when seeing Lin Moyo, his luck had also transformed into a purple dragon, but only 1. Now there were 3. This indicated that Lin Moya's luck had reached a new level. Su Feng's felt reassured that his choice was correct. His eyes shone brightly as he used a secret technique to look above his own head. In his vision floated a cloud visible only to him. In his eyes it appeared white and extremely dense. Within dense white clouds something seemed gestating or hatching. Seeing this scene brought joy to Su Feng's face. My luck transformation into a dragon is finally coming. Indeed, my decision was right. Befriending friend Lin has strengthened my luck at least double. Once my luck transforms into a dragon, my bloodline will grow stronger. I will surely reach 9th level Dao Venerable, becoming direct lineage. Su Feng's clenched his fist, full of joy on his face. At this moment he was more determined than ever to befriend Lin Moyo, never becoming enemies with him. Lin Moyo crossed tens of thousands of li, arriving at task point marked by seal. Descending from sky, this task point still appeared empty. Having prior experience, he knew needed find way trigger task himself. There were many ways trigger tasks, no fixed pattern. First, using undead eye, searched surroundings, found nothing. Then meticulously scanned every inch, leaving no detail unchecked. Moments later withdrew gaze. Every inch within 100 meters thoroughly examined, found nothing. Task triggering tests both luck attentiveness. I lack neither, so if still can't find, then only other possibility testing strength. To trigger task should use strength. With thought arose, acted immediately. Lin Moyo decisively unleashed all power explosively. In sky appeared giant delivering punch where stood. This came from great world, a punch from mighty force heavenly venerable. Covering 1000 meters radius, attack power far exceeded mighty force heavenly venerable given current strength. In great world, likely shattering several galaxies with single punch. Here on origin continent, effect wasn't so astonishing. 1000-meter range turned ruins. Ground cracked, blood red radiance shot forth. 4 secret realm vortices emerged surrounding east, south, west, north corners while standing central position. Where stood appeared battle blade at feet. Blade embedded ground, only hilt remained above ground. Instinctively grasped hilt first moment. Next moment new task triggered. Protect this blade, fend off battle beast attacks until blade returns or beasts annihilated, then task complete. If task fails, suffer military punishment. This time task changed, failure resulted punishment. Specific punishment unspecified, but military punishment implied likely reduction rank. Simultaneously realized how accomplished task is 100-man commander, summon 100 divine rune soldiers, assist battle. Rationally utilizing officer status, most reasonable method. Task began surrounding secret realm vortices suddenly lit up, immense power surged forth. Then heard beast roars. 4 distinct battle beasts emerged simultaneously from vortices. These 4 battle beasts all 4th level Dao Venerable. Chapter 3119. Chapter 3119, 3119. Chapter 3119, a task testing combat power. 4th level Dao Venerable battle beasts have combat power surpassing ordinary 4th level Dao Venerable spirit beasts, and are also slightly stronger than ordinary cultivators. In the ancient battlefield, even 4th level Dao Venerable blood ret monsters are not as strong as battle beasts. Blood rat monsters and divine rune army soldiers are formed from battle intent and obsessions, while battle beasts are true living beings. They have flesh, blood and souls, and even some battle instincts, making them not easy to deal with. After the 4 battle beasts appeared, they immediately charged towards Lin Moyo. The distance of several hundred meters was nothing to them. Lin Moyo didn't summon divine rune army soldiers, but directly summoned 4 legion commanders to deal with them using Dragon Cavalry Corps. The Dragon Cavalry Corps surged forth, forming battle formations and launching a bloody charge. The blood and white bone Dao appeared, and the Dragon Cavalry like an arrow instantly tore the 4 battle beasts to pieces. Fresh blood fell to the ground, and at this moment the battle blade at Lin Moya's feet radiated light, weaving a formation on the ground. As the formation operated, it drew down vast power from the sky, and the battle blade also floated up slightly, revealing a bit of the blade. Lin Moya's gaze was thoughtful. The task is to protect the battle blade, which means providing enough time for it to absorb sufficient power. During this period, many battle beasts should emerge. These 4 are just appetizers. 4th level Dao venerable battle beasts certainly aren't enough. 5th level ones should come out, and there may even be a few 6th level ones. Just defending steadily should complete the task, but won't overfulfill it. So how can it be overfulfilled? Lin Moya's gaze was contemplative. This task definitely wouldn't be so easy. If it were easy, there wouldn't be a failure punishment. Rewards and punishments must correspond, so since there's a failure punishment, the reward must also increase accordingly. If he could get an extra reward, after this task his rank would likely advance again, from 100-man commander to 1000-man commander. Lin Moyo carefully considered every key point of the task. There were actually 2 ways to complete it. One was to persist until the battle blade returned, meaning just holding out long enough. For those lacking combat power, using the summoned 100 divine rune army soldiers combined with formations for strict defense was a feasible method. The other was to annihilate all battle beasts. With no battle beasts left, the task would naturally be completed. But to annihilate all battle beasts required a certain level of strength. If 6th level Dao venerable battle beasts appeared later, they wouldn't be easy to kill. Through analysis, Lin Moya realized this task was also unsuitable for 3rd level Dao venerables like himself. At least 5th level Dao venerable was needed to possibly complete this task. After all, a 5th level Dao venerable 100-man commander would summon 5th level Dao venerable divine rune army soldiers. With 100 5th level Dao venerable divine rune army soldiers helping, completing the task would be much easier. As for extra rewards, Lin Moyo had a general idea. Simply defending until the battle blade returns certainly wouldn't overfulfill the task. This was the easiest method. Waiting for battle beasts to emerge from secret realms then eliminating them all also wouldn't earn extra rewards. Both methods were passive defense. To get extra rewards, he must take the initiative to attack, charging into the secret realms to deal with battle beasts before they emerged, not letting a single one out. But there were 4 secret realms. Attacking one would make it hard to defend the other 3. For ordinary people, to get extra rewards they'd have to rely on the summoned 100 divine rune army soldiers to guard the battle blade while they charged into secret realms, killing all battle beasts inside as quickly as possible before attacking the next. This required extremely high combat power. By Lin Moya's estimate, at least 6th level Dao venerable cultivation and combat power approaching 7th level was needed to accomplish it. Of course, this was for others. For him, once he figured out this task, there was no trouble. As long as I'm not mistaken, the extra reward is in the bag. The secret realm vortices shook again. This wave brought out 8 battle beasts, 2 from each secret realm. All 8 battle beasts were 4th level Dao venerable, not stronger than before. Without Lin Moya needing to give orders, the 4 legion commanders had already dealt with the battle beasts for him. Although 4th level Dao venerable battle beasts weren't weak, they had no resistance against hundreds of times more dragon cavalry of the same level. Lin Moya's mind moved, and giant sword Dao venerable, Zhao Dongxing, and Flame North's master appeared beside him. Then amid Buddhist chants, Buddhist Lich and 5 elements sword demon also appeared together. Next, space distorted and 40 legion commanders appeared. Lin Moya felt it still wasn't enough, so he shot out a ball of flame that exploded in the air. In an instant, flames filled the sky and numerous skeleton thrones appeared in heaven and earth. A full 400 skeleton thrones occupied the space of about 1,000 meters radius. Tall and burly skeleton kings rose from the skeleton thrones, which transformed into extremely sharp bone swords. 400 skeleton kings, 100 allocated to each secret realm. Skeleton kings had 5th level Dao venerable combat power. With them, the speed of attacking secret realms and slaughtering battle beasts would be even faster. The next moment, Lin Moyo, Giant Sword Dao Venerable, Zhao Dongxing, Flame North, Buddhist Lich and 5 Elements Sword Demon each led 100 skeleton kings and 10 legion commanders, charging into their respective secret realms. Lin Moya split his forces into 4 routes, dividing to conquer, not letting a single one escape. If successful, he could complete the task in the shortest time. To overfulfill the task, the shorter the time the better. With a brief teleportation, Lin Moya charged into the secret realm space. Roars sounded in his ears. As soon as his vision cleared, he saw battle beasts pouncing towards him. He didn't take action himself, the skeleton kings had already moved. Bone swords whistled past, instantly slicing the charging battle beasts to pieces. Scanning with his sharp gaze, Lin Moyo found the secret realm space wasn't large, only about 10,000 li across. Beyond 10,000 li was a space barrier marking the end of the secret realm. On the space barrier, divine runes flickered, forming a formation. This secret realm was deliberately established by someone, naturally evolving after death. Lin Moya's first reaction was about the secret realm's ownership. Thinking of the task he was executing, Lin Moya knew someone had deliberately arranged this task to test the task executor's strength. In the center of the secret realm were several high mountains forming a valley. Battle beasts charged out from the valley, heading straight for the exit. With Undead Eye activated, Lin Moya saw the valley full of soul flames. At least 1,000 battle beasts were inside. Moreover, 100 battle beasts had reached 5th level Dao Venerable. The strongest battle beast had reached 6th level Dao Venerable. With such numbers and realms, without combat power approaching 7th level Dao Venerable, it would be impossible to kill all the battle beasts in the secret realm. Going in alone, one might even get trapped inside, let alone overfulfilling the task. Overfulfilling this task really isn't easy. Lin Moya's eyes held a smile. After seeing the secret realm's situation, he already knew he had succeeded in this task. Over 1 billion dragon cavalry led by 10 legion commanders surged mightily towards the valley. The skeleton kings had already locked onto those 105th level Dao Venerable battle beasts from afar. As for that 6th level Dao Venerable battle beast, Lin Moya would deal with it personally. Lin Moya's body emanated a strange origin aura as he activated Gather Power. The undead army's power continuously converged on him, and Lin Moya's realm rose rapidly. Chapter 3120. Chapter 3120, 3120. Chapter 3120, almost missed it. Universal career change, Necromancer. I am the calamity by Slow Pig. Lin Moya led his undead army charging into the valley. For the battle beasts in the valley, this was a devastating disaster. The Dragon Cavalry Corps crushed the valley's battle beasts with over 10,000 times numerical advantage. The Skeleton Kings locked onto the 105th level Dao Venerable battle beasts, simultaneously raising their bone swords. Technique, Blood Kill. The battle beasts were full of vigor, and Blood Kill dealt considerable damage to them. With one strike, all attacked battle beasts were severely wounded. From the Blood and White Bone Dao, countless white bone swords evolved, directly striking their souls. Just in this first encounter, these 5th level Dao Venerable battle beasts had lost 70 to 80% of their combat power. What followed was one-sided slaughter. Only the 6th level Dao Venerable battle beast, roaring with anger, charged towards the Skeleton Kings. Lin Moya intercepted halfway, smiling lightly, I'm your opponent. His aura soared to the sky, instantly breaking through to 7th level Dao Venerable, his power surging dramatically. The power Dao True Body naturally evolved, commanding all power, throwing out a punch. The entire valley collapsed on the spot. That 6th level Dao Venerable battle beast was obliterated under this punch. In another secret realm, Giant Sword Dao Venerable was fiercely battling a 6th level Dao Venerable battle beast. The battle beast roared continuously while Giant Sword Dao Venerable remained silent. They fought intensely, evenly matched. It wasn't easy for Giant Sword Dao Venerable to slay it. Nearby came Buddhist Chance as Buddhist Lich activated the Fate Dao, locking onto the battle beast, landing punches at its weakest moments of fate. The battle beast was instantly severely injured. Giant Sword Dao Venerable seized the opportunity, his attacks becoming several times fiercer than before. 5 Elements Sword Demon surrounded himself with the Sword Human Dao, slashing at the valley from afar. 5 swords of different attributes flew out from the Sword Dao, followed by endless flying swords. Swords formed from Dao power filled the sky, becoming a sea of swords instantly engulfing the valley. The valley collapsed, all battle beasts swallowed by this sea of swords. Flame North expanded his Dao True Body, transforming into a 1,000-meter flame divine eagle. With a flap of his wings, he scattered endless fierce flames. At 8th level Dao Venerable, he didn't need the undead army's help at all. In an instant, he turned the valley into a sea of fire. No battle beast inside could escape. After Lin Moya slaughtered all battle beasts, the entire secret realm suddenly began shaking violently, collapsing in just seconds. Lin Moya left before the secret realm collapsed. When a secret realm collapses, it releases powerful energy. Being inside at that time wouldn't be pleasant. Leaving the secret realm and returning to the ancient battlefield, Lin Moya's gaze swept around, and he was stunned. Zhao Dongxing and 5 Elements Sword Demon's team, as well as Flame North, had already returned. His team was actually third. They're really fast. Lin Moya was speechless. These guys moved too quickly. Fortunately, he wasn't last, otherwise he would have lost face completely. The master being inferior to his subordinates would indeed be embarrassing. Half a minute after he left, Giant Sword Dao Venerable and Buddhist Lich's team also returned from the secret realm. Then the secret realm vortex shattered with a tremor. All 4 secret realms had disappeared. Lin Moya knew this task was completed. The entire task took less than 5 minutes, by any measure an overfulfillment. That battle blade had only risen less than 1/10, still in the task's early stages. A beam of rosy light descended, shining on the battle blade. The blade's rising speed suddenly increased many times. In the blink of an eye, it flew off the ground, soaring into the sky within the rosy light and disappearing. Another beam of rosy light descended, this time falling on Lin Moya. The rosy light brought waves of warmth, as comfortable as bathing in a hot spring. Task completed, whether overfulfilled or not, there would be corresponding rewards. The Divine Rune Army seal automatically flew out, slowly rotating in the rosy light. The 100 character on the seal gradually disappeared, replaced by 1,000. Lin Moya smoothly advanced from 100-man commander to 1,000-man commander. The whole process was silent, but it told Lin Moya he had received an extra reward. Without an extra reward, such rapid promotion wouldn't be possible. Su Feng's and others were precedents. Advancing to 1,000-man commander, the armor strengthened again, and Lin Moya could now summon 1,000 Divine Rune Army soldiers to fight for him. For Lin Moyo, this ability was useless, not as useful as having 100 generals. Lin Moyo took the seal and directly checked the map inside. The map expanded again, doubling in size from before, covering a wider area. There were 3 more task light spots. Subtracting the 2 tasks he had completed, there were now 7 tasks available. 3 more tasks each time, meaning completing 3 tasks must be able to raise military rank. No, it should be 2 tasks to raise rank. This way there's some error tolerance. No matter how talented, everyone makes mistakes sometimes, so there must be chances given. Lin Moyo enhanced his luck and chose another task. With luck enhancement, he believed whichever he chose would be the most correct choice. All chosen tasks would suit him. For example, this time, the 4 secret realms seemed very difficult, but for him it was effortless. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Moyo suddenly stopped. He looked down at where the battle blade had been. Although the blade had flown away, there was still a hole where it had been. This hole was very narrow. Normally no one would pay attention to it, but Lin Moyo sensed there seemed to be something at the bottom of the hole. There was a faint aura emanating from the bottom of the hole. This aura was very weak, not drawing attention at all. Only someone with extremely keen perception like him would have a slight feeling, but it would only be a slight feeling, easily missed if not careful. Most importantly, Lin Moyo had sensed this aura before. He stomped his foot, and soil and rocks flew. The hole instantly enlarged. The thing below was revealed. It was an exquisite box. Almost missed it. Lin Moyo reached out and drew the box to his hand, his eye showing a hint of joy. One of his initial purposes for coming to the ancient battle secret realm was for this box. These boxes from prehistoric times contained many good things. Jinlan's exquisite box was obtained from the ancient battle secret realm. The 2 from the blazing divine eagle clan were the same. Unexpectedly, there was also one hidden under the blade tip of this task. Counting this box before him, Lin Moyo now had 6 boxes in hand. 4 were unopened, while the other 2 contained 2 great Dao realm fragments. Although he didn't know what use the fragments had, being stored in boxes meant they must be good things. He didn't immediately examine it but put the box away first. After confirming there was nothing else in the hole, he turned to leave. After advancing to 1000-man commander, the task range was larger. This randomly chosen task point was over 200,000 li away. The skeleton generals were still continuously exploring the map, and the task location had long been explored clearly. During exploration, some skeleton generals encountered battle beasts and were killed. But after the battle beasts left, the skeleton generals revived again and continued exploring. Their task wasn't to fight, only to scout. With many skeleton generals moving quickly, by the time Lin Moyo reached the new task point, the skeleton generals had finally found the passage to the high-level area. Chapter 3121. Chapter 3121, 3121. Chapter 3121, Joining the Ninth Army, a Silent Army. Comparing maps, Lin Moyo discovered some differences. The Golden Lion clan's materials also included a map, but that map was formed by compiling information from each clan member after repeated entries. There were inevitably many errors, but these errors weren't major and it was generally usable. However, compared to the map Lin Moyo now possessed, it was vastly inferior, far too different. The ancient battlefield's range was far larger than what the Golden Lion clan said. From the outside, it occupied 3 million li, divided into 4 unequal areas. But inside, it was much more than that. Just the area clearly explored by the skeleton generals already exceeded 2 million li. And this was only part of the mid-level area. No one knew how large the mid-level area actually was. After exploring such a vast area, the skeleton generals finally found a path that might lead to the high-level area. In the Golden Lion clan's materials, it only recorded that there were corresponding passages between different areas for travel. But specific information about the passages was very scarce. It only said the passages were dangerous and not easy to pass through. Lin Moyo had already experienced this. The previous blue stone bridge wasn't easy to cross. Those lacking strength couldn't complete the task and would die directly during it. Now I'm a 1000-man commander, but the task range still doesn't involve the high-level area. Going to the high-level area now would actually hinder military rank advancement. Lin Moyo didn't immediately head to the high-level area. The priority now wasn't entering the high-level area, but raising his military rank. With each rank increase, available tasks would increase and the range would expand. When the task range involved the high-level area would be when he entered it. Crossing 200,000 li, Lin Moyo arrived at the new task point. He didn't know what this task would be, but he could be certain the difficulty seemed to be constantly increasing. Descending from the sky, there was a secret realm vortex right at the task point. Lin Moyo observed the surroundings but found nothing. Within 100 meters radius, there wasn't even an ancient tree. Everything was clear at a glance. And the secret realm vortex was right in the center of the task point, so there was a 90% chance this task was related to the secret realm before him. This time, do I not need to find other trigger conditions? Lin Moyo touched the secret realm vortex with his soul power, feeling somewhat puzzled. The secret realm vortex immediately began rotating rapidly, emitting a faint light. At the same time, a message came from the secret realm vortex. Join the Divine Rune 9th Army. Complete corresponding military orders. Completing orders earns rewards. Failure receives military punishment. The task information was very simple, simpler than before. But the simpler the task information, often the higher the difficulty. This task would also have punishment for failure. Seeing there was punishment, Lin Moyo couldn't help but smile. Often tasks with punishments also had better rewards. Everything corresponded. Lin Moya didn't dislike punishment because he was confident he wouldn't fail. The existence of punishment rules would only bring him more rewards. With a movement of soul power, Lin Moya entered the secret realm. The sound of howling wind reached his ears, seeming to carry an endless killing aura. This aura from an army was very familiar to Lin Moya, even bringing a hint of nostalgia. He was now standing in mid-air. Below him was a group of soldiers training. These soldiers were all 4th level Dao venerable powerhouses. Their training methods were naturally different from ordinary armies. They directly engaged in actual combat for training, forming battle arrays on both sides and attacking each other. Terrifying aftershocks spread outward in waves, blocked by nearby formations. There were many such training squads, densely packed, extending endlessly into the distance. Just looking at the numbers, this army exceeded 100,000, a considerable scale. But Lin Moya was long accustomed to armies numbering in the billions. A mere 100,000 strong army wasn't much to look at. Seeing the large-scale army, Lin Moya's heart was extremely calm, without ripples. What truly made Lin Moya feel strange was that the army was training and fighting, yet the entire process didn't make a sound. These prehistoric soldiers, revived through battle intent and obsessions, repeated their past battles endlessly. At the same time, the rules here also deprived them of the ability to make sound. Not only could they not speak, even the clash of weapons made no sound. Because of this, the entire scene gave a sense of unreality. If not for this, many people might not be able to tell if what they were seeing was real or fake. Lin Moya descended from the air, walking along a small path laid in the military camp towards the front. In the direction he was heading was a military tent, clearly where the army officers were. There was more than one such tent in the entire 9th Army. Lin Moya had already seen several from mid-air. Especially one of them was particularly grand and huge, obviously where the army commander was. Lin Moya didn't go to find the army commander. He was just a 1,000-man commander. What qualification did he have to see the army commander? Even if he had the qualifications, he should go step by step. Moreover, in the army, military discipline was strict. As a soldier, he naturally had to strictly obey. As Lin Moya approached the military tent, armor naturally appeared on his body. The armor glowed faintly, resonating with the armor of the soldiers training and fighting on both sides. Resonance was a feature of the armor. Powerful strength could be obtained from resonance, further enhancing the armor's effect. Lin Moya was very curious about the armor's forging method. This type of standard magical equipment used in the army was truly first class. Now the armor was continuously receiving powerful strength transmitted from other soldiers. This meant that in battle, as long as the armor wasn't damaged, one's army would constantly provide power for the armor. Not only could the officer's combat power be enhanced, but endurance could also be greatly increased. Several minutes later, Lin Moya walked to the front of the military tent and then lifted the curtain to enter. A person wearing an officer's uniform was sitting in the main seat. Lin Moya saluted him. The other couldn't speak, and Lin Moya also didn't need to say much. All words were in actions. The officer in the main seat waved his hand, and a piece of paper flew directly towards Lin Moya. On the paper was drawn an army, clearly the Bloody Legion. The person who drew this was very skillful, drawing it vividly. The drawn blood-red legion was in the center of the entire paper. On the other end of the paper was drawn a divine rune army, with an arrow pointing towards the rear of the Bloody Legion. This is asking me to lead people to ambush the rear of the Bloody Legion, cutting off their retreat route. Lin Moya immediately understood what his task was. On this paper, besides this diagram, there were also some terrain maps with various markings. Through the terrain maps, Lin Moya could be guided in direction and route, avoiding getting lost. From this, it could be seen that this secret realm was not small in scale. Lin Moya's face showed contemplation. Is just cutting off the retreat route enough? If it's only this, there probably won't be extra rewards. How can I get extra rewards for this task? At this time, the officer waved his hand, indicating Lin Moya could leave. Lin Moya saluted again. Before leaving, he noticed the officer's collar was engraved with his military rank. 9th Grade General. Chapter 3122. Chapter 3122. 3122. 3122. Need to execute more military orders. A 9th Grade General, 2 ranks higher than me. In the army, even 1 rank higher is higher. Orders must be obeyed. Lin Moya clearly understood army rules. Let alone 2 ranks higher, even half a rank higher must be obeyed without choice. Just as he left the tent, he found the training outside had stopped. Several squads had already assembled, each squad 1,000 strong. The leaders of each squad were all 1,000-man commanders. The 1,000-man commanders all looked at Lin Moya simultaneously. Though silent, their eyes gave Lin Moya the answer. They were asking Lin Moya, "Where's your squad?" Lin Moya's mind moved, activating the seal summoning function. Rosy light fell from the sky, and 1,000 divine rune army soldiers appeared before him. They formed a square formation, standing neatly and silently before Lin Moya. Although the divine rune army soldiers Lin Moya summoned looked the same as others, their realm was 1 level lower, only 3rd level Dao Venerable, and their combat power was much inferior. But this wasn't important. What mattered was that he needed to summon divine rune army soldiers to do the task now, even if just for show. After he summoned 1,000 divine rune army soldiers, the entire squad was complete. A total of 10,000-man commanders formed a 10,000-man army. Then, a flying ship came from afar. The ship wasn't large, less than 10 meters long, but it was covered in prehistoric divine runes. Lin Moya sensed spatial fluctuations from it, knowing there was another space inside the ship. In prehistoric times, runes seem to have been called divine runes. The divine rune army is related to runes everywhere. Whether formations or treasures, they're inseparable from divine runes. As the ship arrived, a person appeared on it. His collar indicated his identity, a 10,000-man commander. Then he waved his hand, and immediately 1,000-man commanders led their squads flying into the sky, entering the ship. Then squad after squad entered the ship, the entire process without any sound. Lin Moyu also followed suit, leading his squad into the ship. The space inside the ship wasn't small, easily accommodating 10,000 people. The 10 squads still stood in square formations, neat and orderly. The key was there was no sound, giving a strange feeling in the silence. Lin Moya stood among them, also motionless. After all squads were aboard, the ship flew like lightning across the sky towards the distance. Lin Moya knew he wasn't the only one executing this task, there were others. He was just one of the participants. As the ship flew rapidly, Lin Moya's thoughts also raced. He was considering how to overfulfill the task. The task was to obey military orders. Completing orders would complete the task, failing would result in punishment. But the task didn't say how many orders there were or how to complete them. Currently, the order he received was to join this squad and cut off the Bloody Legion's retreat route. But the task didn't say how many orders there were. Gradually, Lin Moyo had an idea, roughly knowing how to overfulfill the task. If I'm not mistaken, there should be multiple orders in this task. The more orders completed, the greater the reward. And judging from previous tasks, the rules don't pursue the task process, only the result. Lin Moyo had an idea, knowing what to do. The ship flew for over an hour. The ship's speed was faster than even 9th level Dao Venerables. An hour was enough to fly very, very far. This secret realm was indeed very large. The larger the secret realm, the larger the scale of the war. Lin Moya knew this war might have actually happened, just constantly replaying for countless years. Both sides in the secret realm had actually died who knows how many years ago. That power making the secret realm re-evolve eternally was truly shocking. The ship's speed gradually decreased until completely stopping. Divine runes on the ship flashed, and the entire ship gradually disappeared. Not only invisible to the naked eye, but its aura was also completely concealed. It was as if it didn't exist. Everything was very quiet, without a sound. Even the wind disappeared at this moment. After waiting like this for half an hour, a blood cloud flew from afar. Lin Moya saw the blood cloud through the ship. Within the blood cloud was a dense bloody legion, numbering at least 50,000. Among them, the strongest blood rat monsters had 2 pairs of wings, called 4-winged rat generals. 4-winged rat generals had 6th level Dao Venerable combat power, while the 1,000-man commanders on their side were only 5th level Dao Venerable. Only by relying on the armor's advantage and battle formation assistance could they fight them. If facing them head-on, not counting himself, just the 10,000-man army in the ship would certainly be defeated. There should be more squads. Lin Moya thought to himself, believing there must be more squads to engage the enemy head-on. Their side would attack from behind. Only this way could this battle be fought. After the Bloody Legion passed, the ship silently followed. The Bloody Legion had no idea their tail had been targeted. A moment later, a Divine Rune army suddenly appeared ahead. A Divine Rune army of tens of thousands formed a huge battle formation, colliding head-on with the Bloody Legion. This squad was led by a 9th-grade general. The entire army's combat power was extraordinary, immediately suppressing the Bloody Legion upon contact. But fighting like this, although they could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. At this time, the ship removed its invisibility, appearing in the sky. Then the 10,000-man commander raised his battle blade, pointing at the Bloody Legion. The next moment, all 1,000-man commanders led their squads charging out of the ship. The 10,000-man army rushed out of the ship, attacking the Bloody Legion's rear. Where the 10,000-man commander's battle blade pointed meant their battle began. With the Bloody Legion attacked from front and rear, this battle would inevitably end in the Divine Rune army's victory. This great battle must have actually happened back then, and the Divine Rune army must have won. So he just needed to follow the squad, honestly keep himself alive, and barring accidents, he could complete the task. For others, the difficulty of the task was how to stay alive in the great battle. This was a battle between tens of thousands of Dao Venerables. Battle aftershocks were everywhere, and the environment was extremely chaotic. Unless one had overwhelming strength, a moment's carelessness could cost one's life. Lin Moya's gaze became sharp. Let's begin. Killing intent boiled. 5 Elements Sword Demon appeared beside him. The Sword Dao emerged, with the 5 Elements swords leading countless sharp swords flying out. Technique, 5 Elements Sword C. In an instant, the 5 Elements Sword C covered a large area. No blood rat monster covered by the Sword C could escape. With just one sword, 5 Elements Sword Demon slew thousands of blood rat monsters. The next second, the ground turned black. Dense dragon cavalry corps appeared in the sky, also forming battle formations and launching a bloody charge, silently killing into the Bloody Legion. Lin Moya waved out several fireballs. The fireballs exploded in the air, turning into skeleton thrones. 3,000 skeleton kings all mobilized, raising bone swords and launching techniques. Technique, White Bone God Slash. The Bloody Legion weren't living beings and had no blood energy, so blood kill wasn't effective. Thus they switched to White Bone God Slash. Bright sword light exploded among the Bloody Legion. In an instant, thousands more blood rat monsters died. At this time, the Dragon Cavalry Corps also charged into the battlefield, frantically slaughtering blood rat monsters. The Dragon Cavalry Corps feared neither life nor death, only attacking without defending. Large numbers of blood rat monsters were slain. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Bloody Legion's losses exceeded 1/5. Chapter 3123. Chapter 3123, 3123. 3123 Subsequent military orders. This battle, originally meant to last a long time, came to an end at an astonishing speed with Lin Moya's participation. The Divine Rune Army, which should have been the main force, almost became spectators. The overwhelming undead army became the Bloody Legion's nightmare. After using 5 elements Sword Sea, 5 elements Sword Demon targeted the 4 winged rat generals in the Bloody Legion. The few 4 winged rat generals all had 6th level Dao venerable combat power, but unfortunately their enemy was 5 elements Sword Demon. With the Sword Dao's enhancement, 5 elements Sword Demon's attack power reached 7th level Dao venerable. 5 elements Sword Demon's attacks were incredibly fierce. His small body contained shocking power, slaying the 4 winged rat generals one by one like cutting melons and vegetables. In less than half an hour, the entire battle ended with the Bloody Legion's annihilation. Throughout the battle, Lin Moyo himself barely took action. The task should be completed, right? With the Bloody Legion completely annihilated, in Lin Moya's view, the task should be completed, at least the first order was completed. The expected rosy light didn't appear. At this time, an officer wearing exquisite armor flew over from the Divine Rune Army. Lin Moya knew he was the commander of this battle, a 9th grade general. The 9th grade general came before Lin Moyo without a word, taking out a gold paper and handing it to Lin Moyo. A message was transmitted from the gold paper. First stage task completed. You can choose to leave to receive rewards, or continue to execute the next stage task. If continuing to execute the next stage task, failing will forfeit previous task rewards. Succeeding will double rewards. As expected. After receiving the message, a faint smile appeared on Lin Moya's face. The current situation was similar to what he had thought. This task indeed had a follow-up. The key to triggering it was whether one could perform well enough in this battle. If performing excellently enough to significantly help the entire battle, there would be follow-up tasks. If not performing well enough, just mixing in until the battle ended, although the task would be completed, there would be no hope for follow-up tasks. More tasks also meant more rewards. Without needing to consider at all, Lin Moya naturally chose to continue executing the task. After he made his choice, the task content began to appear on the gold paper. A map appeared on the gold paper, a map of the entire secret realm. The secret realm was very large. The previous military camp was just a small dot within it. Far from the military camp were several red dots. When seeing the red dots, Lin Moya felt a thick bloody smell. These red dots represented the Bloody Legion. Lin Moya found the red dots on the paper were slowly moving. These few red dots could show the Bloody Legion's movements in real time. Then, the specific task information was revealed. The new task was to go to the red dots and eliminate the Bloody Legion. There were 4 red dots in total, representing 4 Bloody Legion armies. Lin Moya's task was to defeat the leftmost one on the map. He didn't need to worry about the other 3. Lin Moya put away the gold paper. This gold paper was a live map, allowing him to know the Bloody Legion's exact location and not miss them. Then, the 9th grade general drew his battle blade, lightly tapping its tip on Lin Moya's armor. The armor radiated brilliant light, its power greatly increasing. Lin Moya felt the armor's enhancement had strengthened by another realm, almost reaching 2 realms of enhancement. A 3rd level Dao Venerable wearing this armor, without doing anything, could exert 5th level Dao Venerable combat power, and among the top of 5th level at that. The realm hadn't increased, just the armor enhancing combat power. What a magical armor! In today's origin continent, there were no such good armors anymore. Let alone enhancing by 2 realms, even treasures that could enhance combat power by 1 realm were extremely rare. Yet such armor was standard military equipment in the Divine Rune Army. It could be seen to what degree prehistoric cultivators' understanding of magical treasures had reached. For a moment, Lin Moya really wanted to know how to forge such armor. He also wanted to understand the divine runes in the Divine Rune Army. But such thoughts were too fanciful, and could only be suppressed for now. The 9th grade general not only enhanced Lin Moya's armor, but also strengthened Lin Moya's 1,000 subordinates. Lin Moya's 1,000 subordinates still had the same realm as Lin Moya, all 3rd level Dao Venerable. But their armor also changed at this moment, greatly increasing combat power, reaching at least 4th level Dao Venerable. If forming a battle array, they could contend with 5th level Dao Venerable powerhouses. But for Lin Moya, this enhancement was too trivial, dispensable. Anyway, he wouldn't rely on summoned Divine Rune Army soldiers. Let alone just 1,000, even 10,000, 100,000 or 1,000,000, he wouldn't care about them. But the 9th grade general doing this was also a kind of encouragement, quite helpful for others executing tasks. The army set out. The general led the army flying towards the distance, leaving only Lin Moya and his Divine Rune Army soldiers. Lin Moya recalled the Divine Rune Army soldiers, spread his wings of time, turning into a stream of light flying towards the distance. The task only looked at results, not the process. Summoning Divine Rune Army soldiers earlier was just to cooperate a bit. Going forward he would act alone, no longer needing to summon Divine Rune Army soldiers. How could Divine Rune Army soldiers compare to his undead army? The difference was more than just a little. Lin Moya flew extremely fast. His wings of time constantly vibrated, accelerating Lin Moya's personal time, making Lin Moya's flight trajectory like teleportation. Each flash could cross infinite distance. His speed now surpassed other Dao Venerables of the same level by who knows how many streets. Even compared to 7th level ancestors, he could match them. As Lin Moya flew, he checked the task gold paper in his hand. The Bloody Legion on the gold paper was moving, not slowly. Lin Moya estimated that at his current speed, it would take about 3 hours to arrive. I wonder if there will be more follow-ups after this task. Hopefully there will be. That way, with reward stacking, I might be able to skip 10,000-man commander and directly become a general. 3 hours later, Lin Moya saw a blood-red cloud in the distance. The blood-red cloud was full of the Bloody Legion, very numerous, at least over 20,000. The vast majority were 4th-level Dao Venerable. There were about 100 5th-level Dao Venerable 2-winged rat monsters, and several 6th-level Dao Venerable 4-winged rat monsters. Seeing this situation, Lin Moya muttered to himself, it seems to complete this task, one should at least be a 10,000-man commander, and a 6th-level Dao Venerable 10,000-man commander at that. A 6th-level Dao Venerable 10,000-man commander could summon 10,000 6th-level Dao Venerable Divine Rune Army soldiers. With armor enhancement on top of that, it would indeed be enough to contend with the 20,000 Bloody Legion before him. Now he was executing this task as a 3rd-level Dao Venerable 1,000-man commander. If it weren't him, it would purely be seeking death. Lin Moya got closer and closer to the Bloody Legion. The Bloody Legion also discovered him, suddenly changing direction to attack Lin Moya. Lin Moya's gaze focused slightly. He saw that in the center of the Bloody Legion was a blue stone box. The strongest few 4-winged rat monsters in this Bloody Legion were surrounding the blue stone box, as if guarding it. Interesting, what could it be? Lin Moya's mind moved, and several Legion commanders appeared. Then the world was occupied by countless undead armies. Chapter 3124. Chapter 3124, 3124. 3124, Black Blood appears again. 5 Elements Sword Demon was still the first to act. 5 Elements Sword C, a super large-scale attack, directly reduced the Bloody Legion by over 20%. The Legion commanders led the Dragon Cavalry Corps, charging into the Bloody Legion with overwhelming force. The Skeleton Kings followed closely behind. Lin Moya also took action, heaven-splitting slash once again devouring the battle intent and obsessions of the blood rat monsters. Lin Moya's killing intent was slowly increasing. Having slaughtered countless beings before, it was no longer easy to further strengthen the accumulated killing intent. Lin Moya also took the attitude of increasing it as much as possible, trying to enhance his killing intent bit by bit. With his current level of killing intent, even the Horned Flood Dragon Star Lord famous for slaughter was far inferior to him. If he wanted, he could quickly comprehend the killing Dao based on his killing intent. But Lin Moya didn't want to do this. He already had enough Daos. He was already too busy with 6 Daos. Comprehending new Daos would only increase his cultivation burden. Moreover, the killing Dao wasn't a particularly strong Dao. Any of the Daos he possessed would far surpass the killing Dao. So Lin Moya rejected the killing Dao, only continuously accumulating killing intent. He felt that perhaps when killing intent reached a certain level, a qualitative change would occur, which might bring him a pleasant surprise. This was just a feeling. Whether it would actually happen, Lin Moya wasn't sure. The blood rat monsters were quickly cleared out. The 4-winged rat generals were basically killed cleanly by 5 Elements Sword Demon, 1 sword each. The efficiency this time was higher than the previous big battle, resolving the fight in just 20 minutes. The blue stone box fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. A large pit was smashed in the earth, but strangely, no sound was transmitted. It seemed that apart from the roars of battle beasts, most other sounds were restricted by the rules. Lin Moya landed in front of the blue stone box. This blue stone box was about 3 meters high, 20 meters long and 5 meters wide. It looks like a coffin. Lin Moya muttered to himself. There were strange patterns on the blue stone box, interweaving into a special design. It wasn't divine runes, nor modern runes, nor a formation. Not only was the pattern strange, but the style of the box was also very odd. Lin Moya analyzed the pattern while also analyzing the blue stone box. Looking at the style of this box, it doesn't seem to be from the origin continent. Could it be from the blood rat realm? Lin Moya had an uncertain guess in his heart. If it's from the blood rat realm, bringing things across realms to the origin continent must have a purpose. Lin Moya didn't know how intelligent those beings from the blood rat realm were, but they certainly weren't too stupid. Since they brought their own things here, they definitely had ill intentions. Since it was something from the blood rat realm, Lin Moya also knew he couldn't research anything from it. His mind moved, and 5 Elements Sword Demon slashed out a sword. The sword light's power reached 7th level Dao Venerable, fiercely falling on the blue stone box. Lin Moya had no reservations. He knew the blue stone box before him wasn't the real blue stone box, but evolved from the ancient battlefield's rules. The real blue stone box must have existed, but that was only in prehistoric times, not now. As for whether it still existed now, Lin Moya wasn't sure. The blue stone box shattered in the sword light, and its contents were instantly revealed. Lin Moya's expression suddenly changed, his gaze revealing shock. Since beginning cultivation, few things could shock Lin Moya, but this time, he couldn't control himself. Inside the blue stone box was a mass of blood. This blood was black. Lin Moya had seen plenty of black blood, but only one kind of black blood left a deep impression on him. That was the black blood from the Black Blood Great Realm and the Great World. Each type of black blood was different, in texture, shape, aura and so on, with subtle differences. Lin Moya was certain he wasn't mistaken. The black blood stored in the blue stone box was identical to the black blood in the Great World. Isn't the black blood polluting the Great World from the Black Blood Great Realm? The Black Blood Great Realm is just a realm sea world, nothing compared to the origin continent. But why would black blood appear here, and be brought by the Bloody Legion? This world had clear levels, from low to high, layer by layer, with strict hierarchy. The small world Lin Moya came from was actually just an independent space in the Great World, a dust-sized world nurtured by the Great World. And the Great World was just a realm sea world floating in the realm sea. Above it was the origin continent. Although called a continent, the origin continent was actually a world with complete DAOs of its own. Small worlds depended on the Great World, and the Great World depended on the origin continent. The Bloody Legion came from the Bloodrat realm, and the Bloodrat realm was on the same level as the origin continent. Originally in Lin Moya's view, the Black Blood Great Realm was just the same as the Great World, far inferior to the origin continent. This was a fundamental difference. As a realm-sea world, no matter how strong the Black Blood Great Realm was, no matter how difficult the Black Blood was to deal with, it was still just a realm-sea world, incomparable to the origin continent. Lin Moya's thoughts raced like lightning, past experiences replaying in his mind like flashes. Every detail from back then was presented at this moment. Lin Moya suddenly thought of something that had happened before, something he had long thrown into the depths of his memory, now resurfacing. Back then, in a secret realm, he had used an origin-level technique. At that time, a sword-wielding powerhouse crossed time and space to attack him. It was also that incident that made him realize the power of the Black Blood Great Realm for the first time. But he was too weak back then, and his definition of powerful wasn't very clear. Later, as his strength increased, he no longer took the level of attack seriously, and gradually didn't pay attention to this matter. Thinking back now, he suddenly realized this matter seemed a bit odd. The true source of the attack wasn't from the vanished Black Blood Great Realm, nor from the origin continent, but from another world on the same level as the origin continent. In other words, the other party had crossed over a world like the origin continent to attack him. For an attack crossing realms to have such power was a bit frightening. The Black Blood comes from a world on the same level as the origin continent. And that Black Blood Great Realm that collided with the Great World also contained a bit of Black Blood's power. Black Blood has a long history. In prehistoric times, the Bloodrat realm brought Black Blood here. What exactly do they want to do? Lin Moya realized that the being who set the rules for the ancient battlefield was using some method to tell him about past history. After so many years, he still seemed to want to express something, but these things apparently couldn't be said directly. Suddenly, a powerful aura rose from a distant place. The black blood in the blue stone box surged up violently. The originally large mass of black blood rapidly shrank, in an instant becoming only fist-sized. The black blood shrank, but the power contained within hadn't decreased at all. Instead, it became more concentrated. The black turned into a stream of light, flying towards the distance at a speed so fast that even Lin Moya couldn't stop it in time. Go! Lin Moya vibrated his wings of time, quickly following. Chapter 3125. Chapter 3125, 3125. Chapter 3125, a life or death task. The black blood moved too fast. Even using all his power, Lin Moya could only watch helplessly as the black blood got further and further away, finally disappearing completely from sight. However, Lin Moya didn't give up. He still followed the trajectory of the black blood's flight, continuously tracking it. Since the Great World, black blood had formed a huge karmic connection with him. Unexpectedly seeing it here, he naturally couldn't let it go. At this time, the gold paper containing the task automatically flew out. The pattern on it had changed, and Lin Moya received new information. Second stage task completed. You can choose to leave to receive rewards, or continue to execute the next stage task. If continuing to execute the next stage task, failing will forfeit all previous task rewards. Succeeding will double rewards. Lin Moya didn't even think about it, directly choosing to continue executing the task. He wouldn't have considered giving up before, and now seeing the black blood, he was even less likely to give up. He had to figure this out. What exactly happened in prehistoric times? What connection did his great world have with prehistoric times? After Lin Moya accepted the task, a new map appeared on the gold paper. The previous red dots disappeared, replaced by 3 black dots. The black dots were moving rapidly on the map, and the destinations of the 3 black dots were actually the same. Among them, the black dot on the leftmost side of the map was the black blood that had just escaped from him. In other words, the 3 black dots marked on the gold paper were 3 masses of black blood. These 3 masses of black blood were going somewhere to converge. At this time, another message came. Kill the Black Blood Sword Saint. You can choose to quit. Quitting will lose all rewards. Lin Moya's eyes also revealed gravity. The task contained a lot of information. The fewer the words, the more dangerous. If he chose to quit, he would lose all previous rewards, but there would be no punishment. If he didn't quit, then he had to complete the task of killing the Black Blood Sword Saint. There were only 2 outcomes, either successfully kill the Black Blood Sword Saint, or be killed by the Black Blood Sword Saint. This was a life or death task. There was only one chance to quit. Missing this chance meant having to fight to the bitter end. If it were someone else, they might consider it, but Lin Moya didn't need to consider at all. Then let's see what this Black Blood Sword Saint is like. Things seem to be getting more and more complicated, and more interesting. Outer gods, Bloodrat realm, and now black blood appeared from the Black Blood Great Realm. Lin Moya temporarily called it the Black Blood Great Realm. What it was actually called was still unknown. The gold paper map in his hand gave accurate guidance. Although the black blood moved fast, Lin Moya always knew its direction. Lin Moya didn't know how far he had flown, only that he kept flying forward at top speed. Judging from the map, his distance from the black blood hadn't shortened, but was getting further and further. Half a day later, the 3 masses of black blood on the map finally converged. The 3 black dots became one, and this black dot was very dark. After converging, they stopped moving. The distance between Lin Moya and them was rapidly shrinking. Lin Moya's battle intent was boiling, growing stronger and stronger. The task was to kill the Black Blood Sword Saint, so there would certainly be a great battle. As the distance got closer and closer, Lin Moya sensed the aura of the Divine Rune Army. Several flying ships came from afar, quickly overtaking him and flying towards where the black blood was, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Divine Rune Army's flying ships were extremely fast, far surpassing Lin Moya. Each flying ship could accommodate over 10,000 Divine Rune Army soldiers. Just now, at least 10 flying ships had passed by, meaning at least 100,000 Divine Rune Army soldiers had been mobilized. 100,000 Divine Rune Army soldiers was almost the entire force of a secret realm military camp. The Divine Rune Army has launched a full-scale attack. Lin Moya vibrated his wings of time with all his might, while also expanding his space-true body, using spatial power, trying to form spacetime power to increase his speed to the extreme. But he found that the space in the secret realm had become incredibly stable. His space Tao couldn't shake the space in the secret realm. The space here has been specially reinforced. The effect of the space Tao is greatly weakened. No wonder when 5 Elements Sword Demon acted earlier, not even spatial cracks appeared. With no choice, Lin Moya could only rely on his wings of time to fly. He had already pushed his speed to the limit, but compared to the flying ships, it was still too slow. Fortunately, with the map in hand, at least he wouldn't get lost. After flying for quite some time, he finally approached the destination. Suddenly, a black light appeared in the distance, followed by a terrifying sword aura sweeping over. Lin Moya instinctively vibrated his wings of time to dodge. The sword aura brushed past him, so fast. Lin Moya thought his reaction was already fast enough, but he had barely avoided it. The speed of the sword aura far exceeded his imagination. This sword aura was very strong. Purely in terms of power, it had reached 7th level Dao Venerable. Then another huge power erupted. Lin Moya knew they had engaged in battle. He immediately rushed over. From afar, he saw the battlefield. Tens of thousands of Divine Rune Army soldiers formed an encirclement, conducting a siege. Divine light shone brilliantly, Divine runes soared to the sky. The battle formation formed by the Divine Rune Army was extremely powerful. The armor of the Divine Rune Army soldiers connected as one, mutually assisting each other, greatly enhancing their power. Among the tens of thousands of Divine Rune Army soldiers, the vast majority were 4th level Dao Venerable. But now, after forming a battle formation, they could exert 6th level Dao Venerable combat power. But 6th level Dao Venerable still wasn't enough. Lin Moya continued to approach. When he was 100 li away, he finally saw the battlefield situation clearly. In the center of the battlefield, the Divine Rune Army surrounded a completely black sword saint. This swordsman was the Black Blood Sword Saint mentioned in the task. His appearance was identical to what Lin Moya had seen in the Great World Secret Realm, but different from the powerhouses of the Black Blood Great Realm he encountered later. The Black Blood Swordsman in the Secret Realm was very powerful, able to attack across time and space, while the Black Blood Great Realm powerhouses encountered later could only be considered ordinary. Lin Moya analyzed that the one in the Secret Realm should be a pure Black Blood powerhouse, while those killed later in the Great World were not pure. The difference between them was like the difference between purebred and mixed blood, extremely large. Under the Divine Rune Army's encirclement, the upper body of this Black Blood Sword Saint had completely evolved. Just his upper body exceeded 5 meters. If his lower body also evolved, he should exceed 10 meters. Now his lower body was still a mass of black blood, constantly writhing, evolving the lower body. The evolution speed wasn't fast and would still take considerable time. He couldn't be considered a full Black Blood Sword Saint now, only half a Sword Saint. But even half a Sword Saint still possessed shocking power. The black sword in his hand sent out waves of sword aura. Each sword aura reached the peak of 6th level Dao Venerable, some even reaching 7th level Dao Venerable. Even forming a battle formation, the Divine Rune Army could only barely resist. The battle had been going on for some time, and there were already many casualties. Now the entire Divine Rune Army numbered less than 100,000, meaning quite a few had died in battle. In the center of the encirclement were several Divine Rune Army officers charging at the forefront. Lin Moya noticed there were 3 9th grade generals and 1 7th grade general among them. The 3 9th grade generals had 6th level Dao Venerable combat power, while that 7th grade general's combat power was infinitely close to 7th level Dao Venerable. If they weren't blocking at the front, the Divine Rune Army's casualties would be even more severe. Chapter 3126. Chapter 3126, 3126. 3126. In the end, it comes down to strength. Lin Moya didn't take action immediately. He could see that the Black Blood Sword Saint wasn't easy to deal with. Even besieged by 100,000 Divine Rune Army soldiers, he showed no signs of defeat. The Black Blood Sword Saint's defense was extremely powerful, which completely matched Lin Moya's understanding. If the fight continued, the Divine Rune Army would be worn down. Moreover, the Black Blood Sword Saint's lower body was still evolving, his power constantly increasing. Once his lower body finished evolving, he would become a true Black Blood Sword Saint, much stronger than now. At that time, he might truly be 7th level Dao Venerable. These 100,000 Divine Rune Army soldiers would be defeated by him alone, with probably very few able to escape. According to Lin Moya's judgment, if the Divine Rune Army had no countermeasures, they would lose this great battle. Suddenly, the strongest 7th grade general in the Divine Rune Army raised his battle blade. The blade shone with brilliant golden light, and many divine runes lit up. In an instant, the power of the entire Divine Rune Army was gathered by him. He gathered the Divine Rune Army's power and swung out a blade. Terrifying power engulfed the Black Blood Sword Saint. This blade strike surpassed the boundary between 6th and 7th level Dao Venerable in combat power. Within the blade light, the Black Blood Sword Saint seemed to be in great pain, part of his black blood shattered. The Black Blood Sword Saint was injured, his evolution speed slowing considerably. Lin Moya suddenly understood that the final result of this great battle would still be the Divine Rune Army's victory. But for this victory, the Divine Rune Army also paid a huge price. That blade strike just now gathered the power of nearly 100,000 Divine Rune Army soldiers. Although powerful, it also put extreme pressure on this 7th grade general. After this blade strike, the 7th grade general also suffered backlash, his armor cracking. The Divine Rune Army suffered even more, with hundreds of Divine Rune Army soldiers instantly vaporized. This blade strike was swung at the cost of Divine Rune Army soldiers' lives. Lin Moyo understood the true content of the task. He needed to take action, not to help the Divine Rune Army kill the Black Blood Sword Saint, but to kill the Black Blood Sword Saint for the Divine Rune Army, minimizing the Divine Rune Army's losses as much as possible. Only in this way could he obtain extra rewards. Otherwise, once the Black Blood Sword Saint finished evolving, the Divine Rune Army would indeed win this great battle, but it would certainly be a Pyrrhic victory. Since that's the case, let's take action. His mind moved, and Flame North appeared beside him. Flame North evolved his Dao True body, transforming into a Flame Divine Eagle. The Fire Dao emerged, and fiery meteors smashed towards the Black Blood Sword Saint. The Black Blood Sword Saint seemed to sense danger, raising his sword to slash at the fiery meteors. The black energy was shattered by the fiery meteors. He could slash out 7th level Dao Venerable Sword Aura, but couldn't block 8th level Dao Venerable Flame North. The fiery meteors smashed into the Black Blood Sword Saint. He couldn't move, unable to dodge. Firelight soared to the sky, sweeping across thousands of meters. Several generals simultaneously gave orders, and the Divine Rune Army quickly retreated, clearing the battlefield. At this time, Lin Moya's aura surged. He used an origin level technique, gathering the undead army's power to break through to 7th level Dao Venerable in one go. A long spear evolved from the seal. Lin Moya raised the spear and charged at the Black Blood Sword Saint. Apart from smashing down fiery meteors, Flame North didn't take further action. The Black Blood Sword Saint wasn't actually injured by the fiery meteors. Flame North's real purpose was to mark out an area, leaving the battlefield to Lin Moyo. Lin Moya did this to personally engage the Black Blood Sword Saint. Since the Great World, Lin Moyo had formed karmic ties with the Black Blood Great Realm. He had a premonition that this karma hadn't ended. In the future, he would still clash with people from the Black Blood Great Realm. Before that, having a chance to learn more about them was naturally a good thing. Lin Moya charged into the battlefield surrounded by flames, his long spear pointing directly at the Black Blood Sword Saint. The Black Blood Sword Saint raised his sword, instantly slashing out countless sword auras. Lin Moya blocked the sword auras with his spear, instantly reaching the Black Blood Sword Saint's front. Heaven-splitting slash. He smashed out with the spear. Killing intent surged, terrifying killing intent sweeping out like a tsunami, enveloping the Black Blood Sword Saint. The Black Blood Sword Saint silently screamed in agony, the black blood on his body swept away by the killing intent, ground to powder. Amidst the killing intent storm, Lin Moya charged out. His wings of time vibrated violently at this moment. The long spear turned into a rainbow, carrying Lin Moya to pierce through the Black Blood Sword Saint's body. The Black Blood Sword Saint's lower body was still evolving, unable to move. He could only fully bear this spear strike. His body exploded, countless black blood blasted out. But he didn't die. His body quickly recovered. Apart from his aura weakening slightly, he wasn't much injured at all. He stared fixedly at Lin Moyo, opening his mouth in a silent roar. The sword in his hand swung even more fiercely, but he could do nothing against Lin Moyo. All attacks were blocked by the long spear. After 2 probing attacks, Lin Moya didn't continue attacking, but kept blocking the sword auras. He wanted to see if the Black Blood Sword Saint had any other techniques. From what was known so far, the Black Blood Sword Saint had amazing recovery ability, very difficult to injure, and very difficult to kill. To kill him, one would have to erase all the blood in his body. He seemed to have no black blood physical body, entirely composed of black blood. This was different from those in the Great World. While blocking, Lin Moyo attacked the Black Blood Sword Saint with occasional spear strikes, gradually causing damage, eroding his black blood. Finally, the Black Blood Sword Saint made a move. He raised his sword high with both hands. The sky suddenly darkened. A huge black sword appeared in heaven and earth. This sword was tens of thousands of meters long, with blood grooves on the blade. Black blood surged like rivers in the grooves. The huge black sword slashed down at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo also thrust out his spear, the tip meeting the edge. Terrifying power erupted. Lin Moyo was instantly blasted away. In terms of power, he was utterly defeated. This shocked Lin Moyo. He was now 7th level Dao Venerable. Although not as good as a true 7th level Dao Venerable, he indeed had 7th level Dao Venerable power. While the Black Blood Sword Saint hadn't fully evolved, still 6th level Dao Venerable, just using a secret technique to launch a 7th level Dao Venerable attack. Even if they were evenly matched it would be fine, but he was utterly defeated. It could only be said that this strike from the Black Blood Sword Saint was too fierce. As Lin Moyo was blasted away, strands of black blood threads flew over like shadows, turning into a large net enveloping Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo could have avoided it, but he didn't. He wanted to experience the Black Blood Sword Saint's secret technique. The black blood threads were corrosive and highly invasive. As soon as they touched the skin, they bored into the body. Lin Moyo felt the black blood threads. They were extremely tough and not easy to expel. For ordinary people, once injured, it wouldn't take long for the black blood threads to seep into the bone marrow, and even corrode the soul. This secret technique was extremely vicious, but for Lin Moyo, useless. The power Dao operated, driving his blood energy to roar. Lin Moya's blood energy instinctively shook, directly shattering these black blood threads. Lin Moya flew back, again charging at the Black Blood Sword Saint. After swinging this sword, the Black Blood Sword Saint's power obviously weakened a lot. The evolution of his lower body also became extremely slow. Lin Moya toyed with him a bit more, confirming he had no other moves, and then couldn't be bothered to continue. His mind moved, and Flame North, who had been waiting for a long time, charged over. Facing 8th level Dao Venerable Flame North, the Black Blood Sword Saint had no resistance. In no time, he was burned to ashes. Lin Moya said softly, "In the end, it comes down to strength. No matter where you're from, as long as I'm strong enough, I can still beat you back." Brilliant golden light shone. The Divine Rune Army sounded the gong to withdraw troops, putting away weapons and reforming into square formations. The leading 7th grade general slowly flew before Lin Moya, saluting him. Chapter 3127. Chapter 3127, 3127. Chapter 3127, General Level Seal, New Functions. The general was silent, the military salute soundless. All emotions were contained in this small gesture. Lin Moya felt the other's gratitude. Although the Divine Rune Army was born from battle intent and obsessions, it wasn't purely born from battle intent and obsessions. At this moment, Lin Moya truly felt the other's thanks. Similarly, Lin Moya also gave a military salute. The general pointed at Lin Moya's seal. Lin Moya understood and handed over the seal. The seal slowly floated up. The general drew his battle blade, lightly touching the seal's tip. The seal immediately erupted with brilliant light. The 1,000 character was erased, replaced by 10,000. Lin Moya knew this was the general's reward for him, also considered an extra reward, promoting him from 1,000-man commander to 10,000-man commander. When the real task reward came, Lin Moya felt he could fully advance to general. He should be the fastest promoting person in ancient battle secret realm history. The secret realm began to shake. The task ended. A vortex suddenly appeared beside Lin Moya. He could leave the secret realm through the vortex. Just as Lin Moya was about to leave, the general suddenly threw his battle blade. The blade smashed into the ground with a boom, the earth instantly cracking. Then, a fragment flew out from the ground, coming before Lin Moya. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. This fragment wasn't unfamiliar to him. The treasure boxes he opened before contained two similar fragments. The fragment emitted a Great Dao Realm aura. Lin Moya recognized it as something from the Great Dao Realm, but didn't know its true identity. But no matter what, this should be a good thing. The general giving him this thing was also part of the extra reward. His vision cleared. The originally existing secret realm had disappeared. Then he left the secret realm. Perhaps when the ancient battle secret realm opens next time, this task will appear again. But that will be someone else's task, no longer related to Lin Moya. Given this task's difficulty, to overfulfill it requires at least peak 6th level Dao Venerable, and must be a genius level figure with the ability to fight across realms. No matter what method is used, one must exert at least 7th level Dao Venerable combat power to successfully slay the Black Blood Sword Saint. Or perhaps a 7th level ancestor returning from the high level area could also do this task. But Lin Moya felt the ancient battlefield's rulemaker must have considered this point. People returning from the high level area probably wouldn't get good rewards. The rulemaker definitely wouldn't allow such a loophole to exist. The Bloodrat realm bringing black blood here shouldn't just be to evolve a Black Blood Sword Saint. No matter how strong the Black Blood Sword Saint is, he's only 7th level Dao Venerable. For the entire battle situation, he can't make big waves. There must be other purposes. Unfortunately, the information obtained is too little to accurately deduce. It seems I still need to continue doing tasks, continue raising military rank, collecting more information. One mystery hadn't been solved, and now new puzzles appeared. Lin Moya wasn't discouraged, but became more interested. Outer Gods, Bloodrat Realm, Black Blood Great Realm, what kind of connection is there between the three? The prehistoric gap, the great battle that once occurred on the Origin continent, the formation seal at the bottom of the Realm Sea, all attracted Lin Moya. Lin Moya felt as if he was clearing a super large instance. To successfully solve all puzzles, he still had a long way to go. Rosy light fell from the sky, shining on Lin Moya. The true reward for this task had come. The seal automatically flew out, slowly rotating in the rosy light. Within the rosy light, the seal grew larger again. The seal's size was also related to status. Officers' seals were larger than soldiers. Now the seal grew larger again, meaning Lin Moya's status would change from officer to general. The patterns on the seal became more exquisite, exuding a gorgeous color. The commander character was erased, replaced by general. This also meant Lin Moya had really become a general. Then the 10,000 character also disappeared, changing to 8. Lin Moya hadn't expected to suddenly advance from 1,000-man commander to 8th grade general. This speed was really a bit fast, beyond expectation. But thinking back, it seemed reasonable. This task seemed to be one, but actually consisted of 3 tasks inside. Each additional completion doubled the reward. Calculating like this, completing all 3 tasks was equivalent to completing 6 tasks. Moreover, he overfulfilled each task. The rewards might not just double. With such layer upon layer of accumulation, advancing from 1,000-man commander to 8th grade general in one go seemed logical. Existence is reasonable. Lin Moya was only slightly surprised. As the seal changed, the armor on Lin Moya's body also shone brilliantly. His armor also changed from officer grade to general grade. The armor's enhancement was greater. Lin Moya felt that wearing the armor, without using any techniques, his own combat power was already infinitely close to 6th level Dao Venerable. The enhancement exceeded 2 realms, but didn't reach 3 realms. The armor's change was dispensable for Lin Moyo. He cared more about what new abilities the seal would bring him after becoming an 8th grade general. When changing from soldier to commander, the seal gained the ability to summon Divine Rune Army soldiers. Now becoming a general, the seal must gain new abilities. The seal fell from the rosy light into Lin Moyo's hand. Lin Moyo immediately learned of the seal's changes. First was the map. The map enlarged again, more than tenfold. Its coverage had exceeded the mid-level area, extending to the high-level area. Task points became 3, not increasing but decreasing. Previously there were 7 task points. After completing this task there should be 6 left. But now with the seal's upgrade, tasks actually decreased. Moreover, these 3 task points didn't overlap with the previous ones. They were completely new. On the map provided by the seal, the 3 task points had different colors. The task point in the mid-level area emitted a light red glow. The 2 task points in the high-level area were darker in color. Lin Moyo could roughly guess the meaning. These 3 tasks were for generals to do. The rules in the ancient battle secret realm had always used military rank as the standard, not realm. He had become a general, so previous tasks were no longer suitable for him. They needed to be replaced with general's tasks. 3 task points, 2 in the high-level area, 1 in the mid-level area, and each color different. The task in the mid-level area should be relatively simple. It might be a transition between mid-level and high-level areas, letting people adapt to general-level tasks. It's not hard to imagine that general-level tasks should be very difficult. Lin Moyo understood this was a new function provided by the seal. The task difficulty could be distinguished through colors. After becoming a general, he had greater authority and could choose task difficulties suitable for himself. The second function of the general-level seal was summoning. An 8th grade general could summon 40,000 Divine Rune Army soldiers of the same realm as himself. A 10,000-man commander could summon 10,000 Divine Rune Army soldiers, a 9th grade general could summon 20,000, and an 8th grade general could summon 40,000. The number was okay, but unfortunately the realm wasn't enough. This wasn't the seal's problem, but his own problem. Then came the third function, strengthen. Chapter 3128. Chapter 3128, 3128. Chapter 3128, the last task in the mid-level area. Strengthen was the new ability brought by the general-level seal. It had 2 functions. One was to strengthen Divine Rune Army soldiers, greatly enhancing their power. The degree of strengthening was tied to Lin Moyo's military rank. With the current 8th grade general strengthening, Divine Rune Army soldiers could be raised 1 realm, effective for 7th level Dao Venerable and below. If summoning 6th level Dao Venerable Divine Rune Army soldiers and using this ability, it could make their individual combat power reach the limit of 6th level Dao Venerable, infinitely close to 7th level Dao Venerable. Just 100 such Divine Rune Army soldiers forming a battle array could contend with an ordinary 7th level Dao Venerable. With 1,000 such Divine Rune Army soldiers, they could kill relatively weak 7th level Dao Venerables. This ability was very useful for those 6th level Dao Venerable cultivators. They could summon 6th level Dao Venerable Divine Rune Army soldiers, thus having combat power to contend with 7th level Dao Venerables, providing strong support for completing their tasks. Unfortunately, Lin Moyo's own realm was limited. The Divine Rune Army soldiers he summoned were only 3rd level Dao Venerable. Even strengthened by 1 realm, they would only be 4th level. Forming a battle array, at most they could contend with 5th level Dao Venerables. Perhaps concentrating the power of 40,000 Divine Rune Army soldiers could directly contend with a 6th level Dao Venerable 4-winged rat general, but in Lin Moyo's eyes, this ability was useless. However, the strengthen ability had another function, which was to strengthen oneself, concentrating the Divine Rune Army's power to unleash a strike far beyond one's own realm. The cost was sacrificing some Divine Rune Army soldiers, and oneself would also suffer backlash. This reminded Lin Moyo of the strike from that 7th grade general in the previous task. With a 6th level Dao Venerable body, he launched a 7th level Dao Venerable attack with great power. But after that strike, hundreds of Divine Rune Army soldiers died on the spot, and he was also seriously injured. Each strike could sacrifice up to 1,000 Divine Rune Army soldiers, minimum 100. The backlash suffered would also be proportional. Lin Moyo felt nothing about this. Divine Rune Army soldiers were just summoned, sacrificing them didn't matter. As for himself being injured, that was even more trivial. He could heal anytime. Most crucially, the enhancement brought by this ability ignored one's own realm. It forcibly raised one realm based on one's current realm. If he used Gather Power to raise himself to 7th level Dao Venerable, then using Strengthen could launch an attack equivalent to 8th level Dao Venerable. If he could further use Gather Power to reach 8th level Dao Venerable, he could launch 9th level Dao Venerable attacks. This way, even without using Great Dao Immortal Pills, Lin Moyo could temporarily possess Dao Venerable level attack power. This was a very practical ability. Lin Moyo's mind was clear. Knowing how to properly utilize this ability, he flapped his wings of time, flying towards the distance. He was going to do the last and only task in the mid-level area. After completing it, he would head to the high-level area. Lin Moyo believed that after completing this task, his military rank could rise again, reaching 7th grade general without problem. The mid-level area was very large. Until now, the skeleton generals Lin Moyo sent out still hadn't finished exploring the mid-level area. This ancient battlefield was far larger than described in the materials, astonishingly huge. Let the exploration of the mid-level area end here. Lin Moyo's mind moved, recalling the skeleton generals in the outside world. Although the ancient battlefield's range was extremely large, Lin Moyo had roughly understood its overall structure. The ancient battlefield's environment was very primitive, most areas being ancient forests and high mountains, without cities or camps. Between mountains and forests were numerous secret realms, far more than recorded in the materials. Because of this, although 10,000 people entered, the vast majority entered secret realms. It was very difficult to encounter others in the outside world. Lin Moya sent out so many skeleton generals but only encountered less than 10 people, 6 of whom had already died. They were killed by battle beasts. In the ancient battlefield, the only living beings were battle beasts. Battle beasts would attack all who entered the ancient battlefield. Those people entering secret realms had no tasks. Without joining the Divine Rune Army, they couldn't trigger any tasks. They would only explore secret realms, hoping for some gains. But they were completely unaware of what the true gains in the ancient battlefield were. I wonder what the high-level area is like. According to records, the danger in the high-level area is extremely high, not just inside secret realms, but also in the wild. In the high-level area, the probability of encountering battle beasts will greatly increase. Moreover, battle beasts often move in groups. Encountering them alone would be a nightmare. To avoid battle beasts, the materials suggest quickly entering secret realms. Secret realms are much safer than the wild. This was indeed the case. Battle beasts in the high-level area started from 7th level Dao Venerable. In single combat they were already stronger than most 7th level Dao Venerables. If in groups, those usually high and mighty 7th level ancestors would have a 90% chance of death upon encounter. Relatively speaking, secret realms were indeed much safer. But Lin Moya's heart rose with strong interest, his battle intent surging. Then let's go take a good look at whether the high-level area is as dangerous as others say. Wings of Time carried Lin Moya flying over 1,000,000 li, getting closer and closer to the last task point in the mid-level area. Being able to fly in the sky was Lin Moya's advantage. If there was real danger, he could simply fly away. Even battle beasts couldn't fly in the ancient battlefield. Flying was the Divine Rune Army's privilege. From afar, Lin Moya saw a vast ocean. Lin Moya wasn't surprised to see an ocean in the ancient battlefield. This land was originally not ordinary land, but a special world created by a terrifying being using their will to establish rules, utilizing the battle intent and obsessions within the ancient battlefield. In such a world, everything was real, everything was also illusory. Whether true or false, all was within that being's thoughts. So, whatever appeared was normal. The ocean was boundless, with many islands within. These islands weren't small. On each island rose a bloody aura. Lin Moya frowned slightly. On the islands was the Bloody Legion. The Bloody Legion occupied these islands, with over 10,000 blood rat monsters on each island. Not ordinary blood rat monsters, but blood rat generals. The weakest were 5th level Dao Venerable 2-winged rat generals, the strongest being 6th level Dao Venerable 4-winged rat generals. Among 10,000 blood rat monsters, about 9,000 were 2-winged rat generals, the remaining 1,000 all 4-winged rat generals. At the center of the island stood a statue, in the shape of a 6-winged rat general. This was Lin Moya's first time seeing a 6-winged rat general. 6-winged rat generals were equivalent to 7th level ancestors, not easy to deal with. Then, Lin Moya saw a rat general sleeping soundly on top of the statue's head, its wings uncountable. But judging from its aura, it had indeed surpassed 6th level Dao Venerable. Lin Moya looked to both sides, finding many more islands also occupied by the Bloody Legion. Island after island, Bloody Legion after Bloody Legion guarding, cutting off all sea routes in the entire ocean. The distances between these islands weren't far. Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. Attacking any island would alert the others. Chapter 3129. Chapter 3129, 3129. Chapter 3129, Years of Common Sense Shattered. Lin Moya stood at the edge of the vast ocean, looking at the islands. He discovered that a strange power enveloped the entire ocean. The feeling was similar to the space barrier at the Blue Stone Bridge before, but the power here was much stronger. This let Lin Moya know that what he was seeing now wasn't the full picture. Only by passing through this barrier could he truly see what was happening. Lin Moya continued approaching the task point. When he was 10,000 meters away, he saw a warship, a Divine Rune Army warship. Seeing the Divine Rune Army warship, Lin Moya already knew this task was on the ship. He flew directly onto the warship. There were many Divine Rune Army soldiers on board. When they saw Lin Moya, they all saluted him at once. Lin Moya was now an 8th grade general. Ordinary Divine Rune Army soldiers naturally had to salute him. At this time, a message entered his mind. Exterminate the Bloody Legion on the islands of the northern coastal sea, independently exterminate at least one island. Lin Moya triggered the task. The task was as he thought, to exterminate the Bloody Legion on the islands. Each island had 10,000 blood rat monsters. The weakest were 5th level Dao Venerable 2-winged rat generals. The strongest was that 7th level Dao Venerable 6-winged rat general. If an ordinary 6th level Dao Venerable cultivator received this task, if he was also an 8th grade general, summoning 40,000 6th level Dao Venerable Divine Rune Army soldiers plus the seal's strengthening ability, exterminating one island wouldn't be difficult. Even that 6-winged rat general wouldn't be too hard to deal with. As long as one was willing to pay some price, it could certainly be killed. The only difficulty was that those islands would certainly support each other. But similarly, the Divine Rune Army would also have large troops acting. They could completely let them lead the charge. Then one just needed to choose a suitable island to attack to avoid this problem. This task was the most suitable for others to do among all the tasks Lin Moya had received so far. The only requirement was 6th level Dao Venerable, then being a general. Even a 9th grade general could do it. The task could indeed be done, but to overfulfill it was still very difficult. The task required extermination, meaning not one left. After a great battle, one's divine rune army would certainly suffer considerable losses, possibly not having enough strength left to attack another island. To overfulfill the task, one must exterminate multiple islands. As for how many, naturally the more the better. Lin Moyo pondered the task information, considering what he should do next. His undead army far outnumbered the Bloody Legion, but was somewhat inferior in combat power. Skeleton generals were only 4th level Dao Venerable, as was the Dragon Cavalry Corps. Even with Legion commanders commanding, they could only fight 2 winged rat generals. Wearing down 4 winged rat generals would take considerable time. There wasn't just one 4-winged rat general. Each island had over 1,000 4-winged rat generals, plus one even stronger 6-winged rat general. Only by having 5 elements Sword Demon and Flame North take action could efficiency be higher. But this way, it would be difficult to divide forces. Originally Lin Moyo wanted to use his numerical advantage to attack multiple islands simultaneously. If only the seal's strengthening ability could be used on the undead army. Combined with the origin level technique strengthening, that would be enough to deal with the rat generals on the islands. Flame North could quickly solo kill the 6-winged rat general. 5 elements Sword Demon could also cooperate with Buddhist Lich and Fate Lich to quickly kill the 6-winged rat general. And I could use Gather Power combined with strengthening to deal with the 6-winged rat general. This way, we could divide into 3 routes, dealing with 3 islands simultaneously. Lin Moyo had an idea in mind, so he wanted to try it out. He summoned a skeleton general while using the seal's strengthening ability. The seal emitted a beam of rosy light, enveloping the warship. The armor of the nearby Divine Rune Army soldiers all glowed simultaneously, their auras also rapidly increasing. Lin Moyo was stunned, so strengthening is effective on all Divine Rune Army soldiers. He looked at the skeleton general, his eyes instantly flashing with joy. It really works. The skeleton general was now radiating pure white light. Though originally only 4th level Dao Venerable, its aura now reached 5th level Dao Venerable, rising a full realm. Lin Moyo looked at the seal. I really underestimated you. Strengthening was also effective on the undead army, beyond Lin Moya's expectations. The seal had given too little information, making him instinctively think it could only strengthen the Divine Rune Army soldiers he summoned. But this was a good thing. Now his plan could be smoothly implemented. This task can be overfulfilled again. Lin Moya smiled, walking towards the interior of the warship. The world changed. Lin Moyo passed through a barrier composed of divine runes, seeing the true northern coastal sea and the Divine Rune Army. Waves crashed against the shore, but without a sound. Before Lin Moyo were rows of warships. These warships were much larger than the previous flying ships. Each warship could accommodate 100,000 Divine Rune Army soldiers. There were 20 such warships now, meaning 2 million Divine Rune Army soldiers were here. The Divine Rune Army soldiers' realms weren't as high as the Blood Rat generals, mostly 4th level Dao Venerable. But the Divine Rune Army had battle formations and strengthening abilities. Their actual combat power wasn't weak. Then Lin Moyo looked through the warship at the northern coastal sea. The northern coastal sea was much larger than seen through the space barrier earlier, with many more islands. As far as the eye could see, hundreds of islands were scattered across the northern coastal sea like stars. Streams of bloody aura rose to the sky from the islands. The Bloody Legion had clearly prepared for a great battle. Friend Lin. Suddenly someone called Lin Moya's name beside him. In the silent world, suddenly hearing someone call his name was a very strange feeling. But Lin Moya still recognized the voice's owner Su Feng's. Then he saw Su Feng's wearing armor. Lin Moya smiled. Friend Su, congratulations. Su Feng's was still a 10-man commander, but his cultivation realm had risen from 6th level to 7th level Dao Venerable. But his aura was slightly unstable, clearly having just completed the advancement. What's there to congratulate? I actually didn't want to advance so quickly. Su Feng's put away his armor, sighing deeply, even somewhat regretful. Then he showed a puzzled expression. Friend Lin, how did you come here? Lin Moya said, I came to do a task. Su Feng said, do a task? The task of exterminating the Bloody Legion in the northern coastal sea. Lin Moya nodded, yes. Su Feng's cried out strangely, Friend Lin, don't joke. This is the last task in the mid-level area. Lin Moya nodded, I know. After completing this task, I'll go to the high-level area. Su Feng's looked at Lin Moya with disbelief, his expression odd. As a clever Celestial Fox clan member, he had guessed a possibility. Although this possibility was low, it was the only answer. He asked softly, Friend Lin, may I ask your current military rank? Lin Moya frankly took out his seal, see for yourself. 8th grade, General. Su Feng's uttered 4 words with difficulty. His eyes were slightly unfocused. Years of common sense were shattered at this moment. He had some trouble accepting reality. Chapter 3130. Chapter 3130, 3130. Chapter 3130, Make a Great Dao Oath. It took Su Feng's a while to regain his composure. Friend Lin, you really are extraordinary. Lin Moya smiled, just lucky. Su Feng shook his head, no, this can't be explained by luck alone. As far as I know, the fastest person to advance in the ancient battle secret realm took 4 openings to go from joining the Divine Rune Army to becoming a general. That guy was always a genius in my eyes, but compared to Friend Lin, he's just. He couldn't find the right words to describe Lin Moya's astonishing promotion speed, leaving him at a loss for words. Lin Moya changed the subject, enough about me, why did Friend Su come here to do tasks? Su Feng said, I failed a previous task, but I was lucky and found a treasure that unexpectedly raised my realm. Actually, I didn't want to raise my realm. Once the realm increases, there's only one task left to do in the mid-level area. I must pass this task to enter the high-level area, otherwise I'd have to wait for the next secret realm opening to enter the high-level area. I figured since there were no more mid-level tasks anyway, I might as well go for it. So, here I am. So it could work like that. Lin Moya now understood that the task guidance in the ancient battlefield not only gives different tasks based on military rank, but also based on realm. Seeing Su Feng's helpless expression, Lin Moya smiled. Friend Su needn't be depressed. If it were me, I'd definitely choose the same. After all, our cultivation, the ancient battlefield is just a tiny part. True cultivation isn't in the outside world. Becoming a 7th level ancestor, isn't that a step closer to Friend Su's goal? Su Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his forehead. Friend Lin is right. I had gotten stuck in a dead end. The ancient battlefield is good, but my world is still the outside. The ancient battle secret realm is just a diversion. In that case, I should advance. Between cultivation and military rank, one must be raised. Lin Moya said, moreover, this task is very suitable for Friend Su. With your strength, you'll certainly be able to complete it smoothly. Su Feng's was now 7th level Dao Venerable, though he had just advanced and his foundation wasn't stable. But he was from the Celestial Fox clan, a royal clan, his combat power much stronger than ordinary beast races. Additionally, he had the Divine Rune Army armor. The 10-man commander armor provided some enhancement. Even if he charged into an island alone, he could probably complete the task. Moreover, as a 10-man commander, he could summon 10 Divine Rune soldiers. At his realm, the summoned Divine Rune soldiers could reach 6th level Dao Venerable combat power, a considerable help. Su Feng's cupped his hands towards Lin Moya. Thank you, friend Lin. Su Feng's will remember this favor. In the future if there's any need. Lin Moya interrupted Su Feng's words. No need for the future, you can repay it now. Ha! Su Feng stared blankly at Lin Moya. Even though he was smart enough, at this moment he couldn't quite understand Lin Moya's meaning. Lin Moya took out a Dao stone. I have some secrets I don't want others to know. Could I trouble friend Su to make a great Dao oath not to reveal any information about me? Su Feng sensed the seriousness in Lin Moya's words. If he didn't agree, it probably wouldn't be as simple as losing a friend. Lin Moya might even take action directly. Since Lin Moya was being so solemn, it must be important. As a clever Celestial Fox clan member, Su Feng's didn't hesitate and immediately made a great Dao oath. I, Su Feng's, will absolutely not reveal any information about friend Lin Moya to anyone. If violated, may my soul be annihilated, my body die and Dao perish. The Dao stone flashed brightly. Muffled thunder sounded in the sky. Feeling the great Dao oath take effect, Lin Moya couldn't help but smile. Great Dao oaths weren't foolproof, but great Dao oaths made through Dao stones, even 9th level Dao venerables wouldn't dare violate. Seeing Su Feng so readily agree, Lin Moya's impression of him improved. No one likes great Dao oaths. They're a kind of constraint, best avoided if possible. Lin Moya said, I'll remember this favor from friend Su. I'll definitely repay it when I have the chance. Su Feng shook his head. Feng sincerely wants to be friends. Friend Lin will understand in the future. At this time, the warship suddenly began to shake. Lin Moya said, the task is about to begin. If friend Su encounters danger, you can come find me. Su Feng's nodded, I understand. Take care, friend. He was going to move with the Divine Rune Army, taking the opportunity to choose a suitable island to attack. But Lin Moya didn't want to move with the main army. His requirements for islands were completely different from Su Feng's. Actually, Su Feng's was very curious about Lin Moya's methods. If he had the chance, he would observe. Su Feng's was someone who understood propriety, but he wouldn't be deliberate, just going with the flow. And as he said, he sincerely wanted to be friends with Lin Moya, so he wouldn't do anything Lin Moya disliked. The warship slowly started up in the rosy light. Divine runes flashed on the warship. 20 warships connected together, forming a battle formation. The warships could not only carry large numbers of Divine Rune soldiers, but also had powerful combat strength themselves. Lin Moya could feel the power of these warships. Though not quite at the level of 7th level ancestors, after forming a battle formation, they could contend with a 7th level ancestor for some time. Lin Moya stood on the warship. He walked to the bow. Passing countless Divine Rune soldiers, these Divine Rune soldiers all saluted him. The number of Divine Rune soldiers on the warship was exactly 100,000, neither more nor less. At the bow stood a general. The general was 7th grade, 1 grade higher than Lin Moya. When passing this general, Lin Moya gave him a military salute. The 7th grade general also saluted Lin Moya. Other than that, he did nothing, not interfering with Lin Moya. Lin Moya walked to the bow and saw the battle formation of 20 warships flying over the northern coastal sea, rapidly approaching the first island. On the island, the Bloody Legion was poised and ready. A thick bloody smell spread through heaven and earth. Lin Moya could already feel the murderous intent. Lin Moya looked at the island distribution. He would choose suitable islands based on the Divine Rune Army's movements. But before that, he wanted to see the situation of the Divine Rune Army fighting the Bloody Legion. Perhaps the Bloody Legion had some other arrangements on the islands. That huge statue gave him an eerie feeling, not very normal. Anyway, there were many islands in the northern coastal sea. It didn't matter to miss a few. The Divine Rune Army charged towards the nearest island. They clearly had no intention of splitting up, deciding to concentrate their forces to attack one island. There were only 10,000 blood rat generals on one island. Facing over 1 million Divine Rune soldiers, they simply couldn't withstand it. Lin Moya said softly, breaking through at one point, not a bad idea, but it probably won't be so easy. When they were only 100,000 meters from the island, the divine runes on the warships erupted with brilliant light. Powerful attacks launched from the warships. Each attack was very strong, only slightly weaker than 7th level Dao Venerable. The only 6-winged rat general on the island suddenly raised its head, opening its mouth towards the warships and letting out a silent roar. The statue on the island immediately emitted a blood-colored light, forming a blood-colored light screen that blocked the warship's attacks. The warship's attacks continued unabated, making the blood-colored light screen shake violently. After resisting for several seconds, the statue developed many cracks. The light screen shattered, and the warship's attacks fell directly on the island. The island rumbled, countless rat generals blasted to pieces. Chapter 3131. Chapter 3131, 3131. Chapter 3131, it's nothing but killing. The warship's attacks were dense, killing large numbers of bloody rat generals on the island. Blood dyed the island red, even staining the surrounding ocean. But even so, the bloody rat generals showed no intention of charging off the island. They would rather suffer huge losses than rush out to directly engage the Divine Rune Army. 1,000 four-winged rat generals spread their wings, weaving a blood screen to resist the attacks. The island's only 6-winged rat general fully spread all 6 wings. Countless blood-colored patterns lit up on its wings, then shot out countless blood arrows from the patterns. The blood arrows rained down like a storm towards the warship formation. Each drop of blood rain contained shocking power at the 7th level Dao Venerable level. The warship's attacks were devoured by the blood rain, cancelling out much of each other, but in the end the blood rain was slightly stronger. The divine runes on the warships continued to glow. At this time, Lin Moya saw generals on the warships raising their battle blades. The next moment, the divine rune army troops mobilized. They rushed out of the warships, forming battle arrays and charging towards the island. These divine rune soldiers were only at 4th level Dao Venerable. In single combat, they couldn't even defeat a 2-winged rat general. But now they had formed battle arrays, greatly enhancing their combat power. A battle array of 100 divine rune soldiers was enough to match a 2-winged rat general. A battle array of 10,000 divine rune soldiers could contend with a 4-winged rat general. And now, there were a full 2 million divine rune soldiers here. With 100,000 as one battle array, their combat power was approaching 7th level Dao Venerable. With the previous bombardment from the warships, over half the bloody rat generals on the island were already dead or injured. Now facing attacks from divine rune soldiers hundreds of times their number, they had no power to resist. The generals charged out from behind the battle arrays. They were all 7th grade, with combat power at the peak of 6th level Dao Venerable. With the addition of armor, their combat power could rival 7th level Dao Venerable. If they were willing to sacrifice divine rune soldiers, their attacks could make even 7th level Dao Venerable's retreat. The victor of this great battle was already determined from the start. But Lin Moya felt something wasn't right. Things shouldn't be this simple. Su Feng's came to Lin Moya's side at this time. Friend Lin, I feel like something's not quite right. He had originally planned to act independently, looking for opportunities. But now the situation of this great battle made him feel something was amiss. All the bloody legions on the islands hadn't moved, and hadn't come to support. They had clearly discovered the situation here, but just weren't moving, so he hadn't acted rashly either. Lin Moya nodded, indeed something's not right, but we can't see what yet. Su Feng said, could this island be a trap set by the bloody legion? Lin Moya said, it's possible. Su Feng's continued, everything we've experienced is actually a reenactment of prehistory. This great battle must have occurred before. We just don't know the result, don't know if the Divine Rune Army won in the end, or if the Blood Rats won. Lin Moya smiled slightly, of course the Divine Rune Army won. If they had lost, you and I wouldn't be standing here. Su Feng showed a slightly embarrassed smile, that's right, I thought wrong. Lin Moya said, I think in the end the Divine Rune Army won, but also paid a huge price. The victory probably wasn't easy. In the whole process, the Divine Rune Army must have had times of defeat. It's impossible for every battle to be a great victory. Perhaps this battle will be a loss. Lin Moya sensed a huge power sweeping up from the depths of the ocean. This island should be bait. The Divine Rune Army's strategy of breaking through at one point had actually fallen into the opponent's trap. Lin Moya's gaze moved slightly. Does friend Su know how to obtain extra rewards? Su Feng's looked puzzled. What are extra rewards? Lin Moya said, overfulfilling tasks allows you to obtain additional rewards. I call them extra rewards. The extra rewards are very generous, allowing you to rapidly advance in military rank. Su Feng's eyes lit up. Is friend Lin able to become a general so quickly because of obtaining extra rewards? Lin Moya nodded with a smile. That's right. Su Feng's was very clever and immediately realized the key point. It seems obtaining extra rewards must be very difficult. Lin Moya didn't speak, tacitly agreeing. Su Feng said, I can barely complete ordinary tasks, let alone overfulfill tasks. Just staying alive during tasks is good enough. Like this task. At this point, Su Feng's took out a mirror. He pointed the mirror towards the northern sea. In an instant, countless points of light appeared on the mirror. These points of light were all bloody legions on various islands. The nearest island had the most light points and was brightest, which was where the Divine Rune Army and Bloody Legion were battling. There was also a light point moving rapidly, approaching the battlefield. On the mirror, besides light points, there were also threads connecting all the light points, meaning all the islands in the northern coastal sea were connected as a whole. Su Feng said, this is my treasure, the truth-revealing mirror. It can reveal the power distribution on the battlefield. These threads indicate that all these islands are actually interconnected, probably forming a special formation. It's just that the formation hasn't activated yet, and there's that moving light point below, which should be a very powerful being. I think when this being arrives, the formation will activate, and these divine rune soldiers will be encircled. Lin Moyo looked at the mirror. This treasure is quite good. Since friend Su already knows, why not act in advance, like retreating? Su Feng shook his head. We can't retreat. The task has already begun. I only have two choices, complete the task, or die here. The task is to exterminate the Bloody Legion in the northern coastal sea. For us individuals, it's to independently exterminate one island. I initially thought that if I could find a suitable opportunity, I should be able to do it. But the premise of completing the task is for the Divine Rune Army to win. But now, Su Feng's expression wasn't good. If the Divine Rune Army lost, even if he exterminated one island, what use would it be? Wouldn't the result still be death? Lin Moya smiled. No need to be so pessimistic. Since there's a task, there must be a way to survive. Su Feng looked up at Lin Moyo. Please enlighten me, friend Lin. Lin Moya said, as far as I know, if the Divine Rune Army is outmatched, they will call for reinforcements. Su Feng immediately understood Lin Moya's meaning. Friend Lin means that as long as I can complete my part of the task, then hold out until reinforcements arrive, that's enough, right? Lin Moya said, if it's just to complete the task, that's enough. Even if you don't complete the task, as long as you can survive until reinforcements arrive, you can keep your life. Lin Moya's words gave Su Feng great confidence. He shook off his dejected look. Then how does one overfulfill the task, as friend Lin mentioned? Lin Moya said, the requirements for each task are different. For this task, I guess it's to not let the Divine Rune Army be routed before reinforcements arrive, or to end the battle before reinforcements come. As for the specific method, it's nothing more than killing the bloody rat monsters here. Chapter 3132. Chapter 3132, 3132. 3132, I really don't need to look. Su Feng listened in shock. Ending the battle before reinforcements arrived? This was simply a fantasy. Both sides had over 1 million troops, including over 100 7th-level ancestors. How could just the two of them possibly end the battle early? To end the battle early would require enough strength to dominate the fight. What were they? No, that's not right. Su Feng suddenly realized he had thought wrong, overestimating himself too much. What Lin Moya said was simply his own idea. How could Su Feng consider himself part of it? What he had been thinking was just how to stay alive. On that basis, maybe he could find a way to secretly take advantage of the chaos to exterminate one island. As for anything else, he hadn't even considered it. Lin Moya smiled. What do you think, friend Su? Su Feng smiled bitterly. Friend Lin is indeed no ordinary person. Feng wouldn't dare to even think of such things. Although he didn't know where Lin Moya's confidence came from, since Lin Moya dared to say such things, he must have corresponding methods. When he first met Lin Moya was only a 10-man commander. What really attracted Su Feng was Lin Moya's luck. Su Feng had never seen someone with such good luck, which is why he wanted to befriend him, even willing to give up tasks to Lin Moyo. At the time, he thought since he was already 6th level Dao Venerable and Lin Moyo was only 3rd level, he had enough tasks he could do, so he might as well give one to Lin Moyo as a favor. When he saw Lin Moyo again, Lin Moyo was still 3rd level Dao Venerable, while he had reached 7th level. But Lin Moyo had already become an 8th grade general, while he was still a 10-man commander. Lin Moya's promotion speed completely shattered his understanding. Lin Moya said, does friend Su want to join Lin? Su Feng looked at Lin Moyo, saying very seriously, would friend Lin mind Su being a burden? Lin Moya smiled, friend Su is joking. If friend Su is willing to help, this task will certainly be much easier. Su Feng said, in that case, Feng won't stand on ceremony and will take advantage of friend Lin's light. Lin Moya smiled, but there's one premise, friend Su's actions must follow my commands. Su Feng immediately said, of course, friend Lin can give orders as you please. Feng wouldn't dare disobey. At this moment, Su Feng was thinking to himself that seeing Lin Moya's calm demeanor, as long as he followed him, even if he couldn't complete the task, at least he could stay alive. As long as he was alive, nothing else mattered. Lin Moya looked at the great battle on the island, his gaze becoming sharper. It's here. Su Feng didn't feel anything. He immediately looked at the truth-revealing mirror in his hand. In the mirror, a huge light spot had already approached underwater, reaching below the island. He immediately activated the truth-revealing mirror, and a giant rat monster appeared in the mirror. Su Feng looked at Lin Moyo in surprise. Lin Moyo hadn't even looked at his truth-revealing mirror, yet he knew the giant rat monster had arrived. He himself, a 7th-level Dao Venerable, hadn't felt anything at all. Boom! The seawater exploded, raising 10,000-meter water spray as the giant rat monster charged up from underwater. Countless blood threads appeared, like a giant net covering heaven and earth, enveloping all the divine rune soldiers within. These blood threads used the statues on each island as foundations, forming a special formation. At the same time, rat generals from hundreds of islands simultaneously charged out, surging towards the divine rune army in vast numbers. All attacks erupted in an instant. The roles of attack and defense reversed, and the divine rune army's numerical advantage instantly vanished. Su Feng's face immediately became extremely ugly. He had never seen such a situation before. Both sides of the great battle added up to over 5 million in number. This kind of momentum could only be felt on a real battlefield, completely different from everyday one-on-one fights. Su Feng's face became extremely ugly. He felt that in front of such a large army, he was as small as a drop in the ocean. He nervously looked at Lin Moyo, his mouth trembling. Friend Lin, what should we do? At this moment, Lin Moya became excited. Not bad, this is more like it. The Divine Rune Army discovered this point and quickly gathered together to reform their battle arrays for defense. They already knew they had fallen into a trap. Then a brilliant golden light shot out, breaking through the blood-colored net's blockade and exploding in the sky, illuminating the entire northern coastal sea. As Lin Moyo had predicted, the Divine Rune Army sent out a distress signal. At this time, the giant rat monster charged in front of the Divine Rune Army, then curled up its 4 legs. Its huge body instantly shrank into a ball, becoming a large meatball. Cold light flashed on its body as its fur stood on end. Each hair had now become an invincible sharp blade. It rammed into the battle array without any technique. Its terrifying power erupted, and the Divine Rune Army's battle array couldn't withstand it at all. It was instantly scattered, and large numbers of Divine Rune soldiers were crushed by the giant rat's sharp blades, dying on the spot. The giant rat monster, still curled up, rolled back and forth among the Divine Rune Army. The Divine Rune Army's attacks falling on it had no effect, unable to stop it at all. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Rune Army's casualties had exceeded 100,000. Su Feng's cried out, "It must be 8th level, right?" Lin Moya shook his head, "Not quite 8th level yet. It's probably at the limit of 7th level, but still a bit short of the true limit." "Alright, the hidden rat monster has come out, and the distress signal has been sent. Now it's our turn." Su Feng's muttered in his heart, "It's your turn, not mine. I really don't need to look." Lin Moya waved out a ball of flame from his palm. The flame exploded in the air, and in an instant, Skeleton King thrones appeared from the flames. 3,000 Skeleton Kings slowly rose from their thrones. The Skeleton Kings, wearing exquisite armor, with blood-red cloaks fluttering, were engulfed in flames. Their thrones transformed into swords. Each Skeleton King stood tall, terrifyingly boundless, emitting powerful auras. Su Feng's was startled by the sudden appearance of the Skeleton Kings, but looking closely, he saw the Skeleton Kings were only 5th level Dao Venerable. Moreover, 3,000 of them, in this battle of millions, didn't count for much. Just as he was puzzled, space continued to distort. One by one, Legion commanders appeared before Lin Moyo. Lin Moya summoned 100 Legion commanders in one go. After the Legion commanders appeared, Lin Moya waved his hand, "Go." The Legion commanders accepted the order simultaneously and charged towards the battlefield. The sky suddenly darkened. Halfway there, the Legion commanders released their dragon cavalry troops. Each Legion commander led 10 million dragon cavalry. 100 commanders meant 1 billion. The terrifying number of dragon cavalry quickly formed battle arrays in heaven and earth. Their speed of action was even faster and more efficient than the Divine Rune Armies. How can there be so many? Su Feng stood there stunned, his face full of shock. Although the Dragon Cavalry Corps was only 4th level Dao Venerable, the number was simply too great. So many that he couldn't count them at all. As far as the eye could see, there were only Dragon Cavalry. The next second, excitement arose in Su Feng's heart. With so many Dragon Cavalry, even if they were only 4th level Dao Venerable, even if they only served as meat shields, it would be enough to hold out until reinforcements arrived. He dared not speak of completing the task, but at least his life was secured. Lin Moyo obviously wasn't just trying to stay alive. He picked up his seal. Strengthen. Chapter 3133. Chapter 3133, 3133. Chapter 3133, more shocking than a lifetime. The seal released brilliant light, instantly strengthening the entire undead army, raising their realm by 1 level across the board. The 5th level Dao Venerable Dragon Cavalry Corps, 6th level Dao Venerable Skeleton Kings, their combat power increased dramatically. With their numbers, they were no longer just meat shields, but now had the ability to influence the battle. Su Feng's looked at this scene in amazement, muttering, "Is this the ability of the General's Seal?" Lin Moyo explained, "It's called Strengthen. Friend Su will know the specific abilities when you become a general in the future." Su Feng's nodded. He was still far from becoming a general, so knowing these things wasn't meaningful. At this time, Su Feng's was starting to get excited. Such a large Dragon Cavalry Corps, plus their enhanced realm and combat power, was enough to contend with the Bloody Legion, but he had no idea that Strengthen was just the beginning. The main event was yet to come. Buddhist chants resounded, sword chi crisscrossed. Buddhist Lich and 5 elements Sword Demon appeared simultaneously. The 2 Liches were also affected by Strengthen, their realms rising to the limit of 6th level Dao Venerable. Sword Demon used the Sword Dao, Sword Chi surrounding its body, its combat power instantly breaking through to 7th level Dao Venerable. Fate Lich appeared on Lin Moya's shoulder, its body emitting a hazy mist, letting out a light laugh. Although it didn't have any powerful aura, Su Feng's instinctively felt that this little being was extremely terrifying. When he saw Fate Lich, he had a chilling feeling, arising from the depths of his soul. The next second, a ball of fierce flames engulfed heaven and earth. Flame North appeared not far away. As Lin Moya's current top fighter, Flame North was also affected by Strengthen, its strength increasing. Strengthen had excellent effects on those below 7th level Dao Venerable. For those above 7th level Dao Venerable, the effect could only be considered ordinary. But Su Feng's was already completely dumbfounded. He indicated he couldn't understand at all. Lin Moya's methods were too mysterious, indescribable in words. Su Feng's only knew that all the shock he had felt in his life was not as much as he received today. His worldview had been impacted in some way, no longer the same as before. But the next moment, an even greater shock came. A strange aura emanated from Lin Moya's body. This aura was incomparably mysterious and extremely high level. Origin level technique. Su Feng's cried out, his eyes full of disbelief. He finally understood why Lin Moyo had him make a great Dao oath. Lin Moyo actually possessed an origin level technique. Su Feng's teeth chattered, his body trembling constantly. Actually, it's an origin level technique. The legendary origin level technique, someone can actually master it. Lin Moya smiled, since origin level techniques exist, naturally there will be people who can master them. Su Feng said, according to records, in the history of the origin continent, only 1 or 2 people could master origin level techniques. It said these origin level techniques can't be mastered through ordinary methods. Besides shock, he also had a strong desire for knowledge. Lin Moya looked at Su Feng's, chuckling, want to know. Su Feng's instinctively nodded, but then immediately shook his head, I don't want to know. The more you know, the more you die. Once there was a race in our beast race, not strong, but the whole race was very curious, and then they were exterminated. It said it was because of curiosity, knowing things they shouldn't have known. Lin Moya laughed, indeed, it's better not to know. As he spoke, the origin aura had risen to its limit. A technique silently exploded, falling on all the undead army and revived beings. Origin level technique, strengthen troops. It had been a very long time since he used this technique. Origin level techniques, without experiencing technique sublimation, were still high above, stronger than any origin level techniques. Other techniques sublimated, even reaching origin level, were only to approach the origin, not true origin level techniques. For Lin Moyu, strengthen troops' greatest effect was to increase damage. All summoned beings' damage could be increased tenfold. Under the double enhancement of strengthen and strengthen troops, the undead army's individual combat power was infinitely close to 6th level Dao Venerable. Even in one-on-one combat, they could steadily defeat 2 winged rat generals. After forming battle arrays, killing 4 winged rat generals was no problem. Plus their numerical advantage of hundreds of times, they had formed an overwhelming advantage. Lin Moyo liked overwhelming enemies the most. This feeling was very good. Flame North turned into a stream of firelight, the first to charge into the battlefield. Its target was the giant rat monster, which was rolling and rampaging among the Divine Rune army, unstoppable. At least 10,000 Divine Rune soldiers had already died at its hands. Flame North evolved its Dao True body, transforming into a 1,000-meter flame divine eagle, its body wrapped in flames as it crashed into the giant rat monster. The two collided silently, terrifying power erupting. Flames swept everywhere, nearby Divine Rune soldiers sent flying by the huge force. The giant rat monster was sent flying, its body bursting into raging flames. Flame North now had peak 8th level Dao Venerable combat power, plus strengthened troops increasing damage tenfold. Its power was infinitely close to 9th level Dao Venerable, far surpassing the giant rat monster. Flame North caught up to the giant rat monster, spewing endless fierce flames to engulf it. The giant rat monster struggled in the fierce flames, unable to maintain its ball shape, its curled body naturally unfolding. Flame North flapped its wings, countless fierce flames turning into sharp blades, slashing at the giant rat monster. In an instant, the giant rat monster was slashed all over, extremely miserable. This was a battle without any suspense. The giant rat monster had no chance to fight back against Flame North. Su Feng's looked at the Flame Divine Eagle that Flame North had transformed into, with some confusion. It looks a bit like the Flame Divine Eagle clan. Lin Moya said, it is. Flame North is the clan leader of the Flame Divine Eagle clan. Su Feng's was greatly shocked, it's really him. I heard the Flame Divine Eagle clan was exterminated. Lin Moya said, yes, I exterminated them. Lin Moya said it lightly, making Su Feng's feel cold from his flesh to the depths of his soul. The Flame Divine Eagle clan was a race second only to the royal clans, exterminated just like that. Not only exterminated, but their clan leader was captured to be used as a fighter. Su Feng's thought of the decree passed down by the Beast Emperor earlier, his teeth chattering. Friend Lin, you wouldn't happen to know the Beast Emperor too, would you? Lin Moya said, I do. We've chatted a few times. Su Feng stood there as if struck by lightning. Not only did he know the Beast Emperor, but they had chatted several times. Even their clan leader didn't have much chance to chat with the Beast Emperor. What kind of existence was the Beast Emperor, while Lin Moya was only 3rd level Dao Venerable? In this moment, Su Feng's felt he had aimed too high. Lin Moya was someone who could chat with the Beast Emperor. For him to be able to befriend Lin Moya, that was truly an honor. Lin Moya suddenly pointed to a distant island. How about you go attack that island? Su Feng's didn't even think and immediately said, alright. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already charged over. He had promised Lin Moya earlier that wherever Lin Moya pointed, he would attack. Since he had promised, he had to do it. So he charged over without hesitation. With his strength, if it was just the Bloody Legion on one island, he could still handle it. What he feared was that the Bloody Legions on nearby islands would come to support. But he believed in Lin Moya, who would surely solve this problem for him. Chapter 3134. Chapter 3134, 3134. Chapter 3134, Magical Crystal, 100 times efficiency. Just as Su Feng's thought, Lin Moya would help him resolve all his worries. The massive Dragon Cavalry Corps quickly divided its forces, first blocking the Bloody Legion coming to support from various islands, greatly reducing the pressure on the Divine Rune army. Flame North faced off against the giant rat monster, able to kill it before long. More Dragon Cavalry Corps charged towards more distant islands, dividing into multiple routes to attack. The few islands near Su Feng's were also surrounded by the Dragon Cavalry Corps, unable to come to support, giving Su Feng's an opportunity. 5 Elements Sword Demon led Buddhist Lich and Fate Lich, maneuvering through the battlefield. 5 Elements Sword Demon's targets were the 6 winged rat generals on each island. The two liches cooperated with each other, with strengthen troops and strengthen enhancements. 5 elements sword demons' combat power had surpassed the 6-winged rat generals, making it not difficult to slay them. Lin Moyo felt the consumption of his soul power. After Su Feng set out, Lin Moyo also muttered to himself, "It's my turn." The origin aura rose from his body again as Lin Moyo used his second origin level technique, Gather Power. Su Feng's couldn't help but look back, but the origin aura had always been present, just stronger now. Su Feng's couldn't imagine that Lin Moyo had a second origin level technique, still thinking Lin Moyo was just strengthening his first origin level technique. He got closer and closer to his target. Battle intent blazed in Su Feng's eyes as he began to focus. Then let's begin. He concentrated all his attention on the Bloody Legion on the island ahead. The 10-man commander seal flashed brightly, and 10 6th level Dao Venerable Divine Rune soldiers appeared beside him. Although their strength was insufficient, they could still be of assistance to him. The few islands near that island were already surrounded by the Dragon Cavalry Corps, leaving him without any worries. As Su Feng charged onto the island and began to engage the Bloody Legion, Lin Moyo also moved. His aura rose rapidly, instantly reaching 6th level Dao Venerable, then with a soft bang, broke through to 7th level Dao Venerable. This was his limit for now. At 7th level Dao Venerable, plus the enhancement from his armor, his combat power was further increased. Strengthened troops also brought him an increase in damage. Lin Moya's combat power at this moment was not weak even among 7th level Dao Venerables. Spreading his wings of time, Lin Moya charged into the battlefield as if teleporting. He summoned the Divine Rune Army's long spear, swinging it again and again. Killing intent surged as heaven-splitting slash rolled up boundless killing intent, enveloping heaven and earth. Lin Moya's targets were those 2-winged rat generals and 4-winged rat generals. Neither 2-winged nor 4-winged rat generals could withstand Lin Moya's heaven-splitting slash. Lin Moya's actions could be described as reckless. The killing intent continuously devoured the Bloody Legion's battle intent and obsessions, constantly strengthening itself. At this time, Lin Moya's soul power was being rapidly consumed, because the Bloody Legion had no souls, and Lin Moya couldn't absorb their souls to replenish himself. Under the double enhancement of origin level techniques, soul power consumption was fast. In the past, when he was still weak, he could only maintain this state for less than half a minute. Now that his soul realm had improved, the time he could maintain it had also increased. Now he could maintain it for more than 10 minutes. Lin Moya seized these 10+ minutes to kill to his heart's content. Su Feng sensed a terrifying killing intent and inadvertently looked back, seeing Lin Moya killing in all directions. The combat power Lin Moya displayed at this time shocked him. With a casual strike, he could kill hundreds of rat generals. What nonsense about 3rd level Dao Venerable? Did 3rd level Dao Venerable have such combat power? If this was 3rd level Dao Venerable, then what was he? Su Feng's was completely speechless. Apart from the Beast Emperor and his own clan leader, he had never admired anyone. Now Lin Moya was the third. The originally doomed Divine Rune Army, due to Lin Moya's strong intervention, suddenly reversed the situation. Under the rules, this reenacted prehistoric battle completely changed flavor at this moment. The Divine Rune Army soldiers stood motionless. Originally they should have been defending with all their might, but now they didn't need to do anything. Not a single Bloody Legion rat monster could charge through. All rat monsters were intercepted halfway by the Dragon Cavalry. They had now become spectators. Bloodlight exploded as Flame North finally killed the giant rat monster and flew back. With the giant rat monster dead, Flame North was free to deal with other 6-winged rat generals. Flame North returned to Lin Moya and gave him an object. "This is the spoils of war, obtained from the opponent's head," Flame North explained. Other bloody rat generals would dissipate into points of light when they died, leaving nothing behind. The giant rat monster killed by Flame North actually had such a thing in its head. Lin Moya examined the spoils of war. It was a hexagonal crystal, only the size of a baby's fist, looking like an opaque crystal. You can feel that it contains a special power inside. This power is very high level, seemingly related to the Great Tao. What could it be? With some curiosity, Lin Moya tentatively touched it with his soul power. In an instant, the scene before Lin Moya's eyes changed drastically, transforming heaven and earth. He seemed to be placed in an infinite void. In the distance, points of light appeared, like stars. The light carried warmth, radiating towards Lin Moya. His soul instantly became active. Lin Moya always multitasked, condensing Dao patterns. Now, his 55th Dao pattern had already formed an outline. But now, the speed of condensing Dao patterns suddenly accelerated. The outline that was almost complete rapidly took shape. After the outline was complete, it was time to formally condense the Dao pattern. Condensing Dao patterns was a gradual process. Lin Moya had calculated that, without considering any unexpected situations, the 55th Dao pattern would take about 200 years to condense. But now, the speed had increased at least 100-fold. At this speed, it would take at most 2 years to condense. The next moment, his consciousness withdrew from this void space, returning to the battlefield. But the speed of condensing Dao patterns hadn't changed, still very fast. The crystal in his hand had turned to powder, scattering in the wind. The special power in the crystal accelerated the speed of condensing Dao patterns. But a single crystal's power is limited, and the duration it can last is also limited. If I could obtain more of these crystals, I could maintain this state for a long time. Then, my advancement speed would be astonishing. 2 years for one Dao pattern. With his foundation, he could complete his advancement in 36 years. This speed was extremely fast, second only to Great Dao rewards. What a good thing. I wonder if there are any more. Perhaps there will be in the high-level area. Lin Moya looked towards Su Feng's in the distance. Su Feng's was in fierce battle, becoming more and more familiar with controlling his power in the battle. Su Feng's had just advanced to 7th level Dao Venerable, and his foundation wasn't stable. But after this great battle, his foundation would basically be stabilized. Su Feng's was clearly still under pressure dealing with the 6-winged rat general, having suffered some injuries. But the 6-winged rat general was also injured. The two sides could be said to be evenly matched. Lin Moya sent out a wave of life force, falling on Su Feng's. Su Feng's injuries immediately began to recover rapidly, the effect comparable to taking a healing pill. At the same time, Su Feng's heard Lin Moya's voice, "Don't be distracted, focus on the battle first." Chapter 3135. Chapter 3135, 3135. Chapter 3135. Then let's try breaking the formation with a formation first. There were too many dragon cavalry troops. 1 billion dragon cavalry occupied the entire battlefield. Under their encirclement, the Bloody Legion was quickly swept away and eliminated. The Skeleton Kings swung their sharp bone swords, slaying those 4-winged rat generals. The 6-winged rat generals were dealt with by Flame North and 5 Elements Sword Demon. The entire Dragon Cavalry Corps surged forward like a flood, completely wiping out the Bloody Legion. Su Feng's had finally managed to kill the 6-winged rat general in front of him. He looked back at Lin Moyo, gratitude in his eyes. Now his injuries had almost completely recovered. Apart from consuming some of his power, there was no difference from normal. Originally with his strength, he was only slightly better than a 6-winged rat general. Even if he could win, he would have to pay a price. This was what Su Feng's had planned from the beginning. He didn't expect that with Lin Moya's help, he would be able to defeat the opponent without much injury. With the 6-winged rat general dead, dealing with other bloody rat generals became much easier. After all, he was 7th level Dao Venerable. Killing 5th and 6th level Dao Venerable rat generals would only take some time at most. The number of Bloody Legion troops was decreasing rapidly. In less than half an hour, half of the Bloody Legion had been eliminated, and this speed was continuing to accelerate. In at most another 20 minutes, this battle could be completely over. Lin Moyo had already stopped fighting. His soul power was mostly consumed, forcing him to withdraw, gather power, only maintaining the strengthen troops effect. If the Bloody Legion were normal living beings, I could continue fighting. Lin Moyo looked at the battlefield, talking to himself. Using strengthen troops and gather power together, although it would greatly consume soul power, at the same time, they could also absorb the soul power of those killed, constantly replenishing. Not only could it replenish soul power, strengthen troops, could also refine part of the souls to strengthen one's own soul. Facing normal living beings, as long as he killed fast enough, he could maintain both states for a long time. Unfortunately, the Bloody Legion had no souls, so Lin Moyo had no way to gain much. Lin Moyo surveyed the entire battle situation. The outcome was already decided, the Bloody Legion had no chance. Suddenly, Lin Moya's spiritual sense sent a warning, danger was approaching. The next second, the blood-colored giant net covering heaven and earth suddenly burst with dense bloodlight, a thick bloody smell filling the entire battlefield. The blood-colored giant net interwove through the statues on hundreds of islands, covering the entire battlefield. The statues on hundreds of islands simultaneously burst with blood-colored light, the outermost statues beginning to collapse. As statue after statue collapsed, the bloody smell grew stronger and stronger. The blood-colored giant net began to contract. Wherever it passed, space was cut with fine cracks. No matter who it was, anyone who touched the blood-colored giant net would be obliterated. Even members of the Bloody Legion were no exception. Touch meant certain death. Lin Moya suddenly realized this was the Bloody Legion's method of mutual destruction. He transmitted to Su Feng's, beware of the blood net. Su Feng's had also noticed the changes in the blood net, but now his task was nearing its end. He just needed to put in a bit more effort to clear out the last wave of enemies, and his task would be completed. If he stopped now, it would be a real pity. Lin Moya transmitted again, you keep fighting, I'll find a way. Su Feng's completely trusted Lin Moyo and replied, thank you, friend Lin. He became even more vicious in his attacks, wanting to eliminate his opponents as quickly as possible. Lin Moyo looked at the huge blood net, pondering countermeasures. The Divine Rune Army, which had been motionless until now, suddenly moved. They formed battle arrays and, led by several generals, attempted to charge at the blood-colored giant net. The result ended in failure. Their charge had no effect at all, and instead sacrificed many Divine Rune soldiers. Even the general leading the charge only lasted a few seconds after touching the blood net before dying on the spot. Lin Moya discerned that the blood net had at least the ability to kill 7th level Dao Venerables. This was an extremely powerful grand formation. Moreover, the method of formation was very strange, completely different from what Lin Moya knew. Even he couldn't break it in a short time. The Divine Rune Army began to shrink back, moving towards the center of the battlefield. The blood net's contraction speed wasn't fast, and the battlefield area was extremely large. It would take considerable time to contract to the central area. Lin Moya knew the Divine Rune Army wanted to buy time. They had already sent out a distress call earlier, and quite some time had passed. If they could hold out a bit longer, reinforcements might arrive. The people coming to reinforce would certainly have extraordinary strength. They might be able to solve this blood net problem. The Divine Rune Army's actions were clearly not wrong, but Lin Moya wasn't someone who liked to sit and wait for death. He didn't care what the Divine Rune Army thought, he just wanted to find a solution himself. Moreover, in Lin Moya's understanding, perhaps solving the blood net was also one of the conditions for overfulfilling the task. Overfulfilling a task was just a saying, there were no specific regulations. Lin Moya felt that even among overfulfilling tasks, there were differences in strength and quality. The better the task was completed, the more rewards there would naturally be. For this task, Lin Moya believed he had already done very well, enough to get extra rewards. And facing the blood net, he wasn't worried at all. He had several methods to avoid the blood net's attack. At worst, he could die once and revive. But Su Feng's and the Divine Rune army inside the blood net would be hard-pressed to escape. If he wanted to complete the task even better, then saving the Divine Rune army was very necessary. As for Su Feng's, he was just one more person. After observing for a while, Lin Moyo had a general idea in mind. Currently, to deal with the blood net, there are only two methods. One is to use the space Dao to forcibly open a passage between the inside and outside of the blood net, allowing the Divine Rune army and Su Feng's inside the blood net to leave through the space Dao. Although the space inside the origin continent is extremely stable, the space cut by the blood net seems to have become much more fragile. If I go all out, I should be able to build about 6 or 7 space passages. Lin Moyo keenly sensed the spatial changes. Where the blood net passed, many spatial cracks would appear. For a period of time, space would become fragile. This gave him an opportunity. After determining his first plan, Lin Moya continued talking to himself. Besides this, there's a second method, break it with force. The blood net can kill 7th level Dao venerables, which means its power is about the same as several top 7th grade formations. It's probably still inferior to the 10,000 volcanoes formation, but this is the northern coastal sea. The power of the 10,000 volcanoes formation would be greatly weakened here, so it's not suitable. Lin Moya decided to try first. His mind moved, giving an order to Flame North. Flame North transformed into a flame divine eagle and crashed into the blood net. Flames erupted everywhere. The blood net was bulged out greatly by Flame North, seeming like it would break at any moment. But the blood net was extremely tough. In the end, Flame North still couldn't break through it. After struggling for a while, Flame North had to reluctantly retreat. From the information Flame North sent back, Lin Moya learned that the blood net's toughness exceeded imagination. With his ability, he still wasn't enough to break through the blood net. Lin Moya asked, if I let you use the ancestral water, do you think it would work? After thinking, Flame North shook his head slightly, still not quite enough. Getting this answer, Lin Moya didn't have Flame North try again. He quickly made a decision. In that case, let's try breaking the formation with a formation first. Chapter 3136. Chapter 3136, 3136. Chapter 3136, I'm going to begin. After careful consideration, Lin Moya still decided to break it with force first. Using a formation to break the blood net, because Lin Moya wasn't fully confident in the space Dao, fearing unexpected situations might occur. Moreover, breaking it with force was more to Lin Moya's liking. As long as it succeeded, there wouldn't be any accidents. Time is limited, looks like I'll have to race against time. With a flip of his palm, Lin Moya took out a large number of premium 7th grade origin crystals. He was going to set up the space-rending killing formation, which was currently Lin Moya's most proficient formation. With the fusion of talisman and instrument double formations, it could reach the limit of 7th grade formations, with power stronger than some 8th grade grand formations. The origin crystals flew out like lightning, falling into their respective positions. As the origin crystals flew out, Lin Moya was simultaneously drawing talisman formations, doing two things at once with frightening precision, without any errors. Multitasking was no difficulty at all for Lin Moya. The talisman instrument double formation was already very difficult. If people knew that Lin Moya was also condensing Dao patterns at the same time, and besides that, he was continuously using his soul to revive the Star Lords in the Thousand Stars Dao, probably anyone would call Lin Moya crazy. Any one of these things, for ordinary cultivators, would require full concentration, unable to be distracted. But for Lin Moya, doing 4 things at once had no difficulty at all. He even had spare capacity to do other things. While setting up the formation, the Luck Dao appeared, Lin Moya enhancing his luck. This was done just in case. Lin Moya wouldn't allow his formation to have any problems. Although he was setting up the space-rending killing formation, this time space-rending killing formation was different from before. The previous space-rending killing formation attacked enemies entering the formation. However, this time, Lin Moya had modified the space-rending killing formation, making its attacks face outwards, attacking externally. Just changing the attack direction of the formation wasn't a difficult thing for Lin Moya. Now the only trouble was time. Setting up the space-rending killing formation required time, and the blood net was constantly contracting. The time left for Lin Moya wasn't too much. Flame North attacked the blood net again and again tirelessly. Although his attacks couldn't break through the blood net, they could slow down its contraction speed. 5 Elements Sword Demon was still slaughtering the remaining Bloody Rat generals. By now, it had killed all the 6-winged Bloody Rat generals and had turned its target to the 4-winged Bloody Rat generals. Its small body wielding a small sharp sword, drawing terrible sword power from the sword Dao, evolving into terrifying sword auras. With each attack, 4-winged rat generals died under its sword. Sometimes a few, sometimes dozens. Sometimes 5 Elements Sword Demon would use 5 Elements Sword Sea, instantly covering a large area, killing thousands of Bloody Rat generals. Facing 5 Elements Sword Demon, the Bloody Rat generals had no power to resist, only left to await slaughter. Just one 5 Elements Sword Demon could kill them in droves, not to mention there were also 3,000 Skeleton Kings and 10 billion undead troops. It was in this inevitable defeat that the Bloody Legion used its final method of mutual destruction. Lin Moyo had already predicted that in that prehistoric great battle, reinforcements must have arrived, and beaten the Bloody Legion to the point of having no way out. In the end, the Bloody Legion activated the Blood Net. As for what happened after activating the Blood Net, it was unknown. How many Divine Rune soldiers survived here before reinforcements arrived was also unknown, but Lin Moyo believed that prehistoric battle couldn't possibly be stronger than now. Because of his intervention, the Divine Rune Army's losses were less than 1%. In a great battle, only 1% casualties. One can imagine how low this casualty rate was. Looking at this requirement, he had also overfulfilled the task. The rule setter didn't look at the process, only the result. Lin Moyo had already grasped this point and similarly only pursued results. Su Feng's finally cleared out his target. The Bloody Legion on one island had all been killed by him. 1 against 10,000, this sense of achievement made Su Feng's very excited. From beginning cultivation until now, when had he ever experienced killing on such a scale? Su Feng's expressed that he had killed to his heart's content. He was very clear that being able to kill so satisfyingly was thanks to Lin Moyo. If it wasn't for Lin Moyo helping him block reinforcements, forget about killing satisfyingly, he would probably have been in danger himself. 7 of the 10 summoned Divine Rune soldiers had died in battle, but they had also fulfilled their mission. Su Feng's turned his head to look at Lin Moyo, and the next second his eyes widened, his eyeballs almost falling out. "Friend Lin, are you setting up a formation?" "Friend Lin, you actually know formations too." He couldn't believe that with Lin Moya's talent, reaching 3rd level Dao Venerable at such a young age, all his energy must have been focused on cultivation. But now Lin Moyo actually understood formations too, which was simply inconceivable. Su Feng's felt his weak heart was once again violently struck. He didn't understand why, under the Great Dao, such a freak like Lin Moyo would be born. He watched Lin Moya's movements, flowing like water, every gesture full of Dao rhythm. Although Su Feng's didn't understand formations, he knew the basic common sense about formations. Lin Moya's movements undoubtedly told him that Lin Moyo was extremely familiar with formations, not a novice. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Lin Moyo continuously threw out origin crystals while his right hand was still drawing talismans. Talisman after talisman interwove, also forming a formation. Su Feng swallowed hard, muttering, "This isn't an ordinary formation, it's a talisman instrument double formation fusion." This top-tier formation method is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns among formation masters. Friend Lin isn't an ordinary formation master, he's a top-tier formation grandmaster. Finally managing to pull his attention away from Lin Moyo, he turned to look at the Blood Net. The Blood Net was still continuously contracting. Flame North was constantly attacking the Blood Net, although without much effect, still tirelessly. Now not only Flame North, but 5 Elements Sword Demon was also attacking the Blood Net. The Bloody Rat monsters had already been killed almost completely. The Dragon Cavalry Corps was carrying out the final cleanup work. Su Feng's looked for a few moments and already knew why Lin Moyo was doing this. Friend Lin wants to use a formation to counter the Blood Net. Flame North and that little one are constantly attacking the Blood Net to delay its contraction time. The Blood Net's power comes from the statues. If I directly attack the statues. Su Feng's was very clever. He also had his own ideas. Earlier when the warships attacked, the statues had shown damage, meaning the statues weren't indestructible. He immediately tried to attack the statues, but red light flashed on the statues, directly repelling his attacks. After several attempts, he knew the statues had become one with the Blood Net. Unless one had the power to shatter the Blood Net, it was impossible to damage the statues. Su Feng's changed his mind and immediately joined Flame North and 5 Elements Sword Demon's ranks, starting to attack the Blood Net. No matter how small the effect, being able to delay for a moment was good. At least it could buy time for Lin Moyo. While setting up the formation, Lin Moyo also saw Su Feng's actions. He couldn't help but smile slightly. The Celestial Fox clan is indeed the smartest clan among beast races. They understand when to advance and retreat, recognize the situation, and with sincerity, are indeed worth befriending. Finally, the space-rending formation was set up. Lin Moyo immediately recalled all the Dragon Cavalry Corps and Elemental Liches, leaving only Flame North. At the same time, he transmitted to Su Feng's, "Friend Su, please stop. I'm going to begin." Chapter 3137. Chapter 3137, 3137. Chapter 3137, isn't it a good thing that reinforcements have arrived? Hearing Lin Moya's transmission, Su Feng's immediately stopped and returned to Lin Moya's side. At this time, a grand formation had completely taken shape beside Lin Moyo. This time, to speed up the formation setup, Lin Moyo didn't hide the formation, directly revealing it on the outside. Su Feng's could sense that this formation was very powerful, but exactly how powerful and what kind of formation it was, he wasn't very clear. Su Feng's carefully asked, "Friend Lin, what formation is this?" Lin Moyo didn't conceal it, space-rending killing formation. Su Feng searched his memory for information about the space-rending killing formation, suddenly startled. "If I remember correctly, this should be a 7th grade space-type formation, right?" Lin Moyo nodded. He was stirring his soul power, already beginning to activate the formation. One origin crystal after another flashed with light, sending out vast energy along the route Lin Moyo had laid out. Su Feng's felt the spatial vibrations, having a suffocating illusion. This is a top-tier 7th grade formation, and it's a talisman instrument double formation fusion. The power of this formation probably can rival some 8th grade formations. Su Feng's eyes were full of admiration. The space-rending killing formation was like an exquisite work of art displayed before him. Suddenly, Su Feng's thought of something. In a document, it was written that the most difficult key point of the space-rending killing formation was understanding the space Tao, otherwise it couldn't be formed. This was a hard requirement, with no way to bypass it. Lin Moyo being able to set up the space-rending killing formation also meant that Lin Moyo understood the space Tao. This was another shock, but he had been shocked too many times before. Su Feng's felt he had become somewhat numb. In his feeling, it seemed only natural that Lin Moyo had mastered the space Tao. Lin Moyo activated the space-rending killing formation, pointing his finger forward. The space-rending killing formation shook violently. The space in front of the formation shattered. An attack silently slashed out along the shattered space, instantly striking the blood net. A bulge appeared on the blood net. This bulge wasn't much different from Flame North's impact. Su Feng's had personally felt the toughness of the blood net. This level of attack wasn't enough to break the blood net. If only the formation's power could be a bit stronger. Su Feng sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat regretful. The corner of Lin Moya's mouth lifted slightly, his eye showing no disappointment at all. He was the master of the formation and knew his own formation better than anyone. That strike just now was only a probe, naturally not the formation's full power. The next moment, the formation burst with strong light, space shattering. The shattered space extended directly from in front of the formation to the blood net, forming a chaotic void between the formation and the blood net. Hundreds of spatial attacks fell on the blood net along the chaotic void. The blood net instantly bore attacks hundreds of times stronger than before, countless bulges appearing. The entire blood net was violently shaking. The foundation of the blood net was the statues on the islands. Facing such a storm of attacks, one statue immediately shattered. Su Feng's eyes lit up. There's hope. Lin Moya said lightly, it should be no problem. Su Feng's now seemed to have become Lin Moya's little fan, not doubting Lin Moya's words at all. Friend Lin, Feng's has a question, may I ask? Lin Moya said, you may. Su Feng's asked, as far as Feng's knows, formations are generally inward-facing. How did friend Lin make the formation face outward? Lin Moya said, that's simple, just make some modifications to the formation. If friend Su has time in the future, you can delve into formations. With friend Su's intelligence, you'll easily master it. Su Feng said, actually, Feng's is quite interested in formations, but there are no excellent formation masters in our beast race. Researching materials on my own is too difficult. Lin Moya smiled, if friend Su really wants to learn formations, you can come to the eastern continent in the future. In my forces, there are several good formation masters who can enlighten friend Su. Su Feng's face showed joy, that would be great. Lin Moya smiled, when you reach the eastern continent, you can go to the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce. Through them, friend Su will be able to find where my forces are located. Su Feng's firmly remembered, good, I'll definitely go. Under the continuous attacks of the space-rending killing formation, statue after statue collapsed. In just a few minutes, half of the hundreds of statues had collapsed. When the statues collapsed, they would inject all their power into the blood net. The blood net hadn't weakened because of this. However, Lin Moyo had already noticed that the blood net's power was being rapidly consumed under his continuous attacks. Once all the statues collapsed, the blood net would lose its power source and naturally be shattered. The statues kept collapsing, fewer and fewer remaining. Soon, only 50 statues were left, only 1/10 of the initial number. Su Feng's eyes were full of joy. He felt this was in the bag. Following Lin Moya really paid off. If it were him alone, his life would truly be uncertain in this task. Suddenly Lin Moya turned his head, looking towards the distance of the northern coastal sea. Su Feng's asked curiously, friend Lin, what's happened? Lin Moya said softly, reinforcements have arrived. Looks like I need to speed up. As he spoke, Lin Moyo injected a large amount of soul power into the formation. The space-rending killing formation became even more violent. The formation's power greatly increased. The attacks on the blood net increased dramatically, and the speed of statue collapse also accelerated considerably. The entire formation was shaking and trembling. Lin Moya was overdriving the formation, unlimitedly increasing its power. The power in the origin crystals was being greatly consumed. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the power in the origin crystals was completely exhausted. Under normal circumstances, doing this would be somewhat not worth it. Overdrawing the formation like this might only increase its power by 20%, but the formation's duration would be shortened by half. But Lin Moya didn't care now. As long as the blood net was shattered, the formation would lose its purpose. Su Feng's was somewhat puzzled, isn't it a good thing that reinforcements have arrived? Lin Moya said, indeed it's a good thing. Once they arrive, the task will be completed. But I want to shatter the blood net before they arrive. Su Feng's immediately understood Lin Moya's thinking. Lin Moya wanted to overfulfill the task, so he had to do this. In other words, he wanted to take all the credit. Su Feng's admired Lin Moya's meticulousness and boldness. But he also knew that to be like Lin Moya, meticulousness and boldness weren't enough. Strong strength was also needed as support. If it were him, even if he knew all this, it would be impossible to achieve. Knowing is one thing, being able to do it is another. The statues were rapidly collapsing. When there were 20 statues left, Su Feng's finally saw a point of light appear in the distance. Within the light point were several powerful auras rapidly approaching here. Their speed was very fast. It wouldn't be long before they arrived. Lin Moya steeled his heart and once again overdrew the formation. The formation's attacks increased again, at least 50% stronger than its initial state. In this state, the formation's duration was greatly shortened. It could last at most a few more minutes. A few minutes was enough. The last 20 statues all collapsed in less than 2 minutes. The blood net completely lost its power source. Lin Moya drew a complex talisman, fusing it into the formation, once again increasing the formation's power. One origin crystal after another shattered. At the cost of the formation's collapse, he launched the last and strongest wave of attacks. Chapter 3138. Chapter 3138, 3138. Chapter 3138, Extra Reward, Great Tao Crystal. As the space-rending killing formation collapsed, it released all its power. This was the formation's final brilliance, its most magnificent spatial attack. Large areas of space collapsed. The space between the formation and the blood net had completely turned into chaotic void. Countless attacks burst out from the chaotic void, falling on the blood net. At this moment, even if facing an 8th level Tao Venerable, they would either die or be severely injured. The blood net had lost the statues as its foundation. Facing such terrifying attacks from the space-rending killing formation, it completely exceeded its limit. The blood net collapsed silently, turning into a rain of blood falling from the sky, disappearing between heaven and earth. Lin Moya let out a long breath. Fortunately, we made it in time. The corner of Su Feng's mouth twitched. Friend Lin's methods, Feng's admires wholeheartedly. Lin Moya asked, really? Su Feng said, every word is true. Lin Moya smiled, then prostrate yourself once. Su Feng's was stunned on the spot. Lin Moya actually asked him to prostrate himself. This phrase was clearly just praise. How could it be used like this? Lin Moya laughed, just joking. Alright, wait for the rewards. Su Feng's breathed a sigh of relief. Friend is truly humorous. Lin Moya said, besides cultivation, one should relax occasionally. The golden light from afar arrived, stopping before them. A flying ship appeared within the golden light. Lin Moya had ridden similar flying ships before. The flying ship before him was more exquisite than the ones he had ridden, of a higher level and faster speed. The advantage of this type of Divine Rune Army flying ship was its sufficient speed, but its capacity was limited. It could generally only hold 10,000 people, unlike warships which could hold at least 100,000. A team of 10,000 Divine Rune soldiers rushed out from the flying ship. This team emitted a powerful aura, clearly superior to ordinary Divine Rune soldiers. Each of them had 6th level Tao Venerable cultivation. In terms of combat power alone, they weren't much inferior to 7th grade generals. They could be called the elite of the elite. In the origin continent, their status in sects and clans would be extremely high. The sect leaders of many human race holy lands were often 6th level Tao Venerables. But here, they were just members of the Divine Rune Army, elite soldiers. After this team flew out, another person flew out. He wore exquisite armor, his whole body emitting a powerful aura. Lin Moya saw the insignia on the armor and knew the other's identity. This was a 4th grade general. Su Feng's also transmitted at this moment, 4th grade general, 8th level Tao Venerable. The 7th grade and 8th grade generals seen before were all 6th level Tao Venerable. The 4th grade general was 8th level Tao Venerable, so 5th grade and 6th grade generals should be 7th level Tao Venerable. Although military rank wasn't absolutely related to strength, there was still some connection more or less. Lin Moya gave Su Feng's a look. The two flew together before the 4th grade general, simultaneously giving a military salute. The 4th grade general wore full body armor, not revealing his true appearance, but both could feel that he was sizing them up. This was a formidable figure. Although he was 8th level Tao Venerable, the same as Flame North, Lin Moya had a feeling that Flame North was no match for him. The armor he wore, and the Divine Rune soldiers behind him, could all bring him powerful enhancements. Perhaps his combat power could touch the edge of 9th level Tao Venerable. As for the 1,000 Divine Rune soldiers behind him, they couldn't be regarded as 6th level Tao Venerable. In a real fight, they were very likely to exert 7th level Tao Venerable combat power. Such a team was enough to annihilate the Bloody Legion here. Even breaking the blood net wouldn't be a problem. After sizing them up for a moment, the 4th grade general drew his battle blade, pointing it at Lin Moya and Su Feng's. Su Feng's hair immediately stood on end. Lin Moya's transmission came to his ear. It's alright, don't worry. Su Feng's clearly hadn't experienced this before, but Lin Moya knew very well that this was to give them extra rewards. 2 seals, one large and one small, automatically flew out, coming before the other party. There was a considerable difference between the 10-man commander seal and the 8th grade general seal. A faint light emitted from the blade tip, enveloping the 2 seals. Su Feng's 10-man commander seal immediately began to enlarge, the 10 on it changing to 100. Lin Moya's seal also enlarged somewhat, but the 8 on it didn't change, still remaining 8th grade general. After becoming a general, promotion speed slowed down. This task wasn't completed by him alone. Although he got most of the rewards, it still wasn't enough for him to advance. Su Feng's and Lin Moya both received extra rewards. Su Feng's was promoted from 10-man commander to 100-man commander. Although Lin Moya wasn't promoted, he was a step closer to promotion. Although Lin Moya wasn't promoted, Su Feng's knew very well that Lin Moya had received much more rewards than himself. Commander promotions were much easier than general promotions, but Lin Moya had done so much in this battle, making great contributions, so receiving these rewards was appropriate. After the promotions were complete, the 2 seals flew back to their respective owners. At this time, the 4th grade general raised his battle blade, slashing towards the sea. The terrifying power of an 8th level Tao Venerable erupted. Huge waves rose in the northern coastal sea, and 3 islands immediately sank. As the islands sank, 3 whirlpools formed. The whirlpools swept up countless seawater, heading towards the depths of the northern coastal sea. At the center of the whirlpools, several objects were rising. There were 3 in total, each coming from a different whirlpool. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly. It's that kind of crystal. Su Feng's also saw clearly, exclaiming softly, it's Great Dao crystals. Lin Moyo asked, what are Great Dao crystals? Su Feng said, it said that Great Dao crystals are miraculous items from the Great Dao, able to accelerate cultivation speed for Dao venerables. I told you before about that clan member who could quickly break through realms, it was because he obtained Great Dao crystals. It said Great Dao crystals come from the Great Dao, their own level very high, and without usage restrictions. Unlike other Great Dao realm treasures, we have no qualifications to use them. Listening to Su Feng's explanation, Lin Moyo learned the function of Great Dao crystals. These things were extremely rare. The vast majority of materials wouldn't have records of them, so Lin Moyo didn't have any information about them in the materials he had obtained. Great Dao crystals weren't like other Great Dao realm treasures that Dao venerables couldn't use. Great Dao crystals were like treasures specially customized for Dao venerables, meant for Dao venerables to use. Their function was also very simple, just accelerating cultivation speed. According to Su Feng's, for someone like him at 7th level Dao venerable, just 10 Great Dao crystals could allow him to advance to 8th level Dao venerable within 100 years. Lin Moyo had obtained and used Great Dao crystals before. He knew Great Dao crystals had a great effect on him. As long as he had enough Great Dao crystals, he could rapidly increase his realm. Because his foundation was too strong, increasing his realm had become the biggest problem. Experience and gains time after time had increased his combat power considerably, but his realm increased very slowly. 3 Great Dao crystals flew out of the whirlpools, coming before Lin Moyo. The 4th grade general indicated that all 3 Great Dao crystals belonged to Lin Moyo. Although Su Feng's also coveted them, he knew how little he had contributed and how minimal his role was in the task. This kind of reward should go to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo didn't stand on ceremony and took the Great Dao crystals. Then the 4th grade general put away his battle blade and gestured, indicating for the 2 to enter the flying ship. The 2 complied and entered the flying ship. The 4th grade general also led his troops back to the flying ship. The flying ship activated, streaking across the sky, flying towards the other end of the northern coastal sea. Chapter 3139. Chapter 3139, 3139. Chapter 3139, the high level are the true directors of war. The flying ship's speed was astonishing. Although the northern coastal sea was large, it wasn't larger than the realm sea. The flying ship could reach the other end, which was the high-level area, in no time. Lin Moyo and Su Feng stood at the front of the flying ship. The divine rune soldiers on the ship treated the 2 as air, directly ignoring their existence. Along the way, they saw island after island, battle after battle. The great battles between the Divine Rune Army and the Bloody Legion were spread throughout the northern coastal sea. The flying ship passed by the edge of the battlefields, quickly moving away without stopping, showing no intention of helping. Su Feng said curiously, although this is a reenactment of prehistoric battles, I still find it strange. In prehistoric times, did they also disregard the great battles like this and leave directly? Those battles weren't large in scale. Even if they stopped for a while to help deal with the Bloody Legion, it wouldn't take much time, right? Lin Moyo smiled. Friend Su probably hasn't experienced a battlefield. Su Feng's nodded. Now, except for some humans and beast races still fighting on Dragon Coil Island, there are no large-scale wars in other places. Actually, I also find it strange. The relationship between humans and beast races isn't bad, and there are even interactions between them. Why are both sides fighting on Dragon Coil Island? Even if there are some minor conflicts, it shouldn't reach that level. Lin Moyo said, on the battlefield, everything must prioritize military orders. Every soldier has their own mission. Perhaps this flying ship has its own mission. As for Dragon Coil Island that friend Su mentioned, some things can only be understood after experiencing them personally. Perhaps the war on Dragon Coil Island is different from what people imagine. Su Feng's didn't quite understand Lin Moyo's words, but he still grasped some details. Friend Lin has been on the battlefield. Lin Moyo smiled slightly, nodding gently, then turned to another topic. Friend Su, there's something I'd like to ask. Su Feng smiled. Friend Lin, please ask. Feng's will answer if he knows. Lin Moyo asked, from what friend Su said earlier, that ancestor of your clan could increase his cultivation realm every time he entered the ancient battle secret realm, relying on these Great Dao crystals. If I'm not mistaken, there must be a stable source of Great Dao crystals. Su Feng's had already understood Lin Moyo's meaning. He said softly, regarding this matter, actually many people in our clan have this question. Many people are certain he must have had a fixed source of Great Dao crystals. But unfortunately, that ancestor didn't reveal it. Later he died in the ancient battle secret realm, and this matter became a secret. Lin Moyo felt somewhat regretful. If he could have a stable source of Great Dao crystals, his cultivation speed could increase 100-fold. He had absorbed 1 Great Dao crystal before and now had 3 more in hand, but just 4 weren't enough for long-term use. The effect of 1 Great Dao crystal could last at most a year. Under the enhancement of a Great Dao crystal, it would take 2 years to condense 1 Dao pattern. For Great Dao crystals would only allow him to condense 2 Dao patterns, which was a drop in the bucket for cultivation. So Lin Moyo wanted to obtain more Great Dao crystals, otherwise this cultivation speed was really too slow. Lin Moyo said, it's indeed a pity. If we knew the source, cultivation speed could be increased a lot. Su Feng's eyes held memories as he continued searching his memory. He had lived for tens of thousands of years. Although he spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation, he had also read countless materials in the clan. Those materials were very miscellaneous. He tried to find some clues from the vast amount of information, Finally, Su Feng's made a discovery. I once saw a sentence in a miscellaneous record. That ancestor once let slip that his ability to cultivate so quickly was related to battle beasts. But that was just a miscellaneous record, and battle beasts are too dangerous, so no one has ever tried to verify it. Lin Moya's gaze held contemplation. Battle beasts. He thought of the process of obtaining his first great Dao crystal, which was from killing a giant rat monster and obtaining it from its body. If obtained from battle beasts' bodies, it would make sense. But he had killed many battle beasts in previous tasks and hadn't gotten any great Dao crystals. Could it be because of realm area restrictions? Battle beasts in the high-level area might contain great Dao crystals. If that's really the case, it would be good news for me. Lin Moya said, "Thank you for telling me, friend Su." Su Feng said, "Friend Lin is too polite. The truth of this matter is still uncertain." Lin Moya said, "Whether it's true or false, I can verify it when the time comes." Su Feng said, "Then friend Lin must be careful. Battle beasts are not easy to deal with. Battle beasts in the high-level area are all terrifying beings at 7th level Dao Venerable or above. Moreover, they mostly move in groups, from dozens to hundreds, even thousands. Some battle beast groups even have 8th or 9th level Dao Venerable leaders. Even 9th level Dao Venerables would have to retreat when encountering them. But Su Feng's thought of Lin Moya's strength and felt it shouldn't be a big problem. As long as he didn't encounter 9th level Dao Venerable battle beasts, Lin Moya should be able to handle them, at least having the ability to protect himself. He said this just as a reminder. He knew very well how meticulous Lin Moya's thoughts were. Lin Moya said, "Thank you for the reminder, friend Su. I will be careful. If I really gain something, I won't forget friend Su." Su Feng shook his head. Friend Lin is being too polite saying that. Feng's has said he sincerely wants to be friends with friend Lin. Whether friend Lin acknowledges it or not, Feng's already considers friend Lin a good friend from the bottom of his heart. Lin Moya smiled without saying much more. Many things, no matter how nice they sound, ultimately depend on actions. The two chatted along the way. Su Feng's told Lin Moya many things about the beast races, giving Lin Moya a better understanding of them. What he said wasn't secret, but it was information Lin Moya didn't have in his materials. Lin Moya also talked about some things regarding humans, exchanging information. Half a day later, a coastline appeared in their view, with a vast land coming into sight. When they were still far from land, a powerful aura already hit them. Su Feng sighed. There really is a big difference between the high-level area and the mid-level area. Lin Moya's spiritual sense was keen. His perception was clearer than Su Feng's. I can feel that the battles that occurred in the high-level area were more intense than in other places. In any battle, those who truly determine victory or defeat must be the high level. Su Feng's nodded. Friend Lin is right. As long as the high level wins, it doesn't matter if all other levels lose. Lin Moya smiled. So friend Su, you should understand why the flying ship didn't stop, right? Su Feng suddenly had a sense of enlightenment. He said to Lin Moya, Feng's has learned. The flying ship contained high-level elites. They were the ones directing this war. The battles at middle and low levels weren't actually important for victory or defeat. Entering the high-level area, after Lin Moya and Su Feng's left the flying ship, it immediately changed direction, rushing towards the depths of the high-level area, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, two beams of rosy light descended, enveloping the two of them respectively. The task was over, and the formal rewards descended. Chapter 3140. Chapter 3140, 3140. Chapter 3140, Battle Beasts, Lightning Purple Striped Tigers? The arrival of the formal rewards gave Su Feng's another pleasant surprise. From his expression, it was clear that Su Feng's was very happy, even excited. Since joining the Divine Rune Army, Su Feng's had never received two rewards in one task. How could he not be excited? Fortunately, Lin Moya had told him earlier that there would be another reward after the task ended. The previous one was just an extra reward, giving Su Feng's mental preparation. Within the rosy light, the 100 on Su Feng's seal changed to 1,000. He was promoted again, from 100-man commander to 1,000-man commander. Advancing 2 military ranks in one task was something Su Feng's had never dared to imagine, all thanks to Lin Moya's influence. The 8 on Lin Moya's seal finally changed to 7. During the task, Lin Moya had contributed the most and paid the most, so naturally he gained the most. He also completed a promotion, changing from 8th grade general at the start of the task to 7th grade general. Lin Moya muttered to himself, I might be the 7th grade general with the lowest realm in the Divine Rune Army. Su Feng's laughed, realm doesn't matter, true strength is king. With friend Lin's strength, forget 7th grade general, even 2nd grade general would be fitting. Lin Moya joked, I'll accept that flattery. Su Feng said, Feng's benefited from friend Lin's light this time. I can't repay this favor for now, it will have to wait for the future. Lin Moya said, no need to be so particular about it. Su Feng's chuckled, I understand. A moment later, the rosy light disappeared, and the two retrieved their seals. Su Feng's checked the tasks in his seal, then compared them with Lin Moya's seal tasks, finding that their tasks were completely different. Su Feng's cupped his hands to Lin Moya, Feng's won't hold friend Lin back. The two had different tasks to do, so naturally they couldn't act together. Lin Moya also cupped his hands, take care, friend Su. We'll meet again if fate allows. We'll meet again if fate allows. Su Feng's left, disappearing into the horizon. Lin Moya didn't leave. He felt the high-level area. The land of the high-level area emitted a strong aura of the Great Tao. Lin Moya could feel that the being who reenacted the ancient battlefield and set the rules had expended far more effort in the high-level area than in other areas. There were many battle beasts active in the high-level area. The battle beasts wouldn't stay in one place. They would roam about in groups, like soldiers patrolling, attacking outsiders in the high-level area. But the materials didn't say whether battle beasts would attack the Bloody Legion and Divine Rune Army. Except for inside secret realms, it was rare to see Divine Rune Army and Bloody Legion in the outside world, so no one paid attention to this situation. With experience from the low-level and mid-level areas, Lin Moyo had a general understanding of the ancient battlefield's situation. In his mind, secret realms could be roughly divided into three categories. The first category, which was also the most numerous, could be seen as various battlefields. Many secret realms reenacted battles that had occurred in the past. The evolution of these secret realms should all be done by that rule-setter's methods. The second category of secret realms, fewer in number, corresponded to various tasks. The third category of secret realms, more numerous than the second but less than the first, were evolved by the Divine Rune Army soldiers who had died in the past. Among the three categories, the first was the safest. Ordinary cultivators rarely encountered the second category of secret realms, while the first category was where many cultivators were injured or killed. But in terms of real danger, it still wasn't as bad as battle beasts. Being targeted by battle beasts was real trouble. Those Dao venerables who entered the high-level area would choose nearby secret realms to enter in order to avoid battle beasts. As for which type of secret realm they entered, that was up to luck. No matter which secret realm they entered, it was better than being outside with battle beasts. Lin Moyo looked at the map in his seal. After advancing 2 ranks, the map had expanded a lot, and the tasks had become 8. 8 tasks were distributed across the map. Even the nearest one was quite a distance away. Lin Moyo didn't consider much, directly choosing the nearest task. At the same time, countless skeleton generals appeared beside him, then scattered to explore the high-level area. Lin Moyo sent out a full 10 million skeleton generals to explore the high-level area. In Lin Moyo's understanding, the high-level area was not only more dangerous, but also larger in range. 10 million skeleton generals was just a base, not necessarily enough. Moreover, using skeleton generals to explore here was far more meaningful than before. Skeleton generals could not only clearly explore the terrain, but also search for battle beasts. The location, number, and strength of battle beasts could all be explored clearly. If battle beasts really could produce great Dao crystals, their significance to Lin Moyo would be completely different. He might even choose not to do tasks, turning instead to deal with battle beasts. For great Dao crystals, giving up tasks wasn't out of the question. After all, completing tasks, apart from continuously raising military rank, didn't seem to have many other rewards. As for whether there would be good rewards later, that was all unknown. Comparatively, it was naturally best to grasp the immediate practical benefits. What could be obtained in hand was best. If both could be taken care of, that would be even better. The skeleton generals spread out more and more, gradually disappearing into the lush ancient forest. Lin Moyo slowly flew up, heading towards the task point. He didn't fly fast, moving unhurriedly, with the terrain map continuously being drawn in his mind. Soon, the skeleton generals encountered battle beasts. This group of battle beasts numbered only 18, belonging to a small group. 18 battle beasts moved slowly between the dense forests in the high-level area. Their shape and outline looked like tigers, but larger than tigers. Because of the skeleton general's vision, details couldn't be seen. Through the soul fire, it could be seen that all 18 battle beasts were 7th level Dao venerable. In the high-level area, such a battle beast group was considered quite weak. But even so, 7th level Dao venerables would have to avoid them. Even 8th level Dao venerables would have to think twice. Battle beasts' combat power was very strong, and there were 18 of them. Although 8th level Dao venerables were higher in realm, they might also pay a price if not careful. Even if they could win, it would be a hard fight. Normally, except for some powerful 8th level Dao venerable powerhouses or 9th level Dao venerable powerhouses, no one would provoke them. In the materials Lin Moyo had obtained, it was stated that upon seeing a battle beast group in the high-level area, one should immediately avoid them. This was also the practice of most beast race Dao venerables. Unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't make enemies with battle beasts. But Lin Moyo didn't think so. This group of battle beasts was right on his path to the task point. Lin Moyo immediately approached silently. Suddenly, one of the battle beasts charged forward, lightning bursting from its body, smashing several ancient trees. The skeleton general hiding behind the ancient trees was pulverized to death. Lin Moyo was slightly surprised, it was actually discovered. The skeleton general had already suppressed its aura and was also hidden by ancient trees, yet it was still discovered. This showed that these battle beasts had very keen perception. Lin Moyo didn't let the skeleton general revive, and at the same time had nearby skeleton generals explore outwards in all directions, using the battle beast group's location as the center. He wanted to see if there were other battle beast groups nearby. If battle beast groups were too close, once battle broke out, they might support each other. This was also what made battle beasts troublesome. Finally, Lin Moyo saw those battle beasts with his own eyes and couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Lightning purple strike tigers?" Chapter 3141. Chapter 3141, 3141. Chapter 3141, Snatching food from a tiger's mouth. The battle beasts before him were completely different from those seen in the mid-level area. The 18 battle beasts were very similar to lightning purple striped tigers, their bodies also densely covered with beautiful patterns. Purple light was contained within the patterns, turning into lightning flowing across their bodies. They were over 80% similar to the Dao true bodies evolved by lightning purple striped tigers. If not looking carefully, one might think these were clansmen of lightning purple striped tigers evolving their Dao true bodies here. Although they were very similar to lightning purple striped tigers, Lin Moya wouldn't go easy on them. A moment later, after confirming that there were no other battle beast groups within several hundred li of this group, Lin Moya prepared to take action. Flame North appeared beside him, followed by 5 Elements Sword Demon. Lin Moya flicked a drop of ancestral water onto 5 Elements Sword Demon, while also burning belief power to enhance it. The next moment, Origin Aura rose. Origin level technique, Strengthen Troops. Using Strengthen Troops to greatly enhance 5 Elements Sword Demon's attacks. Go! At the command, 5 Elements Sword Demon whistled towards the battle beasts. The Sword Dao responded, enhancing 5 Elements Sword Demon. Then a beam of rosy light lit up behind Lin Moya, also falling on 5 Elements Sword Demon. The ability brought by the General's seal, Strengthen. Strengthen Troops, Strengthen, Ancestral Water, Belief Power, Sword Dao. Just the Sword Dao enhancement was enough to let 5 Elements Sword Demon exert 7th level Dao Venerable attack power. If counting the other enhancements, under layer upon layer of strengthening, Lin Moya didn't know what level 5 Elements Sword Demon's next strike would reach. Lin Moya felt 5 Elements Sword Demon's next sword strike would be extremely powerful. 5 Elements Sword Demon struck with its sword. 5 sharp swords of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth simultaneously appeared from the Sword Dao, using the 5 Elements swords as a lead, followed by an endless sea of swords. Technique, 5 Elements Sword Sea. The Sword Dao emitted a rumbling sound as the sword sea covered the sky like a tsunami crashing down. The sword momentum was overwhelming. In an instant, the ancient forest before 5 Elements Sword Demon was ground to powder by the boundless sword momentum. Without giving the battle beasts time to react, the 5 Elements Sword Sea had already engulfed them. The sword sea surged, sweeping across 100 li area in front of 5 Elements Sword Demon. The ground in the 100 li area was plowed over and over by the 5 Elements Sword Sea. Countless sword auras rampaged back and forth within this 100 li area. Flame North flew out, coming to 5 Elements Sword Demon's side. When the 5 Elements Sword Sea ended, if there were any survivors, he would take action. Within the Sword Sea, the situation of the battle beasts couldn't be seen at all. Even with Lin Moya's keen perception, it was now cut off by the Sword Sea, unable to sense the situation inside. A moment later, the 5 Elements Sword Sea gradually dispersed. The ground ravaged by the 5 Elements Sword Sea had formed a basin with a drop of several dozen meters. Under Lin Moya's enhancement without regard for cost, the power of this sword strike had reached the level of 8th level Dao Venerable, even stronger than ordinary 8th level Dao Venerables. In the basin, 18 battle beasts lay on the ground, their bodies battered and broken. Although their corpses weren't completely destroyed, they were dead through and through. 5 Elements Sword Demon's strike was too fierce. One area attack gave them no chance to resist. Lin Moya was very satisfied with this result. His mind moved, having Flame North go down to search for Great Dao crystals, while also collecting the corpse remains. Flame North carefully searched the battle beast corpses one by one until all were checked, but found nothing. Lin Moya couldn't help feeling disappointed. Could Su Feng's information be wrong? It's not impossible that Great Dao crystals don't come from battle beasts. That was just someone's drunken talk, hard to say if it's true or false. The previous Great Dao crystals, one came from a giant rat monster, the other 3 from task rewards. How the giant rat monster obtained a Great Dao crystal is also a question. There's too little information to deduce. It might also be bad luck this time. Flame North brought back the collected battle beast remains. Lin Moya accepted them without refusal. These were 7th level Dao Venerable remains. Whether used to perform Revive the Dead or for corpse explosion, they were very high-grade materials. With these in hand, Lin Moya himself could instantly kill any 7th level Dao Venerable. At this time, 5 Elements Sword Demon suddenly flew up. It flew above the basin, slashing a sword towards the bottom of the basin. The sword aura drilled into the ground, blasting up a large amount of soil. A bloody aura burst out from underground. Lin Moya saw a bloody rat monster. This bloody rat monster had 6 wings. It was a 6-winged rat general, already at 7th level Dao Venerable. Along with the bloody rat monster, a Great Dao crystal was also blasted out. Lin Moya's gaze focused. There really is one. 5 Elements Sword Demon moved extremely fast. One small sword struck out after images, instantly slashing out hundreds of sword auras. Each sword aura's attack power, though not as strong as the 5 Elements Sword Sea, had reached the peak of 7th level Dao Venerable. The 6-winged bloody rat monster didn't dodge at all. It forcibly endured the sword auras, blood light soaring from its body, forcibly charging to the Great Dao crystal and swallowing it in one gulp. Lin Moya immediately understood how the Great Dao crystal came to be in that giant rat monster's body. It had swallowed a Great Dao crystal at some point, and the Great Dao crystals really came from battle beasts. Just now when the battle beasts were slain, a Great Dao crystal dropped out. Unexpectedly, a 6-winged rat general was hidden underground. It seemed the 6-winged rat general had long been lurking here, its purpose being the battle beast's Great Dao crystals. Lin Moya's mind moved, and 5 Elements Sword Demon immediately stopped. Lin Moya wanted to see what changes would occur to the 6-winged rat general after swallowing the Great Dao crystal. The Great Dao crystal must have great use, otherwise it wouldn't have come to swallow it like this. This might also be part of the rules. Bloody rat generals had to find ways to seek Great Dao crystals and swallow them. Flame North silently came to the basin, cutting off the bloody rat general's retreat path. After swallowing the Great Dao crystal, the bloody rat general didn't flee. It hovered in midair, its body undergoing violent changes. The 6 wings visibly shrank, then its body began to rapidly grow larger. In the blink of an eye, its body had exceeded several hundred meters, and its power was also rapidly increasing. Just 3 minutes later, its power reached the limit of 7th level Dao Venerable, then broke through to 8th level Dao Venerable. At this time, its body size had exceeded 1,000 meters, and the wings behind it had disappeared. At this moment, it was identical to the giant rat monster Lin Moyo had seen before. So 6-winged rat generals turned into giant rat monsters after swallowing great Dao crystals. For cultivators of the origin continent, great Dao crystals only accelerate cultivation speed, but for the Bloody Legion, they can directly increase power. But the Bloody Legion seems unable to digest great Dao crystals. Otherwise, the great Dao crystal in that giant rat monster's body wouldn't have remained. Is it because they don't have physical bodies, only being things evolved by the rules? This is quite interesting. Let's see then, you can't not digest it. Lin Moyo chuckled lightly. Flame North charged up, and 5 Elements Sword Demon also launched attacks again. 5 Elements Sword Demon instantly slashed out hundreds of swords. Sword auras filled the sky, bursting out large patches of blood on the giant rat monster's body, tearing its skin and flesh. Flame North's flames turned into a flame divine eagle, spewing out countless flames to burn the giant rat monster. Having killed one before, killing another was no difficulty. Chapter 3142. Chapter 3142, 3142. Chapter 3142, are battle beasts the ancestors of beast races? Actually, Flame North's power alone was enough to kill the giant rat monster. Now with 5 Elements Sword Demon's cooperation, killing it was even more effortless. Lin Moyo found that the giant rat monster's power had indeed reached 8th level Dao Venerable, but its actual combat power seemed a bit short of 8th level Dao Venerable. It had the power of 8th level Dao Venerable, but lacked the defense and techniques of 8th level Dao Venerable. Lin Moyo pondered, feeling this matter wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. Everything in the ancient battlefield was created and evolved by a powerful being. That powerful being used the battle intent and obsessions in the ancient battlefield, as well as the blood left behind by both sides of the conflict, to evolve past battles one by one, creating the ancient battle secret realm. However, this kind of evolution and creation also had limits. The giant rat monster seemed to be 8th level Dao Venerable, but compared to Flame North, it was far inferior. Lin Moyo wasn't sure if it was because that powerful being's own power was limited, unable to fully evolve 8th level Dao Venerable, or if there were other rules, such as the giant rat monster having just swallowed the great Dao crystal and needing some time to become as strong as a true 8th level Dao Venerable. Whatever the reason, what Lin Moyo needed to do now was kill it. Flame North and 5 Elements Sword Demon attacked frantically, giving it no chance at all. The giant rat monster tried to break through left and right, but never succeeded. Its counterattacks were blocked by Flame North, equally ineffective. In less than 5 minutes, this giant rat monster was slain on the spot. As it died, it turned into a blood mist scattering in heaven and earth. A great Dao crystal dropped from the blood mist. The great Dao crystal was identical to the previous one, equally beautiful and flawless, showing no signs of having been swallowed. Lin Moyo could be 100% certain that the power inside this great Dao crystal was still intact. It seems that swallowing great Dao crystals and becoming stronger is just a rule. 6-winged rat generals are set by the rules to swallow great Dao crystals. After swallowing, they are affected by the rules, turning into giant rat monsters. But actually, the great Dao crystals aren't consumed. Lin Moyo was very clear that the current ancient battlefield operated under the dominance of rules. If placed in prehistoric times, in that real great battle, 6-winged rat generals would also swallow great Dao crystals, thereby evolving into giant rat monsters. At that time, the power of great Dao crystals would certainly be consumed. Rules are rules, unable to completely reproduce the original reality. Lin Moyo put away the great Dao crystal. Now he had 4 in hand. For others this would be a lot, at least enough for 6th level Dao Venerable to advance to 7th level Dao Venerable. But for Lin Moyo, 4 was far from enough. Lin Moyo's eyes were full of confidence. As long as I know the source of great Dao crystals, it's not a problem. Now I've been in the secret realm for about 20 days. The ancient battle secret realm's opening time ranges from 100 days to several hundred days. I don't know how long it will be open this time. For the remaining time, I'll execute tasks while also searching for battle beasts. His mind moved, and the skeleton generals sped up their exploration of the map. The skeleton general killed earlier by battle beasts also revived, continuing to serve Lin Moyo tirelessly. Lin Moyo continued towards the task point. He was at least several 100,000 kilometers from the task point, and there were likely many battle beasts along the way. Lin Moyo planned to handle both battle beasts and tasks. As time passed, he would decide which to focus on based on the number of great Dao crystals in hand. However, in his heart, the unknown task rewards were less valuable than tangible great Dao crystals. After flying several thousand li, another battle beast group was discovered. This time the battle beast group numbered 27, a bit more than the previous 18, but they were still only 7th level Dao Venerable, so there wasn't much difference. Lin Moyo went to look and saw these battle beasts were identical in appearance to the previous ones. Following the same method, he summoned 5 Elements Sword Demon to kill them. But this time, Lin Moyo didn't use ancestral water. After all, ancestral water was limited. When unnecessary, it was better to save it. He had used a drop earlier just to be safe. Now Lin Moyo felt that even without ancestral water, 5 Elements Sword C's attack was enough to instantly kill these battle beasts. 5 Elements Sword C carried brilliant light, conducting saturated attacks on the battle beasts. Countless sword auras plowed back and forth through them. During this period, each battle beast received countless attacks. After 5 Elements Sword C passed, Flame North immediately charged into the battlefield to finish up. Of the 27 battle beasts, the vast majority died under the sword sea. Only 3 were lucky enough to survive, having companions block swords for them. But even though they survived, they were still severely injured. They might escape the first, but not the 15th. Flame North cleanly finished them off, turning them into fire-roasted battle beasts. After careful searching, another Great Dao Crystal was obtained this time. This Great Dao Crystal was hidden in one battle beast's head, discovered when 5 Elements Sword Demon dismembered it. After putting away the organized battle beast remains, Lin Moya continued flying towards the task point while pondering matters related to Great Dao Crystals. Battle beasts possessed Great Dao Crystals, but the Great Dao Crystals didn't enhance their power or bring any benefits, unlike Bloody Rat Generals whose power would surge after swallowing Great Dao Crystals. This indicated that battle beasts weren't actually affected by the rules, or at least not completely affected by the rules. Thinking of this, Lin Moya suddenly had a flash of insight and shook his head. No, battle beasts are also affected by the rules. If not affected by rules, battle beasts' power would certainly increase after swallowing Great Dao Crystals. In other words, the rules restrict battle beasts from absorbing Great Dao Crystals' power, while allowing Bloody Rat Generals to greatly increase in power after obtaining Great Dao Crystals. Battle beasts and Bloody Rat Generals have 2 completely different sets of rules. For battle beasts, they are carriers of Great Dao Crystals, only possessing but unable to use them. So Bloody Rat monsters attack battle beasts trying to seize Great Dao Crystals. Battle beasts naturally fight back, putting the 2 sides in opposition. That's right, this should be the purpose. Lin Moya understood somewhat. The meaning of battle beasts' existence was to be enemies with Bloody Rat monsters, thereby becoming helpers of the divine army. Originally battle beasts should have been neutral, but now, because of the existence of Great Dao Crystals, they were no longer neutral. The materials say battle beasts are spirit beasts that mistakenly entered the ancient battlefield and eventually became battle beasts. I don't think that's necessarily the case. The beast race's materials might be problematic. Battle beasts may have existed since prehistoric times. The Divine Rune Army back then should have also used battle beasts. Moreover, these battle beasts are 70 to 80% similar to the Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan. Not only are their appearances similar, but their abilities are also close. It's possible they are the original form of the Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan. But this can't be said. If said, the Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan wouldn't admit it. It can only be kept to oneself. Let's see if we can find battle beasts with other appearances. If there are other battle beasts that aren't very different from other beast races, it would confirm my speculation that the battle beasts here have survived since prehistoric times and have a great connection with beast races. Lin Moya made various speculations, feeling more and more that his speculations were highly likely. However, even if these speculations were confirmed, they couldn't be spoken of. Once spoken, it would offend the entire beast race. Along the way, he encountered a wave of battle beasts every few thousand li. Perhaps because they were still on the edge, the number of battle beasts wasn't large. The largest wave had only 40, and they were all 7th level Dao Venerable. 5 Elements Sword Demon and Flame North cooperated seamlessly. Lin Moya gained another 10 Great Dao Crystals, bringing his total to 15. Chapter 3143. Chapter 3143, 3143. Chapter 3143, New Task, Fulfilling a General's Last Wish. Lin Moya walked on and off. On the 3rd day of entering the high-level area, he finally arrived at his destination. His position overlapped with the task marker on the seal. This area had no ancient trees or dense forests. It was located on top of a high mountain. The mountaintop seemed to have been flattened, leaving a flat area. This flattened mountaintop wasn't very large, less than 1,000 meters front to back, oval-shaped. The flat mountaintop was barren, the ground showing a strange black-purple color. Lin Moya could feel a powerful force surrounding this area. In the center of the ground was a grave. Based on previous experience, this task should be related to this grave. Lin Moya descended, standing in front of the tombstone. Words were carved on the tombstone. After countless years, these words had worn somewhat, but were still recognizable. The words were in prehistoric script, somewhat different from modern writing. Fortunately, Lin Moya had seen prehistoric writing in materials. At his level, learning a language was just a matter of moments. Compared to talisman formations and the like, things like writing were child's play. Looking at the tombstone, Lin Moya muttered, Divine Rune Army, 9th Legion Commander, 5th Grade General Yu. This was the grave of a 5th grade general. Unfortunately, the part that should have been his name had disappeared. It seemed to have been deliberately erased. Who erased it didn't need to be said to be guessed. The being who created this ancient battle secret realm obviously didn't want later generations to know this general's name. From entering the ancient battle secret realm and joining the Divine Rune Army, Lin Moya had already realized that creator, evolving this ancient battle secret realm, wanted later generations to know that in prehistoric times, there was a force called the Divine Rune Army that had fought a world-shaking battle against the Bloody Legion from the Blood Rat realm. But at the same time, he didn't want people to easily know. He set rules here, prohibiting sound, varying much information. To know more, one needed to excavate for oneself and continuously raise one's military rank. Lin Moya could understand why this was done. Many things don't need to be told to irrelevant people. He was choosing people qualified to know history, and then, what the other party's final purpose was, Lin Moya hadn't guessed. He had only guessed the cause, not the consequence. Examining the tombstone, 5th grade general, if the classification isn't wrong, should be 7th level Dao Venerable. But it's also possible he was 8th level Dao Venerable. His realm might have risen, but his military rank hadn't had time to increase. If 6th level Dao Venerable, it probably wouldn't work. This is the high-level area, 6th level Dao Venerables can't come here. The rules of the entire ancient battlefield had extremely clear levels and ranks. Except for anomalies like himself, almost everyone had to obey these rules. He reached out his hand, touching the tombstone. A vast ancient aura transmitted from his fingertips. Lin Moya was suddenly startled. This tombstone isn't evolved by rules, it's real. It has stood from prehistoric times until now, without collapsing or being damaged. It's truly a miracle. Traces from prehistoric times that could be preserved until now were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This tombstone was absolutely such a rare existence. Its significance was extraordinary, not just a simple tombstone. Its material, how it could endure such ages without damage, the power contained within, were all directions worth researching. Lin Moya suddenly realized something. The tombstone is prehistoric. What about the grave? The tombstone and grave should be one entity, possibly also relics from prehistoric times. At this time, the tombstone suddenly lit up, emitting a soft light enveloping Lin Moya. Lin Moya's general seal automatically flew out, slowly rotating in mid-air. The tombstone seemed to be confirming identity, determining if Lin Moya was qualified. Lin Moya was now a 7th grade general. Although not high, he was at least a general. After a few seconds, identity confirmation ended. The tombstone's light receded, and a message naturally transmitted over. Enter the grave to fulfill the general's last wish. Complete for rewards, fail for punishment. The task was triggered. Lin Moya sensed some movement in the grave behind the tombstone. Going around the tombstone, he saw an entrance appear on the grave, with 10 downward passages behind the entrance. Lin Moya entered the grave, going down along a passage. After just a couple steps, the entrance closed silently, and the grave became pitch black. Darkness had no effect on cultivators like Lin Moya, but Lin Moya didn't like complete darkness. He waved out a ball of undying flame behind him for illumination. The undying flame emitted a gray light, illuminating an area. Lin Moya's face appeared with the gray light. Combined with the environment here, it looked somewhat eerie. Having long dealt with skeletons, hell, and the undead, Lin Moya felt nothing from mere eeriness. Let alone entering a grave, even truly stepping into hell would hardly change Lin Moya's expression. Soon Lin Moya reached the end of the passage. The length of this passage surprised Lin Moya a bit. The entire passage wasn't even 50 meters long, seeming rather short. Before him was a large door. Lin Moya tried reaching out to push it. When his hand touched the door, before he could exert force, the door automatically opened. A gust of cold air hit his face. Where Lin Moya stood quickly frosted over. The temperature is quite low. Lin Moya didn't mind at all. Behind the door was another passage, with steps continuously extending downward. This passage was extremely long, its end disappearing into darkness, as if leading to an icy hell. Now this is more like it. Lin Moya chuckled lightly. He didn't enter directly. The entrance area had no problems, but the passage before him was problematic. The light emitted by the undying flame was swallowed by darkness, unable to illuminate the darkness in the passage. And the cold in the passage seemed somewhat strange, containing powerful force, not ordinary cold. It could be predicted that this passage certainly wasn't safe. A 5th grade general's grave wasn't so easy to break into. Only by passing through this passage would one be qualified to truly enter the interior of the grave. Lin Moya had roughly judged that this general's grave had become one with the entire mountain, using the mountain as a grave. Having come this far, even if there was danger, he could only go forward. Lin Moya wouldn't retreat, but he had to consider how to proceed. 5 skeleton generals appeared, entering the passage with the sound of bones rubbing. Lin Moya didn't let the skeleton generals fly, but had them go down along the steps. Then, Lin Moya sent out a second batch, a third batch. 5 in each batch, 10 batches in total, each batch spaced at intervals, running down the steps simultaneously. The skeleton generals weren't slow. Soon the first batch disappeared into the darkness. Even Lin Moya's eyesight couldn't see clearly into the darkness below the passage. Lin Moya connected to the skeleton general's vision, while also activating Undead Eye. Under Undead Eye, the passage interior was empty, seemingly nothing there. The vision was completely dark, all light swallowed, equally unable to see anything. Suddenly, Lin Moya's connection with the skeleton generals was cut off. The skeleton generals had died. They died very suddenly, silently, in an instant. Then the second batch, the third batch. Batch after batch of skeleton generals died without interruption. In the blink of an eye, all 10 batches of skeleton generals were completely dead. Chapter 3144. Chapter 3144, 3144. Chapter 3144, if only there were more. All the skeleton generals basically died in the same area, within 2 meters of each other. This also told Lin Moya where the danger was. Where the skeleton generals died, vision was completely swallowed by darkness, unable to see anything. And they died too suddenly, not even knowing how they died. Lin Moya didn't know, and the skeleton generals themselves didn't know either. Lin Moya still hadn't moved. He stood at the entrance of the passage, waiting for about a minute. Then his mind moved, activating Undying Undead, instantly reviving the dead skeleton generals. After reviving, the skeleton generals charged forward at top speed. The skeleton generals weren't all revived at once, but in order, 5 reviving in each batch, with 0.1 second intervals between batches. 0.1 seconds was enough to rush out some distance. But the result still exceeded Lin Moya's expectations. The skeleton generals who had just rushed out some distance died again. This time they died very thoroughly. After death, the skeleton general's connection with him was directly cut off. Under these circumstances, even undying undead couldn't revive them. But this thorough death was somewhat different from before. The speed of death this time slowed down, not as sudden as before. There were some intervals each time. Lin Moya's mind moved, and the few still living skeleton generals simultaneously raised their swords, slashing sword auras around them. The sword auras lit up with pure white light, briefly illuminating an extremely small area around them. In Lin Moya's vision, light suddenly flashed in the distant darkness, which was the light of the skeleton general's sword auras. The light only flashed for a moment before being swallowed by darkness, not even 0.1 seconds. Lin Moya saw something in the instant the light flashed. Lin Moya saw the target, which turned out to be bloody rat monsters. But not the ordinary bloody rat monsters seen before, nor the winged bloody rat generals and giant rat monsters, but another kind, never seen before. The skeleton generals were eaten, so they lost connection with him and couldn't be revived. Also because the opponent was the Bloody Legion, undead eye had no effect. There should be various kinds of bloody rat monsters in the blood rat realm. What I've seen before were just the most common types. There must be many I haven't seen. Here's another brand new type of bloody rat monster, able to emit cold air and devour light. As for strength, it should be around 7th level Dao Venerable. Lin Moya somewhat understood where the danger came from. The space beside him distorted, and Flame North appeared. The next second, Flame North walked into the passage, stepping onto the stairs. He climbed the steps, with Lin Moya following behind him. Raging flames burned on Flame North's body, continuously shooting out flames, trying to illuminate this area. This area contained a mysterious power, constantly devouring light. Even the firelight could only illuminate an extremely small area. Each fireball could only bring light to an area less than half a meter around itself. Fortunately, Flame North released enough flames. Countless fireballs, like stars in the night sky, continuously brought light to the passage. Flame North moved forward, finally reaching where the skeleton generals first died. The darkness here was even stronger, several times stronger than before. The flames seemed suppressed by the darkness here, the firelight barely penetrating, difficult to illuminate the surroundings. Lin Moya also became cautious at this moment. The power Dao had already begun operating, driving his blood energy, ready to fight at any time. Finally stepping into the position where the skeleton generals died, suddenly a violent cold current hit them head-on. The flames on Flame North's body were violently impacted, many flames extinguished in the cold current. Flame North's body was also covered with a thick layer of frost. Flame North let out a low shout, firelight soaring to the sky, flames erupting like a volcano, dispersing the cold current. Lin Moya stood behind Flame North, not hit by the cold current. He now finally understood how those skeleton generals died the first time. They were frozen to death. This cold current was too powerful, even able to extinguish the flames on Flame North. Flame North cultivated the Fire Dao and was an 8th level Dao Venerable powerhouse. His flames could burn for 10,000 years. The soaring firelight exploded above the passage, bursting into a large patch of fire rain falling from the sky. Countless fire rain finally brought a bit of light to the surroundings, but the fire rain was rapidly extinguishing. The cold here was very powerful. Even Flame North's flames couldn't last too long. In the fire rain, Lin Moya still saw nothing. The opponent hadn't appeared yet. Continue forward. Lin Moya's mind moved, ordering Flame North to continue forward. As they moved forward, the fire rain didn't disperse, still falling continuously. After blocking the first wave of cold current, the two finally came to where the skeleton generals had thoroughly died. In the firelight, a pair of cold eyes suddenly appeared. The eyes were black, perfectly hidden in the darkness, only slightly revealed now in the firelight. Behind the eyes, a huge rat monster appeared. In the firelight, Lin Moya roughly saw its appearance. 100 meters long, with translucent scales on its body, usually hidden in darkness, making it undetectable. This rat monster wasn't small, not as big as giant rat monsters, but much larger than ordinary bloody rat monsters. At the same time in the firelight, Lin Moya also saw some other things. A huge chain extended from the darkness, wrapped around its neck, firmly binding it. It was trapped here, unable to escape, actually using a bloody rat monster as a watchdog. Lin Moya was surprised and amused, not expecting this could be done. Earlier the bloody rat monster had spewed out a large cold current, impacting Flame North's flames. After Flame North approached, it suddenly charged over, trying to bite Flame North to death. Flame North reacted extremely fast, condensing a fire greatsword, hacking down fiercely. The bloody rat monster wasn't to be outdone. Its teeth rapidly enlarged, using teeth as weapons, clashing with Flame North's fire greatsword. Space violently shook, even the steps trembling. 8th level Dao Venerable Flame North completely overpowered the opponent in strength. That bloody rat monster was instantly hacked flying. Flame North pursued, the fire greatsword in his hand slashing rapidly, slashing out countless firelights. The scales on the bloody rat monster's body glittered, turning into ice shields, blocking Flame North's attacks. Lin Moya could see that the bloody rat monster's attacks were only average, its power about 7th level Dao Venerable. Its attack methods were rather monotonous, only able to spew cold currents and bite. What was truly strong was its defense. The ice-covered scales allowed it to tangle with Flame North for a short time, but given enough time, it was bound to be defeated. Lin Moya observed this great battle, while also giving this new bloody rat monster a name, Ice Rat Monster. Flame North fought fiercely with this chained ice rat monster in the passage for a full 20 minutes before finally determining the outcome. Flame North cut off its head. The ice rat monster died on the spot, its huge body dissipating into smoke. Lin Moya suddenly reached out, grabbing at the void. A great Dao crystal was pulled over to him, falling into his palm. A great Dao crystal, from the ice rat monster. It seems this ice rat monster also became like this after swallowing a great Dao crystal. I wonder if there are any more ice rat monsters like this in the passage. If only there were more. Chapter 3145. Chapter 3145, 3145. Chapter 3145, personally using his body to lock the enemy. Often one had to kill a group of battle beasts to obtain one great Dao crystal. Sometimes not even one could be obtained. The efficiency wasn't as good as killing mutated bloody rat monsters. After all, these special bloody rat monsters had all evolved after swallowing great Dao crystals, so great Dao crystals could definitely be obtained from them. Naturally, the more great Dao crystals the better. Lin Moya wished he had thousands or tens of thousands of them, so he could cultivate at 100 times speed. After dealing with the ice rat monster, the cold around the passage gradually dissipated. Flame North continued walking in front, raging flames on his body, fire rain constantly falling from above his head. After walking forward for a while, the darkness deepened again, even the fire rain barely able to illuminate the surroundings. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in the firelight. The black shadow moved extremely fast, shattering countless flames, crashing into Flame North with a boom. Even 8th level Dao Venerable Flame North couldn't react in time, instantly sent flying. Lin Moyu instinctively retreated some distance. His spiritual sense sent a warning. Wings of time instantly spread, carrying Lin Moya flying to the right. The moment he flew away, a black shadow shot through where he had been standing. Such fast speed. Lin Moya was somewhat surprised. The opponent's speed was rarely seen in his life. Moreover, the opponent was hidden in darkness. If not for it breaking through the fire rain earlier, it wouldn't have even been noticed. This is yet another kind of bloody rat monster. Lin Moya thought to himself, his nose twitching as he smelled a bloody scent. The bloody smell wasn't strong, but rapidly spreading around. Wherever the bloody smell reached, darkness followed. Even Flame North's fire rain was swallowed by darkness. The flames still existed. Lin Moya could feel their heat, but couldn't see them. Lin Moya and Flame North couldn't see anything, nor sense the opponent's movements. Spiritual sense suddenly sent a warning. Lin Moya instinctively retreated, feeling something brush past him. He only had a slight feeling when that thing was extremely close. Just a little further away, he couldn't sense the opponent's position at all. Fortunately, spiritual sense still worked, otherwise this matter would become troublesome. Flame North suddenly sent a message that he was being attacked. Unlike Lin Moyu, Flame North didn't have keen spiritual sense, so he couldn't avoid the opponent's attacks. Messages kept coming. Flame North was continuously under attack. Fortunately, the opponent's attacks weren't powerful. Flame North could hold on for a while, but this couldn't go on. The key was that nothing could be seen here, not even the steps. Unable to discern directions, Lin Moya didn't know where to go. He pointed a finger, and Skeleton Hell appeared. In an instant, Skeleton Hell directly expanded to its maximum. Skeleton Hell was three-dimensional, with a diameter of 8,000 li. Lin Moya was gambling that the passage size was within Skeleton Hell. Skeleton Hell soon touched the edges of the passage, enveloping the entire passage within it. Although he couldn't see, Lin Moya could sense through Skeleton Hell. Lin Moya could sense, and so could the Hell Fiends. The Hell Fiends didn't care how strong you were. They charged fearlessly, biting with open mouths. Magma boiled and exploded, instantly turning Skeleton Hell into a true sea of fire world. Skeleton Hell covered the entire passage. Lin Moya immediately sensed the opponent's situation. The opponent was swimming in the magma, moving extremely fast. It had a rat-like shape, with an especially long tail, several times longer than its body. It whipped its tail, lashing in Skeleton Hell like a whip, making Skeleton Hell shake violently. The power of 7th level Dao Venerable was too strong. Skeleton Hell couldn't hold for long. Lin Moya sensed its position, simultaneously telling Flame North the specific location. Flame North immediately took action, not being polite at all. What a pity, can't perform great Dao locking. Lin Moya felt it was a pity. If he could perform great Dao locking, it would be easy to fight. Flame North charged into Skeleton Hell, tangling with it. The opponent's power wasn't weak. Although not as strong as Flame North, it would still take Flame North some time to take it down. The aftershocks of their great battle were extremely strong. Skeleton Hell began to collapse under the shaking. Once Skeleton Hell collapsed, the opponent would hide in darkness again. To find it again would take some effort. Lin Moya's mind moved, an origin purple cloud appeared under his feet. Lightning shot out from origin purple cloud, exploding on the spot. In an instant, a large area turned into a sea of lightning. The lightning sea fell into Skeleton Hell, also enveloping the opponent within. Lightning naturally had a paralyzing effect. Hit by lightning attacks, the opponent's speed suddenly slowed. Flame North gained the upper hand, flames turning into blades, slashing repeatedly. The opponent was still resisting, its tail whipping out frantically, counterattacking Flame North. Although Flame North had the upper hand, he still couldn't easily take it down. Even with lightning paralyzing it, slowing it down greatly, its speed was still not slow. This won't do. Seeing Skeleton Hell about to collapse, once Skeleton Hell collapsed, both sides would be at a stalemate again. Lin Moya's mind moved, an origin aura rose. Origin level technique, gather power. Lin Moya's power instantly broke through to 7th level Dao Venerable. Power Dao True Body manifested. Lin Moya vibrated his wings of time and charged over. He personally joined the battle. Relying on the feedback from Skeleton Hell, he instantly rushed before that rat monster. The rat monster's tail whipped over like lightning. Spiritual sense sent frantic warnings, but this time, Lin Moya didn't dodge. Relying on power Dao True Body and gather power, his body suddenly enlarged, forcibly hugging the rat monster's tail. The rat monster's tail had incredibly great power. Lin Moya was instantly sent flying, but he gritted his teeth and didn't let go. His blood energy roared like a dragon incessantly. At the same time, several pieces of battle beast flesh appeared beside him. Origin level technique, corpse explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Explosion after explosion bloomed in the pitch black world. Flame North also erupted with full power in the explosions, flames turning into countless battle blades, constantly falling. Lin Moya hugged the rat monster's tail, refusing to let go. He had charged over just to use corpse explosion. The rat monster had no soul, only a collection of battle intent and obsessions. Evolved through rules, although it had a physical body, Lin Moya couldn't lock onto it with either Great Dao locking or soul locking. To use corpse explosion, he could only go over personally using his body to lock the enemy. After several corpse explosions in a row, plus Flame North's frenzied attacks, the rat monster finally died. The tail Lin Moya was hugging gradually turned to nothingness, the bloody smell also dissipating. Evolved by rules, everything came quickly and dispersed quickly. As the bloody smell disappeared, the darkness before their eyes also rapidly receded. Flame North's fire rain reappeared, flames illuminating the surroundings, brighter than before. A chain swayed back and forth in the air. This chain had been binding that rat monster earlier. All the darkness had been caused by that rat monster. From its appearance until it was killed, Lin Moya had never seen its true appearance, only seeing an outline. A great Dao crystal floated in mid-air. Lin Moya reached out and grabbed it. There are 2 more watchdogs. I leave them to you. Lin Moya put away the gather power technique and gave orders to Flame North. When using Skeleton Hell earlier, he had already seen the situation in the entire passage. In deeper places, there were 2 more rat monsters. They were also chained. Flame North accepted the order and killed towards the depths of the passage. Chapter 3146. Chapter 3146, 3146. Chapter 3146, Stone Chamber, Murals, The Great Battle of the Past. Strong energy fluctuations came from deep in the passage. Flame North had found the rat monsters and was in fierce battle. For rat monsters, chained up, had become watchdogs. Although knowing this was done by the Secret Realm's creator, everything felt too real. Lin Moya could see the entire battle process through Flame North's vision. The third rat monster was huge in size and extremely powerful. Although still 7th level Dao Venerable, in terms of pure strength, it wasn't far from 8th level Dao Venerable. Its appearance was somewhat similar to giant rat monsters, but far surpassed giant rat monsters in strength. However, its weakness was also obvious. It lacked spirituality, forming a stark contrast with the previously killed rat monster. Flame North exerted some effort to slay it. Then Flame North continued forward, killing towards the 4th rat monster. The 4th rat monster could manipulate flames, but its flames were different from Flame North's. Its flames had strong corrosive properties. Once touching skin, they would penetrate flesh and blood, directly attacking the soul. Even cultivators of the same level would have a headache if hit by such flames. These flames were extremely vicious, but unfortunately they encountered Flame North. As a revived being, he didn't know pain, nor fear such flames. Flame North returned, bringing back 2 great Dao crystals. The passage had been completely cleared. There were no more enemies ahead, leaving Lin Moya a clear path. Lin Moya now had 19 great Dao crystals in hand, no small number for any cultivator. But for Lin Moya it was still too few, far from enough. Lin Moya walked towards the end of the passage, his mind full of thoughts. That being wouldn't do meaningless things. Every step must have deep meaning. Why evolve 4 different rat monsters and chain them here as watchdogs? Giant rat monster, ice rat monster, darkness rat monster, power rat monster, and fire rat monster. Rat monsters swallow great Dao crystals, mutate, become stronger, gain various abilities. This is also what he's demonstrating to me. Lin Moya pondered for a long time. Without realizing, he had already reached the deepest part. At the deepest part was a 100-meter-high stone door. When Lin Moya raised his hand to touch the stone door, it automatically moved to both sides. The entire process was silent. Bright light shot out from behind the stone door, illuminating the passage. Behind the stone door was a huge stone chamber. Many paintings were carved on the stone walls. Murals. Lin Moya immediately walked into the stone chamber. These murals were very likely to contain prehistoric information. After he entered, the great door silently closed again. Murals were also carved on the door. On the 4 walls of the stone chamber were 16 murals in total, each very exquisite. Lin Moya touched the stone walls with his hand, feeling the ancient aura of ages. He was 100% certain that this stone chamber wasn't evolved by rules, but had been preserved from prehistoric times until now, like that tombstone. The murals on the stone walls looked lifelike. Each scene seemed to have its own meaning to express. Overall, what the murals showed were scenes of the Divine Rune Army battling the Bloody Legion. Lin Moya had long known about the Divine Rune Army battling the Bloody Legion, so what? The murals didn't show the outcome. Lin Moya frowned. Strange, were these murals left by that general? This is his grave, which would make sense. But using 4 mutated rat monsters as watchdogs, this shouldn't be that general's doing. And turning the grave into a task point also couldn't be that general's doing. That dead general was at most 8th level Dao Venerable. From Lin Moya's understanding of 8th level Dao Venerables, they couldn't do these things. Even 9th level Dao Venerables couldn't do it. So Lin Moya was more inclined to believe these murals were left by the Secret Realm's creator. Since they were murals left by the Secret Realm's creator, they wouldn't be so simple. His mind moved, and Lin Moya gathered soul power, trying to communicate with the murals. If nothing could be seen on the surface, then try looking from the inside. The moment his soul touched the murals before him suddenly lit up. Lin Moya's soul power was rapidly consumed, absorbed by the murals. As expected, the true information is hidden within the murals. Lin Moya didn't mind the soul consumption at all. His soul power might not be the strongest, but in terms of endurance, no one among Dao Venerables could compare. The murals grew brighter and brighter. The first, second, third mural after mural lit up in succession, until the 16th mural was also completely bright. The scene before Lin Moya's eyes changed dramatically. Strong wind sounds came to his ears, along with intense shouting. Weapons and treasures clashed, making thunderous sounds. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Countless raindrops poured down. Each raindrop weighed millions of pounds, smashing the ground full of holes when they landed. This wasn't ordinary rain, but Great Dao rain. Powerful Dao Venerables used secret techniques to summon Great Dao water as torrential rain to attack enemies. In the distance, firelight soared to the sky. The Fire Dao appeared, sprinkling a sea of fire across the sky. In other places, other Daos also appeared. Daos of various attributes constantly displayed their might. This was a battlefield. The fiercely fighting sides were indeed the Divine Rune Army and the Bloody Legion. This was information recorded in the murals, also a real great battle that had occurred. He was witnessing this history as an observer. Only when he was personally on the scene did he discover that the scenes previously evolved by the creator were too amateurish. The real great battle was far more intense than imagined. Heaven and earth were shattered. Daos and secret techniques tore space into tatters. The ground was split with bottomless cracks. Geysers burst from underground. In some places, even magma had erupted. The entire origin continent seemed to be shaking. The Divine Rune Army's battle formations fought against countless bloody rat monsters. In his vision, bloody rat monsters were densely packed, coming from all directions, countless, surrounding the Divine Rune Army. Although the Divine Rune Army's combat power was formidable, they were at a great disadvantage in numbers. In this great battle, the Divine Rune Army was fighting very hard. If they kept fighting like this, Lin Moya couldn't calculate what the final outcome would be. However, the Divine Rune Army soldiers here were only 4th level Dao Venerable, not enough to determine the final outcome of the entire battle. Suddenly the scene changed, and Lin Moya came to another battlefield. The Divine Rune Army on this battlefield was more numerous. Similarly, the number of bloody rat monsters was also greater, fighting even more fiercely than before. Various secret techniques and Daos fell like raindrops. The ground had been completely transformed beyond recognition. Lin Moya even felt a bit worried that if they kept fighting like this, the entire continent would be shattered. Lin Moya observed the battle, observed the Divine Rune Army, and also observed the bloody rat monsters. The scenes recorded here were clearer and more real than the evolved bloody rat monsters. Although that being had evolved them very well, there were still some differences. Bloody rat monsters could spit a black-red liquid with extremely strong toxicity. Many Divine Rune soldiers died from poisoning, their bodies rotting. After watching for a while, the scene changed again, and Lin Moya entered another battlefield. This time, he saw 2 winged rat generals and 4 winged rat generals. They flew through the sky and burrowed underground, incredibly fast, far stronger than those he had killed. Chapter 3147. Chapter 3147, 3147. Chapter 3147, The General's Last Wish. Battle after battle that had occurred in the past played out again before Lin Moya's eyes. Not illusions created by rules, battle intent and obsessions, but real battlefields that had occurred in history. Lin Moya saw how the once powerful Divine Rune Army fought against the Bloody Legion from the Blood Rat Realm. Those brilliant Daos, various strange techniques and secret methods of the Divine Rune Army, all displayed before his eyes, letting Lin Moya experience the style of prehistoric powerhouses. Most importantly, Lin Moya recognized the true Bloody Legion. The true bloody rat monsters were far more powerful than those illusory evolved ones. They also had consciousness, intelligence, and tactics. Whether in group combat or one-on-one battles, they were very powerful. Especially from the 6th mural onwards, Lin Moya saw those mutated rat generals. 6-winged rat generals were 7th level Dao Venerable. After mutation, they became even more powerful. Although their realm didn't increase, their combat power rose sharply. Mutation gave them various abilities that were very troublesome, and their method of mutation was swallowing great Dao crystals. There were 16 murals in total, distributed on the 4 high walls of the stone chamber. When Lin Moya saw the 8th mural, he suddenly discovered that the battlefield in the 8th mural was where he was now. A powerful Divine Rune Army fought fiercely with the Bloody Legion here. The Bloody Legion's numbers were 10 times that of the Divine Rune Army, completely surrounding them. Although encircled, the Divine Rune Army wasn't panicked. They formed battle formations and counterattacked under the leadership of a 5th-grade general. The Divine Rune Army was very brave. In this battle, they killed several times their own number of bloody rat monsters. But unfortunately they still lost in the end. They fought to the last man. The 5th-grade general finally chose to self-destruct, sacrificing himself to take a large number of bloody rat monsters with him. Reinforcements arrived shortly after the battle ended, slaughtering all the remaining bloody rat monsters. After watching the entire battle, Lin Moya muttered, "What a pity. If reinforcements had come one step earlier, it wouldn't have ended like this." Actually, the Divine Rune Army's battle formation could have held out for a long time even outnumbered. But in this bloody legion were several mutated bloody rat monsters. They possessed various abilities, which was the reason for the Divine Rune Army's rapid defeat. And Lin Moyo had seen these few bloody rat monsters that were the ones used as watchdogs. Of course, on the real battlefield, their abilities were stronger than the evolved ones. After watching this battle, Lin Moyo couldn't help but sigh. If there were no mutated rat monsters, if reinforcements could arrive a bit earlier, this tragedy could have been avoided. But prehistoric history was just history. Everything had already happened and couldn't be changed. When Lin Moyo was about to continue examining the 9th mural, the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. Lin Moyo found himself back in the stone chamber. The prehistoric mural journey came to an abrupt end. The 16 murals in the stone chamber were still glowing, but his consciousness could no longer enter them. He had only seen the first 8. The rest couldn't be viewed. At this time, the 8th mural rippled like water, stirring up circles of ripples, then a vortex appeared. The vortex before his eyes was identical to the secret realm entrance vortex. Lin Moyo knew that after entering, there should be a secret realm. The murals could no longer be viewed, and he didn't need to stay here anymore. Lin Moyo remembered the remaining 8 murals in his heart. With previous experience, he roughly knew the meaning of the murals. Each mural recorded a battle. Through these battles, some prehistoric situations could be understood. After remembering them, Lin Moyo then entered the vortex. In the secret realm, Lin Moyo looked at the scene before him, showing some surprise. He had just seen the scene in the secret realm, in the battle shown in the murals. If I remember correctly, this is the battlefield recorded in the 3rd mural. That creator of the ancient battlefield created a secret realm to reenact the ancient battlefield recorded in the murals. With real records already existing, why reenact again? It seems somewhat redundant. Lin Moyo's thoughts raced. He realized one point: entering the grave and viewing the murals was secondary. The main thing was still the task at hand. Clearing the watchdogs, viewing the murals, then coming here, all this was related to the task. That being wouldn't do meaningless things. The watchdogs were just to let him understand the abilities of mutated rat monsters. The murals were to let him see prehistoric battles and know the true bloody legion. However, all this would converge at the end, which was now. I understand, so that's how it is. The corners of Lin Moyo's mouth lifted slightly. He finally understood what the task was and what he should do. The previous 7 murals were actually paving the way for the 8th mural. The 8th mural recorded the final experience of this grave's owner. Through the past scenes, Lin Moyo saw the look in his eyes behind the armor and felt his unwillingness. That general self-destruct with unwillingness. His unwillingness must have a reason. Lin Moyo guessed it should be that something went wrong with the reinforcements. If reinforcements could arrive an hour earlier, he and his divine rune soldiers wouldn't have died in battle. The task required fulfilling that general's last wish, without saying what the wish was. Lin Moyo couldn't figure it out before, but now he finally understood. The general's last wish was his unwillingness. He was unwilling to die like this. He hoped reinforcements would come earlier, hoped his battle would have a turning point. After self-destructing and dying in battle, the general didn't really vanish into smoke. He left behind strong obsession and unwillingness. The obsession and unwillingness evolved into a secret realm. Lin Moyo could even feel a trace of unresolvable obsession here. Later, that ancient battlefield creator further modified the secret realm. His task was to help the general fulfill the obsession left behind. He needed to go support the general, change the outcome of that battle, so he wouldn't need to end his life by self-destruction. The battlefields formed by the first 8 murals were strung together, forming a huge map. To go support, Lin Moyo needed to accurately find that general's position. This might be very difficult for others, but for Lin Moyo, it wasn't very challenging. A vast number of over 100 legion commanders appeared, summoning a vast dragon cavalry that flew in all directions. Lin Moyo didn't know if that battle had already begun, how far he was from the battlefield. Time was certainly of the essence now, so he chose dragon cavalry. Dragon cavalry were considerably faster than skeleton generals and could save time. His vision constantly switched between various dragon cavalry, observing while rapidly sketching a detailed map in his mind. Gradually, Lin Moyo discovered some information. The secret realm was based on the 8 murals he had seen. Some of the terrain inside was very similar to that in the 8 murals. Although the content of the 8 murals differed, they essentially occurred on the same battlefield. Realizing this, Lin Moyo knew what he should do. Just following the order of the murals would lead to the correct path. He was now in the area indicated by the 3rd mural. The place he needed to go next was the location marked in the 4th mural, then the 5th, 6th. The murals were road signs. Following the direction indicated by the murals would eventually lead to the location marked in the 8th mural. Chapter 3148. Chapter 3148, 3148. Chapter 3148, How to Get Extra Rewards. Others would have to follow the map marked by the murals, but Lin Moyo didn't need to. The dragon cavalry spread out like a large net. They could directly find the location of the 8th mural, without needing to search mural by mural. That was others' method. Lin Moyo chose a method more suitable for himself. Under the Legion commander's command, the dragon cavalry repeatedly launched bloody charges. Their ability that should have been used against enemies now became an ability to rush forward. Charge after charge, their speed exceeded that of skeleton generals by several times. The map became more and more complete. Lin Moyo found the area of the 4th mural from it, then the 6th mural. After finding the area shown in the 6th mural, he soon found the area shown in the 5th mural. Looking at the map in his mind, Lin Moya couldn't help but smile slightly, as expected. If following the mural's indications, one would have to go to the fourth, then the fifth, then circle around to reach the area of the sixth mural. Compared to directly going to the area of the sixth mural, it would waste a lot of time. Lin Moya still didn't move. He was waiting for the dragon cavalry to find the area of the eighth mural, so he could go straight there. A moment later, the seventh mural was also found. In another direction, the first and second murals were discovered simultaneously. Now the map had become very complete. On the entire map, only the area of the eighth mural remained undiscovered. The murals had a pattern. Although it hadn't been discovered yet, Lin Moya had already locked onto the corresponding location through the current map. A group of dragon cavalry rushed over at top speed, quickly getting the result Lin Moya wanted. The area shown in the eighth mural was finally discovered. After finding the correct area, the dragon cavalry immediately began searching within this area. Each area wasn't small, and the place where the battle occurred wouldn't be too large. As the dragon cavalry searched, Lin Moya had already vibrated his wings of time, rushing over at top speed. Looking at the map, following the mural's guidance would indeed require a big detour. Going in a straight line now, I can save at least an hour. On the battlefield, every second counts. An hour's time can't be wasted. Back then, if reinforcements could arrive an hour earlier, that general and the Divine Rune army wouldn't have all died in battle. Lin Moya rushed over quickly, while the dragon cavalry searched the map for the specific location of the battlefield. At this time, Lin Moya already knew his task was considered completed. If even he couldn't complete it at his speed, then no one could complete this task. As for how to overfulfill the task, Lin Moya hadn't found a corresponding method. When Lin Moya flew into the area of the eighth mural, the dragon cavalry finally made a discovery. They found the Bloody Legion. The Bloody Legion also discovered the dragon cavalry and immediately attacked them. The dragon cavalry didn't fight back, but launched bloody charges to avoid them. They also came with a task. Their task was to find people, not to fight. A large number of dragon cavalry ignored attacks from the Bloody Legion, continuing to search for the Divine Rune army's location. Many dragon cavalry were killed in the process, but it didn't matter. With Legion commanders present, the cavalry could easily revive. Even without Legion commanders, with undying undead, dragon cavalry could revive several times. The Bloody Legion has been found, so the battlefield shouldn't be far. But only a small force was discovered. There should be more. Lin Moya thought to himself, ordering the dragon cavalry to continue searching. Soon, the dragon cavalry made another discovery. They found the presence of the Bloody Legion in various positions. The Bloody Legion seemed to have formed an encirclement, and this encirclement was rapidly shrinking. Lin Moya immediately knew that the center of their encirclement was where the Divine Rune army was located. However, that area had already been searched by the dragon cavalry, and no Divine Rune army was found. Lin Moya ordered the dragon cavalry to search again, while he rushed over at top speed. The Bloody Legion's encirclement hadn't completely formed yet. There were still gaps. Lin Moya flew in through a gap. Several high mountains appeared in his view. These mountains. The moment he saw the mountains, Lin Moya knew he had found the right place. One of the mountains was identical to the mountain where the general's grave was located. The difference was that the mountain with the general's grave had been flattened. The one before his eyes was still intact. The reason the dragon cavalry hadn't found the Divine Rune army was because the Divine Rune army wasn't outside, but inside the mountain. The entire mountain was protected and concealed by a formation. Undead Eye was useless, so it was normal for the dragon cavalry not to discover it. Lin Moya was different. Although he didn't understand prehistoric formations, he could discover them. Lin Moya stood in mid-air. As he looked at the mountain, he had already seen several extremely small bloody rat monsters sneaking over not far away. These extremely small bloody rat monsters were really no different from ordinary rats, but on the battlefield, Lin Moya had seen them more than once. They had no combat power, but specifically targeted formations. On the battlefield, many formations were broken by them. Similarly, they could also discover formations, belonging to a special type of bloody rat monster. They were searching everywhere for formations, searching for the Divine Rune army's position. Lin Moya pondered, such concealment is because they discovered the Bloody Legion surrounding them. Was it the same back then? Discovering they were surrounded, then sending out a distress signal, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Setting up formations in the mountain was just to buy time. The great battle hasn't started yet. It seems I've arrived early. At that time, the entire battle lasted about 2 hours. Now the battle hadn't started yet, meaning he had indeed come early. Actually, Lin Moya knew that as long as he arrived within an hour of the battle starting, there would be a chance to complete the task. Coming so early now, before the battle even started, Lin Moya immediately realized how he could overfulfill the task. That was to prevent the battle, block the Bloody Legion outside, and let the Divine Rune army avoid this battle. As long as they avoided this battle, the general wouldn't need to die, the Divine Rune army wouldn't need to die, and his last wish could be fulfilled. Since that's the case, let's do it. Lin Moya's mind moved, and the dragon cavalry distributed outside rapidly converged here. At the same time, space distorted beside him, and another 100 Legion commanders appeared, simultaneously summoning a full 100 billion dragon cavalry. Lin Moya waved his hand. Firelight flickered, and 3,000 Skeleton King thrones appeared in the sky. Skeleton Kings emerged in response, standing majestically above the dragon cavalry corps. Then, Flame North, 5 Elements Sword Demon, Buddhist Lich, Fate Lich, Giant Sword Dao Venerable, Zhao Dongxing, and others appeared. Lin Moya felt it wasn't enough. He took out the battle beast corpses killed earlier on the way. Along the way, over 600 battle beasts had been killed in total. Lin Moya also had over 600 battle beast corpses in hand. Lin Moya took out 500 of them, waved out flames, and performed Revive the Dead. The battle beasts revived in the undying flames. 500 battle beasts became revived beings. They were all 7th level Dao Venerable, a formidable force that couldn't be ignored. After summoning the great army, a strange aura began to emanate from Lin Moya's body. The general's seal at his waist automatically flew out, emitting dazzling light. Origin level technique, strengthen troops. General's seal, strengthen. The Dragon Cavalry Corps, Elemental Liches, and revived beings' auras rapidly increased. Lin Moya said softly, kill. Chapter 3149. Chapter 3149, 3149. Chapter 3149. The hardest part isn't doing the task, but thinking. Knowing what to do, Lin Moya no longer cared where exactly the Divine Rune Army was. This was no longer important. What was important was how to eliminate the encircling Bloody Legion. The Bloody Legion faced this time numbered about 200,000. Most were 2-winged rat generals, 5th level Dao Venerable, about half of them. A small portion were 4-winged rat generals, 6th level Dao Venerable, about 90,000. The remaining 10,000 were 6-winged rat generals, 7th level Dao Venerable. In the Origin continent, powerful 7th level Dao Venerables were just slightly stronger soldiers on the prehistoric battlefield. But thinking of the outer gods, even their weakest divine pets were beyond 7th level Dao Venerable. It seemed the Bloody Legion wasn't much in comparison. Under multiple enhancements, the 10 billion Dragon Cavalry Corps reached the limit of 5th level Dao Venerable in combat power. Under the Legion commander's command, they cooperated with each other and could revive repeatedly, making them very difficult to truly kill. This kind of army was the most terrifying existence on the battlefield. Even with slightly lower combat power, they could wear down the enemy, truly a nightmare-level existence. The Skeleton King's combat power reached the limit of 6th level Dao Venerable. There were also 500 battle beasts that had just become revived beings. Their combat power also greatly increased. They were 7th level Dao Venerable when alive. After becoming revived beings, they were stronger than when alive. Giant Sword Dao Venerable and Zhao Dongxing, once Lin Moya's top fighters, now had combat power not as strong as the battle beasts, but they had intelligence, incomparable to ordinary battle beasts. Lin Moya handed the battle beasts to these two to command, making the best use of everything. Flame North was naturally Lin Moya's strongest fighter at present. With top 8th level Dao Venerable combat power, as long as used properly, he was enough to dominate this battle. Buddhist Lich and Fate Lich cooperated with each other, their combat power also reaching 7th level Dao Venerable. They could attack enemies through the Fate Dao. Their effect in group battles was average, but in one-on-one fights, they were stronger than battle beasts. 5 Elements Sword Demon was a good all-around fighter. The 5 Elements Sword C was a powerful weapon, and it had combat power approaching 8th level Dao Venerable. Its role on the battlefield was not much inferior to Flame North. From Lin Moya summoning them to the entire army mobilizing took only 5 minutes. The undead army's greatest advantage was revealed at this moment. They didn't need to form up at all. When the undead army appeared, it meant they were already formed up and could enter battle at any time. Most of the time was spent on Lin Moya reviving battle beasts. With an absolute numerical advantage, the undead army marched imposingly towards the Bloody Legion. While the Bloody Legion was still surrounding from all directions, the Dragon Cavalry Corps had already charged out from the center of the encirclement. At this time, the Bloody Legion hadn't completed their encirclement. The Dragon Cavalry Corps also divided into multiple routes, quickly clashing with various Bloody Legion forces. The great battle erupted with a boom. There was no sound in the secret realm, even the battle's aftershocks were suppressed, but Lin Moya could clearly know the battle's outcome. He didn't participate in this great battle. He needed to maintain the strengthened troops state for a long time, so he couldn't take action himself. If he took action, he would have to use a second origin level technique, which would make his soul power consumption exceed replenishment. After all, he wasn't facing real living beings and couldn't get replenishment during battle. From the moment the great battle erupted, Lin Moya already knew he would definitely win, and the battle wouldn't last long. Even some mutated rat generals in the Bloody Legion couldn't change the overall situation. Flame North and 5 Elements Sword Demon were enough to kill these mutated rat generals. Just as Lin Moya thought, the Dragon Cavalry Corps quickly gained the upper hand. Large numbers of the Bloody Legion were killed, their numbers rapidly decreasing. Without needing any tactics, just direct overwhelming force, absolute strength nullified all variables in the war. Before the undead army, war became devoid of any sense of art. But from another perspective, this kind of war was also an art. The art of the big fist. Lin Moya watched for a while then stopped looking, slowly descending. The mountain below was still intact. This battle hadn't started yet, the mountain hadn't been flattened, and the general's grave wouldn't appear. Now Lin Moya needed to tell that general that his unwillingness could be eliminated. He took out his general's seal and pointed it at the mountain. As he approached the mountain, the seal hovered in midair, emitting a faint light. The seal resonated with the formation in the mountain. The entire mountain rumbled and shook. Numerous divine runes appeared on the mountain's surface. A formation woven from divine runes was revealed. Then, large numbers of divine rune soldiers flew out from the formation, quickly forming into square formations, on high alert. Finally, that 5th grade general flew out. His appearance was identical to what Lin Moya had seen in the 8th mural. Lin Moya could even feel the powerful obsession on him, and his deep unwillingness. This aura had already connected with heaven and earth, easily sensed. Among the generals Lin Moya had seen, only he had such a powerful obsession. Lin Moyo was very curious what exactly had happened back then to cause him to have such a powerful obsession. After looking at Lin Moyo's general seal, the 5th grade general flew alone to Lin Moyo's front. He stopped about 10 meters from Lin Moyo, examining Lin Moyo, as if further confirming Lin Moyo's identity. Then, he looked around. His gaze seemed to see far away, seeing those great battles. He drew his battle blade, pointing to the sky, as if issuing some military order. From the square formation, 10 divine rune soldiers immediately flew out, flying in various directions. Lin Moyo knew he was sending subordinates to scout. The entire process was silent, without a single sound. A moment later, those 10 divine rune soldiers returned, bringing back information from the front. At this time, the battle at the front was nearing its end. The Bloody Legion had been almost completely killed. Flame North was battling a bloody rat monster that could manipulate flames, identical to the one in the Grave Passage, just missing a chain. It was no match for Flame North. Being slain was just a matter of time. Lin Moyo remembered that in the mural, this fire rat monster had once rained down flames from the sky, burning through the Divine Rune Army's battle formation, killing at least thousands of Divine Rune soldiers. After receiving intelligence from the front line, the 5th grade general looked at Lin Moyo again. Although his gaze was hidden behind his armor, Lin Moyo could feel his gaze was somewhat complex. Lin Moyo gave him a military salute. This salute contained multiple meanings, telling him that the Bloody Legion had been eliminated, his Divine Rune Army was safe, and this battle had been won. The task emphasized results. As long as the result was victory, it was fine. The process wasn't important. Lin Moyo believed the other party could understand his meaning. Indeed, after the salute, the obsession on the other party rapidly decreased. Lin Moyo breathed a sigh of relief. The task was considered completed. Actually, in the ancient battlefield tasks, the hardest part wasn't completing them, but figuring out their true purpose. A lot of information needed to be pondered and explored by oneself. Fortunately, this was his strong point. No wonder beast race people who weren't good at thinking found it difficult to even join the Divine Rune Army. Beast races indeed weren't good at thinking. The 5th grade general raised his battle blade again, pointing at Lin Moyo's seal. The seal began to slowly rotate, then grew slightly larger. The 7 on it changed to 6. Lin Moyo received an extra reward, becoming a 6th grade general. Then he pointed his battle blade at the mountain again, slashing out. The mountain was cut off with a rumbling sound, revealing a large flat area, identical to the flat area where the grave had been before. Chapter 3150. Chapter 3150, 3150. Chapter 3150, Shangguan Wenshan, Lord Wenshan. It turned out this mountain was flattened by the 5th grade general himself. Thinking about it, this made sense. If the Bloody Legion had done it, the entire mountain would have been blasted to pieces, not so flat. Inside the flattened mountain was a huge space where the Divine Rune Army had been. A formation was set up on the mountain to hide the Divine Rune Army's aura. Unfortunately, it couldn't escape those special small rat monsters of the Bloody Legion and would still be discovered. Now that the Bloody Legion had been eliminated, this mountain serving as a temporary military camp was no longer needed. The 5th grade general flattened the mountain with one slash, then pointed his blade. 5 great Dao crystals immediately flew out from the mountain, directly to Lin Moyo. The 5 great Dao crystals were also part of the extra reward. Lin Moyo didn't stand on ceremony and accepted them all. The 5th grade general returned to his troops, no longer paying attention to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo could feel the obsession on him dissipating, and that unwillingness permeating heaven and earth was also fading. A moment later, the battle ended. The Dragon Cavalry Corps returned. Flame North brought back the spoils of war, 6 great Dao crystals. Adding the 5 just obtained, Lin Moyo now had 30 great Dao crystals in hand. Each great Dao crystal's effect could last a year. 30 great Dao crystals weren't enough for him to advance a realm. For him, the number was still far from enough. Lin Moyo planned to continue hunting battle beasts on the way to find the next task after this task ended, to obtain great Dao crystals. Now 36 great Dao crystals would allow him to quickly advance to 4th level Dao Venerable. But afterwards, the speed of condensing Dao patterns would become slower and slower, naturally requiring more and more great Dao crystals. The great battle completely ended. That 5th grade general led all the Divine Rune soldiers in giving Lin Moyo a military salute, as if expressing thanks. Lin Moyo also returned a military salute to him. At this moment, the secret realm space began to shake. The entire secret realm was shaking. Lin Moyo felt the secret realm was disintegrating, not collapsing, but slowly disintegrating, turning to dust. The 5th grade general's obsession and unwillingness had disappeared, so the secret realm naturally had no need to exist. For him, this battle had finally completely ended after countless years. The secret realm disintegrated silently, turning to dust and disappearing. Lin Moyo's feet touched solid ground. He found himself back in the stone chamber. This task was completely over. Lin Moyo let out a breath, feeling somewhat emotional. Although until now, he still didn't know why reinforcements had come so late back then. Why that general had been so unwilling, full of obsession. These had all become unknown, but were no longer important. Everything from the past had ended. Even if the reasons were known, it would already be sealed history. The most practical thing now was the imminent task reward. A few seconds later, a beam of rosy light appeared out of thin air in the stone chamber. The reward is here. This time I should be able to advance to 5th grade, right? Lin Moyo thought to himself. After all, he had overfulfilled the task. There seemed to be no flaws to find. But the next second, Lin Moyo felt something strange. This time the rosy light didn't envelop him, but fell in empty space. The general's seal on his body also had no reaction. Suddenly, a hoarse long sigh sounded. How many years has it been? Finally someone has reached 6th grade again. The sudden voice surprised Lin Moya somewhat. The creator of the ancient battlefield, also the rule setter, had set strict rules. In the ancient battlefield, all who could make sounds were only outsiders. Inside the ancient battlefield, whether the evolved Divine Rune Army or Bloody Legion, including battle beasts, none could make any sound. So those who could break the rules, apart from outsiders like himself, were only the rule creator. However, in this stone chamber, there were no outsiders. And he said, how many years? Adding these words, Lin Moya judged that he should be the creator of the ancient battlefield, that powerful being at least at the Great Dao realm. But Lin Moya didn't know if he was alive, or long dead. He didn't use undead eye to look, out of respect for the strong. Along with the voice, a middle-aged man appeared in the rosy light. The middle-aged man was very strong, emitting a terrifying aura. Lin Moya felt he was more powerful than the three ancestors and Beast Emperor, seeming similar to Whale Elder of the Sea race. But this was just a feeling, not necessarily accurate. However, it could be certain that he was indeed Great Dao realm. At the same time, Lin Moya had another feeling. This senior looked like a middle-aged man, but gave a sense of being at the end of his life. Theoretically, Great Dao realm beings had infinite lifespans. He didn't know why he had this feeling. Lin Moya bowed to the middle-aged man. Human Lin Moya greets senior. The middle-aged man showed a slight smile. Not bad, little one. Strong luck and fortune. It seems the human race has successors. Lin Moya said, senior praises too much. Junior doesn't dare accept. The middle-aged man shook his head. This old man rarely praises others. You, little one, are worth praising. As he spoke, he lightly pointed a finger. Lin Moya's general seal at his waist automatically flew out, falling into his hand. The seal flashed brightly in his hand. The middle-aged man's eyes closed slightly, as if receiving information. Lin Moya didn't know what he was receiving, but during this process, his expression changed several times. His eyes clearly showed shock. His gaze towards Lin Moya also became different from before. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. What exactly did he see? What exactly is in the seal? Throughout the process, the seal had always been hanging at his waist, never put away. If the seal had a recording function, his every move was very likely recorded. Just actions were fine, but the key was his origin-level techniques. If the origin-level techniques were discovered, would this Great Dao realm being before him be unfavorable to him? After all, everyone wanted to obtain origin-level techniques. These were truly good things. Lin Moya began to be worried in his heart, but didn't dare show any sign on his face. No matter what he thought inside, his expression didn't change at all. If the other party really meant him harm, even if he was Great Dao realm, Lin Moya would fight to the death. A moment later, the middle-aged man's attention fell on Lin Moya again. He showed a slight smile. Young friend needn't be nervous. Young friend obtaining origin-level techniques is young friend's good fortune. Without sufficient fortune and luck, if one rashly tries to obtain origin-level techniques, that would be seeking death. This old man still wants to live for some time, and doesn't want to seek death for now. His words made Lin Moya somewhat relieved, but not completely. Lin Moya said with some respect, senior is Great Dao realm, naturally can still live for boundless years. The middle-aged man shook his head. Hard to say. The immortality of Great Dao realm is immortality without any accidents. If there are accidents, Great Dao realm can also die. Like this old man, who almost died back then. I don't know if young friend is willing to listen to this old man ramble about some old matters. Lin Moya was delighted inside. Junior couldn't ask for more. I'm all ears. The middle-aged man chuckled. This old man is named Shangguan Wenshin, known as Lord Wenshin. Chapter 3151. Chapter 3151, 3151. Chapter 3151, even Dao lords can die? Lord Wenshin told his story. Lin Moya listened very carefully, not missing a single word, firmly remembering everything in his heart. Although he was just telling a story, sometimes one could analyze a lot of other information from between the lines. Beings like this often only revealed 7 parts while hiding 3. From Lord Wenshin's mouth, Lin Moya heard a story buried in history. Once the Bloodrat realm invaded, the Divine Rune Army fought back. This great battle went from outside the realm to inside, from outer space to the origin continent. The war was extremely fierce, shattering the starry sky and destroying the earth. In the end, the Divine Rune Army emerged victorious. In that great battle, just 9th level Dao venerable powerhouses died and were injured in the tens of thousands. Dozens of Great Dao realm powerhouses died. What he had experienced in the ancient battle secret realm was just the tip of the iceberg of the entire war. Actually, the truly most tragic battlefield wasn't on the origin continent, but in outer space, within the Dao. Lin Moya felt the cruelty of that great battle back then. To fight until the Dao shattered, with so many Great Dao realm beings perishing, was an unimaginable scene. Lin Moya said, no matter how arduous the process, in the end we still won. Lord Wenshin's gaze held contemplation. Yes, in the end we still won, but it wasn't easy. From the beginning of the war, we knew we would certainly win. The outcome was predetermined. Compared to the origin continent, the Bloodrat realm was nothing. With their strength, they weren't enough to contend with us at all. If not for the God realm and Black Blood realm, destroying them would have been as easy as turning over one's hand. Hearing about the God realm and Black Blood realm immediately made Lin Moya think of the outer gods and Black Blood Great Realm. Lin Moya immediately asked, Senior, can you tell me about the God realm and Black Blood realm? Lord Wenshin narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Lin Moya with a hint of a smile, as if he had known Lin Moya would make this request. I sensed that you have the aura of outer gods on you. You must have dealt with outer gods before. Lin Moya said, Junior has not only dealt with outer gods, but also with the Black Blood realm. Lord Wenchen showed a trace of strange expression. The Black Blood and Black Blood sword saint you saw in the ancient battlefield were evolved by this old man using great Dao power, not real. Lin Moya said, the first time Junior dealt with the Black Blood realm wasn't here, but in the realm Sea World. Lin Moya briefly recounted some of what had happened back then. After pondering for a moment, Lord Wenchen said, it seems some remnants of the Black Blood realm still remain on the origin continent. But it shouldn't matter much. In that battle back then, they were already heavily damaged and can't stir up much trouble for now. Moreover, even if you know they're still around, you can't do anything about it for now. Lin Moya knew he was right. Even if he knew, he couldn't do anything. With insufficient strength, it was difficult to do anything. Lord Wenchen continued, let this old man ask you, what do you think of the outer gods? Naturally I look at them with my eyes, Lin Moya instinctively thought, but said aloud, outer gods are detested by the Tao. When encountered, they must be killed. They have strong and weak ones. The weakest are divine dragons, then mounts, then the outer gods themselves. Lord Wenchen smiled, correct. Outer gods come from the god realm. The god realm and our origin continent are mortal enemies, detesting each other. The Black Blood realm is the same, but neither of them is a match for us. Back then they joined forces, but still lost in the end. Lin Moya said softly, but in that battle, we also suffered heavy losses. Of the original 9 continents, only 4 remain now. Lord Wenchen's smile grew wider, it seems you know quite a lot, but it's normal for you to know. The number of continents doesn't matter much. Even if only 1 remained it wouldn't matter. What truly matters is the Tao. The situation is very complex, not something that can be explained in a word or 2, but you only need to know that the God realm and Black Blood realm are in an even worse state than us. Lin Moyo asked, what about the Blood Rat realm? The Blood Rat realm is just a vassal of the Black Blood realm, a garbage world. They only had 1 Tao Lord, who also died after that great battle. If not for the God realm and Black Blood realm, the Blood Rat realm would have been completely destroyed long ago. Lin Moyo asked with surprise, even Tao Lords can die. Lord Wenchen said, of course they can die. So-called immortality is all conditional. Perhaps true immortality exists, but at least it's not at the great Tao realm, nor for Tao Lords. Lin Moyo sighed repeatedly. Even Tao Lords could die. True immortality was really not easy. It made sense. If even the Tao could be shattered, Tao Lords perishing was only natural. Lin Moyo asked, Senior, you telling Junior these things isn't just to let Junior listen to your story, right? Lord Wenchen said, you are indeed very clever. You're now a 6th grade general. 10 more steps and you'll be 5th grade. In the former Divine Rune Army, 5th grade generals were mid to high level, qualified to make some battlefield decisions. If you want to continue rising, just doing tasks won't be enough anymore. You'll need to do some other things. Lin Moya knew the main course had arrived. All that taught was for this main course. He showed a curious expression. Junior has a question here. What's the use of raising military rank to the highest? Or rather, what benefit is there for Junior? Lord Wenchen smiled, your question is very practical, and good. The Divine Rune Army is already history. It's a memory in this old man's heart. Raising your military rank to the highest now doesn't have much meaning indeed, but this old man here can give some rewards. Lin Moyo asked, can you be more specific? Even close brothers settle accounts clearly. Lin Moyo wouldn't do some thankless tasks just because of a few words. Rewards had to be substantial. Empty titles were useless. Lord Wenchen also understood this point. In fact, those with thoughts like Lin Moya's were true cultivators. Lord Wenchen held up 3 fingers. First reward, for each military rank you advance, I'll reward you with 100 great Tao crystals. Second reward, as long as you can advance to 1st grade general, you'll obtain the key to the Divine Rune Army's treasury. Third reward, as long as you can complete the final task, this old man has an origin ancestor stone that can be awarded to you. Hearing the 3 rewards, Lin Moya was somewhat moved. Not to mention anything else, just the 100 great Tao crystals were attractive enough. 100 for 1st grade. If he could advance to 1st grade, that would be 500. This number wasn't small. Though moved inside, he didn't show any reaction on the surface, continuing to ask, what's in the Divine Rune Army treasury? What's the use of the origin ancestor stone? Lord Wenchen chuckled, this old man won't say what's in it, but there are good things. As for the origin ancestor stone, this is truly a rare item. You'll go to the origin ancestor land someday, and it will be very useful then. The origin ancestor stone was related to the origin ancestor land. The origin ancestor land was indeed a place to go in the future, if it was useful there. After some consideration, Lin Moyo had already agreed in his heart, but he still continued to ask. Junior has a few questions here, hoping to ask Senior for guidance. Lord Wenchen said, you tell me if you agree first. Chapter 3152. Chapter 3152, 3152. Calamity. Chapter 3152. Think thrice before asking, beware of trouble from your mouth. Lord Wenchen spoke clearly. Agree, and this old man will answer you. Don't agree, and I won't say much more to you. Lin Moya naturally understood his words. Now there were 2 paths before him, either agree to Lord Wenchen's terms, or leave. Lord Wenchen wouldn't force him. Lin Moya indeed had questions to ask, and Lord Wenchen's rewards were truly attractive. Lin Moya said, with Senior offering such generous rewards, Junior naturally agrees. Lord Wenchen showed a satisfied smile, lightly pointing a finger at Lin Moyo. A faint yet extremely strange power fell on Lin Moyo. His general sealed load slightly, the patterns on it changing somewhat, becoming more exquisite. The key was that the 12 at the bottom of the seal changed to 2. This also meant Lin Moya was the second person to accept the task. He instantly thought of the person Su Feng's mentioned, a genius from the Celestial Fox clan who had also reached 6th grade general. Afterwards, he mysteriously disappeared and never appeared again. Everyone believed he had died. Lin Moya realized that what Lord Wenchen wanted him to do was very dangerous. But now, he had already boarded the ship and couldn't jump off for the time being. Lord Wenchen said, "You've probably already guessed, you're the second person to reach 6th grade general." Lin Moya asked, "What about the previous one?" Lord Wenchen sighed lightly, "Dead." Lin Moya had already guessed this answer, now confirmed. Lord Wenchen continued, "What this old man wants you to do is indeed dangerous, but with your strength and intelligence, as long as you're careful, it's not so easy to die." Lin Moya thought to himself, "You probably said these words to that person before too." Of course, he didn't dare say this out loud. Lin Moya asked, "What exactly does Senior want Junior to do?" Lord Wenchen shook his head lightly. "This old man's matter is simple, no rush to say." "Didn't you have questions? Ask." Lin Moya said, "Where do great Dao crystals come from, and how can one obtain large quantities?" Lord Wenchen laughed, "You're very greedy. Although great Dao crystals aren't the rarest things, they can't be obtained casually either. You killed so many battle beasts before. Did you think you could get enough great Dao crystals just by killing battle beasts?" Lin Moya nodded slightly. He indeed thought so. Lord Wenchen smiled. "This old man set rules. When you kill 1,000 battle beasts, powerful battle beasts will come find you, and not just one. It could be 10 or 100, and they'll be either 8th level or 9th level Dao Venerable." Lin Moya was shocked. There was actually such a setting. Lord Wenchen added, "Moreover, great Dao crystals and battle beasts are very limited. You can't obtain them without limit. If you want to get large quantities of great Dao crystals, you'll have to complete the tasks I give you." As for where great Dao crystals come from, naturally they come from the Dao. Great Dao crystals were originally called great Dao shards, products of the Dao shattering. When the Dao shatters, the fragments are large and small. Those extremely tiny fragment powders became great Dao crystals. So that's where great Dao crystals came from. Lin Moya learned this for the first time. His mind moved, and Lin Moya took out a box containing a fragment. Lin Moya asked, "Do you know what this is?" Lord Wenchen glanced at it. "This is a Dao fragment. I didn't expect you to obtain a Dao fragment. Good luck." It was indeed a Dao fragment, not a fragment of some treasure from the great Dao realm, but a fragment of the Dao itself. The Dao could actually shatter. This was unprecedented. Lin Moya asked, "Is it useful?" Lord Wenchen said, "Dao fragments remain condensed without dispersing. They didn't shatter thoroughly enough, so they don't have the effect of great Dao crystals. For now, they're of no use to you. As for the future, hard to say." He spoke vaguely without explaining in detail. Lin Moya knew when to advance and retreat, not pursuing the question. Lin Moya put away the Dao fragment. Whether useful or not, it was a good thing to keep. Lin Moya continued asking, "Senior, do you know about ancestral water essence?" Lord Wenchen suddenly raised his head, his eyes emitting a strange light, his tone becoming urgent. "You have ancestral water essence." Lin Moya realized that ancestral water essence was useful to Lord Wenchen, truly a good thing. Otherwise, Lord Wenchen wouldn't have this reaction. At the same time, he somewhat regretted it. Obviously Lord Wenchen very much wanted ancestral water essence. He shouldn't have asked. But since he had already asked, Lin Moya didn't deny it. "By chance, a senior gave me a drop of ancestral water essence." Light flashed in Lord Wenchen's eyes for several seconds before dissipating. He sighed deeply. "That's also your good fortune. Since that person gave you ancestral water essence, keep it well. Ancestral water essence has great uses. Don't use it before reaching Great Dao Realm." Lin Moyo asked, "I heard people say ancestral water essence can increase the probability of becoming Heavenly Dao Realm." Lord Wenchen laughed. "It indeed has that effect, but using it like that would be too wasteful. The true use of ancestral water essence is to enhance fusion with the Dao, increasing the probability of becoming a Dao Lord." Becoming Great Dao Realm and becoming a Dao Lord were two completely different levels. Which was more important, Lin Moya naturally knew. Moreover, he also knew that Lord Wenchen had initially shown great interest in ancestral water essence, then quickly backed off. The three ancestors also knew he had ancestral water essence but didn't try to obtain it from him. They all had the ability, and ancestral water essence was precious enough, but in the end they all chose to give up. This indicated that ancestral water essence carried extremely great karmic ties. They couldn't bear this karma. When Lord Wenchen mentioned that person, his tone carried respect. The being who gave him ancestral water essence must be extremely powerful, at least more powerful than Lord Wenchen. Lin Moya secretly warned himself to be careful when speaking in the future. Some questions needed to be considered thrice before asking. They couldn't be casually asked, otherwise trouble could come from one's mouth. Lord Wenchen smiled. "Becoming a Dao Lord is a very distant matter, but not impossible for you. This old man also hopes you can become a Dao Lord. At that time, you might be able to pull this old man up." He seemed to be joking, but also seemed very serious. Lin Moya said, "Junior has no more questions. Whatever task Senior has, please instruct." Lord Wenchen nodded. "Very well, let's go then." As he spoke, he waved his hand. The stone chamber disappeared before Lin Moya's eyes. Lin Moya felt he had stepped onto a magical path. The surroundings first turned pitch black, then lit up with countless points of light. Numerous light points streaked past like meteors. Lin Moya felt he had left the origin continent, heading to an incredibly distant place. At this time, his speed surpassed the speed of light, surpassing the limits of time and space. It was like teleportation, but not quite teleportation. It was hard to describe the current feeling. Lord Wenchen chuckled, "Don't be surprised. We're currently crossing realms." Crossing realms? Lin Moya was shocked. Crossing realms meant leaving the origin continent and going to another world? Lord Wenchen continued, "It's just temporary departure, and not complete departure. Your true spirit imprint is still on the origin continent. When you want to return, you can naturally come back." Chapter 3153. Chapter 3153, 3153. Chapter 3153, an ultra-long-term task with freedom to come and go. Lord Wenchen said some extremely profound things that Lin Moya currently found difficult to understand. But this wasn't important. After half an hour of realm-crossing travel, they arrived at their destination. Two brilliant Milky Ways hung in space. One Milky Way was light purple, the other bright red. Both Milky Ways were shattered, with countless fragments floating in the pitch-black space. Lin Moya could sense two extremely powerful forces spreading through space, but these two forces had completely lost their vitality. "This is shattered Tao." Lin Moya wasn't very certain. Lord Wenchen said softly, "That's right, it's the Tao. The light purple one is called the purple lightning Tao. The bright red one is the scarlet blood Tao. People usually see the Tao as illusory and ethereal, high above. When had it ever hung here like broken walls and ruins?" Lin Moya had never seen the Tao in such a state. He couldn't help feeling shocked, and also somewhat let down. Although he knew the Tao could shatter, when truly seeing the shattered Tao, his heart still held complex emotions that were hard to describe. Dealing with the Tao every day, borrowing the power of the Tao, if one's own Tao shattered, would one's power also shatter with it? For a moment, Lin Moya felt sympathy for those who cultivated the purple lightning Tao. Lord Wenchen smiled, "Don't think about other things. The purple lightning Tao shattering was a matter of our era, unrelated to your era. People now can't comprehend the purple lightning Tao anymore, so things are as they should be. As for that scarlet blood Tao, you should have already seen that it's not a Tao of the origin continent." Lin Moya had indeed already seen this. The moment he saw the scarlet blood Tao, his soul produced a slight feeling of disgust. Perhaps because he had half left the origin continent, or perhaps because the scarlet blood Tao had already shattered, this feeling of disgust wasn't strong. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Tao of the blood rat realm." Lord Wenchen said, "That's right, it's the Tao of the blood rat realm. In that garbage world, there aren't many complete Taos, just a few. This scarlet blood Tao was already one of the more powerful ones. There's scarlet blood Tao shattering here, you can imagine what kind of blow that was to the blood rat realm. So, for all these years, they've been trying to find a way to bring the scarlet blood Tao back, attempting to repair it." Lin Moya asked curiously, "The Tao can be repaired?" Lord Wenchen said, "It can, but it's very difficult. You want to ask, since it can be repaired, why not bring our Tao back?" Lin Moya nodded, "That's right." Lord Wenchen said, "Not bringing it back naturally has reasons for not bringing it back. Those fellows' schemes aren't just repairing the Tao. Do you want to know? Tell me in the future." Lin Moya was sensible enough not to ask further. Many things weren't suitable for him to know now, so it was better to drop it. The more one knew, the greater the karmic ties, and the more trouble. Lord Wenchen was very satisfied with Lin Moya's answer. "Let me tell you about what needs to be done next. Do you see those scattered fragments?" When the Tao shattered, countless Tao fragments fell into this void. These Tao fragments were different from what Lin Moya had obtained. They were much larger and still emitted powerful force. Lord Wenchen continued, "These Tao fragments, being close to the Tao, still maintain powerful force. Those fellows from the blood rat realm are occupying these Tao fragments, trying to return the Tao fragments to the Tao. What you need to do is go there and kill all the blood rats on them." Lin Moya finally knew what the task was. It was nothing but killing people. Oh no, killing rats. Lin Moya didn't quite understand. Wouldn't Senior be much more efficient at doing this? Couldn't you clear them out with just a few moves? Lord Wenchen chuckled, "This is the void space between two realms. There are many restrictions. Heavenly Tao realm beings can't easily take action here. We can't take action, and neither can the other side's great Tao realm beings. Forget great Tao realm, even 9th level Tao venerables can't take action here. Here, the strongest are 8th level Tao venerables. I believe you should be able to handle it." Lin Moya smiled bitterly, "You think too highly of Junior. Junior is only 3rd level Tao venerable. Even with some methods, I can handle 1 or 2 8th level Tao venerables, but if there are more, Junior can't withstand it." Lord Wenchen patted Lin Moya's shoulder. "Although there are some difficulties, this old man believes you'll be fine. If there's real danger, you can also return immediately through the seal. It doesn't need to be completed at once. You can come back when you have the chance in the future. With this seal, you can come here anytime." Lin Moya understood. This was an ultra-long-term task. Lord Wenchen didn't require him to complete it immediately. He could do it bit by bit. Moreover, through the seal, he could come here anytime, which was much more convenient. Lin Moya said, "Then Junior will try first." Lord Wenchen nodded, "You go. This old man can't stay here long. Be careful, don't be greedy for merit, don't be like the previous one. Alright, some blood rats will condense into scarlet blood essence after death. You can collect it. It might have great use in the future. If anything happens, you can also contact this old man through the seal. If this old man is free, I will respond." After speaking, Lord Wenshin's body gradually dispersed, leaving. From beginning to end, his true body had never come. Great Dao realm beings couldn't enter the origin continent, except for a few special exceptions like the three ancestors. Other Great Dao realm beings were all like this. Even if they came for a short time, they would be expelled by the Dao. So Lord Wenshin who came was just an avatar, both before and now. Lin Moya didn't act immediately, but organized all the stories Lord Wenshin had told, thoroughly clearing his thoughts. That prehistoric battle was the God Realm and Black Blood Realm joining forces against the Origin continent. The Blood Red Realm was a vassal of the Black Blood Realm. They participated in lower-level battlefields, while the God Realm and Black Blood Realm's battlefields were higher level. The Blood Red Realm's purpose was to wear down the Origin continent's living forces, leaving the Origin continent without successors, weakening the Origin continent's fortune from the root. Moreover, there should be more than one garbage world like the Blood Red Realm. Lin Moya thought of the standard issue battle blades he had seen in the Golden Lion clan's warehouse. Those were Netherworld Realm battle blades, also from prehistoric times. This showed that there was once a Netherworld Realm army on the Origin continent. The Netherworld Realm was only a mid to low level existence on the Origin continent. Even they participated in the war. The reason could be imagined. The reason Lord Wenshin created the ancient battlefield was firstly to commemorate the Divine Rune Army, and secondly to find cultivators who could come here to deal with the Blood Rats. Great Dao Realm beings couldn't take action, and the current situation of the Origin continent wasn't suitable for forming large armies like before. Individual power became more important, and individual actions were faster, not as easily discovered as large armies. At the same time, Lin Moya felt that Lord Wenshin must have other purposes. After organizing his thoughts clearly, Lin Moya let out a long breath. Then let's try. At least if it's done well, it's a win-win. The wings of time vibrated, and Lin Moya flew towards the Scarlet Blood Dao. Chapter 3154. Chapter 3154, 3154. Chapter 3154, has that person really returned? In the deep void, Lord Wenshin slowly opened his eyes. Before him sat several Great Dao Realm powerhouses. They were hidden in darkness, their outlines barely visible. Someone asked, after so many years, are you satisfied with this candidate? A trace of complexity appeared on Lord Wenshin's face, hard to say. Someone laughed, there's something you find hard to say? Is that little fellow very special? Lord Wenshin nodded, very special. Tell us, how special? Lord Wenshin thought for a moment before speaking. He's only 3rd level Dao Venerable, but has 8th level Dao Venerable combat power. Just this one sentence made the Great Dao Realm beings take notice. They had seen many geniuses who could fight above their level, including themselves. They had all once been extraordinary geniuses. If not geniuses, how could they become Great Dao Realm and survive that prehistoric great battle? 3rd level Dao Venerables who could fight 4th level weren't rare. They had even seen those who could fight 5th level. Even those who could fight 6th level appeared a few times each era. But someone like this, a 3rd level Dao Venerable who could fight 8th level, that was a bit abnormal. Their gazes lit up from the darkness, looking at Lord Wenshin, indicating for him to continue. Lord Wenshin continued. I looked at his techniques. There was one technique that made me feel strange. What technique? They asked in unison. Lord Wenshin's voice became low. I don't know what technique it was, but in that technique, the gates of hell appeared. Hiss. The words gates of hell echoed in their minds. The Great Dao Realm beings all drew in sharp breaths. Someone's voice became heavy. Do you think that person has returned? Lord Wenshin shook his head, hard to say. He only used that technique once. I didn't see it very clearly. If that person has really returned, it would be good for us. Indeed it would be good, but you and I both know how difficult it is for that person to return. It's almost impossible. Almost impossible doesn't mean completely impossible. There's always a glimmer of hope among the myriad realms. But even if that person has really returned, they might not be that person anymore. Perhaps just an inheritor. Let's watch. No rush, there's still time. There's another little fellow worth paying attention to. The void grew darker, gradually swallowed by darkness. The Great Dao Realm beings once again vanished into the darkness. Lin Moya vibrated his wings of time, flying towards the Scarlet Blood Dao. He first passed by the Purple Lightning Dao. As he got closer to the Purple Lightning Dao, his perception of it became clearer. The Purple Lightning Dao had indeed shattered, but it wasn't completely destroyed. There was still possibility for recovery. Lin Moya believed that those Great Dao Realm beings outside the Origin continent must have ways to restore the Purple Lightning Dao, but for some reason, they hadn't done so. As for what reason, only they knew. But it could be certain that it wasn't a small matter. Those Great Dao Realm beings must be planning something. The Purple Lightning Dao was incredibly huge. Lin Moya estimated it wasn't much smaller than the Origin continent. The Dao was usually illusory, but once it manifested physically, it could be so large. Even those fragments, the small ones had diameters of tens of thousands of li. The larger ones had diameters of hundreds of thousands of li. The largest could reach millions of li. If these Dao fragments could shatter even more severely, into pieces smaller than dust, they would form Great Dao crystals. Great Dao crystals could help him cultivate quickly. If I could refine these fragments, could I actively refine Great Dao crystals? Lin Moya suddenly had an unorthodox idea. But it was just a thought. He was still far too weak. The vast power in the Dao fragments, even shattered, was incomparable to him. It was better not to have such unrealistic thoughts. If in the future he became Great Dao Realm, it wouldn't be impossible to try. However, by then Great Dao crystals would probably be useless. This purple lightning Dao, why does its power aura seem a bit like the lightning purple striped tiger clan's power? Lin Moyo felt it was strange. He sensed that the power aura in the purple lightning Dao was very similar to the purple striped origin in the lightning purple striped tiger ancestral land. Almost subconsciously, Lin Moyo took out that origin purple cloud. As soon as the origin purple cloud appeared, it immediately emitted a rumble. The previously silent Dao suddenly began to shake, along with the entire space. Endless lightning suddenly burst forth from the shattered Dao. Lin Moyo was startled and immediately put away the origin purple cloud. As the origin purple cloud disappeared, the purple lightning Dao instantly calmed down. Looking at the motionless purple lightning Dao, Lin Moyo muttered to himself, "It seems I wasn't wrong. The purple striped origin is indeed related to the purple lightning Dao. The purple lightning Dao shattered here, but its origin is still intact, and no longer here. If one wanted to repair the purple lightning Dao, just bringing the purple striped origin from the lightning purple striped tiger ancestral land here could restore it considerably. Then reassembling those shattered fragments, perhaps the Dao could be fully restored. But I can't do that. If he restored the purple lightning Dao, he would be disrupting several great Dao realm beings' plans, while also offending the entire lightning purple striped tiger clan. For the sake of an unnecessary Dao, this price wasn't worth it." The wings of time continued to vibrate, gradually leaving the purple lightning Dao behind. Getting closer to the scarlet blood Dao, Lin Moyo could already smell blood. At the same time, a slight feeling of disgust arose in his soul. The disgust wasn't as strong as when facing outer gods. Although the origin continents Dao viewed the blood rat realm as enemies, they weren't as hostile as towards outer gods. Even if Lin Moyo didn't take action against the scarlet blood Dao now, there wouldn't be any impact. The scarlet blood Dao wasn't as quiet as the purple lightning Dao. Blood chi permeated the Dao, constantly emitting slight vibrations. Lin Moyo activated Undead Eye from far away. In an instant, he saw countless dense soul fires. Most of the soul fires were concentrated on the Dao, about half. The other half were distributed on various Dao fragments. Each fragment floated in space, extremely far apart from each other. The shortest distance was tens of thousands of li, the longest hundreds of thousands to millions of li. Through Undead Eye, Lin Moyo could roughly see their strength. Most blood rats were 3rd level Dao Venerable. From 4th level Dao Venerable upwards, the number decreased greatly with each level increase. By 7th level Dao Venerable, there were fewer than 500. There were only about 5 8th level Dao Venerable blood rat generals. But even with only 5, if they attacked together, Lin Moyo knew it wouldn't be easy to withstand. These are living beings now. If they're living beings, there will be corpses. With corpses, things will be easier. A slight smile appeared at the corners of Lin Moyo's mouth. The killing intent in his heart had begun to boil. He turned and flew towards another side. Lin Moyo didn't directly enter the Dao, but planned to clear from the outermost area, not letting any escape. Roughly estimating, there were tens of millions of blood rats here, far more than he had seen in the ancient battlefield. But numbers meant nothing to Lin Moyo. In terms of numbers, the undead army had never feared anyone. Lin Moyo flew for a full day, arriving at the outermost area of the scarlet blood Dao. There was a fragment here, not very large, about 10,000 li in diameter. A blood rat troop was stationed on it, only 1,000 in number, not very strong. Their strongest leader was only 4th level Dao Venerable. Lin Moyo's mind moved, and the Dragon Cavalry Corps attacked. In silence, they swallowed this fragment. Chapter 3155. Chapter 3155, 3155. Chapter 3155, a far-fetched idea. Facing just 1,000 bloody rat monsters, all only 4th level Dao Venerable 2-winged rat generals, the Dragon Cavalry Corps was sufficient to deal with them in terms of both combat power and numbers. But this time they were facing real bloody rat monsters, not virtual ones evolved by Lord Wenshin. There would inevitably be some differences between the two. Moreover, Lin Moyo didn't know if bloody rat monsters on other fragments would come to support. Would his actions stir up a hornet's nest, affecting the whole situation? Facing unknown enemies, everything needed careful observation. So Lin Moyo didn't lower his guard. He watched from afar, not personally participating in this battle. Facing the suddenly appearing Dragon Cavalry Corps, the 2-winged rat generals on the fragment quickly reacted. They simultaneously spewed out blood mist, all 2-winged rat generals hiding within the blood. Seeing this, Lin Moyo frowned slightly. In the ancient battlefield, bloody rat monsters didn't have this ability. The 2-winged rat generals hiding in the blood mist had clearly enhanced strength. But their realm hadn't changed, still 4th level Dao Venerable. After enhancement, the 2-winged rat generals' one-on-one combat ability had surpassed the Dragon Cavalry. Unfortunately, the numerical difference was too great. Their resistance was useless. Tens of thousands of Dragon Cavalry formed Dao battle arrays, invoking the power of the Blood and Bone Dao, launching bloody charges into the blood mist. This battle occurred very suddenly and ended very quickly. On the Dao fragment, 1,000 bloody rat monsters were rapidly annihilated. Some battle aftershocks spread out. The Dao fragment he chose was far enough away, not attracting the attention of bloody legions on other Dao fragments. As the blood mist dispersed, the Dao fragment was covered in corpses. Black-red blood flowed all over the Dao fragment. Lin Moyo waited for a while before flying over, landing on the ground. As soon as his feet touched the scarlet blood Dao, he felt bloody chi rushing into his body. At the same time, waves of powerful force from the Dao fragment impacted him, constantly attacking. Fortunately, it was just a fragment. The attack power wasn't strong. With his ability, he could easily block it. The power Dao operated, his blood energy emitting a faint rumbling sound, expelling all the bloody chi that had rushed in. Lin Moyo could feel that this impact from the Dao fragment was very high level, surpassing Dao Venerable. Fortunately the power was weak, otherwise there would be big trouble. The Scarlet Blood Dao fragment from the Blood Rat realm rejects me as an outsider. This is like how the Origin Continent's Dao also detests them. This also explains why no bloody rat monsters set foot on the Purple Lightning Dao. Even just Dao fragments would counterattack. This is the Dao's instinct. Lin Moya somewhat understood why there wasn't a single bloody rat monster on the Purple Lightning Dao. The Dao rejected them. Even if bloody rat monsters occupied Purple Lightning Dao fragments, it would be useless. The Dao fragment Lin Moya was on was very small, the smallest of all Dao fragments. It had an irregular shape. At its widest, the diameter didn't exceed 500 li. Now, black-red fresh blood flowed on the Dao fragment. A bloody smell permeated the entire fragment. Lin Moya stepped on the fresh blood, measuring this Dao fragment. The Dao's physical form is indeed unique. If used to forge treasures, that would truly be a blessing of the Dao. It would surpass any great Dao realm treasure. If refined into fragments for setting up formations, it would also be top-tier formation material. Treating the Dao as material, I'm really being a bit fanciful. Lin Moya's footsteps suddenly paused. He thought of a possibility. With his current strength, he naturally couldn't refine Dao fragments, whether into treasures or formation materials. It was impossible to do. That was a fundamental difference, unbridgeable. Even if he reached Great Dao Realm, he might not be able to achieve it. But he thought, once the Dao materialized, visible and tangible, the key was that it had shattered. So, what about using this fragment to summon elemental liches? Lin Moya was stunned by his own idea. That such a thought could occur, Lin Moya felt his imagination had completely taken flight. Once this idea appeared, it began to grow uncontrollably. Thinking of doing it was Lin Moya's consistent principle. But before that, Lin Moya had to do another important thing. He came before a bloody rat monster corpse. This two-winged bloody rat monster was already in pieces, killed under the dragon cavalry's swords. There couldn't be an intact corpse. Lin Moya flicked out a ball of undying flame. Origin-level technique, revive the dead. Lin Moya tried to turn the bloody rat monster into a revived being. If successful, he could use bloody rat monsters to attack their own people. This method was somewhat vicious, but most suited Lin Moya's current situation. Moreover, Lin Moya also wanted to know what these bloody rat monsters were doing gathered on the Dao fragments. The flames burned fiercely. The bloody rat monster's physical body began to recover. Even its soul aura began to appear. It's working. Lin Moya was delighted. Bang! With a light sound, the bloody rat monster that was about to recover suddenly exploded. Countless fresh blood sprayed outwards. A layer of golden light appeared on Lin Moya's body, blocking all the blood. Failed. Saying softly, there was no disappointment in Lin Moya's eyes. After all, bloody rat monsters came from the Blood Rat realm, not beings of the Origin Continent. Bloody rat monsters' souls and true spirits were in the Blood Rat realm, not the Origin Continent. His technique used the Origin Continent's Dao power. It was useless on bloody rat monsters, which was normal. Lin Moya wasn't disappointed. He waved out another ball of flame. Origin-level technique, summon elemental lich. This time the flames fell on the ground, directly using the Dao fragment as material to summon an elemental lich. Although he knew it was unlikely to succeed, Lin Moya wasn't satisfied without trying. The grey flames continued to burn. The Dao fragment was unmoved, showing no signs of change. Lin Moya wasn't anxious. He knew very well that the more powerful the material, the slower it was to refine. This was a Dao fragment. How could it be so easy to refine? After waiting a full 10 minutes, the area where the flames were finally showed some changes. The ground softened somewhat. The flames sank slightly, meaning the Dao fragment had melted a bit. But then, the Dao fragment suddenly began to shake violently. With the shaking, the previously slightly melted area quickly recovered. Then a wave of Dao power rushed into the flames, directly extinguishing them. Failed again. Lin Moya was somewhat helpless. Fortunately he was mentally prepared early on. It was just an attempt. Failure was failure. The elemental lich summoning failed. The flames were extinguished. It seemed nothing was gained, but actually that wasn't the case. When the Dao fragment shook just now, Lin Moya still sensed something. He felt that between the Dao fragment he was on and the main body of the Dao, there existed some kind of connection, like invisible fine threads extending from the Dao fragment, directly connecting to the main body. It was precisely this connection that allowed the Dao main body to support the fragments. Just now when the Dao fragment had begun to melt, the Dao main body transmitted a wave of power, directly extinguishing the flames. Using Dao fragments to summon elemental liches is feasible. The real reason for failure is that I'm too weak. When I become stronger in the future, I can indeed try again. Since that's the case, let's try this then. Chapter 3156. Chapter 3156, 3156. Chapter 3156, Lin Moya's Feng Shui Treasureland. After Revive the Dead and Summon Elemental Lich failed in succession, Lin Moya didn't give up on his experiments. He lightly pointed, and space immediately distorted. Skeleton Hell appeared. Skeleton Hell's diameter far exceeded the Dao fragment, enveloping the Dao fragment within it as soon as it appeared. Lin Moya's third experiment was to use Skeleton Hell to eat this Dao fragment. Hell fiends were said to eat anything, so could they eat a Dao fragment from another world? Eating anything, did it also have limits? Lin Moya didn't let the Hell Fiends directly bite the Dao fragment. After Skeleton Hell enveloped the Dao fragment, he first needed to sever the connection between the fragment and the main body. He felt that as long as the connection between them wasn't cut off, Skeleton Hell wouldn't be able to successfully eat the Dao fragment. As for how to cut off the connection, it wasn't difficult for Lin Moyo. When he mastered Great Dao Locking, he had already learned to sever the Dao, but his power was too weak. He wasn't sure if he could do it. Skeleton Hell enveloped the Dao fragment. Everything on the Dao fragment was within Lin Moya's perception. He sensed that in the center of the fragment, there was a special blood-colored lake. The blood-colored lake merged with the bloody rat monster's fresh blood, hard to distinguish. Lin Moyo hadn't noticed at first. Only now using Skeleton Hell did he sense the difference of the blood-colored lake. Lin Moya came to the edge of the blood-colored lake. The lake wasn't large, only about 1,000 meters in diameter. At the edges of the lake, the black-red fresh blood was relatively thin, the color also lighter. In the center of the lake, the blood color became dense. The black disappeared, the blood red so bright it made one's heart tremble, extremely vivid. On Dao fragments large and small, each Dao fragment had bloody legions stationed. And on these Dao fragments, there seemed to be blood-colored lakes of varying sizes. The larger the Dao fragment, the larger the lake. What the bloody legion was doing on the Dao fragments should be related to the blood-colored lakes. Lin Moyo observed for a while but couldn't see anything on the surface. He didn't want to rashly go down. The next moment, large numbers of hell fiends came over, rushing into the blood-colored lake. The hell fiends opened their big mouths, constantly devouring the fresh blood in the blood-colored lake. They ate anything. Fresh blood was no different from anything else to them. As the blood was devoured, the lake rapidly shrank. Gradually, something in the lake was revealed. This was a huge bone tens of meters high, rooted in the center of the lake. Fresh blood constantly seeped out from the bone. The freshly seeped blood was bright red, carrying a strong bloody smell. As the blood spread out, the bloody smell faded, finally becoming black-red, the same color as the bloody rat monsters. The lake was produced because of this bone. Lin Moya's mind moved. The hell fiends rushed to the bone, starting to gnaw on it. The bone was very hard. The hell fiends had difficulty gnawing it, but it didn't matter. Lin Moyo believed they could bite through it. At most it would take some time, a few more bites. A moment later, with a light sound, the bone was finally gnawed through, splitting open. In an instant, the bloody smell intensified. Lin Moya saw a fist-sized ball of bright red blood inside the bone. Scarlet blood essence. Lin Moya thought of what Lord Wenshin had said before, that killing bloody rat monsters might obtain scarlet blood essence. But after killing 1,000 bloody rat monsters, he hadn't obtained any scarlet blood essence. Unexpectedly, scarlet blood essence was hidden in this bone. The scarlet blood essence emitted a bloody smell so strong it made one nauseous. At the same time, it emitted a strange power very similar to the power of the Dao fragment. Lin Moya suddenly understood. The Bloody Legion was here to condense scarlet blood essence. They wanted to use scarlet blood essence to strengthen the connection between the Dao main body and fragments. Lin Moya looked towards the Dao main body. He believed that on the Dao main body, there must be a huge lake, maybe not one, but several. Large numbers of Bloody Legion members contributed their blood, forming blood lakes, condensing scarlet blood essence. Then using scarlet blood essence to deepen the connection between the Dao main body and fragments, finally making the Dao fragments return and restore the Dao. This was their method. Theoretically, it was indeed feasible. But the condensation speed of scarlet blood essence must be slow. After so many years, there seemed to be no great effect. There might also be some other reasons. Lin Moya reached out, bringing the scarlet blood essence to his palm, carefully observing and feeling it. Extremely powerful force was contained within the scarlet blood essence. The scarlet blood essence itself was excellent material. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it for now. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. The bone was completely bitten through. There were 3 balls of scarlet blood essence in the entire bone. Lin Moya accepted them without hesitation. Once the bone was broken, Lin Moya sensed that the connection between the fragment and main body had weakened greatly. This way, it became easier for him to sever the connection. This connection was very ethereal. Lin Moya directly used the luck Dao to condense a blade, cutting the remaining fine threads. Bang bang bang. With each cut, his soul immediately heard the sound of ropes breaking. This sound could only be heard by someone like him who mastered illusory Daos. The connection between Daos was severed. This Dao fragment was completely isolated. Lin Moya said softly, "Eat to your heart's content." The Hell Fiends cheered. 4,000,000 Hell Fiends simultaneously opened their big mouths, starting to gnaw on the Dao fragment. Not just the Hell Fiends, even the Netherworld Black Dragon under the Netherworld Black Pool poked out its head, taking a bite of the Dao fragment, leaving 2 deep marks on the Dao fragment. For the Dao fragment, it was just a scratch. But it didn't matter. If 1 bite wasn't enough, then 100 bites. If 100 bites weren't enough, then 10,000 bites. The Netherworld Black Dragon was like teething, biting one mouthful after another. Although the Dao fragment was incredibly solid, gaps were still bitten out bit by bit. The Hell Fiends were the same. Each bite could only leave a tiny mark, not even scratching the surface. But there were enough of them. 4,000,000 mouths continuously biting, the marks rapidly expanded. This layer of skin was scratched more and more, getting bigger and bigger, finally becoming wounds. The Dao fragment gradually shrank under Skeleton Hell's gnawing. It was really being eaten. Without the main body, it had no external support. Its fate was already sealed. At the same time, Skeleton Hell's power was growing stronger. This was a Dao fragment, containing Dao power. Although the power wasn't strong, its level was high enough. It was great nourishment for Skeleton Hell. After all, this was a Tao fragment. The power contained inside was the Tao's origin power, higher level than origin spirit veins. Lin Moya could feel skeleton hell's power rapidly rising. Lin Moya looked at the numerous Tao fragments. If all these Tao fragments could be devoured, I wonder what level skeleton hell could reach. If the hell fiends could reach 7th level Tao venerable, then even facing 9th level Tao venerable, I could fight head on. And the gates of hell, could they become more complete? This place is truly a feng shui treasure land. Chapter 3157. Chapter 3157, 3157. Chapter 3157, Lord Wenshin is really a good person. Lin Moya felt Lord Wenshin was truly a good person, bringing him here to such a great place. As long as he operated properly, skeleton hell could eat to its heart's content here, constantly growing stronger. When one day skeleton hell devoured the entire Scarlet Fire Tao, who knew how strong it would become, whether it could become a true hell? The possibility wasn't zero, but the specifics still depended on the actual situation. After a full 3 days, skeleton hell finally devoured the smallest Tao fragment. The power in the Tao fragment was completely absorbed. Hulls of hell fiends constantly came from skeleton hell. The netherworld black dragon also poked out its head, roaring angrily from time to time. After devouring one Tao fragment, the effect was similar to devouring a low-level origin spirit vein. The hell fiends became more powerful. Although they hadn't broken through to the next realm, their strength had indeed increased. The netherworld black dragon was the same. Especially after countless times gnawing on the Tao fragment, its teeth became sharper. The Tao fragment had helped it sharpen its teeth. After eating a few more fragments, they should be able to break through. Lin Moya's gaze searched through the void, again finding a Tao fragment that was farthest away and not very large. The wings of time vibrated lightly. Lin Moya silently approached. From afar, he saw the blood-colored lake on the Tao fragment. In the center of the blood-colored lake was a huge bone. There were 1,500 bloody rat monsters on this Tao fragment, 500 more than before. The Bloody Legion used 500 as a base number. Whether increasing or decreasing, it was always based on 500. This Tao fragment was slightly larger, so the Bloody Legion stationed more troops on it. All 1,500 bloody rat monsters were 2-winged rat generals, 4th level Tao venerable. There were no 5th level Tao venerable 4-winged rat generals. Lin Moya approached, not moving the undead army. He suppressed his aura. When still over 10,000 li away, he pointed his finger. Space distorted slightly. Countless hellfiends rushed out, charging towards the bloody rat monsters with bared teeth and claws. The appearance of bloody rat monsters was already ferocious enough, but compared to hell fiends, they were far inferior. This group of fearless fiends from hell pounced on the bloody rat monsters like wolves and tigers, biting with open mouths. The bloody rat monsters were suddenly attacked. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. With their strength, once surrounded by skeleton hell, there was no possibility of escape. Hell fiends crawled onto them, forcibly entangling them with hands and feet, firmly grasping and refusing to let go. Extremely sharp teeth bit down mouthful after mouthful. Each bite could tear off large pieces of flesh and blood. Blood sprayed, dyeing the ground of the Tao fragment black-red. For a time, blood flowed like rivers on the Tao fragment. Large amounts of fresh blood gathered towards the central blood-colored lake. The bloody rat monsters struggled and resisted frantically, but it was useless. They couldn't escape at all, not even make a sound. In just 10 minutes, 1,500 4th level Tao venerable 2-winged bloody rat generals were eaten without a trace left. After eating the bloody rat monsters, the hellfiends rushed into the blood-colored lake, starting to devour the fresh blood inside and gnaw on the bone. The sound of gnawing constantly came, making one's teeth ache. This bone was slightly larger than before, with 4 balls of scarlet blood essence inside. Lin Moya used the Luck Dao, condensing it into a blade to cut off the connection between the fragment and the main body. The hellfiends began to formally gnaw on the Tao fragment. This was the main course. Before was just an appetizer. At this time, the netherworld black dragon came out, using the Tao fragment to sharpen its teeth. The Tao fragment became smaller and smaller, until 4 days later, it completely disappeared in the void. The hellfiends strengthened again, getting closer and closer to 5th level Tao venerable. Again choosing a Tao fragment, Lin Moya repeated the process. In this special void, every few days, a Tao fragment would disappear. There were many Tao fragments, thousands upon thousands. A few less wouldn't attract attention. Moreover, Lin Moya's choices were very clever. He always chose the outermost ones, farthest from other fragments. He ate away bit by bit, not alarming the bloody rat monsters on other fragments. Finally, after devouring 10 Tao fragments in a row, skeleton hell finally advanced. The hellfiends roared excitedly non-stop, their realms breaking through together, advancing to 5th level Tao venerable. The netherworld black dragon also opened its mouth to spew dragon breath. Dragon cries resounded through skeleton hell one after another. Amidst the screams of hellfiends and the netherworld black dragon, skeleton hell's own space became more solid. Even 7th level Tao venerables would need to exert some effort to shatter skeleton hell's space. Below 7th level Tao venerable, once trapped in skeleton hell, without some powerful treasure or powerful secret technique, there was no hope of escape. Lin Moya felt skeleton hell's changes, his eyes showing some regret. Skeleton hell has indeed become stronger, but unfortunately the gates of hell haven't become more complete. It seems that to make the gates of hell more complete and hell stronger, we still need to absorb hell fragments. Neither origin spirit veins nor Tao fragments help much in restoring the gates of hell. Initially, origin crystals and origin spirit veins had helped restore the gates of hell, but their effect was too weak. After the gates of hell recovered to a certain degree, their effect disappeared. Next, hell fragments were needed to restore the gates of hell. Lin Moyo had a feeling that to make hell reappear, the gates of hell needed to be completely restored. The gates of hell were the true core of the entire skeleton hell. Those patterns on the gates of hell hid great secrets. After skeleton hell became stronger, Lin Moyo continued according to his previous plan, devouring Dao fragments step by step. As for the bloody legions on the Dao fragments, they became secondary. Even the task given by Lord Wenshin wasn't so important now. Lin Moyo preferred tangible benefits. Devouring Dao fragments could bring him tangible benefits. If he could raise skeleton hell to 8th level Dao Venerable, then he could strut around the origin continent. Killing a 9th level Dao Venerable wouldn't be difficult. Skeleton hell killing enemies one realm higher was commonplace. Time passed bit by bit. The small Dao fragments were eaten up. Lin Moyo began to target those slightly larger Dao fragments. On those Dao fragments, at least over 5,000 bloody rat monsters were stationed, and 4 winged rat generals and 6 winged rat generals appeared. Before skeleton hell advanced, dealing with 6th level Dao Venerable 6 winged rat generals would have been somewhat troublesome. After advancing, it was enough to trap 6 winged rat generals to death. Skeleton hell's advancement became slower and slower. Previously it had advanced to 5th level Dao Venerable after devouring 10 Dao fragments. Now to advance again from 5th level Dao Venerable, the number of Dao fragments needed increased geometrically. From skeleton hell's power changes, Lin Moyo predicted at least 50 Dao fragments were needed to advance. This number would only be more, not less. Outside the ancient battle's secret realm, countless numbers on the huge stone tablet were flashing. 60 days had passed since the ancient battle's secret realm opened. During this time, the numbers constantly changed. Some numbers would suddenly turn gray, representing that person had died. According to the number's clan affiliation, someone would immediately fill in. On a large floating stone in the air outside the secret realm, highest in position and largest, was where the royal clan leaders discussed matters. Many of their decisions would affect the future direction of the beast races. The leaders of the 10 royal clans gathered together. They hadn't gone in. Those who went in were clan elders. Jin Nia looked at the Celestial Fox clan leader, Old Su. Can your clan have someone join the Divine Rune Army this time? Chapter 3158. Chapter 3158, 3158. Chapter 3158. Without friend Lin, I'd have trouble even staying alive. Facing Jin Nia's question, Su Mao narrowed his old eyes. Who can say for sure? Maybe there will be, maybe not. Let nature take its course. Su Mao was the leader of the Celestial Fox clan, and the oldest among the 10 royal clan leaders. Among the 10 royal clans, the Celestial Fox was the most stable clan. For many years, they hadn't had any troubles. Each clan leader served for a very long time. They also had the most powerful experts among the 10 royal clans, with 5 top 9th level Dao Venerable powerhouses. Other clans usually only had 1, at most 2. For some reason, once a clan had too many 9th level Dao Venerables, trouble would inevitably occur. The extra 9th level Dao Venerables would have accidents for various reasons. If not injured in falling in realm, then dying in accidents. The entire clan might even have problems. Not many people understood the various reasons. Only a few knew the root cause was fortune. For a clan to have top experts, it needed fortune to support it. The higher the realm, the higher the fortune requirement. This fortune referred not just to individuals, but the whole clan. Once fortune was insufficient to support it, either top experts couldn't appear, or even if they did, accidents would occur. The Celestial Fox clan could maintain the most top experts because they befriended many friends with strong luck. Whether from beast races, humans, or even dragon races, people with good luck naturally had good fortune. Borrowing these people's fortune to strengthen their own clan's fortune led to the Celestial Fox clan's constant stability and continuous emergence of powerful experts. Jin Nia smiled. The Celestial Fox clan has strong fortune, with powerful experts emerging constantly. To be honest, I really envy your bloodline. Su Mao smiled. Then you can go ask the Beast Emperor to change your bloodline, let you join the Celestial Fox clan. Jin Nia waved his hand. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Su Mao naturally understood, speaking of fortune, that human friend you met this time has the strongest luck I've seen in my life. I imagine his fortune must be incredibly astonishing. You should seize this well. Your clan's fortune will naturally increase. Maybe in a few years, you'll have a third 9th level Dao Venerable. Jin Nia said, Mr. Lin's fortune is naturally not weak. Someone like Mr. Lin, Jin has only seen once in his life. His words made the other clan leaders show surprise. With Jin Nia's level of arrogance, for him to evaluate someone like this was indeed unexpected. At this time, Lei Tian also said, Mr. Lin is indeed also someone Lei has only seen once in his life. Perhaps only the Beast Emperor can compare. This made the other clan leaders even more surprised. They all asked what kind of person Lin Moya was. Lei Tian and Jin Nia took turns speaking, telling part of Lin Moya's story. But they wouldn't tell everything. They knew very well what could be said and what couldn't. However, they also let everyone know that Lin Moyo had a relationship with the Beast Emperor, and it was no ordinary relationship. Even when Lin Moyo exterminated the Flame Divine Eagle clan, the Beast Emperor didn't say anything. Everyone realized that if they met Lin Moyo, they should treat him politely, at least not offend him. Lei Tian said, when I asked you for that box before, it was actually for Mr. Lin, but my words obviously weren't very useful, so I did something privately. Everyone asked in unison, what did you do? Lei Tian chuckled, I told the Beast Emperor about this matter. They could contact the Beast Emperor, but wouldn't do so lightly. Unexpectedly, Lei Tian had contacted the Beast Emperor for this matter. Everyone felt it was making a mountain out of a molehill. Even Jean Nia was surprised. What did the Beast Emperor say? Lei Tian shook his head. The Beast Emperor might be busy. There's no reply for now. Everyone instinctively felt the Beast Emperor probably didn't want to bother. Otherwise, with the Beast Emperor's power, sparing a bit of attention would be enough. He couldn't be that busy. Su Mao's eyes showed thoughtfulness. Clan leader Lei Tian, it seems you really value that human youngster. Lei Tian smiled. Mr. Lin has shown me kindness. I naturally must do my utmost for his matters. At this time, suddenly a shout came from outside. Number 1635 replacement personnel. Number 1635 replacement personnel. Number 1635 replacement personnel. The same words repeated 3 times, spreading throughout the entire camp. Number 1635 was the Celestial Fox clan's number. Someone from the Celestial Fox clan had died in the Secret Realm. In the ancient battle's Secret Realm, casualties inevitably exceeded 30% each time, sometimes reaching 50%. Among all casualties, the Celestial Fox clan's casualties were always the lowest, often 0. This was also related to their strong fortune, but occasional casualties were normal. Hearing the number, no one found it strange. However, Su Mao's face suddenly changed. He exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Everyone asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Su Mao said softly, "Su Feng's has fallen." Everyone found it even stranger. Su Feng's, just from the name, was only a collateral branch member. What was so shocking about a collateral branch member falling? Su Mao said, Su Feng's isn't an ordinary collateral branch member. He joined the Divine Rune Army, and in the future, he could possibly reach the top, becoming part of the main branch. Strange, his luck was very strong. He shouldn't have fallen. Could it be that this old man was wrong? Or did he encounter something inside? Su Mao couldn't quite believe it. His eyes showed great regret. Suddenly, his eyes widened, looking at the Secret Realm entrance. At the Secret Realm entrance, a figure appeared. It was Su Feng's. Su Feng's hadn't died, but left the Secret Realm, which was why his name turned gray. Leaving the Secret Realm early rarely happened. Su Mao immediately transmitted, "Feng's, come here." A beam of light fell beside Su Feng's, showing him the way. Su Feng's immediately flew up, coming before Su Mao. Feng's greets the clan leader. Su Mao asked, "Why did you come out?" Su Feng's said, "While executing a task, Feng's encountered danger. Just as I was about to die, a Secret Realm exit suddenly appeared. After entering the exit, Feng's returned here." In the ancient battle Secret Realm, anything could happen. Su Feng's experience actually made perfect sense. Su Mao noticed the seal at Su Feng's waist. "You've advanced to 1000-man commander? And become 7th level Dao Venerable. It seems you've gained quite a lot this time." Su Feng said, "Indeed the gains were great. This time in the Secret Realm, Feng's met a human friend called Lin Moyo. Friend Lin led me to overfulfill a task, letting me advance directly from 10-man commander to 1000-man commander." Su Mao made a no sound. "So you met him and completed a task together?" Su Feng's immediately explained, "Not together. It was friend Lin leading me to complete the task. Without friend Lin, I'd have trouble even staying alive." These words made everyone feel surprised. They looked at Su Feng's curiously. Su Mao asked, "Tell us in detail." Su Feng shook his head. "I've made a great Dao oath. I can't say. Great Dao oaths were unbreakable." Su Mao also understood not to force it. He thought for a moment, changing the question. That human youngster called Lin Moyo also joined the Divine Rune Army. "What's his current military rank?" "You can say this, right?" Su Feng said, "When I parted with friend Lin was already a 7th grade general." "What? How is this possible?" Even Su Mao, who had lived countless years, couldn't remain calm. He stood up abruptly, looking at Su Feng's. Just joining the Divine Rune Army, in such a short time, from ordinary soldier to 7th grade general. How was this achieved? Su Mao himself was also a member of the Divine Rune Army. He naturally knew how difficult it was to advance in military rank. He had gone so many times, and was currently only a 9th grade general. He couldn't understand how Lin Moyo had done it. At this time, an authoritative voice sounded, "Friend Lin has advanced to 7th grade general." Chapter 3159. Chapter 3159, 3159. Chapter 3159, This Lin Moyo has quite the face. Mist filled the entire tent. The 10 clan leaders stood up simultaneously, kneeling respectfully towards the newcomer. Su Feng's also knelt on the ground in trepidation. Everyone shouted in unison, "Greetings to the Beast Emperor." The Beast Emperor presided over the northern continent. In the hearts of most beast races, the Beast Emperor was truly the supreme being above all. Every beast race person was a subject of the Beast Emperor. In the northern continent, the Beast Emperor had absolute ruling power. When the Beast Emperor gave orders, none dared disobey. Whoever dared disrespect the Beast Emperor would face death at the least, or extermination of their entire clan at worst. No one had expected the Beast Emperor to come in person. The Beast Emperor's authoritative voice came from within the mist. "Rise." "Thank you, Beast Emperor." Everyone slowly stood up. These 9th level Dao venerables who usually looked down on everyone now stood with hands at their sides, as respectful as could be. The Beast Emperor looked at Su Feng's. "You said friend Lin has advanced to 7th grade general." Hearing the Beast Emperor call Lin Moyo friend, everyone realized Lin Moyo's relationship with the Beast Emperor might be even better than they had thought. What was the Beast Emperor's status? How many people could be called friend by the Beast Emperor? Even they, the leaders of clans and ninth-level Dao venerable existences, weren't qualified to be the Beast Emperor's friends. Being called friend by the Beast Emperor meant this person's potential was already terrifyingly great. The Beast Emperor believed he would certainly reach the same level as himself in the future. Only such a person could be called friend. As for identity and background, they meant nothing before the Beast Emperor. Su Feng's was somewhat fearful, but still relatively calm. He immediately replied, "When I parted with Friend Lin had already advanced to 7th grade general. With Friend Lin's ability now, he's probably no longer just 7th grade. The Beast Emperor made an interested sound. "Do you know the reason for Friend Lin's rapid advancement?" Su Feng said, "Friend Lin said that to advance quickly, one must overfulfill tasks. Normally, it takes completing 2 to 3 tasks to advance 10 military ranks. If one can overfulfill tasks, then one task can lead to advancement, even advancing twice." Everyone was hearing about overfulfilling tasks for the first time. Among the 10 clan leaders present, apart from the Celestial Fox clan and Green Wind Wolf clan, the other 8 clan leaders actually didn't understand the Divine Rune Army's task system. They had long given up on joining the Divine Rune Army. Even their clan records didn't have any information. Joining the Divine Rune Army was a matter for the Celestial Fox clan and Green Wind Wolf clan. It had nothing to do with them. The Beast Emperor continued asking, "Did he say how to overfulfill tasks?" Su Feng said, "Friend Lin did say. He said to analyze specific tasks specifically, find the key points of tasks, and break through at the key points." Fearing others wouldn't understand, he continued explaining, "For example, a task requires us to help the Divine Rune Army defend a garrison and repel the Bloody Legion. Then directly block the Bloody Legion outside the garrison, not letting them approach the garrison, ensuring the Divine Rune Army suffers no losses, and doing it in a short time. This would be overfulfilling the task." Just hearing this, one could feel that overfulfilling tasks was very difficult. Several clan leaders said softly, "This is very difficult." The Beast Emperor chuckled, "Indeed very difficult, but not beyond Friend Lin's ability. Your name is Su Feng's, right?" Su Feng's immediately nodded, "Yes, a collateral branch disciple of the Celestial Fox clan, Feng's." A Beast Emperor flower appeared in the mist. The Beast Emperor flower bloomed, its light falling on Su Feng's. Su Feng's aura immediately strengthened. Although his position hadn't changed, everyone could see he had become much stronger. Su Feng showed delight, "My bloodline has improved." The Beast Emperor had used supreme methods to help him improve his bloodline. The Beast Emperor said, "From now on, you'll be renamed Su Zi. From now on you'll be a direct branch disciple of the Celestial Fox clan. When you become a 9th level Dao Venerable, your entire branch can become direct branch disciples." Su Feng's trembled all over. His wish to become a direct branch disciple had been realized so easily. Beside him, Su Mao also showed surprise. The Beast Emperor would actually give Su Feng such grace. He suddenly knelt down, "Thank you for the Beast Emperor's great kindness. This little one will henceforth go through fire and water for the Beast Emperor, not fearing death." The Beast Emperor said, "No need to thank this emperor. If you want to thank someone, thank Friend Lin. You have the aura of a great Dao realm being on you. It seems you encountered danger before, and someone intervened to save you. Due to karmic ties, that being also intervened to save you because of Friend Lin. All things considered, you owe Friend Lin a life debt." The mist swirled as the Beast Emperor said softly, "I once told you there's a great secret behind the ancient battle secret realm. I can't say what this secret is, but I can tell you it involves outer Daos. If you can achieve accomplishments in the ancient battle secret realm, you'll attract their attention. Your future achievements will be limitless. This was originally your opportunity." This emperor also had selfish motives and didn't open it to humans. Although the ancient battle secret realm is more suitable for humans, what a pity. The Beast Emperor sighed. Beast race people really weren't smart enough. Several clan leaders lowered their heads. They really were too stupid. They were fine at fighting and killing, but solving puzzles and doing tasks, they really couldn't do it. The Beast Emperor said, "But it doesn't matter. Now Friend Lin has deeply entered it. He alone is worth 1,000 or 10,000. It should be enough. Those existences on the outer Daos want quality, not quantity. If even Friend Lin can't complete it, then no one in this era can do it." Suddenly someone asked, "Can't even the Beast Emperor do it?" The speaker was the Black Bear clan leader, named Haida. Among the 10 clan leaders, he was known for having the strongest combat power, and also being the most brainless. He spoke without thinking. Perhaps he didn't have a brain at all. When he said this, Su Mao turned his head, indicating he didn't know him. The Beast Emperor snorted, clearly displeased, "Even those above Dao Venerable can't do it." Haida had no sense at all and made a no sound, "So that's how it is." Su Mao immediately changed the subject, "Beast Emperor, did you come in person this time to find Friend Lin?" Suddenly 2 boxes flew out from the mist. This emperor came to deliver things for Friend Lin. This box is a prehistoric artifact, but the things inside are useless to you. You can't open this box either. Since Friend Lin needs it, if you have any, give them to Friend Lin. By the way, go ask other clans. If they have any, bring them out too. This emperor is leaving. If anything happens, send word again. The words still lingered, but the mist had already dispersed. The Beast Emperor left silently. Everyone never imagined the Beast Emperor had come mainly to deliver boxes for Lin Moyo. Someone sighed, "Goodness, this Lin Moyo has quite the face." Indeed, the Beast Emperor personally came to deliver boxes. Lei Tian chuckled, "You don't understand. Alright, bring out any boxes you have. Earlier when I asked you for them, you still wanted to hide them. Now that the Beast Emperor has spoken, don't hide them anymore. These things are useless to you." Sumao smiled. Clan leader Lei Tian, if you could always be this smart, joining the Divine Rune Army wouldn't be a problem. Lei Tian said, I still prefer fighting and killing. I can't do that kind of thing. Under the Beast Emperor's orders, everyone finally agreed to hand over the boxes. At the same time, they also went to ask various small clans if there were any boxes. They collected them all. 200 days later, the ancient battle's secret realm began to shake, indicating it was about to close. At the intersection of the Origin Continent and Blood Rat Realm, Lord Wenshin appeared there again. Chapter 3160. Chapter 3160, 3160. Chapter 3160. What exactly did he do? Lord Wenshin's gaze swept across the void, a look of surprise appearing on his face. The fragments of the Scarlet Fire Dao seemed to be fewer. This place had existed for countless years, and he had come countless times, very familiar with every part of it. He knew exactly how many fragments the Scarlet Fire Dao had. Looking now, the fragments of the Scarlet Fire Dao were fewer by about 60 pieces. The main body hadn't moved. What was missing were all the outermost Dao fragments. What exactly did he do? Lord Wenshin saw Lin Moyo from afar, seeing that Lin Moyo was currently on a Dao fragment. Before him, a great battle was unfolding magnificently. Large numbers of Bloody Legion members charged from the front, attacking Lin Moyo. While space rippled around Lin Moyo, firelight rose and fell, like an endless abyss swallowing all the Bloody Legion. Within the firelight, terrifying fiends appeared, and Dragon Cavalry Corps charged with swords. Huge skeleton kings stood in the sea of fire, swinging bone swords, slaying bloody rat monsters one after another. This battle looked extremely fierce, but Lin Moyo had a calm face, as if watching a play, forming a strong contrast. He transmitted to Lin Moyo, the ancient battle's secret realm is about to close. Come back first. Lin Moyo suddenly received the transmission and immediately put away skeleton hell, spreading his wings of time and flying back. He left very decisively, not caring about the outcome of the battle at all. The ancient battle's secret realm was about to close. If he couldn't return in time, he would be left here for a very long time. Lord Wenshin had told him before that he could come here anytime, but coming here also had rules. Opening a channel from the Origin Continent to hear through the General's Seal required energy. The General's Seal needed 100 days to recover each time it was activated. That meant every time he came, he needed to stay here for a full 100 days before he could return again. Moreover, the General's Seal needed to be activated on the Origin Continent. Only this way could it leave position coordinates on the Origin Continent, so it could successfully bring him back when activated again. This time he came, Lord Wenshin had brought him, and he hadn't left specific position coordinates on the Origin Continent. So he couldn't return through the General's Seal and needed Lord Wenshin to take him back. And Lord Wenshin could only enter the Origin Continent when the Ancient Battle Secret Realm opened. So he had to be taken back by Lord Wenshin before the Ancient Battle Secret Realm closed. Lord Wenshin had told him this before, so after hearing the transmission, Lin Moyo returned without delay, regardless of the battle situation. This was the intersection of two realms. The powers of the two realms intertwined here. In the area of the Scarlet Fire Dao, the power of the Rat Realm was greater, while in the area of the Purple Lightning Dao, the power of the Origin Continent was greater. Lord Wenshin was restricted. He could only move in the area occupied by the Origin Continent, and couldn't stay too long. Lin Moyo flew back at top speed. Just as he returned to the area of the Purple Lightning Dao, his vision blurred, and Lord Wenshin appeared before him. Lin Moyo immediately bowed. Greetings, senior. Lord Wenshin waved his hand, a powerful force enveloping Lin Moyo. We'll talk when we get back. As he spoke, Lord Wenshin glanced at the Scarlet Fire Dao, then the two disappeared. Lin Moyo again experienced a long teleportation. He felt he had truly returned to the world controlled by the Origin Continent. The power of the Dao became clear and strong. As space changed, the scene before his eyes became clear again. Lin Moyo found he had returned to the stone chamber. The 16 murals were still there. Even his standing position hadn't changed at all. The 200+ days of life seemed like a dream, but the improvement of Skeleton Hell was real. In the world of rules, Skeleton Hell had advanced to 6th level Dao Venerable, becoming his strongest technique apart from the 2 Origin level techniques. Lord Wenshin said softly, "Give me your seal." Lin Moyo realized something seemed wrong. As he handed over the General's seal, he asked, "Senior, has something happened?" Lord Wenshin said softly, "I'll tell you after I've looked." The seal recorded all of Lin Moyo's actions. Lord Wenshin looked at the seal, his gaze first showing shock, then becoming complex. During this, he looked at Lin Moyo several times. That indescribable complexity, Lin Moyo didn't know how to describe. Lin Moyo also felt very strange. He hadn't done anything. Why could it make such a great Dao realm being show such an expression? After all, you're a being who has lived countless years, living from prehistoric times until now, experiencing that terrible war. What could make you so surprised? But this thought could only be kept in his heart, not spoken out. Lin Moyo recalled what he had done in the intersection realm. Actually, these things were very simple. At first it was just constant repetition, devouring Dao fragments over and over using the same method. It wasn't until after 100 days that some changes occurred. At that time, some of the outermost Dao fragments had been completely devoured. Lin Moyo could only turn his target to Dao fragments closer to the main body. The closer to the main body, the more Dao fragments there were, and the larger their volume. At the same time, the distances between them were also closer. Moreover, the number of Bloody Legion on the Dao fragments began to increase sharply. 4-winged Bloody Rat Generals became the main force. The number of 6-winged Rat Generals increased greatly. At the same time, 7th level Dao Venerable mutated rat monsters appeared. Lin Moyo could no longer devour silently. No matter which fragment he wanted to devour, bloody legions from nearby Dao fragments would inevitably come to support. Often he had to deal with bloody legions from more than 5 Dao fragments simultaneously. Fortunately, Lin Moya's combat power was strong enough. The undead army, revived army, plus several elemental liches, working together, could handle it. Only the devouring speed decreased greatly, until Skeleton Hell advanced again, reaching 6th level Dao Venerable. With the advanced Skeleton Hell, combat power again achieved overwhelming superiority, regaining devouring speed. But Lin Moyo also knew that if he got closer, he would face even more bloody legions. At that time, the speed would decrease again. The most crucial point was that after Skeleton Hell grew to 6th level Dao Venerable, Lin Moyo felt Skeleton Hell had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted Skeleton Hell to continue improving, it needed a metamorphosis. Metamorphosis could no longer be achieved by devouring Dao fragments. Even Origin Spirit Veins wouldn't be useful. It needed Hell fragments. When Lin Moyo sensed this point, he thought about letting Skeleton Hell continue improving for a while, improving to the limit before metamorphosis, then go find Hell fragments to complete the metamorphosis. A moment later, Lord Wenshin finally finished looking and knew what Lin Moyo had done in the intersection realm. Lord Wenshin asked softly, "What's this technique of yours called?" "Skeleton Hell." Lin Moyo answered truthfully. Lord Wenshin said, "Perform it. Let this old man see." Without another word, Lin Moyo pointed, and Skeleton Hell appeared in the stone chamber. Lord Wenshin stepped forward, walking into Skeleton Hell. He wanted to experience it personally. "Attack me with full force." Lord Wenshin's voice came from within Skeleton Hell. Lin Moyo said, "As you wish." The next second, countless Hell Fiends charged towards Lord Wenshin. Chapter 3161. Chapter 3161, 3161. Chapter 3161, The Secret of Hell's Shattering. Lord Wenshin personally entered to experience Skeleton Hell. From this request, Lin Moyo guessed his intention. Thinking back to when he first met Lord Wenshin had looked at him with a strange expression after checking his experiences through the General's seal. Before and after that look, Lord Wenshin's attitude towards him had undergone some subtle changes. These changes were very subtle, so small they could hardly be smaller. Lord Wenshin's control over his emotions was very strong. Ordinary people couldn't sense it at all, but Lin Moyo had keenly detected it. At the time, Lin Moyo felt it was strange, not knowing what Lord Wenshin had seen. Now he understood Lord Wenshin had seen Skeleton Hell. Lin Moyo remembered he had only used Skeleton Hell once at that time. That one use had attracted Lord Wenshin's attention. However, this time in the intersection realm, he had used Skeleton Hell again and again, many times at full power, completely and thoroughly displaying Skeleton Hell. The entire process had been recorded in the General's seal. Lin Moyo was very clear about this and hadn't deliberately avoided it. This time Lord Wenshin had seen more clearly, yet still wanted to enter Skeleton Hell himself and have Lin Moyo attack with full force. Lin Moyo looked at Lord Wenshin inside Skeleton Hell. He seemed to be confirming something. It seems Skeleton Hell really is related to the former Hell. Lord Wenshin went through that great battle and must have seen the real Hell. Perhaps he knows some information about Hell. Lin Moyo was calculating, wanting to get some words out of Lord Wenshin's mouth. Regarding the former real Hell, Lin Moyo had his own guesses, but guesses were just guesses after all. He had asked the 3 ancestors, but they had been vague, because the 3 ancestors had never seen the real Hell, only heard about it. The 3 ancestors even feared Hell, as if it was an incredibly terrifying place. All 3 were extremely wary. Lord Wenshin's reaction was completely different from the 3 ancestors. Lin Moyo guessed Lord Wenshin must have seen the real Hell. The Hell Fiends frantically gnawed at Lord Wenshin, but were blocked by an invisible force. This force was very powerful. The Hell Fiends couldn't bite through at all. Lin Moyo's mind moved. The Netherworld Black Pool rapidly rotated. The Netherworld Black Dragon rushed out, opening its huge mouth to bite down on Lord Wenshin. Boom! Skeleton Hell shook violently. The Netherworld Black Dragon was also repelled by an invisible force. Its bite had no effect at all. Lord Wenshin still stood there, motionless. Lin Moyo walked into Skeleton Hell, coming before Lord Wenshin. "Senior, is there any problem with Junior's technique?" Lord Wenshin looked up at the gates of Hell hidden in the flames and black mist in the depths of Hell, not speaking. Lin Moyo knew Lord Wenshin didn't want to say, but he still persisted. "Senior, Junior guesses this technique should be related to the former Hell. Does Senior know about the real Hell of the past?" This question carried a hint of probing. He shouldn't have asked, but Lin Moyo couldn't help himself. Having finally met someone who might have seen Hell, how could he let such a good opportunity pass? Lord Wenshin still looked at the gates of Hell. His voice drifted over lightly. "Why do you think I would know?" Lin Moyo said, "From Senior's reaction, Junior guesses Senior should know about the real Hell, maybe even have been there." Lord Wenshin chuckled, his eye showing some reminiscence. "That's right, this old man did go there, but only once. Although only once, the memory is extremely vivid. I'll never forget it in my lifetime, especially those gates of Hell." Lin Moyo said, "Please enlighten Junior." Lord Wenshin shook his head lightly. "You have questions, but these questions all need to be answered by yourself. No one can tell you what the real Hell is like. Although this old man went there, I only went to the edge. I only saw the gates of Hell from afar. The rest of the information was actually learned from elsewhere. The only thing this old man can tell you is that the gates of Hell are the true core of the entire Hell. If the gates of Hell are incomplete, Hell is incomplete. You feel your technique is related to Hell. As it looks now, it is indeed related. But how much connection you actually have, you'll have to find the answer yourself." Lord Winchon clearly knew, but just wouldn't say, playing dumb with him. Perhaps he really couldn't say. The history of the past had buried too many secrets. With insufficient strength, one wasn't qualified to know these things. Knowing wouldn't do any good, only bring trouble. Lin Moya was very clever and naturally wouldn't pursue the question. He changed to another question. Junior also wants to restore the gates of hell, but to restore the gates of hell, only merging hell fragments will work. However, hell fragments are very hard to find. So far, Junior has only found 2 pieces. Lord Winchon's gaze held even deeper reminiscence. When we heard the news of hell shattering back then, we were also extremely shocked. At the time, some Dao lords went to search for hell fragments. Later we got news that hell had shattered very thoroughly. Most had turned to dust, with only a few fragments remaining. Some came to the origin continent. Some went to unknown places. As for the true reason hell shattered, to be honest, we don't know either. Lin Moyo asked curiously. According to Junior's knowledge, hell shattered in a great battle back then. Junior guesses the outer gods shattered hell. Lord Winchon shook his head. Not necessarily. From our understanding of the god realm, those fellows shouldn't have the ability to shatter hell. Lin Moyo was shocked. Could it be the black blood demons? Lord Winchon still shook his head, indicating he couldn't be sure. It seemed even Lord Winchon didn't know the answer to this question. If hell wasn't shattered by the outer gods and black blood realm, then who could it be? Could it be that an even more powerful force intervened in that prehistoric great battle? Lin Moyo asked. After hell shattered back then, did Senior search for fragments? He could see Lord Winchon valued hell highly, so he asked this question. Lord Winchon shook his head. The situation was special back then. We didn't go searching. Some Dao lords did search, but whether they found anything in the end, we don't know. But according to this old man's deduction, there should still be some fragments that fell on the origin continent. If you put your mind to it, you should be able to find them. Lin Moya said. Junior will do his best to search. To be honest with Senior, Junior once had an extravagant hope of turning skeleton hell into the real hell. Lord Winchon said meaningfully, I hope you can do it. This old man also wants to see the real gates of hell again. Lin Moya's expression was determined. It will definitely happen. The stone chamber suddenly began to shake. Lord Winchon said, the ancient battle secret realm is ending. Due to the rules, this old man temporarily can't enter the origin continent again. You shouldn't go to the intersection realm for now either. This old man didn't expect you could devour Dao fragments. Something in the blood rat realm has been awakened. If you go again, you may be in danger. Chapter 3162. Chapter 3162, 3162. Chapter 3162 actually became a general. Lin Moya was shocked. Before leaving the intersection realm, Lord Winchon had glanced in the direction of the blood rat realm. Clearly, he had seen something. Lin Moya asked, wasn't it said that great Dao realm beings can't take action there? Lord Winchon shook his head. It's not that they completely can't, just that they would have to pay an extremely great price. But you went too far. You devoured quite a few Dao fragments. If you devour more, the Scarlet Fire Dao might never be able to recover. This is something they can't tolerate. Even if they have to pay a huge price, they'll find a way to kill you. The Scarlet Fire Dao was one of the foundations of the Blood Rat Realm. The Rat Realm would never allow anything to happen to the Scarlet Fire Dao. What Lin Moyo did was equivalent to digging up someone's ancestral grave. Who could tolerate that? Lin Moyo asked, then how long should Junior wait before going in again? The intersection realm was a good place that could let skeleton hell grow rapidly. Besides there, Lin Moyo hadn't found a place more suitable for upgrading skeleton hell. Lord Winchon held up 5 fingers, at least 5 years. If you go again after 5 years, this old man will sense it. At that time, this old man will go with you. If they really take action against you, with this old man there, at least I can keep you safe. Lin Moya nodded. Thank you for the trouble, Senior. At this time, the shaking of the stone chamber became more violent. The closing time of the ancient battle secret realm was drawing nearer. Lord Winchon pointed a finger, and a beam of light fell on Lin Moya's general seal. The general seal immediately grew slightly larger. The 6 on the seal changed to 5. Lin Moya officially advanced to 5th grade general. At the same time, Lord Winchon tossed 100 great Dao crystals to Lin Moyo. This is what you deserve. Although great Dao crystals are just dust of the Dao, their effect on cultivation is excellent, second only to Dao rewards. These things aren't common. Use them sparingly. Lin Moyo put away the great Dao crystals and joked, if I grind Dao fragments into powder, could they become great Dao crystals? Lord Winchon was amused by Lin Moya's wild imagination. Hard to say. You can try. What if it works? Lin Moya nodded very seriously. I'll try next time. The stone chamber collapsed amid the shaking, vanishing into smoke. Lin Moya bowed to Lord Winchon. He could feel that Lord Winchon bore him no ill will. Although Lord Winchon also had his own selfish motives, letting him go to the intersection realm also had other purposes, but in any case, he didn't mean to harm him, and had also given him sufficient benefits. So, Lin Moya was still grateful to Lord Winchon in his heart. After all, it's perfectly normal for everyone to have their own purposes in doing anything. As long as they don't harm others, it's fine. If it's like Lord Winchon, it can be called a win-win situation. The scene before his eyes became blurry. A powerful force enveloped him, sending him outside the secret realm. The gates of the secret realm had completely closed. The next opening would be in 1,000 years. The general seal was still at his waist. It had become dim, not as brilliant as in the ancient battle secret realm. Lin Moya could sense that the seal was absorbing power. After 100 days, it would be able to take him to the intersection realm. Noisy sounds rang in his ears. The voices of nearly 10,000 beast race people merged together, sounding like thunder. Used to the quietness of the ancient battle secret realm, suddenly hearing such noisy sounds made Lin Moya feel emotional for a moment. Quietness and noise both have their own flavors. After being in one environment for a long time, sometimes one misses the other. This fickle thinking is perhaps human nature. Mr. Lin, congratulations on your safe return. A crisp voice sounded. Lin Moya turned his head to see Jean Lan smiling at him. Jean Lan's smile was radiant, obviously in a very good mood. It seemed her gains this time were not small. Lin Moya felt that Jean Lan's aura was more stable than before, her cultivation having clearly improved. Lin Moya also smiled. I imagine the Great Elder's gains this time weren't small either. Jean Lan came before Lin Moya, thanks to Mr. Lin healing Jean Lan's injuries. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to have this opportunity. Jean Lan was being polite. Lin Moya naturally wouldn't take it seriously. Although his luck would have some influence on Jean Lan, the effect it could have was after all limited. Whatever gains Jean Lan had depended most importantly on herself. Jean Lan smiled brightly. It was clear she was truly grateful to Lin Moya. Suddenly she noticed the seal at Lin Moya's waist. Mr. Lin, you joined the Divine Rune Army. Lin Moya nodded. I did. Jean Lan said, can I take a look at this seal? Of course. Lin Moya waved his hand, and the seal flew into Jean Lan's hand. Jean Lan held the seal, her eyes shining as if she had obtained a treasure. At this moment, she didn't look at all like a top 9th level Dao Venerable powerhouse. Jean Lan sighed. Mr. Lin may not know, when Jean Lan first entered Dao Venerable and entered the ancient battle secret realm for the first time, elders told me to try to join the Divine Rune Army. I tried again and again, until I reached 7th level Dao Venerable, but never succeeded. In the end, I had no choice but to give up. Lin Moya asked curiously, I saw that your clan's records didn't mention the Divine Rune Army. In the secret realm, I met a friend from the Celestial Fox clan. He said apart from the Celestial Fox clan and Green Wind Wolf clan, the other 8 royal clans had given up on joining the Divine Rune Army. Jean Lan said, we did give up, but we still pass it down by word of mouth, trying one more time. Unfortunately, no one has ever succeeded. I see. Lin Moya finally understood why the Golden Lion clan's records didn't have this part. They had really given up, with only oral transmission remaining. 3rd level and 4th level Dao Venerables entered different areas of the secret realm. To join the Divine Rune Army, the difficulty of tasks to complete is also different. Until after 7th level Dao Venerable, one can no longer join the Divine Rune Army. The highest limit for the Divine Rune Army to recruit new soldiers is 6th level Dao Venerable. Jean Lan had tried many times but failed. Finally, after reaching 7th level Dao Venerable, she completely gave up. Ah! Jean Lan suddenly let out a low cry. She looked at Lin Moya in utter disbelief, completely losing her composure. Her 9th level Dao Venerable body was actually trembling slightly. Jean Lan's breathing even became heavier. Mr. Lin, you not only joined the Divine Rune Army, but actually became a general. Lin Moya smiled slightly, just lucky. Jean Lan wouldn't believe such talk of luck. To join the Divine Rune Army required not only wisdom but also strength. She had the strength but lacked sufficient wisdom, which was why she failed repeatedly. Lin Moya not only joined, but also became a general in one go, and a 5th grade one at that. At this moment, in Jean Lan's eyes as she looked at Lin Moya, there was something called admiration. What she couldn't achieve after countless efforts became so easy before Lin Moya. Not just her, neither the Celestial Fox clan nor the Green Wind Wolf clan had ever had anyone reach 5th grade general. Lin Moya could be said to have set a precedent. The key point was, Lin Moya was only 3rd level Dao Venerable. Everything that happened to Lin Moya had completely shattered her understanding. Even calling it a miracle wasn't enough. It was impossible not to admire Lin Moya. Suddenly, the surrounding noise cleared. It suddenly became quiet. Everyone simultaneously looked up at the sky. A group of people were coming together. Chapter 3163. Chapter 3163, 3163. Chapter 3163, the Beast Emperor's friend naturally should be called Sir. The leaders of the 10 royal clans have come together. My goodness, the 10 royal clan leaders have come together. Has something happened? The royal clan leaders, 9th level Dao Venerables, great being second only to the Beast Emperor, actually moving together. What's going on? At once, countless discussions arose. Where the 10 clan leaders passed, beast race people knelt on the ground. The beast race people knelt on the ground, looking up at the sky, their eyes full of admiration. The leaders of the 10 royal clans were each top existences, and also idols for all beast race people. Jean Lan chuckled lightly. It seems the clan leaders have come to find Mr. Lin. Lin Moya had also noticed. These clan leaders seemed to be searching for someone. There was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance they were coming to find him. Suddenly, Lei Tian pointed in his direction. Everyone immediately flew over towards him. They really are coming to find me. It seems some things must have happened while I was in the secret realm. I don't know these clan leaders, but looking at their expressions, it's a bit strange. Lin Moya thought to himself as the clan leaders arrived nearby. Lei Tian spoke first. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on returning with a full load. Jean Nia immediately followed. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on returning with a full load. The 2 clan leaders speaking in succession led the way, and the other clan leaders promptly echoed them. Lin Moya found it even stranger. How could these 9th level Dao Venerable clan leaders be so polite to him? In the beast races, the title Sir wasn't used casually. It was a term of respect. One Sir elevated Lin Moya's status extremely high, already putting him on equal footing with the clan leaders. At this time, countless beast race people looked over, wanting to see who could deserve to be called Sir by the 10 royal clan leaders. At this moment, Lin Moya couldn't pretend to be humble even if he wanted to. He slowly flew up, coming before the clan leaders. Greetings to the clan leaders. Su Mao said, Mr. Lin needn't stand on ceremony. We just wanted to come see Mr. Lin's demeanor. This old man is Su Mao, leader of the Celestial Fox clan. Su Mao wore a smile, looking very kind, like a nice old man. The Celestial Fox clan was the smartest race among the beast races. Being able to become the leader of the Celestial Fox clan, he was naturally one of the smartest people in the clan, knowing how to interact with Lin Moyo. In his eyes, Lin Moya's luck had transformed into a dragon. His luck was so strong, it was unprecedented in Su Mao's life. After Su Mao, a big man called out, I'm Haida, leader of the Black Bear clan. Hello, Mr. Lin. This old man is Qing Ling, leader of the Green Wind Wolf clan. The clan leaders introduced themselves one by one, without any airs, calling him Mr. Lin very enthusiastically. Lin Moyo greeted them in return. After the introductions, they became somewhat familiar. Lin Moyo asked, clan leaders have come specially to find me. What instructions do you have? Su Mao smiled, no instructions. We old fellows just wanted to come meet Mr. Lin, see Mr. Lin's demeanor. This old man knows Mr. Lin has many questions. Why don't we go back and talk? Lin Moyo understood his meaning. There were many people and eyes here. A public place wasn't good for talking. Lin Moya said, alright, please lead the way. The clan leaders wore smiles, leading the way in front, taking Lin Moyo back to the camp. In the camp, around a stone round table, 11 stone chairs were neatly arranged. The stone chairs were identical, with no difference in size, also meaning there was no hierarchy among the 10 royal clans. Now, the 10 stone chairs had become 11. Lin Moya was pushed by them to sit in one of them. In the countless years of beast race history, Lin Moya was the first person to sit at this stone table. Lin Moya smiled, clan leaders, can you tell me now? Su Mao smiled, Mr. Lin knows our clan's fangs, right? Lin Moya nodded, friend Su is a good person. We cooperated in the secret realm. Lin Moya thought to himself, could it be that Su Feng said something? But with Su Feng's influence, he couldn't possibly achieve this effect. Su Mao said, Su Feng's came out early for some reason and said some things about Mr. Lin. But don't worry, Mr. Lin. Su Feng's made a great Dao oath to only say what could be said. Coincidentally, clan leader Lei Tian contacted the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor sent some ancient boxes for Mr. Lin. After Su Mao's explanation, Lin Moya finally knew why these clan leaders treated him differently and were so polite. The reason was still the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor called him a friend. How could these people dare to put themselves on equal footing with the Beast Emperor? So they directly called him Sir. In their eyes, someone who could be called a friend by the Beast Emperor naturally deserved to be called Sir. The Beast Emperor not only sent ancient boxes, but also strengthened Su Feng's bloodline, directly changing him from a collateral branch to the main branch, renaming him Su Ziyi from now on. As Su Mao spoke, he kept glancing at the general seal at Lin Moya's waist. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, may I ask what grade you are now? Lin Moya said, 5th grade. Hiss. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. First time entering the ancient battle secret realm, not only joining the divine rune army from an ordinary soldier, but directly advancing to 5th grade general. When Su Ziyi said earlier that Lin Moyo had reached 7th grade general, it was already shocking enough. Now advancing to 5th grade general was simply a miracle. The other clan leaders were just shocked, but only Su Mao, who understood the ancient battle secret realm best, knew how terrifying this situation was. Su Mao said, in our beast race history, the highest was only 6th grade general. Mr. Lin has broken the record in one go, truly a godlike person. Lin Moyo quickly said, clan leader Su praises too much. I was just a bit luckier. Su Mao chuckled, I wonder where Mr. Lin plans to go next. Su Mao would like to invite Mr. Lin to visit our Celestial Fox clan as a guest. I don't know if Mr. Lin has time. Lin Moya saw a different meaning in Su Mao's eyes. He wasn't simply inviting. He seemed to have something to discuss with him. Lin Moya thought for a moment, I originally planned to go to the Western continent. Since clan leader Su invites me, I won't stand on ceremony. Su Mao smiled, it's our clan's honor that you can come. All right, these are the 3 ancient boxes the Beast Emperor brought. He waved his hand, and 3 exquisite boxes appeared on the table. Lin Moya didn't stand on ceremony and directly took the boxes. The Beast Emperor is really polite, even personally delivering them. Also, thank you clan leader Lei Tian for going to such trouble for my sake. Clan leader Lei Tian laughed heartily, Mr. Lin is too polite. Your kindness to our clan, such a small matter is nothing. At this time, Su Mao took out another ancient box. This is what I had people find in our clan's warehouse. Unfortunately there's only one. Please accept it, Mr. Lin. Lin Moyo immediately said politely, thank you for your trouble. At this time, the other clan leaders also took out ancient boxes one after another. Apart from Lei Tian, Jin Miet and Su Mao, among the other 7 clan leaders, 5 took out ancient boxes to give to Lin Moyo, but unfortunately only 1 box each. Originally when Lei Tian asked them, they all said they didn't have any. But after the Beast Emperor brought 3, they had people search their clan warehouses. This search actually found a few, which they promptly had sent over. They also asked various medium and small clans, but after asking around, found none had any, so they could only give up. Counting the 3 from the Beast Emperor, Lin Moyo obtained 9 boxes without any effort, making him very happy. this matter still required thanking Lei Tian. If not for Lei Tian notifying the Beast Emperor, he wouldn't have gotten these. Lei Tian deserved at least half the credit. Chapter 3164. Chapter 3164, 3164. Chapter 3164, Su Mao's True Purpose. As this ancient battle secret realm ended, the forces of various clans gradually dispersed, and the world outside the ancient battle secret realm became quiet. As they returned, Lin Moya's title of Sir would surely spread throughout the entire beast race. A human at only 3rd level Dao Venerable being respectfully called Sir by the leaders of the 10 royal clans together. Such a strange thing would surely become a topic of conversation for countless beast clans. Lin Moya accepted Su Mao's invitation to visit the Celestial Fox clan as a guest. Lin Moya bid farewell to Jin Mie and boarded the Celestial Fox clan's flying ship. The flying ship broke through the void, moving extremely fast. This was a rare flying treasure, reaching 8th level Dao Venerable grade. Its speed was considerably faster than Lin Moya flying at full power. On the flying ship, Lin Moya stood at the bow, looking into the distance. In the distance were mountains hidden in clouds and mist. The mountains rapidly enlarged in his vision, then were quickly left behind, shrinking until they disappeared from view. The Celestial Fox clan was located at the westernmost edge of the northern continent, close to the Realm Sea, and also one of the areas closest to the western continent. Lin Moya wanted to go to the western continent. The shortest route was actually to cross straight through the Celestial Fox clan's territory. Su Mao stood beside Lin Moya, smiling. Actually, this time several clan leaders all wanted to invite Mr. Lin as a guest. But this old man took the initiative first, so they didn't dare speak up. Lin Moya could see that the other clan leaders also wanted to invite him, but Su Mao spoke first. Among the 10 royal clans, Su Mao's status as clan leader was very high. Once he spoke, the others no longer said anything. Su Mao continued speaking. Actually, they were giving this old man face. After all, this old man is quite a bit older than them. Their previous clan leaders were also this old man's good friends. Counting back, they're all this old man's juniors. Lin Moya said, I see. No wonder I felt those clan leaders all respected you very much. Su Mao said, this old man has just lived a few more years, it's nothing. Actually, this old man should have retired long ago, but... Su Mao sighed lightly, his eyes showing some regret. Lin Moya realized that something must have happened in the Celestial Fox clan. For someone of Su Mao's age to still occupy the position of clan leader was actually very unreasonable. In the beast races, a clan leader's term was at least 10,000 years, at most 100,000 years. Even the longest serving should change after 200,000 years. Su Mao had sat in the clan leader position for over 500,000 years, enough time for 2 changes of leadership. But the Celestial Fox clan had never changed leaders. Su Mao had always been the clan leader. This was very abnormal. Probably this time Su Mao inviting him to their clan also had some other reasons. Lin Moya said, Clan leader Su, if you have something to say, just say it directly. If I can help, I'll do my best. Su Mao said, to be honest with Mr. Lin, this old man inviting you over this time indeed has something to ask of you. Previously this old man had given up thinking about that matter, because it was too difficult, almost hopeless. Until meeting Mr. Lin, it gave this old man hope again. Our Celestial Fox clan is the wisest clan among the beast races. Even the Green Wind Wolf clan is quite inferior compared to us. At the same time, our inheritance is also extremely special. Su Mao told the whole story. Like an aged elder, he told an ancient tale. Possibly fearing Lin Moya wouldn't be willing to help, Su Mao was very frank and didn't conceal anything. Lin Moya could feel that Su Mao wasn't speaking carelessly. He neither exaggerated nor omitted, only stating facts. Every clan has its own history. Through Su Mao's narration, although he hadn't yet entered the Celestial Fox clan, the outline of the Celestial Fox clan became clear in Lin Moya's mind. The Celestial Fox clan was the oldest clan among the beast races, and also the first clan to follow the Beast Emperor, older than the other royal clans. There weren't 10 royal clans from the beginning. They grew one by one, with the Celestial Fox clan being the first. Over countless years, the Celestial Fox clan had also experienced several disasters, but ultimately passed through them all safely. The Celestial Fox clan had its own special abilities, allowing it to turn danger into safety time after time. This time, the Celestial Fox clan encountered difficulties again, greater than any previous time. Even though the Celestial Fox clan was currently at the peak of its power, with 5 top 9th level Dao Venerable powerhouses including Su Mao, there were even more 8th level Dao Venerable powerhouses. In terms of number of experts, one Celestial Fox clan could match 2 other royal clans, and still have some left over. For the Celestial Fox clan, this should be a time of prosperity. But it was in this situation that an internal crisis appeared. The crisis came from their special inheritance method. In the Celestial Fox clan, to become clan leader, one must undergo the Ancestral Lands test. Only after gaining recognition could one become clan leader. This point was actually very similar to the Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan. What the Celestial Fox clan's ancestral land tested, besides one's own strength, was also luck. Only with sufficient luck could one pass the test. The Celestial Fox clan claimed to have 5 9th level Dao Venerables, but actually now only had 3. 2 9th level Dao Venerable powerhouses had become trapped in the ancestral land while undergoing the test, their life or death unknown. After the incident, Su Mao went to look in the ancestral land. He saw that there was a problem with the ancestral land, but couldn't find the root of the problem. He also couldn't rescue the 2 people trapped in the ancestral land. Later he went to find the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor also came to look, but even the Beast Emperor had no solution. However, the Beast Emperor used a secret technique through a karmic treasure to obtain some vague answers. To resolve this crisis of the Celestial Fox Clan required a person with extremely strong luck. The Celestial Fox Clan had always befriended people with good luck. Among the people they knew, there were quite a few with excellent luck. Su Mao had also sought people. He found 4 in total, but none worked. 2 returned without success, while the other 2 died directly in the ancestral land. These were already the 4 people with the best luck they could find. With no choice, Su Mao could only give up. He also could only continue sitting in the clan leader position. But this crisis wasn't as simple as he thought. In the recent 10,000 years, the ancestral land underwent some strange changes, becoming more and more dangerous. Many Celestial Fox Clan members who entered had problems. The lightest were severely injured, the heaviest died, and some became trapped in the ancestral land, unable to escape. In the Celestial Fox Clan, those who could enter the ancestral land were all 7th level Dao venerable existences or above. Only by entering the ancestral land and receiving its baptism could one continue advancing beyond 7th level Dao venerable. Once the ancestral land had problems, it also cut off the Celestial Fox Clan's path of advancement. Now the Celestial Fox Clan still had 3 9th level Dao venerables and many 8th level Dao venerables. But if this continued, no new 9th level and 8th level powerhouses would appear in the clan. With inheritance cut off, after several 100,000 years, when their generation passed away, the Celestial Fox Clan would be removed from the royal clans, even inferior to some small clans. After listening, Lin Moyo asked softly, even with the Beast Emperor's luck there's no way. Su Mao said, although the Beast Emperor's luck is strong, it's still not quite enough. This old man doesn't know the exact reason either. Moreover, the Beast Emperor can't use full power. Once using full power, he might shatter our ancestral land. Then our Celestial Fox Clan would be finished. The Beast Emperor indeed had the strength, but he also couldn't shatter the Celestial Fox Clan's ancestral land just to solve the problem. That wouldn't be saving people, but harming them. Su Mao said, as long as Mr. Lin can save our clan from this crisis, whatever conditions you need, just name them. This old man will certainly do his utmost to fulfill them for you. Lin Moya thought for a moment, but didn't immediately agree. Let's wait until we get there and I see for myself before deciding. Chapter 3165. Chapter 3165, 3165. Chapter 3165, the first city of the origin continent. Luck is a very troublesome thing. Even though Lin Moya comprehended the luck Dao, he still felt his understanding of luck was only superficial. If it was just a small problem, he might be able to solve it. If it involved too deeply, Lin Moya could only say he couldn't help. As for whether he could help or not, he really needed to see for himself before knowing. Without confidence, Lin Moya wouldn't casually agree. Once he agreed, he had to follow through. Su Mao had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and had long since become shrewd. He naturally understood Lin Moya's thoughts. Lin Moya being so cautious was actually a good thing. Some people readily agree but can't follow through in the end. That's what's really annoying. At this moment, Lin Moya's luck had transformed into a dragon. Su Mao could see it very clearly. He recalled that when Su Ziyi returned, he mentioned Lin Moya had once manifested 3 luck dragons. 3 luck dragons. Su Mao had never heard of such a thing. For a normal person to have 1 luck dragon already represented extremely strong luck, far surpassing ordinary people. If there were 3, plus Lin Moya's wisdom and caution, Su Mao felt there might be a chance. Su Mao thought for a moment and said softly, our Celestial Fox clan is the oldest race in the northern continent. Moreover, our clan's inheritance has never been broken, nor have we suffered any great disasters. Also, our clan members have wide connections. We've traveled all 4 continents in the past, including exploring the depths of the realm sea, thus accumulating countless materials and all kinds of rare treasures. Regardless of whether Mr. Lin can help or not, as long as Mr. Lin needs anything, just say it. Su Mao decided to place his bet first. No matter the result, even if he lost, he wouldn't regret it, and he believed in his judgment. He wouldn't misjudge people. Lin Moya's character was worthy of trust. Lin Moya's gaze moved slightly. If that's the case, I do have something I'd like to ask clan leader Su about. Su Mao said, I wouldn't dare say ask. Whatever Mr. Lin has to say, please go ahead. Lin Moya said, I'm looking for hell fragments. I don't know if clan leader Su has any related information. Hearing the words hell fragments, Su Mao's expression suddenly changed. His eyes unconsciously narrowed. Seeing his reaction, Lin Moya knew he definitely knew about hell fragments. Su Mao suppressed the trembling in his heart and said softly, Mr. Lin is actually looking for this thing. Lin Moya said, yes, hell fragments are just one of the things I'm looking for. Other things can be discussed in the future. Su Mao asked, is Mr. Lin going to the western continent for the Netherworld clan's hell fragment? Lin Moya smiled, clan leader Su indeed knows. That's right, I'm going to the western continent indeed for the hell fragment. Besides the Netherworld clan, does clan leader Su have any other news about hell fragments? Su Mao thought for a moment and shook his head lightly. I don't have specific news, but I've seen some materials before that might provide some clues for Mr. Lin. Countless years ago, it seems someone also pursued hell fragments. When this old man returns to the clan, I'll search carefully for the materials. Lin Moya said, good, I hope there will be some gains. Su Mao nodded, this old man will certainly search carefully. He could say this, and Lin Moya knew he must have seen relevant materials. However, he didn't have the inclination to search for hell fragments, so naturally wouldn't pay too much attention. In fact, for dangerous things like hell fragments, just the name carried a power of fear that could make people deliberately ignore their existence. The flying ship flew rapidly, crossing the vast land of the northern continent, finally reaching the Celestial Fox clan's territory. At the edge of the territory, Lin Moyo already saw a city. The city wasn't large in scale, but exuded an ancient aura, clearly having undergone the baptism of time. Sumo introduced, this city is called North Fox City. It's our Celestial Fox clan's northernmost city. Its history of existence has exceeded 1,000,000 years. After 1,000,000 years of wind and rain, undergoing several renovations, the city still retains its original appearance. A 1,000,000-year-old ancient city indeed had a unique aura. This was an aura from the ages, not something ordinary cities could possess. Lin Moyo had seen many ancient cities, but few could compare to North Fox City. The Celestial Fox clan had never experienced the effects of war over countless years. Only then could the cities in their territory possess this aura steeped in years. Not just North Fox City, the entire Celestial Fox clan, including its grass, trees, and land, all emitted a similar aura. The flying ship didn't stop. North Fox City was instantly left far behind, disappearing from view. Ahead, more cities appeared in sight. Each city emitted an ancient and simple aura. Lin Moya said, truly an ancient land. Sumao said with some pride, cities like North Fox City, in our clan's territory, there are 1,080 in total. Plus villages large and small, our Celestial Fox clan has a population of 10 billion. 10 billion clan members was indeed worthy of being called a great clan. Other royal clans didn't have so many people. It would take 2 or 3 combined to compare. Such a huge base could bring powerful luck, and at the same time could give birth to countless geniuses. Normally, the stronger the luck, the more powerful experts would be born. The more powerful experts, the more they would nourish the luck, making the luck even stronger, finally forming a positive cycle, leading the entire race towards the peak. However, now due to some special reasons, this positive cycle had been broken. The road to the peak was broken, and the Celestial Fox clan fell into the greatest crisis in its history. The flying ship passed city after city. Lin Moya saw that besides being ancient, each city had strong luck. The Celestial Fox clan's luck was very strong, much stronger than the Golden Lion clan and Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan. It was the race with the strongest luck he had seen. Finally, an incredibly huge city appeared in sight. The entire city stretched across a mountain range, extending for hundreds of thousands of li, carved and built with supernatural skill. Looking from afar, the entire mountain range had become a celestial fox. Its peaks became the Celestial Fox's head, fur, body, and 9 Celestial Fox tails, all lifelike. The entire city emitted an ancient aura, fused with the power of origin spirit veins, spreading freely between heaven and earth. It could be certain that under the city named 9 Tails, there was a high-grade origin spirit vein. This origin spirit vein was at least 8th grade. It probably hadn't reached 9th grade. Once an origin spirit vein reached 9th grade, there would be unusual phenomena above the vein. But even if it hadn't reached 9th grade, Lin Moya guessed it wasn't far from 9th grade. Lin Moya exclaimed in admiration, among all the cities Lin has seen, this city should rank first. Sumao nodded, this city is our clan's painstaking work over countless years. Even the Beast Emperor once praised this city as currently the first in the origin continent. Lin Moyo asked, this city is named 9 Tails. Does it have any special meaning? Sumao said, legend has it that our Celestial Fox clan's ancestor had 9 tails. 9 tails is the highest realm of our Celestial Fox clan. Unfortunately, later generations are useless. No one has been able to reach this legendary realm again. The Celestial Fox clan's ancestor was called the 9-tailed Celestial Fox, an incredibly powerful being comparable to the Beast Emperor. Lin Moya smiled, perhaps there will be a chance in the future. Nothing is certain, anything is possible. Sumao smiled, thank you for Mr. Lin's kind words. Getting closer and closer to 9 Tails City, Lin Moya saw the luck belonging to 9 Tails City. As the capital of the Celestial Fox clan, its luck also represented the luck of the Celestial Fox clan. Lin Moya suddenly said softly, stop the flying ship. Chapter 3166. Chapter 3166, 3166. Chapter 3166, Misfortune, Advance, or Collapse. Lin Moya's words were like an order. Sumao immediately commanded the flying ship to stop. The flying ship that had been rushing suddenly came to an emergency stop, almost instantly stopping in mid-air. Fortunately, everyone on the flying ship was a cultivator, at least Dao Venerable level, able to react to sudden speed changes. If they were ordinary people, they would have been thrown about. The flying ship stopped in mid-air. Lin Moya looked towards 9 Tails City, his eyes slightly narrowed, emitting a misty aura. Sumao sensed Lin Moya's change but didn't ask much, just quietly waiting. He knew Lin Moya must have discovered something. The mist around Lin Moya grew thicker and thicker, gradually enveloping his entire person. Sumao silently retreated several steps, avoiding the mist emanating from Lin Moyo. He feared that if he touched the mist, it would affect Lin Moyo. Now it concerned his race's life and death. He didn't dare be the least bit careless. If he entered the mist now, he would see that Lin Moya's body had become ethereal. At the same time, an equally ethereal Dao appeared at Lin Moya's feet, as if he was stepping on it. Stepping on the Dao, if this were known, it would absolutely shock the world. Lin Moya saw 9 Tails City's luck, equivalent to seeing the Celestial Fox clan's luck. He instinctively sensed something was wrong, then used his luck Dao true body, wanting to borrow the Dao's power to see more clearly. Above Ninetales City, luck soared to the heavens. The Celestial Fox Clan's strong luck was extremely rare. In Lin Moya's eyes, the Celestial Fox Clan's luck had turned purple, emitting a noble aura. Purple luck was noble beyond words. Lin Moyo had seen such luck before on the three ancestors and Beast Emperor. Their luck emitted a purple intent. At that time, Lin Moya realized that purple luck might be a sign of the Great Dao realm. Now, purple intent also appeared in the Celestial Fox Clan's luck. This meant the Celestial Fox Clan was very likely to produce an expert surpassing 9th level Dao Venerable. Or perhaps their long-lost ancestor might reappear. Whatever the reason, as long as they could maintain this luck, the Celestial Fox Clan would surely advance further. Moreover, under such luck, most clan members would have constant good fortune. Sometimes, even in danger, they could turn misfortune into good fortune, unless extremely unlucky. Originally, having such luck should be a very good thing. But for some reason, Lin Moya sensed something was off. In the deepest part of the luck, Lin Moya saw a tiny bit of black. Misfortune. Misfortune appeared in the deepest part of the luck. Now the misfortune was still very weak, not greatly affecting the entire race. But once misfortune truly appeared, it meant the Celestial Fox Clan would face a calamity. Misfortune was two-sided. If they passed through it, they would soar. If they couldn't pass through it, they would fall to the bottom. Sometimes, misfortune was a test. Lin Moya stared at the black spot in the luck, hoping to see something from the misfortune. Even with misfortune, there were differences. Ordinary people couldn't see luck. Even if they used treasures to see it, they couldn't see misfortune. Even with some secret techniques to see misfortune, they might not recognize it. Only people like Lin Moya who comprehended the luck Dao could clearly see misfortune. If one's spiritual sense was keen enough, one could analyze the source of the misfortune from within it. In Lin Moya's view, there were only two types of misfortune. One was man-made, the other naturally occurring. The former needn't be said, someone was targeting the Celestial Fox Clan. But on the northern continent, all was under the Beast Emperor's rule. Who would dare move against the Celestial Fox Clan? The second type was naturally occurring, indicating the Celestial Fox Clan's luck would face a great test for ascension. Success meant establishment, failure meant collapse. The black spot of misfortune gradually enlarged in Lin Moya's eyes. He saw more and more clearly. Finally, he saw a strange place. At the very center of the misfortune, there was actually another tiny black spot. This black spot was extremely small, small enough to be completely ignored. If luck were compared to an ocean, then misfortune would be a reef in the ocean, not an island, but a reef. And this black spot now seen would be an insignificant bit of moss on the reef. The reason Lin Moya could discover it was because it was deeper and blacker than the misfortune. This blackness was very profound and also brought inexplicable fear. Black blood. Lin Moya almost instinctively thought of black blood. The black blood from the black blood realm was so profound. But this was luck. How could black blood exist here? Black blood was real, luck was illusory. The two shouldn't have any intersection. But what if it was possible? Lin Moya's heart surged with shock. If it really was the black blood realm, then things would be troublesome. Those who invaded the origin continent back then weren't just outer gods, but also powerhouses from the black blood realm. Outer gods still had remnants in the origin continent. People from the black blood realm must also have remnants. From the great world to the origin continent, it seems I have inextricable karma with the black blood realm. What a trouble. Lin Moya sighed in his heart. Whether it was black blood or not, it seemed he had to take a look. The mist dispersed. Lin Moya had already put away his Dao true body. Su Mao immediately asked, "Mr. Lin, how is it?" Lin Moya said, "There are indeed some problems. As you said, the root of the problem may be in your clan's ancestral land. The specifics, I may need to go to your clan's ancestral land to know." Su Mao's eyes lit up. Mr. Lin has agreed to help. Since Lin Moya had already spoken, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. "I'll do my best. I hope I can help your clan." Su Mao said happily, "You can, you definitely can. When we reach Ninetales City, we'll first arrange for Mr. Lin to settle in. Let Su Ziyi take Mr. Lin to tour Ninetales City. This old man will go prepare for entering the ancestral land. When preparations are ready, I'll come find Mr. Lin. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. It won't take long, at most 10 days. It won't delay Mr. Lin too much time." Lin Moya nodded. "All right. I have a few disciples with me. They'll definitely be interested in Ninetales City too." Su Mao smiled, "That's for sure. Ninetales City won't disappoint Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin can choose a mountain peak. This old man will have people clear it out for Mr. Lin to live in." Ninetales City was built along the mountain range. The entire city extended over 400,000 li, divided into inner and outer cities. The first 300,000 li was the outer city, for Celestial Fox Clan collateral members and other visiting beast races to live and do business. The last 100,000 li area was the inner city, exclusively for Celestial Fox Clan direct lineage members. The entire city was also divided into upper, middle and lower levels from bottom to top. The lower level was at the foot of the mountains. The most people lived here, and their status was also the lowest. The middle level was on the mountainsides. Those who could live here basically all had extraordinary identities, not something money alone could buy. Many good things could only be bought in the middle level. The upper level consisted of mountain peaks, looking like the fur of the nine-tailed celestial fox from afar. Those who could live on the mountain peaks were absolutely truly noble in status. If other beast races came here, at least a royal clan elder would be qualified to stay. As for the leaders of some small clans, they weren't even qualified. And now, Lin Moya could freely choose any mountain peak he liked to live on. This was enough to prove how important Lin Moya was in Su Mao's heart. Chapter 3167. Chapter 3167, 3167. Chapter 3167. Lord Winston's words aren't entirely correct. On top of the mountain peak, an exquisite palace stood at the summit. From here one could see the entire view of Ninetales City, giving a feeling of standing at the highest point. Lin Moya didn't have any requirements for where to stay. But Lin Moya not having requirements didn't mean Su Mao could arrange things casually. Su Mao arranged a mountain peak for Lin Moya. The peak was in the inner city area, but relatively close to the outer city area, convenient for Lin Moya's people to go into the city to play. He also arranged a group of people to provide various services for Lin Moya. Whether eating, drinking, playing, or anything else, they could satisfy all needs. It must be said that the Celestial Fox clan was indeed the smartest clan among the beast races, considering things very thoroughly. At this moment, Lin Moya became the Celestial Fox clan's most honored guest. Only when other royal clan leaders came would there be such treatment. And Lin Moya was the first human to stay on a mountain peak in Ninetales City, making the significance even more extraordinary. When Su Mao personally led Lin Moya into the mountain peak, it caused shock among many Celestial Fox clan members. But Su Mao's prestige in the clan was strong. No one dared question his orders. Over 100 Celestial Fox clan members, following Su Mao's orders, were ready to obey Lin Moya's commands at any time. Su Mao gave strict orders that Lin Moya was to be respected like himself, absolutely no negligence allowed, all standards to be the highest. After arranging everything, Su Mao went to prepare for entering the ancestral land. The ancestral land wasn't somewhere one could enter at will. Preparations needed to be made in advance. Lin Moya released Little Mist and the other two from the Great World. The three didn't know where they had come. Lin Moya smiled. This is Ninetales City of the Celestial Fox clan. Little Mist's eyes suddenly lit up. Her crisp voice sounded. Ninetales City, the one called the world's #1 city. They had clearly heard of this city. Ninetales City was too famous. It would be hard not to know of it. Obviously, Little Five and Little Moon were also moved. They also wanted to see the city called the world's #1. Lin Moya nodded. You can go play. There are Celestial Fox clan people outside. Let them be your guides. Remember to be careful. If anything happens, contact me anytime. Take this token. You can activate it if there's trouble. As he spoke, Lin Moya tossed them Su Mao's token. The token represented Su Mao. With the token, they wouldn't need to worry about any trouble in Ninetales City. Moreover, with Celestial Fox clan people as guides, there was even less to worry about. Su Mao had said there was no need to worry about safety issues in Ninetales City. After the three left, the palace became quiet again. Lin Moya sat in a chair, making tea for himself, recalling this trip to the ancient battle secret realm. The gains from this secret realm trip were great. He had unraveled another part of the prehistoric secrets. The great battle of the past wasn't as simple as he initially understood. The most important part was the shattering of hell. How exactly hell shattered was a mystery. He still remembered that when this topic was mentioned, even Lord Winston's eyes showed disbelief. Countless years had passed, and even now, Lord Winston still didn't know the true reason hell shattered. In his words, neither the God Realm nor the Black Blood Realm had the ability to shatter hell. If that was true, then there was only one possibility behind these two realms. There was an even more powerful figure behind the scenes. The shattering of hell seems to have had a very profound impact on the battle situation back then. In that era, what kind of role did hell play? What kind of function did it serve? I really want to enter the River of Time and see that era. With his current level of comprehension of the Time Tao, he still couldn't enter the River of Time. Even if he could reverse time, he couldn't reverse to such an ancient event. Moreover, Lin Moya didn't want to see just one aspect. He wanted to see the whole picture. For this, he could only personally enter the River of Time to truly see. When his strength became great enough in the future, Lin Moya knew he would certainly go investigate. What he wanted to see wasn't just the prehistoric era, but also other things. He wanted to see clearly each and every secret. At this moment, Lin Moya felt he was actually quite gossipy. The curiosity hidden in his deepest parts was actually so strong. He smiled self-mockingly, holding the teacup in his right hand, lightly waving his left hand. 12 exquisite and ancient boxes appeared neatly, floating in mid-air. Lin Moya leisurely drank tea while his left hand casually drew talismans. Drawing talismans and opening boxes held no difficulty for Lin Moya. The boxes were opened one by one, and strange auras spread out with them. Outside the palace, two Celestial Fox clan direct lineage members guarding suddenly showed strange expressions. Did you feel that? The aura in the palace seems a bit strange. Indeed strange. I feel this aura is very ancient, different from others. I wonder what identity this Mr. Lin inside has. Why is the clan leader so polite to him? Don't know, but since the clan leader calls him Mr. Lin, he must be qualified for the title sir. And we don't need to think about other things. Just follow the clan leader's instructions. I'm just curious why a third-level Dao venerable human can be respectfully called sir. And a human living on an inner city mountain peak, this has never happened before. If you want to know, you can go ask the clan leader. Forget it. The clan leader isn't someone you can see whenever you want. They didn't know that the aura they sensed came from Dao fragments. Lin Moya had opened 6 boxes in succession. What was inside were all Dao fragments, and not ordinary Dao fragments. Since going to the intersection realm, Lin Moya had become very familiar with Dao fragments. Counting the 6 boxes before him, he now had 8 Dao fragments in hand. All 8 Dao fragments had been artificially refined. Lin Moya's thoughts raced, analyzing what might have happened back then. When the Dao shattered initially, many fragments fell onto the origin continent. Someone once tried to repair the Dao, so they collected Dao fragments and re-refined them. But unfortunately they didn't succeed. There were too many Dao fragments, not just a few or dozens, but thousands upon thousands. Moreover, the Dao fragments that fell on the origin continent were only a very small portion. Many more Dao fragments went to unknown places. With too many fragments missing, repairing the Dao would be very difficult. The Dao fragments before him belonged to the Purple Lightning Dao. The main body of the Purple Lightning Dao was in the intersection realm. There were still some fragments there that hadn't moved far after shattering. Some fragments fell into the origin continent, and some fragments went to unknown places. The Blood-Red Realm's Scarlet Fire Dao was the same, with many fragments going to unknown places. Without finding those fragments, repairing the Dao became very difficult. Just looking at how the Scarlet Fire Dao still hadn't been repaired after countless years showed this point. In others' eyes, Dao fragments had no use, not even as good as Great Dao crystals. At least Great Dao crystals could tangibly enhance cultivation. Even Lord Wenshan said so. Although Dao fragments were precious, they indeed had no use. But Lin Moya didn't think so. Lord Wenshan's words weren't entirely correct. He reached out and summoned a Dao fragment to his hand. It's already been refined by someone, so can it be used to summon elemental liches? As the words fell, a flame rose from his palm. Chapter 3168. Chapter 3168, 3168. Chapter 3168, Lightning Lich. These Dao fragments had been artificially refined and completely disconnected from the main Dao body. The Dao fragment before him could be considered top-tier material from the Great Dao realm. Previously, Lin Moya thought he couldn't use it to summon elemental liches, but after trying with the Scarlet Fire Dao, he found it was actually possible. At that time, it was the interference from the Scarlet Fire Dao's main body that caused the summoning to fail. Without interference from the main Dao body, the summoning would have very likely succeeded then. This was one reason. The second reason was that the Purple Lightning Dao was the origin continent's own Dao. If its fragments were used to summon elemental liches, it was unknown whether it would affect the Dao. But later he found this thinking was also unnecessary. A small fragment wouldn't have much impact on the Dao's recovery. Unless it was dozens or hundreds of fragments, only then would there be some impact. Knowing this, there were no more concerns. Origin level technique, summon elemental lich. Flames rose in his palm, enveloping the Dao fragment. Lin Moya felt that when this Dao fragment first shattered, it should have been quite large. Later, after artificial refining, it became as small as it was now. The flames burned fiercely. The Dao fragment remained motionless in the flames. Lin Moya wasn't anxious. How could it be so easy to shake a Dao fragment? It wasn't ordinary Great Dao realm material, but a small part of the Dao's physical form. Just in terms of quality, it surpassed all Great Dao realm materials, truly top-tier material. Using it to summon an elemental lich, Lin Moya wasn't very certain what kind of lich would ultimately emerge. If this summoning succeeds, I can also try using the Ice Fire Dao Stone to summon an elemental lich. The Ice Fire Dao Stone is also Great Dao realm material. If used for summoning, the effect should also be excellent. Powerful elemental liches possessed astonishing combat power. In the battles in the ancient battle secret realm and intersection realm this time, the 5 elements sword demon played an extremely important role. Finally, after the flames burned for a full half hour, the Dao fragment finally underwent some changes. It began to soften, its surface gradually melting. After burning for another half hour, the surface of the Dao fragment finally turned to liquid, reflecting dazzling light. Suddenly, a strange power surged out from deep within the Dao fragment, exploding into large patches of purple lightning. Powerful force exploded from Lin Moya's palm. The Dao fragment was blasted away on the spot. Even Lin Moya was caught off guard by this sudden accident. The Dao fragment indeed contained powerful force inside. He didn't expect it to erupt at this moment. Fortunately, the erupted force wasn't strong, only blasting itself away. If all the power inside had erupted, this mountain peak would probably have become flat ground. Worse, those Celestial Fox clan people on the mountain peak might all have been killed in the blast. The current situation was already very fortunate. Still failed. It seems it's still a cultivation issue. Lin Moya looked at the Dao fragment that had crashed in the distance, silently sighing. Suddenly his gaze paused. He saw flames still burning on the ground not far away. Although the Dao fragment had shattered, the flames for summoning the elemental lich hadn't completely extinguished. They were still burning, with fuel coming from the part that had melted earlier. An insignificant part of the Dao fragment's surface had melted. In the explosion, the melted part separated from the Dao fragment and was still burning. Now, in the flames, these melted parts were gradually changing shape. Lin Moya's eyes suddenly lit up. There's still hope. An unexpected turn for the better. Lin Moya felt a touch of pleasant surprise. The melted part only accounted for an extremely tiny portion of the entire Dao fragment's surface. Added together, it was only about the size of a water droplet. This droplet kept changing shape in the flames, melting again, turning into dense mist, constantly changing shape in the flames, finally condensing into a fist-sized ball. The dense mist rapidly transformed, taking on the appearance of a lich, quickly solidifying in the flames. This continued for about another hour. Suddenly the flames extinguished, and a brand new elemental lich finally took shape. Purple light flickered. The newly appeared elemental lich instantly appeared before Lin Moya, so fast that even Lin Moya couldn't see clearly. This short distance of over 10 meters was like teleportation. Lightning surrounded the new elemental lich's entire body, like a little lightning baby. His soul moved, and the elemental lich's information appeared in Lin Moya's mind. Lightning Lich. Realm, 7th level Dao Venerable. Grade, Perfect. Growth limit, none. Techniques, Chain Lightning, Lightning Dao. Chain Lightning, lock onto enemies, strike down lightning. After lightning hits an enemy, if there are other enemies nearby, the lightning can spread to them, forming chain attacks. Can be combined with Bloodline, Soul, Dao, Active Locking and other methods for judgment. Lightning Dao, borrow the power of the Lightning Dao to enhance one's own attacks. Within the range covered by lightning, can freely teleport. The Lightning Lich's realm was lower than Lin Moyo had imagined. After all, it was a Dao fragment, top-tier Great Dao realm material. Originally Lin Moyo thought the summoned elemental lich would be at least 9th level Dao Venerable even at worst. Now the summoned one was only 7th level Dao Venerable, much lower than expected. But thinking about it, this was normal. After all, he had only used that insignificant tiny part on the surface of the Dao fragment, which could be considered some impurities of the Dao fragment. Being able to summon such a lich was already not bad. It was 7th level Dao Venerable itself. With the Lightning Dao assisting, its combat power could probably reach 8th level Dao Venerable, only stronger than the 5 elements Sword Demon, not weaker. The Chain Lightning technique could be used for one-on-one combat and also for area attacks. The locking methods were flexible and varied, also an extremely powerful technique. Most crucially, it could teleport within the lightning range. That is to say, as long as the lightning range was large enough, it could freely traverse the battlefield, coming and going without a trace, absolutely a terrifyingly formidable existence. Wiping away the slight disappointment, overall Lin Moyo was very satisfied with the Lightning Lich. His mind moved. Lin Moyo held a Dao fragment in front of the Lightning Lich. Can you eat this? Liches could grow. If it could devour Dao fragments, perhaps it could grow like the Buddhist realm lich. The Lightning Lich shook its little head in confusion, indicating it couldn't eat it. Lin Moyo felt somewhat helpless. After all, it was still his own problem. His realm wasn't high enough, so he couldn't summon powerful enough beings. Putting away the Lightning Lich, Lin Moyo took out the Ice Fire Dao Stone. After hesitating for a while, he put the Ice Fire Dao Stone away again. The Ice Fire Dao Stone wasn't comparable to Dao fragments. Its power was strong and violent, not very stable. If an accident occurred during summoning, the explosive power of one Ice Fire Dao Stone would be enough to destroy half of Ninetail's city. So even if he wanted to summon, it couldn't be done here. Putting away the Ice Fire Dao Stone, Lin Moyo continued opening boxes. The first 6 boxes were all Dao fragments. He hoped the next 6 boxes would have some different surprises. Prehistoric cultivators liked to use such boxes to store things. The boxes were identical, and only upon opening would one know what was inside. The 7th box was opened. A faint light burst out from the box. Lin Moyo's mouth curved slightly. Finally, it's not a Dao fragment this time. Chapter 3169. Chapter 3169, 3169. Chapter 3169, The Best Grinder. Inside the box were 20 Great Dao crystals neatly arranged. One can never have too many Great Dao crystals. The more the better. Counting these 20 Great Dao crystals, Lin Moyo now had 150 in hand, enough to guarantee he could cultivate at 100 times speed for 150 years. For other realms it's hard to say, but at least from 3rd level to 4th level Dao Venerable, Lin Moyo would only need 3,600 years. Compared to other Dao Venerables who took several thousand or tens of thousands of years to cultivate, Lin Moyo's cultivation speed was simply godlike. The 8th box and 9th box were opened in turn, resulting in 2 more Dao fragments. Now Lin Moyo had 1,000 purple lightning Dao fragments in hand. 10 had been refined, and all were from the same hand. I really don't know how many Dao fragments that person refined. Lin Moyo couldn't help but grumble in his heart. If only these Dao fragments could be exchanged for Great Dao crystals, that would be so much better. After all, Great Dao crystals were tangibly useful. Whether Dao fragments would be useful in the future was unknown. At least they were useless now. Lin Moyo steeled his heart and threw 10 Dao fragments into skeleton hell. Grind them to powder. His mind moved. He didn't let the hell fiends eat them, but had them use their teeth to grind the Dao fragments into powder. Even Lin Moyo felt this request of his was bizarre. But if it worked, he would obtain a large amount of Great Dao crystals. At least he wouldn't have to worry about future cultivation. Regardless of whether Skeleton Hell could successfully grind them to powder, Lin Moyo had already opened the 10th box. Fortunately, the 10th box wasn't Dao fragments again. It was another 20 Great Dao crystals. The total number of Great Dao crystals reached 170. Then the 11th box, another 20 Great Dao crystals. Looking at the last box, Lin Moyo muttered, "Last one, at least let it be Great Dao crystals." Actually, what Lin Moyo wanted most was still that strange jade from before, the jade that could revive the 1,000 Stars Dao. Unfortunately, such jade was extremely rare. He had asked Lord Wenshin. This kind of jade was called Great Dao Essence Jade, a very rare item. Even in that era back then, Great Dao Essence Jade was very rarely seen. Even if there was any, it was basically used up. Those that could be preserved were even fewer. Being able to obtain one was already an incredible stroke of luck. For Great Dao Realm beings, Great Dao Essence Jade could directly increase cultivation without any side effects. Great Dao Realm beings would use it directly without hesitation. At that level, one's own cultivation strength was absolutely the top priority, indisputably. But Great Dao Essence Jade had no effect on people below Great Dao Realm. It couldn't be absorbed or utilized. Besides this, it had another use: repairing damaged Daos. Great Dao Essence Jade contained the Dao's origin power and could quickly restore damaged Daos. But it had no use for already shattered Daos. The Thousand Stars Dao was severely damaged but hadn't shattered. Using Great Dao Essence Jade to repair it was very suitable. Although the Thousand Stars Dao still couldn't be converted into any combat power, Lin Moyo had high hopes for it. He believed that one day in the future, the Thousand Stars Dao must be able to bring him extremely strong power. As the talisman fell, the 12th box also opened in response. There was no Great Dao Essence Jade inside, only 20 Great Dao Crystals. The Great Dao Crystals in Lin Moya's hand reached 190, enough to maintain 100 times cultivation speed for 190 years. Great Dao Essence Jade was still too rare. Being able to get one before was already very fortunate. Lin Moya didn't have extravagant hopes. Putting away the boxes, he turned his attention to Skeleton Hell. The Hell Fiends were still gnawing on the Dao fragments, one bite after another. Hell Fiends truly deserved the title of eating anything. Even refined Dao fragments could be gnawed on. Many marks had been ground onto the Dao fragments, with many scratches appearing. At the same time, a large amount of powder had been ground off. The Hell Fiends completely followed Lin Moya's orders and didn't touch this powder. They had truly become the best grinders. Lin Moya collected the Dao powder. The powder was still powder and hadn't turned into Great Dao crystals. Is something still missing? Lin Moyo pondered in his heart. Lord Wenshin certainly wouldn't deceive him. There must be some problem somewhere, something missing. This problem was too high level. Lin Moyo only thought for a while before giving up directly. With his current realm of understanding, it was impossible to figure this out. He summoned the Lightning Lich and handed the ground powder to it. Can you eat this? The Lightning Lich looked at it in confusion for a while, then shook its head, indicating it couldn't eat it. Lin Moyo had no choice but to find a box to put the powder in, then took back all the Dao fragments. The powder was useless, so there was no need to continue the Hell Fiend's grinding work. With the mystery boxes opened, Lin Moyo was free again. He came to the top of the palace, set up a tea table, and directly cultivated and drank tea on top of the palace while enjoying the scenery. From here, one could see the entire Nine-Tails city and also other mountain peaks. Exquisite palaces stood on each mountain peak. One could see many Celestial Fox clan members coming and going in the palaces. Looking at Nine-Tails City, it was even more bustling with people coming and going. Nine-Tails City was incredibly huge. Even the capitals of the other 9 royal clans combined couldn't compare to Nine-Tails City. It was precisely because of this that Nine-Tails City was called the first city of the Origin Continent. This city was enough for Little Mist and the others to play for a while. There was no need to worry about them for now. Let them relax for a while. One must both cultivate and relax. In the world of rules, Lin Moyo brought out purple lightning to let them enjoy lightning strikes. The three's cultivation increased rapidly. Now temporarily stopping cultivation to play for a few days, then they would have to suffer. Removing the Dao poison from their souls wouldn't be pleasant. Thinking of this, Lin Moya showed a slight smile. He was somewhat curious how the three would react. In Lin Moya's soul world, the 55th Dao pattern had already condensed halfway. At any time, even during the most intense battles, condensing Dao patterns had never stopped. At the same time, research and study of formations also hadn't stopped. When multitasking became a habit, Lin Moya no longer needed to divide his attention. Whatever he did wouldn't be affected. Enjoying the scenery, the sun origin gradually disappeared, its light beginning to dim. This also meant that the time for the moon origin's rule was about to come. The colors of the earth gradually darkened. Lin Moya suddenly saw a sword standing between heaven and earth among the distant mountains. The sword was taller than the mountain peaks, reaching into the clouds, disappearing into the mist. Earlier when the sun origin covered the forests, Lin Moya hadn't noticed it. Only now did he see it. 72 swords. Lin Moya softly recited, his mind instinctively searching for information. The 72 swords were distributed throughout the Origin continent. Each of the 4 continents had 18 swords. This sword in the Celestial Fox clan's territory was called the Fox Tail Sword, one of the 72 swords. The 72 swords weren't evenly distributed. The distance between each sword varied, seemingly without pattern. Some powerhouses had investigated before, finally concluding that the 72 swords formed an extremely special formation. The Origin continent once had 9 regions. Later the 9 regions shattered, and the Divine Region Cauldron that suppressed the earth veins also disappeared with them. Without the Divine Region Cauldron, the Origin continent's earth veins became unstable. Later some powerhouses took action, descending the 72 swords, distributing them throughout the 4 continents to stabilize the earth veins. Although the earth veins were stabilized, the 72 swords weren't as good as the Divine Region Cauldron and couldn't completely stabilize them. In places without Origin Spirit veins, the terrain of the Origin continent would still undergo drastic changes. Chapter 3170. Chapter 3170, 3170. Chapter 3170, the 72 swords also have strong and weak ones. Seeing the Fox Tail Sword, Lin Moyo instinctively thought of the Jade Sword Chi in his body. Back then, the Jade Dao Sword had planted Sword Chi in his body. Whenever the Sun Origin appeared, the Jade Dao Sword would emit Sword Chi to temper his Dao heart. Without realizing it, Lin Moyo could feel his Dao heart becoming more steadfast. The Dao heart was intangible, invisible and untouchable, yet it truly existed. Every cultivator needed to temper their Dao heart, but very few could truly achieve it. The Jade Dao Sword's tempering of the Dao heart was subtle and imperceptible, extremely slow in effect, but constant. When he first gained the Jade Dao Sword's recognition, he had been elated for a while. Later, without realizing it, he had forgotten about this matter. It could only be said that too many things happened afterwards, one after another, rarely having a chance to properly sort out himself. Seeing the fox-tail sword, Lin Moyo had the idea of going over to take a look. The 72 swords were connected. Having gained the Jade Dao sword's recognition was equivalent to gaining recognition from the other 71 swords. Going over to take a look probably wouldn't cause anything to happen. He had nothing else to do anyway. Mr. Lin. A voice came from outside the palace. Lin Moya saw Su Feng standing outside the palace, greeting him. He had said before that without his instructions, no one should enter the palace. So Su Feng's was stopped outside the palace, unable to enter. Lin Moya slowly rose, floating down from the air to appear before Su Feng's. What brings Brother Su here? Now Su Feng's had changed his name. The Beast Emperor had designated him as part of the main branch. Su Feng should now be called Su Ziyi. Su Ziyi said, I left the ancient battle secret realm early before, then thanks to Mr. Lin's blessing, became a main branch disciple. The clan leader had me return first to handle the identity matters, and also move into the inner city. I just heard that Mr. Lin had arrived, so I rushed over immediately. He called Lin Moya Mr. Lin very smoothly. Even the clan leader called Lin Moya Sir. How could he dare to call him friend anymore? That would be asking for trouble. Lin Moya smiled. What instructions do you have for me? Su Zai's mouth twitched, his whole face twisting. Mr. Lin, please don't say that. How could Su Ziyi dare give you instructions? I just came to say hello and express my thanks. Lin Moyo asked curiously, thanks for what? If it's about becoming part of the main branch, you should thank the Beast Emperor, not me. Su Ziyi shook his head, giving Lin Moyo a meaningful look. Lin Moyo understood. He smiled, do you have time? I want to go see the fox-tail sword. Could you show me the way? Su Ziyi nodded like a chicken pecking rice. I have time. Shall we go now? Now. Lin Moya told the people guarding outside the palace not to follow, then let Su Ziyi lead the way towards the fox-tail sword. The two flew through the air. Nine-Tails City also had its own rules. One couldn't fly around randomly everywhere. There were designated routes. Many Celestial Fox clan guards constantly patrolled in the air, maintaining order. Lin Moyo followed beside Su Ziyi and asked, friend, you seem to have more to say just now. Su Ziyi said softly, actually, when the clan leader asked me how I was saved before, I didn't tell the truth then. At the moment of life and death, a senior suddenly appeared and saved me. That senior said he acted to save me out of consideration for you. But that senior told me not to tell others about his existence. Lin Moyo already knew that the person who saved Su Ziyi should be Lord Wenshin. He smiled and said, why are you telling me then? Su Ziyi said, this matter originated with Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin naturally doesn't count as an outsider. Lin Moya said, he probably saw that you had potential, so he didn't want you to die. I was just his excuse. You don't need to think too much about it. Su Ziyi shook his head, even an excuse needs to be found. It's precisely because. He said halfway when Lin Moyo had already interrupted him, let's just let this matter pass. You and I are both friends and comrades in arms. Such small matters don't need to be said much. Su Ziyi thought for a moment and said softly, being able to become friends with Mr. Lin is Su Zai's honor. Lin Moyo indeed accepted Su Ziyi as a friend, but only limited to being a friend. Instead, it was people like Lei Hao that made him feel more comfortable when interacting. Compared to Lei Hao, Su Ziyi lacked a kind of true nature. This was also a common problem with smart people. Being too smart made them overthink things. Instead, straightforward people like Lei Hao who said whatever they thought were easier to get along with once you got used to them. Lei Hao wouldn't change his attitude because of Lin Moya's status. He still enthusiastically called him Brother Lin. As for how others behaved, that wasn't his concern. Along the way, Su Ziyi told Lin Moya about the Celestial Fox clan's affairs. Lin Moya sometimes had questions, and Su Ziyi answered every question. This also gave Lin Moya a deeper understanding of the Celestial Fox clan. Gradually, the two approached the fox-tail sword. Over 10,000 li away, they could already feel the powerful pressure brought by the fox-tail sword. Su Ziyi introduced, the fox-tail sword is located between the fifth tail and fourth tail of Nine-Tails City. About a quarter of what we consider the fifth tail branch was cut off by the sword. That's why our clan named it the fox-tail sword. Lin Moya nodded slightly, that's quite vivid. The 72 swords didn't have names. The names were all given by later generations. As for what they were called before, only the sword's owners would know. Even asking the sword spirits might not work. In Jade Sword City, Lin Moyo had already discovered that everyone's way of addressing the swords would form a strange power, slightly changing the sword spirit's cognition. This power was somewhat similar to the power of belief. The population of Nine-Tails City far exceeded that of Jade Sword City many times over. If it was truly the power of belief, then the sword spirit would also believe its name was Fox-Tail Sword. The two gradually approached the Fox-Tail Sword. When they were still 1,000 li away, a sword chi shot towards Su Ziyi from afar. Su Zai's face changed. He took out a shield which instantly enlarged. He and Lin Moyo both hid behind it. Bang! The shield shook. Su Ziyi blocked the sword chi. The sword chi wasn't strong. Any Dao Venerable could block it. But there was a strange power within the sword chi. A large patch of illusions immediately appeared before Su Zai's eyes. He let out a low shout, his soul power surging to sweep away all the illusions. Su Ziyi exclaimed in amazement, how can this be? Lin Moya chuckled lightly, your Dao heart is still not steadfast enough. Su Ziyi was somewhat confused. Why did Lin Moya suddenly mention the Dao heart? What did it have to do with the Dao heart? Lin Moya explained, that sword chi just now would trigger illusions, able to temper the Dao heart. As long as your Dao heart is strong enough, you can treat it as nothing. Su Ziyi was a bit dazed, so that's how it is. Lin Moya sighed, that senior back then was truly ingenious. Using 72 swords not only stabilized the origin continent's earth veins, but also gave cultivators a chance to temper their Dao hearts. If I'm not mistaken, this should be your first time here. Su Ziyi nodded, indeed it's the first time. I've only heard about it before. Lin Moya said, come here more often in the future. As your cultivation rises, your Dao heart must keep up. Otherwise, an unstable foundation isn't good. Su Zai's face was solemn, I understand. Let's go, continue. Lin Moya continued flying towards the fox-tail sword. He had already seen that the fox-tail sword was stronger than the jade Dao sword. Even among the 72 swords, there were strong and weak ones. Chapter 3171. Chapter 3171, 3171. Chapter 3171, you're still a bit inferior to that person. As they got closer, waves of sword chi came crashing down like the sky was falling. The sword chi wasn't very strong. What was truly difficult to deal with was the test of one's Dao heart. When there were only 500 li left, Su Ziyi had already reached his limit and couldn't bear it anymore. Illusions sprang up before his eyes. The world he saw became more and more unreal. Su Ziyi began to have difficulty distinguishing truth from falsehood. Mr. Lin, I can't go on. I can only send you this far. After struggling to advance a few more li, Su Ziyi finally couldn't hold on any longer. When blocking the sword chi, his Dao heart was severely impacted. Countless illusions rushed in, disturbing his mind. If he continued forward, he feared he would go mad. Lin Moya said, then stay here. Use this sword to temper your Dao heart. I see quite a few of your clansmen ahead, all tempering their Dao hearts. You can't fall behind. After saying this, Lin Moya flew alone towards the fox-tail sword. Strangely, no sword chi attacked him along the way. He had the jade Dao sword chi planted in his body. The 72 swords shared the same origin. The jade Dao sword spirit had said before that gaining its recognition was equivalent to gaining recognition from the other 71 swords. Now it seemed this was indeed the case. But even if it wasn't so, Lin Moya wouldn't care much. With his Dao heart, blocking sword chi of this level wasn't difficult. Along the way, there were also many Celestial Fox clan members using the sword chi to temper their Dao hearts. Their realms were all above 4th level Dao Venerable. The fox-tail sword's tempering of the Dao heart surpassed the jade Dao sword. From 1,000 li away, it was already within range of its sword chi. The sword chi struck directly at the soul, unavoidable. Starting at Dao Venerable level already surpassed the jade Dao sword. The closer one got, the higher the requirement for the Dao heart. Su Ziyi was formerly a collateral branch disciple. On his cultivation path, he only focused on realm and cultivation, neglecting his Dao heart. So he stopped at 500 li. Instead, those Celestial Fox clan members who paid attention to their Dao hearts, though their cultivation realms weren't as high as Su Zai's, could go further. The Dao heart was one of the foundations, extremely important and couldn't be neglected. One could imagine that Su Ziyi would need to spend a lot of time tempering his Dao heart. Lin Moya flew leisurely towards the fox-tail sword, muttering to himself, this sword is of a very high level. If the 72 swords are seen as a formation, then these swords are each a formation node. Among the formation eyes, there are main ones and secondary ones. The jade Dao sword's node is secondary, while the fox-tail sword's node is main. That senior actually set up steps for everyone, starting from the simplest, climbing step by step. With the Dao heart in place, cultivation and such will naturally follow. It's just a matter of time. Lin Moya's appearance attracted quite a bit of attention. While others were constantly enduring the bombardment of sword chi, Lin Moya moved as if in a place without people. The sword chi simply didn't target him. For a moment, the Celestial Fox clan members were bewildered, completely unable to understand. What's going on with this person? Why isn't the sword chi attacking him? Yeah, why isn't the sword chi attacking him? Could it be because he's human? Impossible. It's not like humans haven't come before. The fox-tail sword attacked them all the same. This person's luck is so strong. Indeed, his luck has transformed into a dragon. He must be a genius even among humans. If not here, I'd really like to go over and make friends with him. The Celestial Fox clan was after all still part of the beast races, retaining some beast race characteristics. Once they started talking freely, there were no reservations. They spoke loudly and ate heartily. In Lin Moya's eyes, the Celestial Fox clan was already smart enough. After all, beast races that knew to temper their Dao hearts weren't many. Most beast races only focused on cultivation realm, not paying much attention to things like the Dao heart. Lin Moya continued to approach, advancing another 200 li. Within 300 li of the fox-tail sword, fewer and fewer people could remain. Only a handful were left. Lin Moya swept his gaze over them. The highest realm among them was an 8th level Dao Venerable. The rest were all 7th level Dao Venerables. Although the Dao heart wasn't directly related to realm, generally speaking, those with higher realms would have stronger Dao hearts. Those with rich life and death experiences would also have stronger Dao hearts. Here, Lin Moya still wasn't attacked by sword chi. Lin Moya remained relaxed and at ease, continuing to fly forward. Behind him, the Celestial Fox clan members were already dumbfounded. What was happening to Lin Moya was simply too miraculous. When Lin Moya approached within 100 li again, even that 8th level Dao Venerable Celestial Fox clan member couldn't help but look over. Lin Moya sensed the other's gaze, turned his head to give a slight smile, then continued forward. Finally, Lin Moya came to a place only 100 li from the fox-tail sword. At this time, those Celestial Fox clan members watching Lin Moya exploded into discussion again. Heavens, he's reached 100 li. If I remember correctly, our clan's highest record is 100 li. He's about to break our clan's record. I think he's not normal. The sword chi didn't attack him at all. Does he have some treasure that can fool the foxtail sword? Impossible. I've never heard of any treasure that can fool the foxtail sword. Amid their discussions, Lin Moya walked into the 100 li zone, thoroughly breaking the Celestial Fox clan's record. The 100 li area where the foxtail sword was located seemed like another world. Myriad sword chi fell from the sky like waterfalls, evolving into a world belonging solely to sword chi. The vast sword chi obscured everything. After entering here, Lin Moya disappeared from everyone's sight. You've come. A voice suddenly sounded. Lin Moya looked up. Above the foxtail sword, a swordsman appeared in midair. Lin Moya saw through his identity at a glance. Human Lin Moya greets the foxtail sword spirit. Senior sword spirit, you know of me. The other was the foxtail sword spirit, but this sword spirit seemed somewhat different from the Jade Dao sword spirit. This sword spirit must have existed for countless years. His eyes flashed with the light of wisdom, as if seeing through the entire world. The foxtail sword spirit said softly, "The Jade Dao sword spirit once told me you gained its recognition." Lin Moya smiled, "Just good luck." The foxtail sword spirit shook his head. "No. The Jade Dao sword spirit said that in your memories, there's an extremely terrifying figure. That figure is even more terrifying than our creator." Lin Moya knew who the other was talking about. Back then, his memories were drawn out by the Jade Dao sword, even attracting the attention of a strand of the green-robed elder's divine sense, nearly causing the entire Jade Sword City to collapse. Even the Jade Dao sword's body developed countless cracks. At that time, the Jade Dao sword spirit was frightened badly. The Jade Dao sword almost shattered on the spot. Listening to the foxtail sword's words, Lin Moya realized that the 72 swords could communicate with each other. This also confirmed his guess that the 72 swords formed a formation covering the entire Origin continent. Then many things happening on the Origin continent would be known to these sword spirits. No wonder this sword spirit looked so mature. He clearly knew many important things. Lin Moyo asked, "So, senior sword spirit didn't test my Dao heart this time?" The foxtail sword spirit said, "You've already gained the Jade Dao sword's recognition, so I don't need to test you again. Our master once said that in the future, someone might become our new master. You might be one of them, but in my view, you're still a bit inferior to that person." Chapter 3172. Chapter 3172, 3172. Chapter 3172, the 72 swords are too weak. To become the new master of the 72 swords, the first thing was to gain the recognition of the 72 swords. It could be any one sword, first gaining recognition and planting a sword seed. For example, Lin Moya now had the Jade Dao sword seed in his body. The sword seed could continuously temper the Dao heart, making it stronger and stronger. After the Dao heart was strong enough, one could then seek other swords and gain new sword seeds. When all 72 sword seeds were obtained, through some special methods, one could refine the 72 swords and become their new master. Forget about gaining recognition from all 72 swords. Even gaining recognition from one was already very difficult. Even 9th level Dao Venerables might not be able to do it. Lin Moyo being able to gain recognition from one was already good. This time he happened to see the foxtail sword and casually came to take a look. Lin Moyo actually didn't have any strong desires in his heart. His path was different. He had no longing for the 72 swords. But hearing the foxtail sword spirit say he was inferior to another person, Lin Moya became curious. "Can senior sword spirit tell me who that person is?" Lin Moyo asked curiously. The foxtail sword spirit said, "That person truly possesses a sword heart. Her Dao is the sword Dao. Your Dao heart is very strong, but your Dao is not the sword Dao. People who take the sword as their Dao are rare." Lin Moya thought for a moment, then suddenly knew who the foxtail sword spirit was talking about. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, revealing a smile. "If I'm not mistaken, the person senior sword spirit is referring to should be a woman." The foxtail sword spirit nodded. "That's right, it's a woman." Lin Moyo continued, "Her appearance should be somewhat similar to mine." The foxtail sword spirit looked at Lin Moyo, thinking for a moment. "That's right, indeed somewhat similar." Lin Moyo was now completely certain of the other's identity. "Then there's no mistake. She is my elder sister." The foxtail sword spirit said softly, "Her name is Lin Mohan, your name is Lin Moyo. So you're siblings. This makes sense. Both of your Dao hearts are extremely steadfast, and your talents are equally outstanding." Lin Moya said, "It's been a long time since I've seen my elder sister. I wonder how many swords recognition she has gained, and what her cultivation is now." Counting, it had been many years since he had seen Lin Mohan. Since parting in the Great World, Lin Mohan had gone her own way. After coming to the Great World, there had been no news of Lin Mohan. Lin Moyo had once searched in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, but couldn't find her. Lin Mohan seemed to have disappeared. Fortunately, there was still the blood resonance. Lin Moyo could feel that Lin Mohan was still alive. Also because of the blood resonance, Lin Moya knew his elder sister's realm was probably a bit higher than his own. After all, besides her own cultivation opportunities, Lin Mohan also had his help through their bloodline. As for how much higher, that was unknown. The foxtail sword spirit said, "According to the rules set by our old master, some things can't be said. I can't reveal other people's information to you, even if she's your sister. But in my view, she's more suitable to become our new master than you." Lin Mohan walked the path of the sword Dao, and was indeed more suitable to become the new master of the 72 swords than himself. Lin Moyo had no objections to this. If the spirit wouldn't say, then so be it. It wasn't like he had to know. As long as Lin Mohan was alright, that was enough. Lin Moya said to the foxtail sword spirit, "I'd like to trouble senior sword spirit to pass on a message for me. Is that alright?" The foxtail sword spirit nodded. "Go ahead." Lin Moya said, "When my elder sister comes again, tell her I built a Yudao city in the eastern continent. If she has time, she can come find me." The foxtail sword spirit said, "Alright. When she appears again, this message will be passed on word for word." The 72 swords, 72 sword spirits, could communicate with each other. As long as Lin Mohan appeared again, his message would be passed on. Lin Moya bowed to the foxtail sword spirit. "Many thanks, senior sword spirit. I'll take my leave now." The foxtail sword spirit seemed to confirm again, "Are you sure you're giving up inheriting the 72 swords?" Senior also said, "I have my own Dao." Lin Moya turned and left decisively, without any hesitation. Although the 72 swords were powerful, in Lin Moya's eyes, they were nothing special. The divine region cauldron that could perfectly suppress the 9 regions' earth veins was now in his hands. This substitute wasn't worth having. Wisps of sword chi dispersed from Lin Moya's body. As he turned, the Jade Dao sword seed in his body dissipated with it. Since he wasn't walking this path, there was no need for the Jade Dao sword seed to exist. Moreover, even without the Jade Dao sword, his Dao heart was still incredibly solid. The foxtail sword spirit was slightly stunned. "You even dispersed the Jade Dao sword seed." Lin Moya smiled. "Since I'm not walking this path, what use is the sword seed to me? The 72 swords are strong, but for me, they're still too weak. My Dao heart, forget about the 72 swords. Even if your old master came in person, it couldn't be shaken. If you don't believe me, senior sword spirit, you can try." Dispersing the Jade Dao sword seed, Lin Moya didn't regret it at all. His Dao heart didn't rely on external things. He sought enlightenment himself. The foxtail sword spirit's gaze was slightly doubtful. Lin Moya's words made it somewhat uncomfortable. In its heart, the old master's status was supreme. For a mere third-level Dao venerable little fellow to say such arrogant words. But back then, the Jade Dao sword had tested Lin Moya's Dao heart and suffered some losses. The foxtail sword spirit still hesitated, wondering whether to try or not. Watching Lin Moya walk further and further away, in the end, the foxtail sword spirit still didn't act. Even after dispersing the Jade Dao sword seed, Lin Moya still wasn't attacked by sword chi. He just flew out bit by bit like this. He left the foxtail sword, reappearing in the celestial fox clan member's sight, then slowly went away. When passing by Su Ziyi, Lin Moya said softly, "You temper your Dao heart well. I'm going back first. Come find me when you have time." Su Ziyi was currently using most of his mind to fight against illusions, unable to attend to other matters. He could only nod slightly in response to Lin Moya's words. Lin Moya didn't return to his mountain peak, but entered Nine Tails City. Rarely having free time, he should also relax himself. Alternating between tension and relaxation was the correct path of cultivation. Sometimes, relaxation was also a kind of cultivation for the Dao heart. Nine Tails City was extremely lively. As the world's #1 city, Nine Tails City had an extremely special status. Even the great cities of human holy lands couldn't compare. In Nine Tails City, besides insect races, one could see almost every race on the origin continent. Occasionally, even cultivators from sea races would come to purchase some items. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce also had a large branch here. For several days in a row, Lin Moya wandered leisurely in Nine Tails City, also buying many specialties to bring back to Yudao City in the future. Lin Moya didn't lack money. He spent generously, buying in large quantities at once. On the 7th day of his arrival in Nine Tails City, clan leader Sumao came to find him. He brought 2 sets of materials for Lin Moya. One was information about the Celestial Fox clan's ancestral land, explaining some situations in the ancestral land. The second set of materials was related to hell fragments. Over these few days, Sumao had ordered people to carefully search for all information related to hell fragments, organizing many clues. Whether true or false, useful or not, he brought it all to Lin Moya. Chapter 3173. Chapter 3173, 3173. Chapter 3173, The Three Young Ladies' Luck is really strong. Lin Moya carefully examined the 2 sets of materials, analyzing them. Sumao was very thorough in his work, and the prepared materials were sufficiently detailed. In the Celestial Fox clan's ancestral land, there was a rebirth trial. To pass the trial, cultivation realm was secondary. The most important thing was luck. After passing the trial, one could gain the recognition of the ancestral land's spirit. Only in this way could Celestial Fox clan members continue to advance. Celestial Fox clan members after 7th level Dao Venerable, if they wanted to advance further, all needed to gain the ancestral land spirit's recognition. This was also true for becoming clan leader. After reading the materials, Lin Moya felt the Celestial Fox clan's ancestral land was somewhat strange, especially the existence of the ancestral land spirit was odd. Analyzing from the materials, it seems there are shackles in the Celestial Fox clan's bloodline. Only by gaining the ancestral land spirit's recognition can the shackles be unlocked. After unlocking the shackles, the bloodline can continue to grow, thus allowing cultivation realm to continue advancing. But the existence of this ancestral land spirit, was this done by the Celestial Fox clan's ancestor? Why do this? This is too unreasonable. If something happens to the ancestral land, the Celestial Fox clan would be finished. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Such a simple principle, the Celestial Fox clan's ancestor shouldn't be unaware of. With the Celestial Fox Clan's wisdom, Lin Moya didn't believe the Celestial Fox Clan's ancestor would do such a foolish thing. So, Lin Moya was 70% certain that the existence of this ancestral land spirit must be strange. There was also a problem with that drop of what seemed to be black blood in the misfortune. The specifics would have to wait until entering the ancestral land to know. After reading the materials on the Celestial Fox Clan's ancestral land, Lin Moya had a general understanding of the ancestral land. Next was to wait for Sumao to prepare and open the ancestral land. Then he looked at the materials related to hell fragments. These materials were very scattered, often some news of unknown truth or falsehood. The Celestial Fox Clan's materials had accumulated over countless years, and without an existence like the human emperor, it was impossible to organize so much material clearly and neatly. Sumao being able to find this information was already very difficult. It must have taken a lot of manpower over these few days to achieve this. This information was too scattered. Even Lin Moya looking at it was confused. For example, some of the items said, 3,000 years ago, in the southeast of the northern continent, magma suddenly erupted. Vicious spirits burst out from the magma, continuing for dozens of days, devouring a small city, causing deaths and injuries to tens of thousands of beast races. 8,000 years ago, in the northwest of the eastern continent, black chi suddenly soared to the sky. Where the black chi passed, all things withered and decayed. Someone once saw skeleton-like monsters inside. Such information was hard to distinguish true from false, and there would also be exaggerations. Plus it was too scattered. Lin Moya also found it difficult to analyze. Lin Moya found the simplest method, throwing all this information to the human emperor, letting the human emperor organize and analyze it. The human emperor had a complete database. He could string together various events that happened back then, analyzing in detail from a more macro level, and finally draw conclusions. The only thing that could be certain now was that in the Netherworld clan located in the western continent, there must be a hell fragment. This was also Lin Moya's next target. On the 10th day, Sumao came again. Mr. Lin, the ancestral land can be opened at any time. Lin Moya nodded slightly. Wait a bit longer. Let those few come back. Sumao smiled. Actually, letting them play in Nine Tails City is fine. This old man will have people take good care of the young ladies. Lin Moya shook his head. I don't like accidents happening, even if it's just a tiny accident. This makes me uncomfortable. Sumao still smiled. It seems Mr. Lin really cares for his disciples. Lin Moya smiled without saying more. Only Lin Moya himself knew the reasons. Among the three, Little Five's identity was special. If discovered by others, it would certainly cause some unnecessary trouble. Although Lin Moya wasn't afraid, this kind of trouble could be completely avoided, especially when he wasn't around. If there was trouble, things might get out of his control. Even with Sumao's guarantee, Lin Moya didn't want to gamble. Lin Moya sent a message to Little Mist. Although Little Mist was a bit crazy, she didn't dare disobey Lin Moya's words. Soon, Little Mist and the other two flew back amid laughter. Behind them, several Celestial Fox Clan Dao Venerables followed. Lin Moya could see that these Celestial Fox Clan Dao Venerables were somewhat helpless. Playing crazily with 3 girls for 10 days, even Dao Venerables could barely handle it. Suddenly Sumao's eyes lit up. His eyes flashed with light as he swept over the 3. The 3 young ladies' luck is really strong. In his eyes, all 3 had luck transformed into dragons, a sign of luck reaching the extreme. Sumao felt that the reason the 3's luck could be so strong was because of Lin Moya. Finally his gaze fell on Little Five. His nose twitched slightly, then showed a surprised expression. He suddenly understood why Lin Moya wasn't at ease. Sumao's reaction was very subtle. No one present noticed except Lin Moya. Lin Moya didn't say anything. He said to Little Mist and the others, "Have you played enough these days?" Little Mist giggled. Nine Tails City is so big and fun. We want to play for a few more days. Lin Moya said, "You can, after finishing the important business we'll come out to play again. Go back first." As he spoke, Lin Moya opened the entrance to the world of rules. Little Mist made an O sound and obediently went in. Then Little Moon and Little Five also followed back into the world of rules. Seeing the 3 return, the several Celestial Fox Clan Dao Venerables following behind them obviously breathed sighs of relief. Lin Moya thanked them. "Thank you for your trouble these past few days, friends." They all responded that it was no trouble. Joke. This was an order from the clan leader. Forget about just 10 days, even if it was more time, they could only endure. Lin Moya turned to Sumao. "Then please lead the way, clan leader Su." Sumao gestured. "This way please, sir." He led Lin Moya towards the inner city. The Celestial Fox Clan's ancestral land wasn't in Nine Tails City. It was in a special space. No one knew exactly where. Only through special secret techniques could contact be established with the ancestral land. Then a passage would be established to enter the ancestral land. Sumao led Lin Moya to a mountain peak in the inner city. This mountain peak looked no different from other peaks, also with a palace standing on it. But when Lin Moya approached the mountain peak, he smelled a strong bloody scent. Sumao led him into the palace. The bloody smell instantly intensified several times. Inside the palace was a blood pool. A full 100 Celestial Fox Clan Dao Venerables were surrounding the blood pool, injecting their blood into it. These Celestial Fox Clan Dao Venerables were all above 4th level, and their bloodlines were pure and powerful. Needless to say, these people were all from the main branch. Sumao explained, only using main branch disciples' blood can activate the secret technique to open the road to the ancestral land. Lin Moya indicated he understood. There are countless secret techniques in the world. Secret techniques using fresh blood are not few. Sumao beckoned. A Dao Venerable came to Sumao's side. He's called Su Li, this old man's grandson, 8th level Dao Venerable. He'll enter the ancestral land with Mr. Lin this time, to be Mr. Lin's guide. Chapter 3174. Chapter 3174, 3174. Chapter 3174, The Ancestral Land Occupied by Death. Su Li had entered the ancestral land several times and was quite familiar with it. As Su Mao's grandson, he could be fully trusted. Being an 8th level Dao Venerable, he was also the most suitable candidate. Before the ancestral land issue was resolved, Su Mao dared not let any 9th level Dao Venerables enter. Currently, the Celestial Fox clan only had 3 9th level Dao Venerables left, and they couldn't afford to lose anymore. Su Li bowed to Lin Moyu. Su Li greets Mr. Lin. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble this time, friend Su Li." Su Li quickly replied, "It's we who are troubling Mr. Lin. How can you say it's trouble? Mr. Lin, you're being too polite." Lin Moyu turned to Su Mao. "While I'm in the ancestral land, please help me find more information, clan leader. Also, I'd like some historical materials about the origin continent. Your clan's records should be quite complete. If possible, please provide me with a copy." Su Mao understood Lin Moyu's meaning. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin. I'll have someone compile it right away." The historical materials Lin Moyu requested didn't involve the Celestial Fox clan's secrets. Such information could actually be bought from the Lufen Chamber of Commerce, but Lin Moyu asked them for it to cross-reference. No single source's information was complete, nor entirely correct. Only by combining and verifying multiple sources could one obtain relatively accurate results. The blood in the pool began to boil, and a powerful force burst out, shooting towards the sky. The blood hit the palace ceiling, which emitted a dazzling light, containing the blood. The blood continuously struck the palace, causing thunderous sounds. The space at the impact point shattered layer by layer, forming a passage along the blood flow. "Mr. Lin, please follow me," Su Li said, then turned and plunged into the passage first. Lin Moyu took a step and followed Su Li into the passage. The passage wasn't spacious, only wide enough for the two of them. In the spatial tunnel, a force constantly pushed them forward, feeling somewhat similar to teleportation. Half a minute later, light appeared before Lin Moyu's eyes. The light instantly expanded, occupying his entire field of vision. His feet touched solid ground, a grassy field that felt soft. As far as the eye could see, there were vast grasslands and a series of small hills, undulating and extending towards the distance, seemingly endless. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the scent of fresh grass. It was very refreshing. If there were some small animals, this would be a beautiful place. Unfortunately, there were no small animals here. Despite the grass everywhere, Lin Moyu still sensed a faint aura of death. According to the materials Su Mao gave Lin Moyu, this land wasn't always like this. In the past, the ancestral land had living beings and many small animals. But for some unknown reason, the small animals became fewer and fewer until they completely disappeared. Su Li stood beside Lin Moyu. "The problem in the ancestral land seems to have worsened." Lin Moyu asked, "When was the last time you came in? What was the situation like then?" Su Li said, "The last time I came in was about 2,000 years ago. There were no small animals then, but I could still feel that the grass had vitality. But this time, I sensed death. Perhaps in a few thousand years, even this grassland will be gone." Lin Moyu casually plucked a blade of grass, roots and all. It still looked green, but the roots were somewhat rotten. Lin Moyu said softly, "Perhaps it won't take a few thousand years." Su Li said very sincerely, "I hope Mr. Lin can help us solve the crisis in the ancestral land." Lin Moyu said, "I promised clan leader Su that I would do my best." Lin Moyu looked around. No matter which direction he looked, the scenery was exactly the same, and he had no idea which way to go. Among so many directions, only one was correct, and all others were wrong. This was also the first test after entering the ancestral land, finding the right direction. There was no guidance, and one had to rely on luck to make a choice. Lin Moyu smiled and asked, "How did you do it before?" Su Li said, "A long time ago, there was actually a method. We could observe the small animals. We would go in the direction where there were more small animals. But now, without small animals, we can only rely on luck." Lin Moyu shook his head. "Luck is indeed important, but sometimes you need to look at methods and approaches. Luck can only be the icing on the cake." His mind stirred, and the surrounding space distorted as skeleton generals flew out. The skeleton generals flew in all directions, quickly forming a map in Lin Moyu's mind. With enough skeleton generals covering all directions, there was no need to gamble on luck. Su Li stood there stunned. "Are these Mr. Lin's puppets?" Lin Moyu said, "You can think of them that way. Let them scout the path, and we'll quickly find the correct route." Su Li was dumbfounded. Originally, he wanted to use his experience to help Lin Moyu, but now it seemed unnecessary. The grassland was deathly silent. The skeleton generals used their undead eyes but didn't see a single living being along the way. A moment later, Lin Moyu suddenly asked, "Is the correct path a valley?" Su Li quickly nodded. "Yes, it's a valley. We call it the 10,000 Flower Valley because there are many flowers in it." "Then we're not mistaken," Lin Moyu said as he flew forward, with Su Li hurriedly following. They flew over the grassland for at least 100,000 li before seeing the valley. The valley's terrain was lower than the grassland, like a basin. From a distance, the entire valley looked like a giant beast curled up on the grassland. The skeleton generals stood in front of the valley, unable to enter. A force spread out from the valley, forming an invisible wall blocking the way. From outside the valley, one could see many different kinds of flowers inside, hence its name 10,000 Flower Valley. The valley seemed like the end of the map, impossible to cross. In Lin Moya's view, anyone could find the valley. Even if they went in the wrong direction initially, they would eventually find it, just taking more time. In practical terms, people with good luck could find it accurately, while those with less luck might need to search a few more times before finally finding it. The so-called first test wasn't much of a test at all. Su Li looked at Lin Moyo with admiration. Mr. Lin is indeed extraordinary, finding the 10,000 Flower Valley so easily. Lin Moyo said, it's just the first step. Su Li immediately said, the beginning is always the hardest. I believe the following tasks won't be difficult for Mr. Lin either. The two came to the valley entrance. Lin Moyo said, according to the materials clan leader supervised, to enter the 10,000 Flower Valley, we need to cultivate a flower. Su Li nodded, we call this flower the Flower of Destiny. Different flowers of destiny will also make subsequent tests different. Lin Moyo asked, so if we cultivate different flowers of destiny, will we be separated in the valley? Su Li said, yes, the tests in the valley must be completed independently by each person, but after passing through the valley, we'll reunite. Then let's go. Lin Moyo walked to the front of the valley and immediately encountered the invisible wall guarding it. Lin Moyo followed the instructions in the materials, gently moving his soul power to communicate with the valley. The next moment, an unopened flower flew out from the valley and came to his hand. This flower was the flower of destiny. It would absorb his luck and then bloom. Su Li explained, this is the flower of destiny. It will absorb Mr. Lin's luck. The better the luck, the faster it will bloom. Chapter 3175. Chapter 3175, 3175. Chapter 3175, the difference between 8 minutes and 10 seconds. Su Li's words were cut short, unable to continue. The flower of destiny in Lin Moyo's hand had already bloomed brilliantly. It was fast, incredibly fast. Lin Moyo asked, is this sufficient? Su Li's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, mumbling, how can it be so fast? An 8th level Dao Venerable, at this moment, seemed to lose his composure. Although Su Li was startled by Lin Moyo's speed, he quickly regained his senses, trying his best to remain calm. Mr. Lin's luck is the strongest I've ever seen in my life. For others to make the flower of destiny bloom, it takes 10 minutes at the fastest, and half an hour at the slowest. The highest record in our clan took a full 8 minutes to make the flower of destiny bloom, but Mr. Lin. From the moment Lin Moyo received the flower of destiny until it bloomed, it took no more than 10 seconds. 8 minutes versus 10 seconds, the difference was too vast. Lin Moyo asked, is there any significance to this? The materials Lin Moyo received mentioned the flower of destiny but didn't explain whether the speed of blooming would have any impact. The materials couldn't possibly detail every aspect, which was why Su Li was brought along as a guide. In fact, being a guide was secondary. Su Li's true purpose was to explain various occurrences within the ancestral land to Lin Moyo. Su Li explained, in the 10,000 Flower Valley, everyone will face their own unique path. Generally speaking, the stronger one's luck, the faster the flower of destiny blooms, and the weaker the challenges faced after entering the valley. Our clan's ancestral land primarily tests luck. As long as one's luck is strong enough, other factors become secondary. If luck is insufficient, then the requirements for cultivation realm will increase. Through Su Li's explanation, Lin Moyo understood the mechanism of the Celestial Fox clan's ancestral land trials. Luck was the primary factor, with cultivation realm as a secondary consideration. The ancestral land required Celestial Fox clan members to be at least 7th level Dao Venerable to enter, but there was no such requirement for outsiders. Although there was no realm requirement for outsiders, the trials inside hadn't changed. Almost every trial had a cultivation realm requirement up to the Dao Venerable level. There was only one exception: if one's luck was exceptionally good, the cultivation realm requirements would naturally decrease. Once, an outsider had entered. At that time, he was a 5th level Dao Venerable, but his luck was very good. The trials he faced were only at the 4th level Dao Venerable standard. That outsider passed through all the challenges and finally gained the recognition of the ancestral land spirit, becoming an adopted member of the Celestial Fox clan. This was one of the differences between the Celestial Fox clan and other beast clans. The Celestial Fox clan allowed the existence of adopted members. Adopted members could enjoy considerable rights and benefits from the Celestial Fox clan, such as access to some of the clan's secret techniques and treasures. To become an adopted member of the Celestial Fox clan, one of the requirements was to gain the recognition of the ancestral land spirit. But compared to Lin Moyo, that person was clearly far inferior. Lin Moyo smiled and said, this rule is reasonable. One can't have it all. Forcing it would lead to the opposite effect. Choosing one of the two maintains the balance of yin and yang. Your clan's ancestor understood this principle well. Su Li smiled but didn't dare to respond. He wouldn't presume to comment on his clan's ancestor. Lin Moyo said, if that's the case, I'll go in first. See you after the valley. Su Li nodded. Be careful on your way, Mr. Lin. Lin Moyo, holding the flower of destiny, entered the 10,000 Flower Valley. The invisible barrier of the valley naturally dispersed, and Lin Moyo walked in without any obstruction. At the moment of entering the valley, Lin Moyo still felt the power of the Celestial Fox clan's ancestor. The barrier outside the valley was strong enough to block a 9th level Dao Venerable. If one didn't follow the rules, even a 9th level Dao Venerable couldn't enter the valley. This also indicated that the Celestial Fox clan's ancestor was a Great Dao Realm expert. Only those at the Great Dao Realm had such abilities. The 10,000 Flower Valley lived up to its name, with countless flowers blooming inside. After entering the valley, Lin Moyo looked back and saw no way to retreat. At the moment of entry, he had entered an independent space, a space that belonged only to him. Even if Su Li had entered with him, they would eventually be separated into different spaces. The scenery inside the valley was picturesque, with flowers in full bloom and fragrant scents permeating the air. The flower of destiny in his hand emitted a soft glow, its light intertwining in front of Lin Moyo, guiding the way forward. After walking about 1,000 meters, 3 different paths appeared ahead. All 3 paths were covered in flowers, but each path had different types of flowers. The left path was filled with bright red flowers. At first glance, they looked like blazing flames, burning fiercely. A second look made them seem like a churning sea of blood. The middle path was mainly yellow flowers, appearing much softer in color and seemingly unremarkable. The right path was filled with ink-black flowers, the entire road tinted black. Red, yellow, and black 3 paths of different colored flowers lay before Lin Moyo, requiring him to make a choice. Just by looking at these 3 paths, Lin Moyo couldn't tell what lay ahead. Only by entering would he know. The flower of destiny in his hand intertwined its light, pointing towards the right path. This was the guidance given by the flower of destiny. It would indicate the easiest path to take. As long as one followed its guidance, there generally wouldn't be any problems. Lin Moyo understood clearly that while the flower of destiny seemed to be nurtured by his luck, what truly made it bloom was his destiny. The root of luck lies in destiny. Strong destiny leads to strong luck. If destiny is average, luck becomes unstable, sometimes good, sometimes bad. If destiny can remain consistently strong, then luck can also remain consistently good. The flower of destiny absorbed luck, but what truly played a role was destiny. The reason he could make the flower of destiny bloom so quickly was primarily because his destiny was strong enough. The flower of destiny connected with the rules inside the 10,000 flower valley, providing different paths based on one's level of destiny. These paths weren't just one, but could be divided into different difficulties. The flower of destiny would point out the easiest path, but if one wanted a challenge, they could choose other paths. Combining the information from the materials and his own deductions, Lin Moyo quickly arrived at an answer. Given these rules, Lin Moyo naturally wouldn't make things difficult for himself and would choose the simplest path. His goal was to reach the end of the ancestral land and see what problems had occurred, not to be tested by the ancestral land. As he approached the rightmost path, about to enter, his spiritual sense suddenly felt uneasy. The foot he had raised was instantly withdrawn. Lin Moyo greatly trusted his spiritual sense. Whenever there was danger, his spiritual sense would surely react. This time, although his spiritual sense didn't give a clear warning, the feeling of unease still surprised Lin Moyo. There's danger here. The unease in his spiritual sense must mean danger existed, but because he hadn't entered yet and hadn't truly encountered the danger, his spiritual sense was only uneasy. Lin Moyo realized that as his cultivation realm increased, his spiritual sense was becoming stronger. Why would there be danger on the safest path indicated by the flower of destiny? What kind of danger could it be? As his thoughts moved, the destiny talisman of the Soul King began to glow brightly. Chapter 3176. Chapter 3176, 3176. Chapter 3176, it really is the Black Blood Realm. The Destiny Talisman was the first Dao pattern Lin Moyo had fused. Its function was to predict the future. When Lin Moyo first fused the Dao pattern, he could only see events 2 seconds into the future through the Destiny Talisman. This time was too short and mostly useless. Now, with his realm improved and more Dao patterns fused, the Destiny Talisman had naturally strengthened. Lin Moyo activated the Destiny Talisman, and the scene before his eyes changed. He saw what might happen in the future. He saw himself step onto the path full of black flowers. In an instant, countless black flowers rose up, transforming into flower demons wielding sharp swords. These flower demons numbered in the tens of thousands, each with battle power equivalent to a 3rd-level Dao Venerable, matching his own realm. The next second, the flower demons charged at him with their swords. The vision ended there, lasting 6 seconds in total. The time he could see into the future had increased from 2 seconds to 6 seconds. Although still brief, it was much more powerful than before. Flowers turning into swordsmen, black flowers, black swordsmen, is this a coincidence? Lin Moyo pondered. Why would the flowers transform into black flower demon swordsmen? Was it related to the Black Blood Realm? Combining this with the vision he saw in the misfortune earlier, Lin Moyo tried to connect the dots. But the information was still too scarce to reach an accurate conclusion. After thinking for a moment, Lin Moyo approached the middle yellow flower path and used the Destiny Talisman again. This time, the flowers didn't become swordsmen. The moment he entered the flower path, all the yellow flowers melted, turning into highly corrosive poisonous water. He immediately flew up, avoiding the water. Lin Moyo had a feeling that the yellow path seemed simpler compared to the black path. Finally, for the red flower path, under the Destiny Talisman's prediction, it turned into a sea of fire, but the fire's power wasn't strong enough to harm Lin Moyo. After viewing all 3 paths, Lin Moyo discovered that the most dangerous was actually the path indicated by the flower of destiny. The left red flower path and the yellow flower path could be passed through using extremely simple methods, with almost negligible difficulty. But on the right black flower path, the flower demons that evolved into swordsmen were at the same realm as him, numbering over tens of thousands. For other cultivators, facing such a situation would be certain death. This could no longer be called a test, it was simply sending someone to their death. It seems the ancestral land really has a problem, and it's not a small one. What should have been the safest path has now become the most dangerous. I hope Su Li can make it through. Lin Moyo once again walked towards the rightmost black path. After the Destiny Talisman's prediction, Lin Moyo had changed his mind. Originally, he wanted to take the simplest path to quickly reach the end of the ancestral land and see what had happened. But now, Lin Moyo wanted to see if there was any connection between the swordsmen on the Black Flower Path and those from the Black Blood Realm. The Destiny Talisman could only show him future scenes, but seeing isn't always believing. Some things needed to be experienced personally to understand. Moreover, what were tens of thousands of swordsmen evolved from the Black Flower Path in front of him? When it came to numbers, Lin Moyo was never intimidated. Stepping onto the Black Flower Path, the passage behind him instantly disappeared, leaving Lin Moyo with no way to retreat. Countless black flowers flew up from their roots, transforming into black flower demon swordsmen in midair. This scene was identical to what he saw through the Destiny Talisman. The swordsmen evolved from the flowers were all third-level Dao Venerables, each just slightly larger than a fist, rushing towards Lin Moyo like a torrential rain. The flower demon swordsmen reached Lin Moyo, their small sharp swords slashing and stabbing, falling like rain. Lin Moyo remained unmoved, ignoring them and allowing the swords to fall on his body. An invisible force naturally appeared on his body, his blood essence vibrating and emitting a faint rumbling sound. All attacks were blocked by this layer of invisible force. This was a protective barrier formed by fusing the power of the Tao with his physical body and blood essence, perfected through hundreds of attempts. Similar to the protective divine light of the Outer Realm gods, it didn't need to be activated and could take effect at any time. Lin Moya's current abilities naturally couldn't be compared to the Outer Realm gods, but blocking these mere third-level Dao Venerable Flower Demon Swordsmen was effortless. Lin Moya walked forward amidst the attacks, while carefully sensing these Flower Demon Swordsmen. Judging purely from the attacks, there doesn't seem to be any problem. It's a pure force attack, without any impurities. After sensing for a while, Lin Moya reached out and grasped one of the Flower Demon Swordsmen in his hand. His soul power stirred slightly, wanting to sense with his soul power. Perhaps he could see some information from them. The moment his soul power touched it, the Flower Demon Swordsman exploded with a bang, turning into dust and completely dissipating, not allowing me to look. Lin Moya muttered to himself. The more this happened, the stranger he found it. He then grabbed several more flower demons in succession, each time they shattered at the instant of soul contact. After repeated shattering, Lin Moya finally discovered a clue. At the moment of shattering, two forces would emerge. These two forces were very small, deeply hidden, and even he had difficulty sensing them. One of the forces was unfamiliar to him, he didn't recognize it. But the other force was very familiar, he had been dealing with it since entering this world. It really is the Black Blood Realm. Lin Moya could not mistake it, it was definitely the power of the Black Blood Realm. It was just that the other side had hidden it very deeply, and the power was extremely weak. At this point, it could be confirmed that the anomaly in the Celestial Fox clan's ancestral land was indeed the Black Blood Realm's doing. As for how they did it, that was still unknown. Having confirmed his suspicions, Lin Moya lost interest in playing with them. He threw out several punches in succession. The power of the Dao roared, his blood essence boiled, and terrifying fist power instantly enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, tens of thousands of flower demons were completely wiped out. Third-level Dao Venerable beings were truly not worth mentioning in front of Lin Moya. Without using any techniques, purely with his physical strength, Lin Moya was capable of contending with fifth-level Dao Venerables. Killing third-level Dao Venerables was child's play. Lin Moya continued walking forward on the flower path. More black flowers ahead evolved into flower demons, but Lin Moya couldn't be bothered to look. With one punch, he cleared them all out completely. Wherever he passed, not a single black flower remained, leaving the previous flower path bare. The flower path wasn't long, only 10,000 meters. Soon, Lin Moya reached the end and calmly walked out. The view in front of him became broad again. Completing the flower path meant he had left the 10,000 flower valley. The flower of destiny in his hand automatically flew up, heading forward and leaving a trail of intertwining light. Lin Moya didn't move, he was waiting. He believed Su Li should have a way to cope. Even if Su Li encountered the same flower demon swordsman as he did, it shouldn't be too difficult for him. As he killed his way through, Lin Moya discovered that the black blood power contained in the flower demon swordsman was very weak, unable to evolve into overly powerful flower demons. At most, they would be 5th-level Dao Venerables. Su Li, being an 8th-level Dao Venerable, should be able to handle them without much difficulty. After waiting for a while longer, the space behind him suddenly began to distort slightly. Su Li finally walked out of the 10,000 flower valley. At this moment, Su Li's expression was extremely unpleasant, and he had suffered some injuries. Su Li said in a low voice, "Mr. Lin, it's terrible." Chapter 3177. Chapter 3177, 3177. Chapter 3177, A Bold Idea. Lin Moya released a stream of life force, enveloping Su Li. Su Li's injuries immediately began to heal. His wounds were all superficial and not really serious. "Don't rush, explain slowly," Lin Moya said calmly. Having already figured out the root cause, there was naturally no need to hurry. The most troublesome thing in this world is not having a powerful enemy, but not knowing who the enemy is. Once you know who the enemy is, you've already won half the battle. Su Li said, following the Flower of Destiny's guidance, "I chose what should have been the easiest path, but it turned out to be extremely difficult. There were tens of thousands of flower spirits inside, all at the 5th-level Dao Venerable realm. I fought my way through, but there were too many. I couldn't kill them all and had to find a way to break out. In the end, they gathered together and formed a giant 7th-level Dao Venerable Flower Demon. This giant flower demon was very powerful. I barely managed to kill it before finally escaping. The Celestial Fox clan was clever but not adept at fighting. Among those of the same realm, the Celestial Fox clan's combat power had always been on the weaker side, unable to compare with warrior races like the Golden Lion clan. Just look at Su Li. Despite being an 8th level Dao Venerable, he was injured by a 7th level Flower Demon. This showed how truly weak their combat power was. After listening to Su Li's account, Lin Moya didn't speak but fell into deep thought. Su Li wanted to say more, but seeing Lin Moya's expression, he closed his mouth. The situation Su Li encountered was similar to what Lin Moya had imagined. The power from the Black Blood realm had infiltrated this place, affecting the ancestral land. However, there was also another force within the ancestral land resisting it. Otherwise, Lin Moya might have faced 5th level Dao Venerable Flower Demons instead of 3rd level ones. It seems the ancestral land spirit hasn't completely fallen and still has some resistance against the Black Blood. After understanding this, Lin Moya casually said, "Let's go. We can talk as we walk." Lin Moya immediately followed the last intertwining light trail left by the Flower of Destiny. Although the flower had been affected, its general direction wouldn't be wrong. At the same time, Lin Moya sent out a large number of skeleton generals to explore in all directions. Not far ahead were continuous high mountains with countless ancient trees and dense forests. The skeleton generals once again proved their usefulness. Su Li followed behind Lin Moya, with a hint of anxiety. "Mr. Lin, do you know what's happening?" Lin Moya nodded. "I have a general idea. A force has invaded your ancestral land, changing some of the rules inside. That's why the Flower of Destiny's guidance became misleading. If you hadn't followed the flower's guidance and chosen one of the other 2 paths, it might have been much easier." Su Li was stunned for a moment, then showed a bitter smile. "So that's how it is." For countless years, they had become accustomed to trusting the Flower of Destiny's choice and naturally wouldn't have any doubts. They would only think that if the easiest path in the changed ancestral land was this difficult, the other paths must be even harder. Who could have imagined that the other paths hadn't become more difficult, but rather the Flower of Destiny had been affected? Su Li asked, "Then is the direction we're going now correct?" Lin Moya said, "It's probably correct. The main function of the Flower of Destiny hasn't changed, but we need to be careful about the details. Your ancestral land spirit must be resisting that force. Otherwise, you might have encountered 6th or 7th level Dao Venerable Flower Demons instead of 5th level ones." Su Li smiled bitterly. "If that were the case, I wouldn't have even made it out of the 10,000 Flower Valley." "Mr. Lin, since you know so much, do you know where this opposing force comes from?" Lin Moya said, "I know, but I can't tell you. When we return, I'll explain it to clan leader Su Mao. If you want to know, you can ask him. However, I think he won't tell you either. If you really want to know, become the clan leader. As clan leader, you'll naturally know." Su Li made a sound of acknowledgement and didn't pursue the matter further. He knew that many things were only privy to the successive clan leaders. He didn't have that qualification yet. Lin Moya continued, "If we encounter danger later, follow my instructions." Su Li nodded. "Please give your orders, Mr. Lin. I'll follow them without question." As they approached the dense forest, Lin Moya suddenly stopped. A sense of deathly stillness emanated from the forest. Though it appeared lush and ancient, it was actually filled with a deathly aura. Yet within this heavy death aura, there were still living beings. Activating his undead eye, Lin Moya saw numerous soul flames densely scattered throughout the forest, too many to count. The soul flames varied in size. The weaker ones were below the Dao Venerable realm, while the stronger ones reached the 6th level Dao Venerable realm. He didn't detect any above the 6th level Dao Venerable realm. Lin Moya said, "According to the materials, this dense forest is the 3rd trial. Tell me in detail, what is the trial here?" Su Li quickly explained, "We call this place the 10 Directions Forest. There are formations covering the forest, creating different pathways between them. We need to advance along the paths formed between the formations. If we accidentally enter a formation, we'll be attacked by various creatures within it. We must find a way to escape the formation and then find the correct path again." Lin Moya asked, "What does this have to do with luck?" Su Li said, "Because we of the Celestial Fox clan basically don't understand formations, and the formations here are very profound, so luck becomes particularly important." Lin Moya further inquired, "Even if you don't understand formations, as long as you can find some formation-related treasures, you should be able to detect the specific locations of the formations, right?" Su Li shook his head. "We've tried that method too, but it was useless. No magical tools could detect the formations' locations. Some clan members even specifically learned about formations. Although our talent for formations isn't high, we still made some achievements, but it was equally useless. In the end, we found that luck was still the most important factor." As Su Li explained, Lin Moya also observed the dense forest ahead. With his attainment in formations, apart from a very few natural formations, basically no formation could escape his eyes. But after a thorough look, he found no formations in the dense forest, not a single trace of any formation. At this time, the skeleton generals sent out had all reached the boundaries of the ancestral land, touching the space barrier and unable to advance further. Several other skeletons had arrived at the front of the dense forest. There was more than one mountain here, and more than one entrance. According to the information returned by the skeleton generals, there were 10 entrances in total. Lin Moya said, "There are 10 entrances in total." Su Li nodded. "Yes, that's why it's called the 10 Directions Forest. Once inside, it's a 10,000 li mountain path. Although the distance isn't far, every step must be taken with great caution. If you accidentally enter a formation, it becomes very troublesome." Lin Moyo asked, "Are the creatures in the formations very strong?" Su Li said, they're not too strong, usually just 6th or 7th level Dao Venerables. Those of us who enter are all above the 7th level, so we can handle them. The trouble is that these creatures have some bizarre abilities. Some creatures release poison, some have illusory abilities, and some can paralyze souls. After mistakenly entering a formation, a lot of time is wasted, and time affects the ancestral land spirit's recognition of us. Lin Moya found it strange. The creatures he saw were all below the 7th level Dao Venerable realm, with the strongest being only 6th level. Moreover, there were 10 entrances, but the Flower of Destiny only pointed to this one. Lin Moya said, I have a bold idea. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to mention. Chapter 3178. Chapter 3178, 3178. Chapter 3178, no need to be so troublesome, they can't get through. Su Li instinctively felt that Lin Moya might be about to do something big. Lin Moya said, the Flower of Destiny has already had problems. Now it's guiding us here, but no one knows if this path is the most difficult. I see many creatures in the dense forest, but none above the 7th level Dao Venerable realm. Something must have changed in the forest. It's possible that even the formations inside have changed, perhaps becoming much more dangerous. And as you said, although these creatures aren't strong in combat, they're quite troublesome. Even if I'm confident in my luck, with the ancestral land changed, relying on luck alone might not work anymore. Su Li felt Lin Moya's words made a lot of sense. The ancestral land had indeed undergone some unpredictable changes, and their past experiences might no longer be useful. Not only might they be useless, but their past experiences could even become a deadly poison. Su Li said, the clan leader instructed that as long as Mr. Lin can remove the danger from the ancestral land, you can do whatever you want. Lin Moya said, don't agree so quickly. I plan to level this 10 directions forest, regardless of what formations or creatures are inside, and flatten it all to the ground. Su Li was startled. Lin Moya's idea was so bold. He suppressed his shock and said, Mr. Lin, the 10 directions forest is protected by the ancestral land spirit's power. Even a 9th level Dao Venerable couldn't topple it. Lin Moya smiled, do you think the ancestral land spirit can still manage these things now? Su Li then realized that the ancestral land spirit might indeed be unable to manage these things now. Lin Moya continued, I suspect the ancestral land spirit is already struggling to protect itself and has no energy left to manage other things. If it really still has the power, I'll stop in time and think of another way. While saying this, Lin Moya had already thought of a second method. The second method was actually quite simple, continuously use the Destiny Talisman to predict changes in the next 5 seconds, ensuring they wouldn't take a wrong path. However, this would be very slow and troublesome, and Lin Moya disliked trouble. After much thought, Su Li felt Lin Moya was indeed correct. If the ancestral land spirit really had the power to manage this place, they could stop then. Moreover, no one could guarantee that the current 10 directions forest was still the same as before. Su Li said softly, if that's the case, then Mr. Lin, please go ahead. Lin Moya smiled slightly, then I'll begin. Let's test it. With a thought, the 5 elements sword demon appeared beside him. Su Li looked at this little creature, barely larger than a fist, wondering what use it could have. The 5 elements sword demon's aura was concealed, at least not noticeable before it took action. The sword Dao appeared, surrounding the 5 elements sword demon. The demon's aura suddenly erupted. Empowered by the sword Dao, a towering sword aura surged from its body, reaching the 7th level Dao Venerable realm. Technique, 5 elements sword C. 5 swords of different attributes flew out from the sword Dao. The 5 elements sword demon pointed with its small hand, and the 5 swords immediately slashed towards the dense forest ahead, followed by countless swords filling the sky. The swords formed a sea, with huge waves reaching the sky, enveloping the dense forest ahead. Su Li felt the power of this sword attack and was moved. This attack was very strong. Even though he was at the 8th level Dao Venerable realm, if faced with this attack, he would have to retreat. If he tried to withstand it head-on, he would inevitably be injured to some extent. He never expected such a small body could unleash such astonishing power. Lin Moya calmly said, if the ancestral land spirit still has power, it should use the rules within the ancestral land to stop this attack. Su Li nodded, it should. In the past, ancestors have used great force in the dense forest, trying to destroy it, but their power was always suppressed, and they even received punishment. Lin Moya said, your ancestor set the rules, and the ancestral land spirit maintains and enforces them. The ancestral land spirit is like a steward. You could say it's useful, indeed very useful, but you could also say it's useless, as it doesn't really have much use. In Lin Moya's view, the ancestral land spirit was similar to a tool spirit. When the ancestral land was intact, it was the great steward within, second only to the celestial fox ancestor. But no matter how strong it was, it relied only on the rules within the ancestral land, originating from the celestial fox ancestor. When the ancestral land's rules had problems, its power would greatly weaken. This attack could be seen as a test, to see what state the ancestral land spirit was truly in. As the sword sea fell, ancient trees in the dense forest collapsed, and the creatures within died under the sword sea. The sword sea covered hundreds of li, plowing through this ancient land again and again. Mountains crumbled under the sword sea, emitting rumbling sounds. In the blink of an eye, the high mountains before Lin Moyo had turned into a pile of ruins. Yet even so, the ancestral land spirit showed no reaction, and no formations appeared either. Lin Moyo asked Su Li, what do you think? Su Li said, it seems the ancestral land spirit indeed has no energy to spare. In the past, it would have definitely intervened to stop this. But why didn't the formations appear? Lin Moya said, it's simple. The formations weren't actually here. The previous formations were also controlled by the ancestral land spirit. They could be instantly deployed when needed and withdrawn when not. That's why you couldn't discover the formations by any method. Now it has no energy to manage other things, so naturally, the formations won't appear. If I'm not mistaken, in the past, the ancestral land spirit could clearly see your destiny. People with strong destiny, as long as they weren't too lacking in other aspects, could gain recognition. Those with weak destiny, unless they excelled in other areas, couldn't gain recognition. Su Li's eyes were full of shock. You're talking about destiny? Not luck. Lin Moya nodded. Yes, destiny, not luck. I can sense the power of destiny here. I guess your ancestor must have comprehended the Tao of destiny, so he could see destiny. Strong destiny leads to strong luck. What's truly being tested in the ancestral land is destiny, not luck. Your bloodline should have inherited part of your ancestor's ability, which is why you can see others' luck. Su Li's eyes flashed with light. Mr. Lin, can you see destiny? Lin Moya said, I can see it, which is why I could analyze the root of the problem. From the current situation, the ancestral land spirit doesn't seem to be in a good state. It definitely has no energy to manage this place. The creatures in the 10 Directions forest have been alerted and are coming towards us. I guess they've also been affected by the invaders. Su Li also sensed a large number of creatures rushing towards them. His expression changed slightly. I'll clear them out. Lin Moya shook his head. No need to be so troublesome. They can't get through. With a point of his finger, space violently distorted, and the skeletal hell appeared in response, instantly expanding to its maximum size, enveloping most of the 10 Directions forest within it. Hell fiends flew out, biting at the creatures rushing in. No matter how many creatures rushed in, the skeletal hell accepted them all. The hell fiends didn't just eat creatures, they ate everything else too. The 10 Directions forest collapsed at a visible speed. This time, not even ruins were left, it completely vanished into thin air. Chapter 3179. Chapter 3179, 3179. Chapter 3179, Your Tao heart is too weak. Su Li witnessed firsthand how the 10 Directions forest of their ancestral land was completely annihilated, from existence to nothingness. Countless hell fiends left an indelible memory in his soul. Even after countless years, if he became a higher level being, the scene from today would still shock him. Su Li opened his mouth a few times, seemingly wanting to ask something, but ultimately said nothing. The skeletal hell devoured everything. Those creatures that rushed over were all consumed by the skeletal hell, not a single one escaped. After clearing a large area, Lin Moya moved to another location and continued using the skeletal hell. After several rounds, the 10,000 li deep 10 Directions forest was completely leveled, not even a single branch remained. However, from start to finish, the ancestral land spirit never came to stop them, and those creatures were different from what Su Li had encountered before. Su Li noticed that all those creatures' eyes were glowing with blood-red light, which wasn't there before. But he didn't have time to look closely before the skeletal hell had devoured them all. With the path ahead cleared, Lin Moya said, Friend Su, please continue to lead the way. Su Li was pulled back from his shock and quickly said, Alright, please follow me, Mr. Lin. Now that the flower of destiny was gone, Lin Moya didn't know if it had been devoured along with everything else by the skeletal hell, but that no longer mattered. Having Su Li by his side was proving useful. He had been to the ancestral land many times and could certainly lead the way without problems. Walking on the land that should have been the 10 Directions forest, Su Li felt somewhat emotional, wondering how the ancestral land had come to this state. For some reason, Su Li felt a bit dazed and confused at this moment. He thought, if even the ancestral land spirit couldn't stop the enemy, could their sight succeed? He certainly wasn't up to the task, and Lin Moya was at most a third-level Tao Venerable. How strong could he really be? Suddenly, Lin Moya grabbed Su Li, and the wings of time unfurled simultaneously. The two shot towards the sky like lightning. Su Li was startled awake. What happened? Lin Moya looked towards the ground. See for yourself. Su Li looked down at the ground. The former 10 Directions forest, after Lin Moya's sweep, had been turned into flat land. Now, on that flat land, a large amount of black mist had emerged. Within the black mist, there were trickling streams, but the water in these streams was also black, looking quite eerie. When Su Li saw the black mist and black water streams, an uncontrollable sense of disgust welled up in his heart. This disgust was something Su Li had never experienced before. It came from his soul and was hard to control. He had an urge to rush down there and use all his life's strength to eradicate all the black mist and streams. This urge was very abnormal. Su Li struggled to suppress his impulse and asked with horror, What is this? Why do I feel such disgust towards it? Lin Moya said, This is the invader I told you about. It's normal to feel disgust that's forcibly given to you by the Tao. This is nothing yet. When you truly see the opponent, the disgust will be 100 times stronger than now. At that time, don't rush to fight them to the death. Learn to restrain yourself. The horror on Su Li's face didn't disappear. He understood Lin Moya's words and realized how terrifying the invader was. Horror filled Su Li's face. Disgust forcibly given by the Tao? Does that mean it's an enemy of the Tao? Lin Moya patted his shoulder. Some things are better left unknown to you. Your Tao heart is too weak. When you return, you should spend a few thousand years at the fox-tail sword to temper your Tao heart. Su Li said, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Lin. Lin Moya looked at the streams below. If I'm not mistaken, there should be an origin spirit vein beneath your ancestral land. That thing first polluted the origin spirit vein. Using the origin spirit vein, it took root here. By the time the ancestral land spirit discovered it, it was already impossible to expel. It also relied on the origin spirit vein to gradually strengthen itself and occupy your ancestral land. Lin Moya gestured for Su Li to continue leading the way. He didn't bother with the black mist on the ground. This was just a surface phenomenon, not the real source. Once the source was dealt with, the surface phenomenon would naturally dissipate. Soon, the two flew out of the 10 Directions forest area and entered a vast grassland. On the grassland, 3 roads paved with blue stones extended towards the distance. The 3 roads gradually spread out, leading in different directions. In the distance, mist permeated the air, like cloud layers scattered between heaven and earth. The blue stone roads disappeared into the cloud layers, looking like paths to immortality. Su Li said, under normal circumstances, after passing through the 10 Directions forest, we would step onto the Azure Cloud Road. Based on our performance in the 10 Directions forest, each person can walk a different Azure Cloud Road. If one performs well enough in the 10 Directions forest, the Azure Cloud Road they can walk will lead directly to the ancestral land's core. At the core, there's a high probability of gaining the ancestral land spirit's recognition. If the performance is average, then their Azure Cloud Road will be difficult to reach the core, but they'll still receive some rewards. If the performance is poor, the Azure Cloud Road will directly send them out of the ancestral land. Lin Moyo asked, 3 Azure Cloud Roads represent 3 outcomes, which means whether one can gain recognition is actually decided in the 10 Directions forest. Su Li nodded, yes, it's decided in the 10 Directions forest. Lin Moya continued to ask, are there no other tests on the Azure Cloud Road? Su Li said, there's a little more, but not much. He pointed to the distance. After entering the mist, we'll step onto the Azure Cloud steps. Sometimes the steps are false and we'll step into empty air. If we fall, we'll directly leave the ancestral land, losing the chance to be recognized by the ancestral spirit. Besides that, there are no other requirements. As long as one performs well in the 10 Directions forest, generally, they can complete the Azure Cloud Road. Lin Moyo understood. The Celestial Fox clan's ancestor indeed didn't test Cultivation Realm too much. He mainly tested destiny, and a bit of carefulness. This was somewhat similar to the Cloud Mist sect in the previous Great World. The 3 Azure Cloud Roads represented 3 outcomes: no gain, some gain, and recognition. After being recognized, one could unlock the bloodline shackles and advance further. One could also gain the qualification to become the clan leader. As for the possibility of stepping into empty air at the end, Lin Moya thought this was also related to destiny. Lin Moya smiled and said, so which of these 3 roads should we take? Su Li shook his head, I don't know either. In the past, there was only 1 road. Now there are 3, and I don't know which to choose. The 3 Azure Cloud Roads looked identical, but the results were completely different. In the past, after passing through the 10 Directions forest, there was no need to choose. Now that Lin Moyo had leveled the 10 Directions forest, all 3 Azure Cloud Roads were revealed, and they had to make a choice. Lin Moyo looked at the 3 Azure Cloud Roads, trying to find the correct one, but the 3 roads had no differences at all, they were completely identical. Su Li thought for a moment and said softly, why don't you level the Azure Cloud Roads too, Mr. Lin? After all, the 10 Directions forest had already been destroyed, so what difference would the Azure Cloud Roads make? Lin Moya shook his head, actually, it's not that complicated. These 3 roads aren't difficult to choose. Chapter 3180. Chapter 3180, 3180. Chapter 3180, going to meet the uninvited guest. Su Li indeed couldn't see the difference between the 3 Azure Cloud Roads, but since Lin Moya said so, he must have seen it. Su Li humbly asked, please enlighten me, Mr. Lin. Lin Moya said, of the 3 roads, one leads directly out, to the exit of the ancestral land. Another also leads to the exit, but before leaving, one will receive some insignificant rewards. Among the 3 roads, only one leads to where the ancestral land spirit is, which is the core area of the ancestral land. If you try to connect the 3 Azure Cloud Roads with the direction of the origin spirit vein, you'll find that except for the road leading to the core area, the other 2 head towards the branches of the origin spirit vein. So we just need to find the direction of the main vein of the origin spirit vein to know which road to choose. As for whether we'll step into empty air at the end, that's just a test of destiny. Lin Moya descended to the ground, his feet touching the earth. He extended his spiritual perception to the extreme, beginning to sense the direction of the origin spirit vein. Su Li watched with curiosity, his eyes unblinking. What Lin Moya was doing now seemed incredible to Su Li. The origin spirit vein was hidden underground, intertwined and extremely complex. Even if one knew of the existence of the origin spirit vein, it would be impossible to understand its direction. To figure it out would require some special methods and a vast amount of time. The entire process would take hundreds of years, and the higher level the origin spirit vein, the longer it would take. Only special spirit beasts like the heaven-devouring rat could understand the direction of the origin spirit vein in a short time. But Lin Moyo himself possessed an origin spirit vein, so he had some understanding of them. Moreover, he had encountered multiple origin spirit veins and had a certain degree of understanding of origin spirit veins of all sizes. The saying goes, all things come from the same source. No matter how the form of the origin spirit vein changes, its main form won't deviate much. It must have a main vein, and the power of the main vein must be stronger than the branches. So Lin Moyo, with his keen spiritual perception, had a good chance of finding the main vein. He carefully sensed the origin spirit vein, looking for the spirit veins corresponding to the 3 Azure Cloud Roads. Comparing them to each other, after a moment, Lin Moyo basically determined which Azure Cloud Road corresponded to the strongest part of the origin spirit vein. The strongest one was likely the main vein, which would be the correct path. But this alone wasn't enough to be completely certain. Lin Moya raised both hands and began to draw runes. Runes formed at his fingertips one by one, floating in mid-air, shining brightly. Su Li was stunned again. He never imagined that Lin Moya would know runes. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be a rune master as well. In the Origin continent, rune masters weren't uncommon. Even among beast races, there were quite a few. Rune masters could do some amazing things using runes. Some powerful rune masters could even use runes in battle, and the power of runes was no less than some spells. But beast race rune masters were somewhat different from human rune masters. Beast race rune masters' understanding of runes basically came from bloodline inheritance. Unlike human rune masters, who learned and researched runes themselves, eventually mastering them. Comparatively, human rune masters started at a lower point but mastered runes more comprehensively and had a broader future. Beast race rune masters started at a higher point and progressed quickly, but their upper limit was lower, unable to compare with human rune masters. Su Li had seen some beast races with rune bloodlines and had also dealt with human rune masters. Comparing those rune masters with Lin Moya, he found that whether beast race or human rune masters, they were far inferior to Lin Moya. When Lin Moya drew runes, it felt completely natural, as if he wasn't drawing profound runes at all, but simply painting or writing. Most crucially, Lin Moya used both hands simultaneously, drawing completely different runes with each hand, without any interference between them. Su Li watched with admiration, his eyes full of respect. Lin Moya had once again broken his understanding. Lin Moya quickly drew hundreds of runes, which surrounded him, floating freely. Then Lin Moya waved his hand, and the hundreds of runes quickly combined to form 3 rune formations. These 3 formations were identical, with no differences. Su Li murmured, "Most human rune masters are also formation masters. I should have known that Mr. Lin's attainment in formations must also be strong. Mr. Lin is truly a prodigy. In less than 3,000 years, he's not only cultivated to the 3rd level Dao Venerable realm but also achieved such accomplishments in runes and formations." Su Li was completely in awe of Lin Moya, thinking that when he was 3,000 years old, he had just become a Dao Venerable, far inferior to Lin Moya. The 3 formations descended onto the 3 azure cloud roads, which immediately burst into dazzling light. The origin spirit vein beneath the azure cloud roads was activated by the formations, and powerful streams of origin force burst out from underground. At the same time, mist rose in Lin Moya's eyes as he observed the destiny of the 3 azure cloud roads. All things, from a speck of dust to the infinite Tao, have their own destiny. The azure cloud roads were no exception. They also had their own destiny, and the road connected to the main vein would naturally have stronger destiny. By activating the power of the origin spirit vein, he could distinguish their strength. Combined with observing their destiny, he could determine their superiority. With these 2 methods combined, Lin Moya immediately locked onto the correct path. Lin Moya beckoned to Su Li, "I found it. Let's go." He walked towards the azure cloud road on the left. Su Li didn't doubt Lin Moya's judgment at all and immediately followed. Now he completely trusted Lin Moya, believing that any decision Lin Moya made wouldn't be wrong. Stepping onto the azure cloud road, an invisible force descended. Lin Moya's body sank slightly. He knew that the rules of the azure cloud road prohibited flying. They couldn't fly here. At the moment he stepped onto the azure cloud road, the way back disappeared, and spatial barriers appeared on both sides. He had no way back and could only advance along the azure cloud road, which was only 10 meters wide. The rules in the azure cloud road came from the Celestial Fox clan's ancestor. The rules were strong, and Lin Moya couldn't resist them without using his full power. Lin Moya didn't bother to resist and simply followed the rules. He said softly, "I judged earlier that the invader's first step was to pollute the origin spirit vein. The azure cloud road is also built along the main vein of the origin spirit vein, so it might have been polluted by the opponent as well. If so, the rules inside must have changed. You need to be careful." Su Li nodded, "I understand. Mr. Lin, please be careful too." Lin Moya smiled slightly, "Let's go. Let's meet the ancestral land spirit and that uninvited guest." The 2 advanced quickly on the azure cloud road. At first, there were no tests on the road. The tests would only appear after entering the clouds and mist. In the past, the azure cloud road at most had the risk of stepping into empty air, losing the chance to be recognized by the ancestral land spirit, but there was no danger. But now, it was hard to say. Soon, they completed the first half of the azure cloud road and entered the clouds and mist. Steps began to appear ahead, and the azure cloud road started to climb upwards. The moment they stepped onto the first step, Lin Moya smiled, "It's as I thought. What's being tested is destiny." Chapter 3181. Chapter 3181, 3181. Chapter 3181, The Black Bloodsword Saint. The Azure Cloud Road, a path of ascending to the heavens. In any era, those who could ascend this road were all people with strong destiny. If one's destiny wasn't enough, they couldn't go far. They would either reach their limit early or perish at some point. Destiny is incredibly important for every cultivator. The origin spirit vein can suppress destiny. Building one's power on an origin spirit vein is also aimed at gathering destiny, continuously strengthening one's own destiny, and ultimately ascending to the heavens. In Lin Moya's view, this was the meaning of the Azure Cloud Road. Entering the mist, steps appeared one after another. This was the true Azure Cloud Road. Lin Moya could feel his destiny being absorbed by the Azure Cloud Road. After absorbing destiny, the Azure Cloud Road would manifest steps. Only with enough destiny could one stand firmly on each step. If destiny was insufficient, the steps would become intangible, and one would step into empty air. Therefore, every Celestial Fox clan member who could walk to the end and gain the ancestral spirit's recognition wasn't necessarily strong in power, but had very strong destiny. In the Celestial Fox clan, this meant they were very lucky. This was the final screening in the ancestral land, relying entirely on destiny. It also proved that the ancient Celestial Fox ancestor had mastered the Tao of Destiny, otherwise such an arrangement wouldn't be possible. Lin Moya shared his discoveries with Su Li, who listened with great amazement. They only knew about luck, never imagining the Tao of Destiny behind it. The two levels were vastly different. What the Celestial Fox clan saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Lin Moya had directly seen through to the essence, showing Su Li a new world. Lin Moya said, "Your bloodline should be able to comprehend the Tao of Destiny. Humans have a saying, the one closest to the water gets the moonlight first. The Celestial Fox clan has an advantage over any other race in this aspect. Some things may require the efforts of many generations to bear fruit. If you want to restore your ancestral glory and get closer to your ancestor, some things must be done no matter how difficult." Su Li nodded. "I will remember Mr. Lin's teachings. I'll relay your words to the clan leader when we return." Lin Moya said, "This Azure Cloud Road has been polluted. The requirement for destiny is much higher than before. You won't be able to ascend it normally." Su Li immediately asked, "What should we do?" Lin Moya said, "Don't worry, let's keep walking for now." Lin Moya continued to climb. Normally, from the appearance of the steps, there were 10,000 steps in total on the Azure Cloud Road. After crossing 10,000 steps, one could see the ancestral spirit. The Azure Cloud Road hadn't changed, but some of the rules inside had. Now, each step required more destiny than before. Step by step, to complete the entire Azure Cloud Road, it would consume at least 3 times more destiny than before. With this requirement, no one in the Celestial Fox clan could reach the top, not even the old clan leader Su Mao. When they reached the 6,000th step, Lin Moya stopped. "If you take another step forward, you'll step into empty air." Su Li didn't doubt Lin Moya's words and didn't try. "Then what should we do?" Lin Moya didn't answer. "You can try first." Su Li extended one foot, trying to step on the next step. The step that was visible to the eye was empty when he tried to step on it. He was shocked and quickly withdrew his foot. Lin Moya said, "Perhaps you could have completed the Azure Cloud Road before, but now, you can only reach this point." The Azure Cloud Road was magical. Though it looked like everyone was walking together, each person was stepping on their own steps. The rules in the Azure Cloud Road absorbed everyone's destiny, forming steps that only that person could step on. In other words, the steps were composed of one's own destiny. Lin Moya walked up 2 more steps. His destiny far exceeded Su Li's, so naturally, he had no problem. "Now I give you 2 choices. One is to go back, and I'll walk the rest of the way alone. 2 is to continue following me, but there might be danger ahead, and I can't guarantee your safety." Lin Moya gave Su Li 2 choices. Lin Moya was confident in his own abilities and had no problem protecting himself. But whether he could protect Su Li, Lin Moya wasn't completely sure. After all, they were facing beings from the Black Blood Realm, and Lin Moya wasn't clear how strong they were. But the fact that the Black Blood Realm could invade the Origin continent in alliance with the Divine Realm indicated that their strength wouldn't be weaker than the Outer Realm gods. Su Li didn't hesitate at all. His expression was resolute. "If Mr. Lin can take me across, I want to see with my own eyes what kind of enemy we're facing. Even if it means death, I'm willing to risk it." Lin Moya smiled. "All right then. This is your own choice. Everyone must be responsible for their own choices." As he spoke, a hazy path appeared at Lin Moya's feet. The Tao of Destiny manifested. Su Li saw this hazy path and felt his heart racing. His soul trembled. He exclaimed, "My bloodline is stirring. My bloodline is stirring." When Su Li saw the Tao of Destiny, his bloodline resonated with it. This resonance was very weak, but it was real and the feeling was genuine. Su Li seemed to hear a call from the deepest part of his bloodline. At this moment, he fully understood Lin Moya's words. Their bloodline was very close to the Tao of Destiny. Their ancestor must have controlled the Tao of Destiny. The ancestor had paved the way for them, but the descendants were too useless to comprehend the Tao of Destiny. They were self-satisfied with just a bit of superficial benefit, which was actually nothing. Lin Moya said, "This is the Tao of Destiny. Your ancestor should have comprehended it too. You can feel it carefully. I will use the Tao of Destiny to enhance your destiny, but this enhancement is temporary. It can't change anything fundamentally, just enough for you to complete the Azure Cloud Road." As he spoke, Lin Moya pointed with his finger. An invisible force rose from the Tao of Destiny and fell on Su Li. Su Li felt something extra on him, but couldn't describe it clearly. He suddenly saw that the luck transformed into dragons on Lin Moya had increased from 10 to several dozen. In other words, Lin Moya's destiny had at least multiplied several times. If someone had told him before that luck transformed into dragons could have so many, he would never have believed it. But now, the fact was right before his eyes. Lin Moya enhanced Su Li's destiny. "Let's go. Don't keep the ancestral spirit waiting." Su Li came back to his senses and instinctively took a step forward. The step that was empty before now felt solid under his foot. The two continued to climb upwards. With the boost from the Tao of Destiny, they completed the last 4,000 steps without any obstacle. Above the steps, the mist cleared, revealing a green world. Before them was a hilly area, mostly covered in green, full of small green grass, seemingly nurturing vibrant life. But the other half was occupied by black. Green and black each occupied half, clearly in mutual opposition. Where the two colors met, enormous forces collided, like two powerful armies constantly charging at each other. Terrifying shockwaves from the collisions were shooting across this land. Su Li said in a low voice, such powerful forces. Is this the invader? Lin Moya nodded, yes, this is the invader. He looked at the black world. In the center of that world, a black-robed figure stood in midair, holding a long, narrow sword. From the sword's tip, drops of black liquid fell like blood. The Black Blood Sword Saint. Chapter 3182. Chapter 3182, 3182. Chapter 3182. What is his background? This green land was considered a sacred existence in the words of the Celestial Fox clan members. They called this land Kinkayo, and it was said that the Celestial Fox ancestor achieved enlightenment through cultivation on this land. After achieving enlightenment, Kinkayo became the ancestral land of the Celestial Fox clan. Now, half of Kinkayo had been occupied by darkness. Anger surged in Su Li's eyes, and he was filled with killing intent. This feeling came not only from the pollution of the ancestral land but also from the Tao itself. The darkness from the Black Blood realm was despised by the Tao. When Su Li saw it, a natural feeling of disgust arose from the depths of his soul. Especially when he saw the Black Blood Sword Saint, he almost impulsively wanted to rush over and kill him. A low growl came from his mouth, and powerful forces surged within him. Lin Moya gently patted his shoulder. Hold fast to your Tao heart. Don't be deluded by external things. Even the Tao shouldn't become your heart demon. Lin Moya's words were like a great bell, like thunder, exploding in Su Li's soul world. Su Li immediately came to his senses, realizing his loss of composure. He immediately guarded his Tao heart, forcibly suppressing various distracting thoughts. Lin Moya sighed lightly. The Tao heart is too weak. As he spoke, Lin Moya flew towards the Black Blood Sword Saint. Follow me, don't fall behind. Su Li immediately followed. He knew that they might face real danger soon and couldn't stray too far from Lin Moya. It was quite inconceivable that an 8th level Tao Venerable needed protection from a 3rd level Tao Venerable human. What are you doing here? Suddenly, an authoritative voice echoed through heaven and earth. In the sky, a 1,000-meter white fox appeared. The white fox had 7 tails, was completely snow-white, and emitted a terrifying aura. Its gaze coldly regarded Lin Moya and Su Li. Su Li's body trembled, and he immediately knelt down. Celestial Fox clan member Su Li greets the ancestral spirit. Lin Moya cupped his hands and said, Human Lin Moya greets senior ancestral spirit. As the Celestial Fox clan leader, Su Mao only had 6 tails. It was said that their ancestor had 9 tails. The number of tails was an important symbol in the Celestial Fox clan. The higher the cultivation realm and the purer the bloodline, the more tails one would have. The ancestral spirit had 7 tails, so its status and cultivation realm were a level higher than Su Mao's. Lin Moya could sense that the ancestral spirit had the aura of a 9th level Tao Venerable. With the rules of the ancestral land, it should be able to exert combat power beyond the 9th level Tao Venerable realm. However, that was before. Now that the rules of the ancestral land had been polluted and the origin spirit vein contaminated, it was hard to say how strong the ancestral spirit really was. The ancestral spirit directly ignored Lin Moya and looked at Su Li. What are you doing here? Su Li said, there's a problem in the ancestral land. 2 senior clan members are trapped inside, so the clan leader sent me to take a look. After all, the ancestral land is crucial to the Celestial Fox clan. The ancestral spirit interrupted Su Li. Alright, since you're here, you're here. Follow me. The ancestral spirit turned and flew away, never acknowledging Lin Moya, as if he didn't exist. After all, whether a 3rd level Tao Venerable human was present or not really made no difference. Su Li looked at Lin Moya apologetically. Mr. Lin, shall we go over as well? Lin Moya wasn't concerned about the ancestral spirit's attitude. Your family's ancestral spirit is quite proud. Let's go, it's good to take a look. After all, this ancestral spirit had been dealing with the Black Blood realm for so many years and should know some information. Following the ancestral spirit, the 2 crossed Kinkayo and arrived at a lakeside. The lake rippled with blue-green water, reflecting mysterious waves of light. There were a few small wooden cabins nearby, making the whole scene look harmonious. But the black sky in the distance reflected in the lake water shattered this harmony. By the lake, 2 Celestial Fox clan members were sitting there. Lin Moya could see from afar that both were Tao Venerable realm powerhouses. Needless to say, these were the 2 prospective clan leaders trapped here. They were called Su Jin and Su Shin, 2 brothers. Su Jin was the older brother, and Su Shin was the younger. If either of them could gain the ancestral spirit's recognition, they would be qualified to become the clan leader, and Su Mao could retire with honor. Unfortunately, both were now trapped here. Both men looked up at the same time. When they saw Su Li, they frowned simultaneously. They naturally recognized Su Li, Su Mao's grandson, who was also a rare genius in the clan and might be a future clan leader candidate. Then, when they saw Lin Moya, they showed strange expressions. The ancestral spirit flew down to the lakeside, its huge body rapidly changing into an old man with white hair and white clothes. Except for the 7 tails that still existed, in all other aspects, it was no different from a human. After landing, Su Li immediately bowed to the 2 men. Su Li greets the 2 clan uncles. Su Jin asked, what are you doing here? Su Li said, the clan leader was worried about the 2 clan uncles, and grandfather wanted to resolve the crisis in the ancestral land, so he sent Mr. Lin to help. I'm here accompanying Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? The 2 looked at Lin Moya, a little 3rd level Tao Venerable fellow, actually being called Mr. However, Su Li said that Su Mao had sent this Mr. Lin to help, so clearly Su Mao had confidence in him. Both men greatly respected Su Mao. Since Su Mao had done this, they naturally would give face. Lin Moya cupped his hands and said, Human Lin Moya greets the 2 seniors. Su Jin said, since the clan leader calls you Mr., you must have extraordinary abilities. Celestial Fox Clan Su Jin greets Mr. Lin. Su Shin also said, Su Shin greets Mr. Lin. Although they called him Mr., it was clear they didn't take Lin Moya seriously. The ancestral spirit looked at Lin Moya and Su Li. Several humans came before, but they all died in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Your luck is good to have made it through the 10,000 Flower Valley. Lin Moya said, why doesn't Senior mention the 10 Directions Forest? The ancestral spirit said, I had already taken away the creatures above the 7th level in the 10 Directions Forest. With this little one here, you naturally could pass through. At this moment, Su Li's expression was a bit strange, as if he wanted to say something but didn't. The 10 Directions Forest had been completely leveled, not even debris remained, yet the ancestral spirit knew nothing about it. Clearly, this ancestral spirit had completely lost control over the 10 Directions Forest. It couldn't even control the 10,000 Flower Valley and the Flower of Destiny. This meant that the ancestral spirit had lost control over the ancestral land. Lin Moya sighed, it seems the situation is more serious than imagined. At least 70% of the origin spirit vein has been polluted. The ancestral spirit's gaze suddenly focused. How do you know? Lin Moya looked at Su Li. You explain it. I'll take a look at the formation ahead. It seems the current one won't work. Saying this, Lin Moya ignored the shocked ancestral spirit and flew directly towards the front. Ahead was a formation group composed of 1,000 formations forming a whole. The level of the formation creator was very high. Individual formations weren't strong, but when combined, their power increased significantly. Although he hadn't personally experienced the power of the formation, he could roughly sense that its power should be around the 8th level Dao Venerable Realm. Among the formations Lin Moya had seen, it was second only to the Sealing formation at the bottom of the Realm Sea. Lin Moya guessed that this formation group must be the work of a great Dao Realm powerhouse. Su Li detailed their experiences since entering, emphasizing Lin Moya's analysis of the entire ancestral land situation, and also added some of his own opinions. The ancestral spirit, Su Jin, and Su Shin listened with wide eyes and open mouths. The 10 Directions Forest had actually been destroyed, yet they still passed the test. The ancestral spirit said in a low voice, what is his background? Chapter 3183. Chapter 3183, 3183. Chapter 3183, tell me what you know. In Su Li's words, Lin Moya's various actions were almost deified, especially when he mentioned that Lin Moya had comprehended the Tao of Destiny. It startled the ancestral spirit. The ancestral spirit's expression at that moment was incredibly complex. As the spirit of the ancestral land created by the celestial fox ancestor, the ancestral spirit was most familiar with the ancestor. It knew clearly that what the celestial fox ancestor had comprehended was the Tao of Destiny, and it understood the true meaning of the ancestral land's existence. The celestial fox ancestor used the ancestral land to test the luck of the celestial fox clan members. Only those with the strongest luck would have a chance to comprehend the Tao of Destiny. But this was something it wouldn't tell, it would only inform a few clan leaders. Unfortunately, through so many generations of clan leaders, not a single one had comprehended the Tao of Destiny. After hearing Su Li's words, the expressions of Su Jin and Su Shen were equally complex. The elder brother, Su Jin, said in a low voice, according to what you say, Mr. Lin isn't just called Sir by our clan leader, but other royal clan leaders also address him as Sir. Su Li nodded. Before, I also thought that Mr. Lin was only at the 3rd level Dao Venerable Realm. How strong could he be? It wasn't until we entered the ancestral land that I witnessed Mr. Lin's miracles and realized that sometimes one really can't measure by cultivation level alone. Su Shin said, I hope this Mr. Lin is really as strong as you say, able to resolve the crisis in the ancestral land. Su Li had extreme confidence in Lin Moyo, he definitely can. Boom! The world suddenly darkened. The previously distinct darkness suddenly began to spread towards Kinkayo. The ancestral spirit said in a low voice, it's starting again. Prepare to resist. Su Jin and Su Shen made a sound of acknowledgement and returned to their original positions. The ancestral spirit waved its hand, and 2 formations descended, landing precisely on the 2 of them. These formations resonated with the distant formation group. Su Jin and Su Shen controlled the formations, activating the distant formation group. Their power, using these 2 formations as a link, continuously flowed towards the formation group. The formation group emitted dazzling light, which transformed into giant hands, dispersing the encroaching darkness. The entire process was familiar to them, clearly having been done countless times. Lin Moya watched the activated formation group. Within the formation group, there were numerous living beings. Without exception, all these beings were at or above the 7th level Dao Venerable Realm. They should have been in the 10 Directions Forest before, increasing the obstacles for the Celestial Fox clan members entering the ancestral land. But now they were here, providing power for the formation. The entire set of formations was controlled by the brothers Su Jin and Su Shen, who commanded them, but a significant part of the formation's power came from the numerous beings within the formation group. These beings were clearly under the command of the ancestral spirit. Indeed, it's a good formation group, but this alone is not enough. After watching for a moment, Lin Moyo had a general understanding in his heart. At this time, the ancestral spirit flew over to Lin Moya's side. Mr. Lin, what do you think of this? The ancestral spirit also addressed Lin Moyo as Sir, which surprised Lin Moyo a bit. He knew Su Li must have said something. Otherwise, given the ancestral spirit's proud demeanor, how could it be so polite to him? Lin Moya said, this is a good formation, and the idea is good, but a prolonged defense will eventually fail. Purely defending will one day be unable to hold. I think, initially, the formation group wasn't here, and at that time, that fellow hadn't occupied so much space. The ancestral spirit was silent for several seconds before slowly saying, "Is there anything else?" Lin Moya smiled, "Of course there is. What we see now is just the surface phenomenon. Even if you block the dark erosion here, you're helpless against what's happening in the origin spirit vein. As the spirit of the ancestral land, you can manipulate the rules within, but now your power is gradually weakening. So to solve the problem from the root, we need to start with the origin spirit vein." His demeanor was full of confidence, a confidence that came from the soul, making Lin Moya's words extremely convincing. The ancestral spirit said, "I understand what you're saying. The key is how to solve it." Lin Moya said, "To solve a problem, we naturally need to understand its essence first. So I have a few questions. I hope you can answer them truthfully so I can think of an appropriate solution." The ancestral spirit said, "Ask away. I'll tell you what I know." Lin Moya looked towards the deepest part of the darkness. There, a black blood sword saint stood motionless, holding a blood-dripping sword, seemingly still in slumber, not yet awakened. His existence gave Lin Moya a strong sense of disgust, originating from the Tao and emanating from the soul, identical to facing the outer realm gods. Lin Moya was experienced. From this disgust alone, he could sense the opponent's strength. Currently, it seemed the opponent's strength was still within the Tao Venerable realm, not yet surpassing it. Otherwise, the ancestral spirit and others wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. Lin Moya said, "You see that black-robed swordsman, right?" The ancestral spirit nodded. It had encountered the opponent many times and naturally knew. Lin Moya said, "Then you should also know that he comes from the Black Blood realm, right?" "I don't know what you call him, but I call him the Black Blood Sword Saint." The ancestral spirit showed a hint of surprise. "You actually know about the Black Blood realm?" Lin Moya said, "I learned about it by chance, but that's not the main point. What I really want to ask is, what's the story with that Celestial Fox clan member behind the Black Blood Sword Saint?" The shock on the ancestral spirit's face could no longer be hidden. Its tone quickly rose. "You even know about that?" Lin Moya said, "That's not important either. Please tell me what you know. Only then can we solve the problem from its root." The ancestral spirit finally realized that Lin Moya was even more incredible than Su Li had described. Just knowing about the Black Blood realm was already extraordinary, but he could even see the Celestial Fox clan member in the deepest darkness. Su Li wanted to ask how he could see that, but Lin Moya had also said that this wasn't important. What was truly important now was how to solve the problem. Lin Moya looked at the ancestral spirit, waiting for its answer. After a moment of silence, the ancestral spirit slowly said, "The Celestial Fox clan member you see is actually a servant of the Celestial Fox ancestor. When the Celestial Fox ancestor achieved enlightenment, entered the Great Tao realm, gained immortality, and created the Celestial Fox ancestral land. At that time, he had a servant named Su Pu. Su Pu became the first clan leader of the Celestial Fox clan. But Su Pu's talent was limited, and he could never enter the Great Tao realm, which he was very unwilling to accept. So he exhausted all methods to try to enter the Great Tao realm. I'm not clear on the specifics. At that time, I had just been born and didn't have as much control over the ancestral land as later. I only know that he disappeared for a long time, about several 100,000 years. When he returned, he was already at the pseudo-Great Tao realm. Although the pseudo-Great Tao realm isn't the Great Tao realm, barring accidents, it could last for a long time. But at that time, he did have an accident. When he returned, he was severely injured and near death. So he went into slumber to heal in the ancestral land, sleeping for countless years. Starting from some unknown year, black chi began to emanate from his body. By the time I discovered it, the black chi had already polluted the origin spirit vein. I wanted to clean it, but found I was powerless to do so. But I didn't do nothing. For all these years, I've been trying my best to nurture Celestial Fox clan members, hoping for someone to comprehend the Tao of Destiny and inherit the ancestors' bloodline. Only this way could we solve this trouble. But unfortunately. Chapter 3184. Chapter 3184, 3184. Chapter 3184, The Celestial Fox Ancestors Backup Plan. The ancestral spirit explained in detail, basically telling everything it knew, including some secrets of the Celestial Fox clan. Lin Moya listened carefully and analyzed the description, roughly understanding the situation. Years ago, the servant of the Celestial Fox ancestor, the first clan leader of the Celestial Fox clan, exhausted all methods and traveled to many places in pursuit of the Great Tao realm. Presumably, some of these methods weren't very good. Later, he finally obtained the immortality he had dreamed of, entering the pseudo-Great Tao realm. The so-called Great Tao realm was actually similar to the method currently sold by the three ancestors. It could break through the 9th level Tao Venerable realm, no longer being limited by the lifespan of the Tao Venerable realm, and the strength was also somewhat stronger than the 9th level Tao Venerable. But it wasn't the true Great Tao realm, belonging to the bottom tier of the Great Tao realm. Moreover, even the Great Tao realm couldn't truly achieve immortality. Accidents could still lead to death, let alone the pseudo-Great Tao realm, which was even weaker. Once one became a pseudo-Great Tao realm, it was basically impossible to advance further in this lifetime. It was a foolish method of forcing growth and cutting off one's roots. It was only chosen when there was no other way out. At that time, after Su Pu became a pseudo-Great Tao realm, he was severely injured and returned to the ancestral land, using the spirit veins in the ancestral land to heal. Unexpectedly, he carried black blood from the Black Blood realm on his body. Unknowingly, the black blood polluted the spirit veins in the ancestral land. By the time the ancestral spirit discovered it, it was too late. Although the ancestral spirit was the spirit of the ancestral land, it only had management rights, not control rights. This was especially true for the origin spirit vein under the ancestral land. The ancestral spirit could borrow power from the origin spirit vein, but it couldn't refine the origin spirit vein, so it had no way to deal with the black blood. Things became increasingly troublesome later. The black blood regenerated through the origin spirit vein, evolving into the black blood sword saint. This was also the most troublesome aspect of the black blood realm. They were like a stubborn disease, very difficult to truly clean up. Just one drop of blood could continuously grow and strengthen, eventually becoming a calamity. After finishing, the ancestral spirit looked intently at Lin Moyo. That's how things are. Can you think of a solution? Lin Moyo looked at the half-black, half-green Kinkaya world. At this moment, the darkness had been pushed back, and the surroundings were returning to calm. The invasion of darkness was just a surface phenomenon. The true root was in the origin spirit vein. Mist appeared in Lin Moya's eyes as the Tao of Destiny had unknowingly raised his destiny to the extreme. At the same time, in his soul world, a drop of silver tree sap was consumed by his soul, instantly making his soul's thoughts clear. His eyes gleamed with divine light, searching for something in the world. After a moment, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The celestial fox ancestor, worthy of being one who comprehended the Tao of Destiny, is indeed extraordinary. The ancestral spirit's eyes lit up. Have you thought of a solution? Lin Moya smiled and said, it's not that I've thought of a solution, but that the celestial fox ancestor had foreseen this and prepared a backup plan early on. The ancestral spirit was stunned. The ancestor prepared a backup plan. Lin Moya smiled, you don't understand the Tao of Destiny, so you won't understand what it can see. The celestial fox ancestor must have seen something, predicting some possible future events, so he prepared a backup plan. If you really could nurture a celestial fox clan member who comprehends the Tao of Destiny, it could indeed solve the current crisis, but not in the way you imagined, like refining the origin spirit vein. Instead, it's about activating the backup plan left by the celestial fox ancestor to solve this problem. The celestial fox ancestor was truly powerful, and also very intelligent, much smarter than many great Tao realm beings. The ancestral spirit quickly asked, what kind of backup plan did the ancestor leave? Lin Moya smiled, we'll know soon. Before that, I need you to take me to where the origin spirit vein is located. Although Lin Moya could find the location of the origin spirit vein himself, it would take considerable time. Having the ancestral spirit lead the way would be much more convenient. The ancestral spirit didn't doubt Lin Moyo, please follow me. Although the origin spirit vein was the most crucial and important part of the ancestral land, it trusted Lin Moyo. After all, no matter what, the situation couldn't get worse than it already was. The ancestral spirit led Lin Moyo back to the lakeside. Its seven tails suddenly enlarged, heavily slapping the lake surface. The lake surface churned up waves, parting to reveal a wide passage. The ancestral spirit flew into the passage, its seven tails continuously slapping, stirring up waves of powerful force to maintain the passage. Lin Moyo followed the ancestral spirit into the lake. The fox and the human slowly sank, quickly reaching the lake bottom. At the bottom of the lake was a formation flickering with faint light. The ancestral spirit said, we need to pass through this formation to reach the origin spirit vein. Lin Moya nodded and directly walked into the formation. The ancestral spirit also entered the formation and activated it. After a brief teleportation, Lin Moya arrived at the location of the origin spirit vein. The origin spirit vein was deeply buried underground, maintaining contact with the outside world while existing in an independent space. If one were to dig straight down from the surface, they wouldn't find the origin spirit vein even if they dug through the entire earth. Only through some special methods could one enter the independent space where the origin spirit vein was located. A strong aura of origin essence rushed towards them, mixed with a repulsive odor. Lin Moya looked at the complex and massive origin spirit vein before him. This origin spirit vein is of a very high grade. The ancestral spirit said, it's an 8th grade origin spirit vein, personally buried by the ancestor back then. What a pity. Lin Moya sighed lightly. The origin spirit vein displayed a gorgeous color, indescribable in specific terms. But now, there was an additional black hue in the origin spirit vein. Dense blackness covered the surface of the origin spirit vein, occupying a large area. The entire origin spirit vein was covered with black in many places, about 60 to 70% of it. Lin Moyo asked, can we find the main vein? The ancestral spirit nodded, we can, but it's not easy to approach the main vein now. Implying that the situation of the main vein was even worse, to the point where they couldn't even get close. The black blood realm beings, regenerating through the origin spirit vein, would naturally set up good defenses. Lin Moya said, it's alright, take me there. The ancestral spirit led Lin Moya through the origin spirit vein, quickly arriving at the location of the main vein. In the main vein, black light was dense. Clusters of black blood fell like waterfalls on the main vein, continuously irrigating it in a cycle. The power of the black blood realm was thus constantly eroding the origin spirit vein. As Lin Moyo approached, clusters of black blood suddenly transformed, becoming miniature versions of the black blood sword saint. Although small in size, their power was not weak. Each was at least at the 7th level Tao Venerable realm. Most crucially, their number was astonishing, roughly counting to tens of thousands. Even a 9th level Tao Venerable would have to think twice when facing tens of thousands of 7th level Tao Venerables, though it wasn't impossible to resolve. The ancestral spirit explained, these black blood sword saints are evolved using the power of the origin spirit vein. They can't be completely killed off. Previously, I came with the brothers Su Jin and Su Shin, trying to clean up the black blood here, but we ultimately failed. The large number wasn't the problem, the key was that they couldn't be completely eliminated. Even a 9th level Dao Venerable couldn't endure it. Now that the 8th grade Origin Spirit Vein had become an aid to the Black Bloodsword Saints, it was indeed difficult to deal with. Lin Moya looked into the depths of the Origin Spirit Vein, as if searching for something. He didn't approach closer. The miniature Black Bloodsword Saints were only on guard and didn't initiate an attack. After a brief standoff, Lin Moya suddenly spoke. Found it. Chapter 3185. Chapter 3185, 3185. Chapter 3185, you can't regenerate faster than I can kill. Lin Moya took action, his hands moving to draw runes. The runes weren't complex, in fact, they were quite simple. Even someone who had never encountered runes before could successfully draw them with a bit of practice. The difficulty was that these runes had to be drawn using the Tao of Destiny. The entire rune consisted of just a few strokes, emitting a special hazy aura. In the blink of an eye, the rune was completed. Lin Moya pushed it gently, and it floated slowly towards the depths of the Origin Spirit Vein. The miniature Black Bloodsword Saints immediately reacted, swinging their swords at the rune. Their swords passed through the rune without any effect. It was as if they existed in different dimensions, with no intersection between them. The rune was purely illusory, while the power of the small Black Bloodsword Saints was a real attack, naturally unable to touch it. If it hadn't been condensed into the form of a rune, they wouldn't even be able to see it. The rune smoothly reached its destination, ignoring the black blood covering the main vein and merging into the spirit vein. The ancestral spirit stared intently at this scene, watching the rune descend and then seeing no further movement. The ancestral spirit couldn't help but ask, did it not work? Lin Moya smiled and said, don't rush, give it some time. After being dormant for many years, even if it's reviving, it needs a moment. The ancestral spirit said, I'm not in a hurry, but these fellows are clearly anxious. After failing to deal with the rune, a large number of small Black Bloodsword Saints finally targeted Lin Moya and the ancestral spirit. The ancestral spirit wasn't afraid. Although its power was limited, it didn't need to worry. Unless it wanted to die here, it could leave at any time. As for Lin Moya, the ancestral spirit felt it could protect him, but it saw that Lin Moya's demeanor showed no concern at all. Swoosh! The small Black Bloodsword Saints transformed into 10,000 black lights, rushing towards Lin Moya. Be careful! The ancestral spirit shouted lightly. Before it could act, a burst of fire rose to the sky, forming a sea of flames that engulfed the first wave of small Black Bloodsword Saints. Space distorted, and the skeletal hell appeared beside Lin Moya. The sea of fire boiled, and the world of the Origin Spirit Vein instantly became a domain of flames. These small Black Bloodsword Saints were quickly burned to death. But as they died, the Origin Spirit Vein rumbled, and a large number of new small Black Bloodsword Saints appeared. For each one that died, a new one appeared, seemingly endless. At the same time, black light burst from the Origin Spirit Vein, immediately suppressing the flames. The ancestral spirit said, this is how it is. Not only can they not be completely killed, but the Origin Spirit Vein also helps them suppress your power. Lin Moya chuckled lightly, interesting. Purple lightning flashed as the lightning lich made its first appearance. Its small body was wrapped in pure lightning, looking somewhat noble. Then, a lightning Dao appeared. The lightning Dao was the source of all lightning-based Daos, from which all lightning-based Daos evolved and were governed. Similarly, all lightning-based Daos contained the origin power of the lightning Dao. Summoning the elemental lich used a fragment of the purple lightning Dao, but it pointed directly to the source, obtaining the power of the lightning Dao. Empowered by the lightning Dao, the lightning lich's power increased. Although still at the 7th level Dao Venerable realm, it was very close to the 8th level, much stronger than the small Black Bloodsword Saints. Technique, Chain Lightning. A bolt of lightning appeared in the firelight, striking one of the small Black Bloodsword Saints. After hitting the first small Black Bloodsword Saint, the chain lightning quickly split, from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, striking at the other small Black Bloodsword Saints. In an instant, lightning erupted violently, illuminating the entire space of the Origin Spirit Vein. In less than half a second, tens of thousands of small Black Bloodsword Saints were all hit by lightning attacks, and the power didn't diminish at all. Each small Black Bloodsword Saint received exactly the same attack. In just a moment, all the small Black Bloodsword Saints were completely wiped out. Lin Moya clapped his hands, all clean. The effect of Chain Lightning was unexpectedly good, and Lin Moya was very satisfied. Empowered by the Lightning Dao, Chain Lightning could severely injure ordinary 7th level Dao Venerables. For those weaker 7th level ancestors, it might even be an instant kill. Moreover, Lin Moya could use Ancestral Water and Faith to further enhance Chain Lightning's power. He estimated that Chain Lightning's power could reach the 8th level Dao Venerable realm, instantly killing most 7th level Dao Venerables. Chain Lightning and the 5 Elements Sword Demon's 5 Elements Sword C each had their advantages. One was for multi-point kills, while the 5 Elements Sword C was for large-scale indiscriminate attacks. Used in combination, they could greatly enhance combat flexibility. The ancestral spirit stared blankly. What technique is this? Lin Moya smiled and said, a very practical technique. Seeing that Lin Moya wouldn't elaborate, the ancestral spirit didn't ask further. After instantly clearing out the small Black Bloodsword Saints, black light surged in the Origin Spirit Vein, once again evolving a large number of small Black Bloodsword Saints. At this moment, another Chain Lightning struck, giving these small Black Bloodsword Saints no time to prepare, directly taking them out. Unlike the 5 Elements Sword C, which could only be used once an hour, Chain Lightning could be used repeatedly. As for how many times it could be used, even Lin Moya didn't know. In any case, several hundred times was no problem, enough to buy time. Wave after wave of small black blood sword saints evolved, and wave after wave were eliminated by chain lightning. This continued for a full 10 minutes, eliminating who knows how many small black blood sword saints. Finally, the rune Lin Moyo had placed in the origin spirit vein took effect. The origin spirit vein suddenly began to shake, emitting rumbling sounds. A hazy mist emanated from the origin spirit vein, quickly enveloping the entire space. The space shattered, and countless soil appeared around. The origin spirit vein returned from its independent space to reality. Under the mist's cover, the black light receded, no longer evolving small black blood sword saints. The power of the black blood realm was suppressed by the mist. The ancestral spirit was incredibly surprised. Is this the backup plan left by the ancestor? Lin Moya said, yes, this is the power of the Tao of Destiny, left in the origin spirit vein by the celestial fox ancestor back then. It's one of the final measures. It seems your ancestor has truly perished. The ancestral spirit asked, why do you say that? Lin Moya said, I just sensed that this origin spirit vein is now ownerless. If your ancestor were still around, the origin spirit vein should be in an own state, and it wouldn't have been so easy for the black blood realm to pollute it. The ancestral spirit sighed. The ancestor did say back then that he would face a great tribulation. It seems he didn't overcome it. Lin Moya said, even great Tao realm beings aren't truly immortal. I've seen several great Tao realm beings perish. You'll get used to it. Alright, the origin spirit vein has revived. There's still more to do. Let's see if your ancestor's methods can completely eliminate this annoying pest. As Lin Moya spoke, he shot up into the sky, breaking through the thick layer of soil and bursting out of the lake. At this time, the Kinkaya land was also covered in mist, but the mist only occupied half, while the other half was enveloped in darkness. Lin Moya's hands moved continuously, drawing rune after rune. A large number of runes flew towards the sky. Some runes flew into the darkness. The power contained in the darkness couldn't stop the illusory runes. The entire sky suddenly lit up, and more mist surged out. In the mist, a golden nine-tailed celestial fox appeared. Chapter 3186. Chapter 3186, 3186. Chapter 3186, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Great Ancestor. Great Ancestor. Seeing the nine-tailed celestial fox appear in the mist, the ancestral spirit trembled violently, instantly transforming into a celestial fox and flying into the sky, prostrating itself before the nine-tailed celestial fox. Not just him, but Su Jin, Su Xin, and Su Li also transformed into their original forms and knelt before the nine-tailed celestial fox. Its body shimmering with silver light, exuding nobility, with 9 tails. This was the image of their ancestor. The nine-tailed celestial fox raised its head and let out a long howl. The mist immediately began to churn violently. The black world formed by the black blood realm collided with the mist, like the clash of water and fire, erupting in violent tremors. Powerful forces surged wildly through this ancestral land called Kinkayo. Endless mist continuously spread towards the black world, as if to drive out this uninvited guest. At the same time, the mist also enveloped the origin spirit vein, dispersing the black blood within it. This was the Tao of Destiny belonging to the celestial fox ancestor, his final measure left here. He had once foreseen that the celestial fox clan would face great tribulation, so he left this measure. The two forces collided violently, shaking the entire ancestral land. In the dark world, the black blood sword saint slowly opened his eyes. His cold, merciless blood-colored gaze fell upon the celestial fox ancestor. The celestial fox ancestor continued to howl, staring intently at the opponent. Then the black blood sword saint looked at Lin Moyo, and suddenly a voice rang out, "You should die." Lin Moya sneered, "I don't know if I should die, but you should go and die." The celestial fox ancestor suddenly charged forward mid-howl, transforming into a silver light, moving at an astonishing speed, killing its way into the dark world. Silver light burst from its body, and darkness retreated wherever it passed, shattering space layer by layer. The black blood sword saint suddenly swung his sword, slashing out countless blood-colored sword lights. The celestial fox ancestor neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the sword lights to strike its body. Its huge body instantly became illusory, and the blood-colored sword lights passed through its body without effect. The celestial fox ancestor instantly passed through the sword lights, arriving before the black blood sword saint, and bit down. This time, the celestial fox ancestor changed from illusory to solid, biting down firmly. Bang! Half of the black blood sword saint's body exploded, and he retreated in a sorry state. As he retreated, the black blood sword saint's body rapidly recovered, returning to normal in the blink of an eye. The people of the black blood realm had extremely fast recovery speeds. This was their characteristic. This characteristic was somewhat similar to the outer realm gods, but the black blood realm's recovery speed was faster, and they were harder to kill. As long as a single drop of blood remained, they could find a way to revive. For outer realm gods, it was difficult to injure them, but once their defense was broken, there wasn't much difference. The celestial fox ancestor forcefully tore through the dark world, chasing the black blood sword saint again. Its 9 huge tails directly lashed out. With a tremendous sound, the black blood sword saint's entire body exploded, turning into countless drops of black blood. At this moment, the celestial fox ancestor suddenly spewed out a large amount of mist. The black blood made sizzling sounds in the mist, rapidly dissolving. A large amount of black blood frantically fled, evolving into small black blood sword saints along the way. Then the small black blood sword saints combined again, turning back into the large black blood sword saint. But the celestial fox ancestor caught up again, its 9 tails lashing out like lightning, once more shattering the black blood sword saint. The entire battle was one-sided, with the Black Bloodsword Saint completely outmatched by the Celestial Fox Ancestor, being utterly suppressed. The Ancestor is so strong. The ancestral spirit watched the Celestial Fox Ancestor suppress the Black Bloodsword Saint, its eyes filled with admiration. Su Li and the other two were equally excited. This was the Celestial Fox Ancestor, a truly legendary existence. Being able to witness its battle firsthand was a lifetime's honor. Even though what they saw now was just a measure left behind by the Celestial Fox Ancestor, it was still the Celestial Fox Ancestor. Lin Moyo observed all this, his heart also somewhat shaken. The measure left behind by the Celestial Fox Ancestor should still be at the 9th level Dao Venerable Realm, perhaps at the peak of the 9th level, but definitely hasn't broken through the 9th level. However, its understanding of the Dao is too profound. Using the Dao of Destiny, it shifts between illusion and reality, and predicts the opponent's movements, thus controlling every step of the opponent. Lin Moyo understood the Tao of Destiny, so he saw more clearly, understanding the principles behind it. The shifting between illusion and reality and predicting the future of the Tao of Destiny were the root reasons why the Celestial Fox Ancestor could suppress the opponent. While observing the battle, Lin Moyo was also learning. Regardless of what realm the measure left by the Celestial Fox Ancestor was at, its battle experience was real. Lin Moyo could learn a lot from it. From the Celestial Fox Ancestor's fighting style, it was clear that it was very skilled in combat, striking fast, accurately, and ruthlessly, giving the opponent no chance to counterattack. Once it gained the upper hand, it would press the advantage to the death. Compared to the current Celestial Fox clan, their combat power was not even in the same league. The current Celestial Fox clan was known for not being good at fighting, but the Celestial Fox Ancestor was not like this. I really don't know what you've lost. No wonder you have the bloodline but can't comprehend the Tao of Destiny. Combat is the most important ability for survival in this world. You've taken the wrong path. Lin Moya sighed inwardly. Through generations of inheritance, the Celestial Fox clan was becoming weaker because they had taken the wrong path. They abandoned combat and only pursued luck. Although this made the Celestial Fox clan's destiny flourish and produced many powerful individuals, these powerful individuals had lost the sharpness of true strength. So the Celestial Fox clan lacked combat power, and their Dao hearts were very fragile. Only a few would go to the Fox Tail Sword to temper their Dao hearts. Lin Moya's gaze swept over the ancestral spirit and the three others. They were watching the battle between the Celestial Fox Ancestor and the Black Bloodsword Saint, not noticing Lin Moya's actions. I hope you can understand, Lin Moya thought to himself. He couldn't tell Su Mao that their race had taken the wrong path. He wasn't the Beast Emperor, nor was he the Celestial Fox Ancestor. What right did an outsider have to say such things? Moreover, setting aside the desire to help others and respecting others' destinies had always been Lin Moya's principle. If he hadn't seen the black blood this time, Lin Moya wouldn't have come. The black blood was repeatedly scattered, its power growing weaker and weaker. The black blood force in the origin spirit vein was also mostly dispersed, and the darkness could no longer receive sufficient replenishment. In the struggle for the origin spirit vein, the black blood realm was also at a disadvantage. The origin spirit vein originally belonged to the Celestial Fox Ancestor. As an outsider, the black blood realm naturally couldn't compete with the Celestial Fox Ancestor. The Black Bloodsword Saint grew weaker and weaker, increasingly unable to withstand the onslaught. If nothing unexpected happens, it should end soon. But why do I feel like something unexpected is about to happen? Suddenly, a black light shot down from the depths of Kinkaya towards the Celestial Fox Ancestor. The Celestial Fox Ancestor seemed to have anticipated this situation, its paw striking out in advance, dispersing the black light. However, because of this, its fierce attack on the Black Bloodsword Saint paused for a moment. The Black Bloodsword Saint roared in anger, his body exploding with blood light. Powerful forces surged, forcibly pushing back the Celestial Fox Ancestor. He took the opportunity to transform into a line of blood, flying towards the depths of Kinkayo. The Celestial Fox Ancestor didn't pursue, only coldly watching the depths of Kinkayo. This sudden turn of events surprised the ancestral spirit and the others. Lin Moya smiled slightly. Indeed, something unexpected has occurred. His spiritual perception once again proved useful, confirming that something unexpected had indeed happened. The mist continued to surge, occupying more territory, reclaiming all the areas previously taken by the Black Bloodsword Saint. The black blood force on the origin spirit vein was also retreating, the origin spirit vein returning to its original state, and the entire Kinkayo was recovering. The Celestial Fox Ancestor stared at the depths of Kinkayo, its large eyes extremely sharp. From the depths of Kinkayo, another equally large celestial fox flew out. It was completely black, with 8 tails swaying slowly behind it in the air. The black celestial fox emitted an even stronger power than the Celestial Fox Ancestor, seemingly having broken through the 9th level Dao Venerable Realm. The Black Bloodsword Saint stood on its head, his sword pointing at the Celestial Fox Ancestor. Chapter 3187. Chapter 3187, 3187. Chapter 3187, The Grudge of a Grain of Rice. Su Piyu, once the servant of the Celestial Fox Ancestor, became the first clan leader of the Celestial Fox clan after the Ancestor achieved enlightenment. This shows that Su Piyu was highly trusted by the Celestial Fox Ancestor. However, later on, in pursuit of the Great Dao Realm, he traveled to many places and did many things. What exactly he did and where he went, no one knows. In the end, he became a pseudo-Great Dao Realm being, returning severely injured to enter a deep slumber in the ancestral land. Because of his special status, even the ancestral spirit had no authority over him. Unexpectedly, he brought back black blood, laying the roots for today's disaster. Now, Su Pu had become a being of the Black Blood realm, opposing the Celestial Fox Ancestor. Of course, the Celestial Fox Ancestor before them was not the true Celestial Fox Ancestor but merely an incarnation left behind by him, containing a trace of the Celestial Fox Ancestor's will. Regardless, it was still something left by the Celestial Fox Ancestor. As Su Pu, he should show some respect for it. Lin Moyo observed that there was a killing intent in Su Pu's eyes as he looked at the Celestial Fox Ancestor, as if he were looking at an enemy. If he had already been polluted by the Black Blood realm and completely lost himself, it would be understandable. But Lin Moyo could see that there was still rationality in his eyes. Su Pu retained his rationality yet harbored such hatred for his former master. This was quite intriguing. The Celestial Fox Ancestor looked at Su Pu without saying a word. Clearly, this incarnation from the Celestial Fox Ancestor had already recognized Su Pu. The Black Bloodsword Saint looked at the Celestial Fox Ancestor and said coldly, "Your true body was slain long ago. This incarnation is your last trace in this world. Unfortunately, after today, even that trace will be erased." The Black Bloodsword Saint didn't attack immediately. Lin Moyo could tell he was recovering. Speaking was just a way to buy time. The Celestial Fox Ancestor remained silent as well, staring at Su Pu as if asking why. He clearly didn't care about the Black Bloodsword Saint. The ancestral spirit flew to the side of the Celestial Fox Ancestor and shouted at Su Pu, "Su Pu, you are the servant of the ancestor. How dare you think of attacking him? Do you know what crime you are committing?" Su Li and the other two also approached the Celestial Fox Ancestor, staring intently at Su Pu. Between the first clan leader and the ancestor, they decisively chose to stand with the Celestial Fox Ancestor. A flowing clan leader versus an ironclad ancestor. Anyone who wasn't foolish would know how to choose. Su Pu looked at the ancestral spirit with disdain in his eyes. "What are you? Just a mere lackey spirit. You're nothing and dare to speak to me like this." When he achieved the Great Tao and gained immortality, he clearly had the ability to help me reach enlightenment but chose not to. He said I should become clan leader when in reality he just wanted to use me to manage his power and gather destiny. I traveled across realms and even risked going beyond this world to find opportunities and achieve greatness. Though severely injured, as long as I achieved my Great Tao status, I would be immortal and could recover from any injury. It was only after achieving my Great Tao status that I realized why he didn't help me reach enlightenment. It was because he didn't want me to share in his destiny. I once swore that once I achieved enlightenment, I would exterminate all of his descendants. He created King Kaio and appointed you as a spirit. Do you think he wanted to cultivate Celestial Fox clan members? You know nothing. He anticipated that he would face a great calamity and left himself a backup plan. This King Kaio ancestral land is his source for future resurrection. To revive? Not a chance. I will eradicate your entire clan and sever his destiny so that he can never resurrect. As soon as Su Pu spoke, his voice was filled with deep hatred. This hatred had accumulated over countless years, becoming an obsession that occupied his soul, deep-rooted and unchangeable. The power of the Black Blood realm only needed to guide his hatred slightly. It didn't even need to pollute him, because his heart had long been tainted. Lin Moyo watched all this unfold and had analyzed most of it already. Years ago, after achieving enlightenment, the Celestial Fox Ancestor hadn't helped Su Pu reach enlightenment but instead left him on the origin continent to manage the Celestial Fox clan. Whether one could achieve greatness depended on opportunity and talent. Su Pu clearly lacked talent but wasn't without opportunity either. If only he had developed the Celestial Fox clan well and gathered their collective destiny, he could have tried for enlightenment. But he believed that the Celestial Fox Ancestor didn't want to help him achieve enlightenment. Instead, he was simply using him. Then he sought out his own path to greatness. During this search process, his hatred for the Celestial Fox Ancestor deepened continuously. Ultimately, encountering remnants from the Black Blood realm allowed him to achieve pseudo-Great Tao status but at a significant cost. Thus he returned to heal while also allowing Black Blood to pollute the ancestral land. From the moment he encountered Black Blood, his hatred for both the Celestial Fox Ancestor and clan had become irreparable. After piecing together much information, Lin Moyo couldn't help but chuckle coldly. It's truly a real-life scenario of a grain of rice brings kindness while a bushel brings enmity. You were given too much kindness, it became habitual. When it's no longer given later on, it turns into enmity. How laughable. The cleverness of your Celestial Fox clan has been misapplied. This Tao heart is truly weak. Su Pu looked at Lin Moyo with disdain. You're just an insignificant insect. How dare you speak so presumptuously? Lin Moyo sighed lightly and shook his head. You'll soon find out who is truly an insect and who is just a frog at the bottom of a well. At this moment, the ancestral spirit was about to speak, but the incarnation of the Celestial Fox Ancestor turned its head and glanced at him, silently stopping him with its eyes. The Celestial Fox Ancestor looked at Su Pu and slowly uttered one word, fight. There were no more unnecessary words. Things had reached this point where talking was pointless, only fighting remained. The ground suddenly cracked open wide as the origin spirit vein completely revealed itself. Covered by dense mist, all black blood forces on its surface had been completely dispersed. The origin spirit vein soared up from beneath the earth and quickly merged into the body of the Celestial Fox Ancestor. The aura of the Celestial Fox Ancestor surged violently. Silver light overflowed from its body in dazzling brilliance. Using the power of the origin spirit vein, its incarnation crossed into pseudo-Great Tao realm status, though not true Great Tao realm status, similar to Su Pu's pseudo-Great Tao realm existence. Although their realms were identical, their combat powers were vastly different. There was no doubt that the combat power of the Celestial Fox Ancestor could crush Su Pu without effort. Su Pu sneered coldly. I've been waiting for you. At that moment, the Black Bloodsword Saint thrust his sword forward, and the longsword vanished into space without a trace. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as a massive hole suddenly opened in the body of the celestial fox ancestor. The aura that had just surged began to weaken rapidly, worse than before. The recently merged origin spirit vein separated again from it. This sudden turn of events caught both the ancestral spirit and Su Li's group off guard. Su Pu laughed coldly. "You've been dead for so many years. Do you really think this origin spirit vein still belongs to you?" Lin Moya saw a drop of jet black blood pulsating in the deepest layer of the origin spirit vein. The black blood force on the surface of the origin spirit vein had been cleared, but the black blood force hidden in its deepest part still existed. After the ancestor merged with the origin spirit vein, the black blood sword saint could launch attacks from within the celestial fox ancestor's body through the origin spirit vein. This attack not only interrupted his fusion with the origin spirit vein but also injured the celestial fox ancestor. Su Pu said, "Without the origin spirit vein, what do you have to fight me with?" With a cold laugh, Su Pu suddenly attacked. Although injured, the celestial fox ancestor's fighting spirit didn't diminish. It stirred up dense mist, and its 9 tails lashed out fiercely. The ancestral spirit and the other 4 also moved to action. They naturally had to help their ancestor. Chapter 3188. Chapter 3188, 3188. Chapter 3188, Time to get serious. Su Pu battled the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation, while the black blood sword saint fought against the ancestral spirit and the others. Terrifying forces surged wildly through the Kinkaio ancestral land. The first to be sent flying was Su Li. With just one collision, Su Li was severely injured and forced to retreat. Although he was at the 8th level Dao Venerable realm, he still couldn't contend with a 9th level Dao Venerable. Moreover, his 8th level Dao Venerable combat power was somewhat undeserving of the title. If it were an 8th level Dao Venerable from the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan or the Golden Lion clan, they might have been able to join in. The Black Blood Sword Saint, previously injured by the Celestial Fox Ancestor's incarnation, hadn't fully recovered yet and his power was greatly reduced. Yet he could still hold off the Ancestral Spirit, Sujin, and Sushin, showing how strong his combat power was. The pseudo-great Dao realm Su Pu and the Celestial Fox Ancestor fought fiercely, seemingly evenly matched for now. Although the Celestial Fox Ancestor had been ambushed and his power somewhat weakened, this was his territory with his backup plans in place, so his power was still formidable. Lin Moya watched the battle as if enjoying a show, just short of bringing out a watermelon. Unable to participate in the battle, Su Li came to Lin Moya's side. "Mr. Lin, please think of a way to help." Lin Moya smiled. "Isn't this fine as it is? Your ancestor doesn't seem to be losing." Su Li said, "But the opponent is at the Great Dao realm." Lin Moya smiled. "Let me correct you, it's the pseudo-Great Dao realm, not the true Great Dao realm. Moreover, the injury he suffered long ago hasn't fully healed even after all these years." Lin Moya could see that Su Pu's soul was still injured, his wound hadn't completely healed. Clearly, when he entered the pseudo-Great Dao realm back then, he paid an extremely heavy price. This price was so heavy that even after sleeping for countless years, it hadn't healed. Lin Moya could understand his thinking. The Great Dao realm had unlimited lifespan. Given enough time, any injury could heal. But reality wasn't so simple. Some injuries couldn't heal no matter how much time passed. Su Li said, "But even so, he's still much stronger than a 9th level Dao Venerable, isn't he?" Lin Moya shook his head. "Not necessarily. The pseudo-Great Dao realm is indeed stronger than the 9th level Dao Venerable, but not by much. At least your ancestor isn't afraid of him. If they fight, the most likely outcome is that both will be injured." Su Li was still very anxious, but since Lin Moya wasn't taking action, he had no choice. Lin Moya suddenly said, "Su Pu is right. Your ancestor did leave himself a way back here. Do you want your ancestor to be revived?" Su Li instinctively replied, "Of course. If the ancestor could come back to life, our bloodline would evolve." Lin Moya smiled. "If I were your ancestor and saw you in this state, I'd slap you all to death in one go." Su Li was stunned, his mouth twitching. "Surely not that bad." Lin Moya said softly, "Your 2 9th level Dao Venerables together might not be able to defeat a single 9th level Dao Venerable from other royal clans. Look at your ancestor's combat power. If he saw you in this state now, of course he'd want to slap you all to death." Su Li said with a bitter face, "Even if we're slapped to death, I still hope the ancestor can come back to life. If Mr. Lin can bring back the ancestor, we'll do our best to fulfill whatever Mr. Lin asks for." Lin Moya looked at Su Li. "You're not the clan leader, your words don't carry much weight. But whether your ancestor can be revived actually depends on his own luck. However, as a master of the Tao of Destiny, his luck shouldn't be bad." Lin Moya looked towards the battlefield, which had now been clearly divided into 2 parts. One belonged to the Black Blood Sword Saint and the Ancestral Spirits group, the other to Su Pu and the Celestial Fox Ancestor's incarnation. The battle's shockwaves had shattered the entire Kinkaia land. If not for the 8th grade origin spirit vein supporting it, the entire ancestral land might have already crumbled. Lin Moya said, "Don't worry about your ancestor, Su Pu can't do anything to him. But this Black Blood Sword Saint, if left alive, will be a disaster." The Tao of Destiny appeared beneath his feet, and Lin Moya's body became hazy. Lin Moya lightly pointed a finger at the Black Blood Sword Saint, and the Tao of Destiny immediately began to churn violently. A mist suddenly appeared above the Black Blood Sword Saint's head, falling like a waterfall onto him. When the mist touched the Black Blood Sword Saint, it was like ice and fire colliding, causing a violent explosion. The Black Blood Sword Saint was stunned by this sudden attack. He roared in anger, "You're seeking death." Lin Moya smiled, "Then you can try to kill me." The illusory power of the Tao had an extremely strong killing effect on the Black Blood Sword Saint. Earlier, when the celestial fox ancestor repeatedly bit and shattered the Black Blood Sword Saint, Lin Moyo had already discovered this point. Now seeing it in action, the effect was indeed good. However, Lin Moya's realm was too weak. Although the Tao of Destiny could affect him, it wasn't easy to kill him. Lin Moya hadn't expected the Tao of Destiny to kill him, he was just testing its effect while also attempting to lock onto the enemy with the Tao. The Black Blood Sword Saint roared, his blood light surging, forcing back the ancestral spirit and the other two. At the same time, he transformed into black lightning, rushing towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo remained calm. A drop of ancestral water flew from his fingertip, faith power burned fiercely, and a beast warrior corpse appeared beside him. Origin level technique, corpse explosion. Boom! With a violent explosion, the Black Blood Sword Saint staggered. Although not blown away, he was forced back several steps. Then a series of continuous explosions occurred, with the Black Blood Sword Saint constantly under attack, being repeatedly blasted back. Lin Moya used the Beast Warrior corpses to continuously launch corpse explosions. The Beast Warriors were all 7th level Tao Venerables. Using their corpses as weapons, plus the enhancement from ancestral water and faith power, was enough to instantly kill a 7th level Tao Venerable. Even killing an 8th level Tao Venerable wouldn't be difficult. Although he was now blasting a 9th level Tao Venerable, it was enough to prevent him from approaching. Corpse explosion couldn't be dodged, only endured. In the blink of an eye, the Black Blood Sword Saint had been blasted back to his original position. The Black Blood Sword Saint roared in anger but couldn't advance a single step. The ancestral spirit and the other two also noticed this. They quickly closed in on the Black Blood Sword Saint, attacking with full force, determined to surround him. Lin Moya smiled, "You're angry, but it's useless. You're formed from black blood, so your blood essence should be very strong, right?" Without giving the Black Blood Sword Saint time to react, skeletons stood up from within. 3,000 skeleton kings stood upright in midair, locked onto the Black Blood Sword Saint along Lin Moya's Tao. Tao technique, blood kill. The vast majority of blood kill's power was determined by the target's blood essence strength. The stronger the blood essence, the more powerful the blood kill attack. Blood kill couldn't be defended against unless one could comprehend the Tao of power like Lin Moyo, using the Tao of power to govern all the body's blood essence. Only then could one block the blood kill attack. Obviously, the Black Blood Sword Saint didn't have this ability. At the same time, he was indeed evolved from black blood, his entire body composed of blood. His blood essence was naturally terrifying, in fact, his very existence was blood essence. 3,000 skeleton kings simultaneously swung their swords to unleash the blood kill technique. Suddenly, blood-colored sword light erupted from the Black Blood Sword Saint's body. For a moment, the roaring sound drowned out his howls. Countless cracks appeared on the Black Blood Sword Saint's body, but they quickly healed. Blood kill was powerful, but the skeleton kings weren't strong enough. If the skeleton kings were also at the 9th level Tao Venerable realm, this attack would have been enough to scatter the Black Blood Sword Saint. Lin Moya said softly, "The experiment is done. It's time to get serious." As his words fell, the space beside him distorted, and the Lightning Lich and Destiny Lich appeared simultaneously. Chapter 3189. Chapter 3189, 3189. Chapter 3189, soon you won't see anything. The Destiny Lich and Lightning Lich appeared simultaneously. At the same time, another drop of ancestral water flew from Lin Moya's fingertip, landing on the Lightning Lich, while faith power burned fiercely. The Lightning Lich summoned the Lightning Tao, and with its empowerment, its power increased significantly. At this point, the Lightning Lich had already entered the 8th level Tao Venerable realm. At the 8th level Tao Venerable realm, combined with the Destiny Lich, it could launch attacks directly from the Tao of Destiny, greatly enhancing its power. But this wasn't enough. Lin Moya then took out his Divine Soldier Army Seal. Enhance. With a thought, the Divine Soldier Army Seal emitted dazzling light, and the power of the two liches increased greatly again. Now the Lightning Lich's power was almost touching the 9th level Tao Venerable realm, just a hair's breadth away. But even this wasn't enough to deal with the Black Blood Sword Saint. A peculiar aura suddenly emanated from Lin Moyo. Origin technique, strengthen troops. The Lightning Lich's aura rose again, and the damage it could inflict would be amplified tenfold. As Lin Moya used the Origin technique, the Black Blood Sword Saint suddenly turned to look. Origin technique. His voice was noticeably higher than before, raised by several pitches, his eyes full of greed. Su Piyu also looked over at this moment, with a hint of excitement. Actually an origin technique. You, a mere insect, actually possess an origin technique. Lin Moyo ignored them, and with a thought, the two great liches moved. The Destiny Lich used the Tao of Destiny to lock onto the Black Blood Sword Saint, directly finding his weakest point in past and future, locking onto the weakness and guiding the Lightning Lich. The moment the guidance was complete, the Lightning Lich's chain lightning suddenly struck out, the lightning falling into Destiny at an incomparable speed. Layer upon layer of empowerment made this strike terrifyingly powerful. Chain lightning, through the Tao of Destiny, attacked the Black Blood Sword Saint at his weakest moment. The Black Blood Sword Saint suddenly let out a miserable scream, his body shattering into countless drops of black blood. Previously, he had been shattered many times by the Celestial Fox ancestor, but could recover in the next second, only suffering some losses but not being killed. But this time was different. Lin Moya's fingertip again released a drop of ancestral water, faith power continued to burn, and the Lightning Lich launched a second chain lightning. Chain lightning hit one of the drops of black blood, then the lightning exploded, one becoming two becoming four, instantly becoming countless, evolving into a sea of lightning. Those shattered drops of black blood were immediately devoured by chain lightning. In the blink of an eye, the Black Blood Sword Saint was utterly destroyed, both form and spirit. Suli stared blankly at this scene. Is he dead just like that? Lin Moya shook his head. Not yet. What I killed wasn't his true self. His true self is still hiding in the depths of the origin spirit vein. In the deepest part of the origin spirit vein, there was still a drop of black blood. This drop was the true root of everything. Su Li asked, then what do we do? The origin spirit vein was the foundation of the ancestral land. If it was hidden in the deepest part of the origin spirit vein, no one could do anything about it except the celestial fox ancestor who had once refined the origin spirit vein unless the origin spirit vein was destroyed. An 8th grade origin spirit vein couldn't be destroyed easily. Lin Moya said, everything has two sides. When it hides in the origin spirit vein, it feels safest there, and the origin spirit vein can help it recover. But the origin spirit vein has an owner. It can at most be considered a guest. Although this owner has perished, he also left behind a seed for resurrection. Su Li tried hard to understand Lin Moya's words, his eyes suddenly brightening. You mean the ancestor's resurrection seed is also in the origin spirit vein? Lin Moya said, yes, but your celestial fox ancestor's method is even more brilliant. He merged the seed with the origin spirit vein. The celestial fox ancestor not only left the resurrection seed in the origin spirit vein but also merged it with the origin spirit vein. In other words, this origin spirit vein was his resurrection seed. As long as the origin spirit vein wasn't destroyed, he had a chance to resurrect. And since he did this, how could he not have protective measures? It wasn't so easy for the Black Blood Realm to take over. The origin spirit vein hadn't reacted before because it hadn't touched its essence. If it were touched, Su Li wasn't stupid and had understood Lin Moya's words. But how can we make the ancestor eliminate the black blood? Lin Moya shook his head. It can't be eliminated. Even if your ancestor starts to resurrect, his initial power won't be very strong. He can't eliminate the black blood. However, since this origin spirit vein was initially refined by him, he can control its power and force the black blood out. Once it's forced out, it will be easy to deal with. Su Li understood Lin Moya's meaning and immediately said, please, Mr. Lin, take action. Lin Moya said, my action is useless. For him to truly revive, it still depends on that fellow. Lin Moya looked towards the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation in fierce battle. The incarnation was the will left by the celestial fox ancestor, while the origin spirit vein was the life essence left by the celestial fox ancestor. Only by combining will and life essence could the celestial fox ancestor truly resurrect. And the entire process would be quite long, at least 1,000 years. At this moment, the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation and Su Piyu were evenly matched, unable to determine victory. Lin Moya sighed lightly. It seems they can't decide victory in a short time. Looks like I can't just watch anymore. Lin Moya didn't want to drag this out any longer. The longer it dragged on, the more variables there would be. Moreover, that drop of black blood was trying to evolve again using the origin spirit vein, and Lin Moya didn't want to give it another chance. Using the same method as before, Lin Moya directly completed the Dao Lock on enemy. The moment the Dao Lock on enemy was completed, Su Piyu glared over. He was a pseudo-Great Dao Realm being, with at least 1 foot in the Great Dao Realm, so he could sense the Dao Lock on enemy. Previously, he had looked down on Lin Moya, considering him just an insect. But the Black Blood Sword Saint had been dealt with so cleanly and decisively, he could no longer underestimate Lin Moya. Moreover, Lin Moya had an origin technique, so he had to be wary of him. However, his glaring eyes also carried greed for the origin technique. If not for the celestial fox ancestor blocking him, he would have definitely rushed over to kill Lin Moya and seize the origin technique. Lin Moya said softly, just keep watching. Soon you won't see anything. Ancestral water flew out, faith power burned fiercely. The Destiny Lich guided the direction for the Lightning Lich, and the Lightning Lich, with various enhancements, struck out a thunderous attack along the Tao of Destiny. Boom! Terrifying lightning exploded on Su Pu's body, his flesh and skin peeling in the lightning. However, he wasn't blasted to pieces like the Black Blood Sword Saint. After all, he was a pseudo-Great Dao Realm being, much stronger than the Black Blood Sword Saint. Even being attacked through the Tao of Destiny wasn't enough to kill him. Su Piyu, enveloped in lightning, roared at Lin Moya, you deserve to die. His 8 tails swept out fiercely, and 8 tail shadows appeared in the world, falling towards Lin Moya like a tidal wave. The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation also swept its tails, 9 tails appearing, intercepting Su Pu's attack midway, protecting Lin Moya. Lin Moya chuckled lightly, what a pity. You can't kill me. The Lightning Lich launched another attack, still striking at Su Pu's weak point along the Tao of Destiny. Chapter 3190. Chapter 3190, 3190. Chapter 3190, if you don't look now, you'll miss your chance. Lightning filled the sky, following the Tao of Destiny, striking Su Piyu in a strange and abrupt manner. The damage from the attack wasn't great, but it was extremely insulting. The numbing sensation brought by the lightning was very unpleasant. Su Piyu roared incessantly, trying to kill Lin Moya again and again, but most of the time he was blocked by the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation. Now the ancestral spirit and the other two stood beside Lin Moya. Even if the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation missed something, they would step into block for Lin Moya. Lin Moya's attack methods were powerful and strange, but they all realized that Lin Moya himself was only at the 3rd level Dao Venerable Realm and could possibly be killed if they weren't careful. So they spontaneously protected Lin Moya, allowing him to unleash his attacks freely. The continuous chain lightning attacks caused some trouble for Su Piyu, and the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation gradually gained the upper hand. Lin Moya spread the wings of curse behind him, simultaneously empowered by the Tao of Time and the Tao of Space, forming a Tao True Body. The wings of curse vibrated, sending curses along the Dao lock on enemy, falling on Su Pu. Weakness, frailty, slowness, sleep, severe poison, all kinds of curses. Lin Moya cursed whatever came to mind, regardless of whether it was effective or not, using everything at once. Su Pu was going mad. Although these methods weren't fatal, they did cause some interference to him. All in all, his strength had been reduced by at least 30%. The celestial fox ancestor took the opportunity to attack more fiercely and sharply, completely suppressing him. The power of time and space fused together, forming spacetime power. Lin Moya pointed, and the spacetime power descended, enveloping Su Pu. Su Pu appeared momentarily stunned. The confusion of time and space still had some effect on him. Although this effect lasted only for an instant, the celestial fox ancestor seized this momentary opportunity, biting hard on his body and tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Then its tails lashed out fiercely, sending him flying over 100 li. Powerful beams of light shot from its mouth, and its 9 tails also lit up simultaneously, shooting out a sky full of colorful light. A terrifying technique enveloped Su Pu like a great net. Su Pu roared in the attack, frantically breaking out and once again engaging in a great battle with the celestial fox ancestor. The wounds on his body were rapidly healing, but the healing was slower than before due to the effects of the curses. Lin Moya was using Su Pu as an experimental subject, constantly testing his techniques. Su Pu was an excellent test subject, being at the pseudo-Great Dao realm, already possessing some characteristics of the Great Dao realm. For example, his recovery ability was particularly strong, his power was endless, and basically inexhaustible. His soul defense was extremely strong, far surpassing ordinary 9th level Dao Venerables. His physical body was the same, much stronger than ordinary 9th level Dao Venerables. Based on the reactions to his techniques, Lin Moya felt that Su Pu's physical strength was comparable to his own. Su Pu hadn't specifically cultivated his physical body, but as a beast race, his physical body should be a bit stronger. In other words, human cultivators at the pseudo-Great Dao realm had physical strength not inferior to his own. Perhaps true Great Dao realm beings would be even stronger, but at least this was the answer obtained so far. Su Pu, who had slept for many years, found his first great battle after being awakened extremely frustrating due to Lin Moya's presence. He was completely suppressed, his counterattacks becoming increasingly weak. Su Pu felt his old wounds were about to act up again, his power beginning to weaken. If this continued, he would surely die here. You forced me to this. If that's the case, then let's die together. Su Pu roared. His 8 tails suddenly merged together, changing from 8 to 1. On the tail appeared a red gemstone. The gemstone glowed brightly, emitting a crimson light. The light wasn't fire, but it was more terrifying than fire. Everything it passed over melted. When the light swept over the lake, the water instantly evaporated, leaving not a drop behind. The Kinkaio land instantly became like hell, the earth shattering, completely transformed. The ancestral spirit's face changed drastically. That's the heaven-burning stone from the Fire Dao. Only Great Dao realm beings can withstand it. Lin Moya also sensed the powerful force contained in this gemstone. It was indeed the purest Dao power. From this, it seemed that when Su Pu had traveled everywhere seeking opportunities, even going beyond the sky, he had indeed gained something. But Lin Moya was curious why Su Pu said they would die together. The next moment, Lin Moya understood why he said this. The red light not only destroyed the Kinkaio ancestral land but also Su Pu's body. This heaven-burning stone had a strong backlash effect. The fur on Su Pu's tail was quickly burned off, exposing the skin. Then the skin began to burn, and soon even the bones were exposed. If he continued to activate the heaven-burning stone, he would also perish. The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation was swept by the heaven-burning stone, half of its body instantly burned away. But this was just an incarnation. Amidst rolling mist, it quickly restored to its original state. The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation let out a long howl to the sky. In response to the howl, a mountain range rapidly flew over from the distance. 10,000 Flower Valley. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. The 10,000 Flower Valley had actually flown over. Then, 3 azure dragons flew over, which were the 3 azure cloud roads he had seen before. The 3 azure cloud roads merged together, becoming an azure chain. The azure chain then bound the 10,000 Flower Valley. At this time, the outer shell of the 10,000 Flower Valley fell away, revealing its true form, a giant hammer. The giant hammer and the chain fused together, becoming a weapon similar to a meteor hammer. The weapon flew rapidly, landing in the hand of the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Su Pu cried out strangely, "You actually hid it away. What exactly did you do back then? Why did you hide it away?" The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation didn't answer. With a roar, it swung the giant hammer towards Su Pu. Su Pu seemed very afraid of the giant hammer. He frantically retreated while directing the heaven-burning stone to attack the hammer. The red light from the heaven-burning stone struck the giant hammer, only making it slightly red, not even slowing its speed a bit. The powerful heaven-burning stone had met an even more powerful giant hammer. The giant hammer suddenly accelerated midway, shattering space and instantly appearing before Su Pu. Bang! Su Pu let out a miserable scream. His enormous body was smashed to pieces by the giant hammer, and the heaven-burning stone shattered into powder. Not only his body, but even his soul was almost shattered. Even though it didn't shatter completely, his soul was severely injured. Combined with his previous injuries, Su Pu's foundation had been thoroughly destroyed. His realm kept dropping, becoming weaker and weaker. Su Pu's soul kept growling. He tried hard to restore his physical body, but his efforts were doomed to be in vain. Looking at the plain and unadorned hammer, its power was extraordinarily great. This hammer strike had truly reached the great Tao realm level. However, using this hammer also came at a great cost to the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation. The incarnation also shattered for the most part, barely maintaining its form. This was the trump card left by the celestial fox ancestor. If this hammer strike failed, his plan for resurrection would fail. Boom! The giant hammer fell to the ground. The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation no longer had the strength to control it. It stared at Su Pu, continuously growling, seeming to have lost even the strength to attack. Lin Moya chuckled lightly, spread his wings of time, and with a gentle flutter, instantly appeared before Su Pu. Su Pu now had no strength to resist. With his soul foundation damaged, being able to remain conscious was already not bad. Even so, he still glared at Lin Moya with hateful eyes. If not for Lin Moya, he wouldn't be in this state. Lin Moya smiled softly and said, I told you, if you don't look now, you'll miss your chance. I keep my word. In his palm, the world-burning fire danced slowly, carrying an aura that inspired fear. Chapter 3191. Chapter 3191, 3191. Chapter 3191, wishing you a smooth revival and return to the great Tao. The world-burning fire blazed fiercely, emitting an aura that terrified the soul. The ancestral spirit cried out strangely, the fire of heavenly punishment. Lin Moya didn't respond. His world-burning fire was extremely similar to the fire of heavenly punishment. As for whether the world-burning fire was actually the fire of heavenly punishment, this question had no answer for now. Whether it was or wasn't, to Lin Moya, this was the world-burning fire, capable of burning away the world, refining the world, and also burning away and refining souls. The world-burning fire wasn't strong enough yet to burn away the souls of Great Tao Realm beings. Fortunately, Su Pu's soul was only at the pseudo-Great Tao Realm, and now severely injured, not even at the pseudo-Great Tao Realm anymore. Such a rare material, how could Lin Moya let it go? So he acted without hesitation. Fear showed in Su Pu's eyes, but he was powerless, only able to watch helplessly as the world-burning fire engulfed his soul. An indescribable pain came from the depths of his soul, and he couldn't even pass out. He would be refined by the world-burning fire in a conscious state, erasing the last trace of his existence from the world. For such an ungrateful fellow, the world-burning fire was his best destination. As the world-burning fire refined Su Pu's soul, the ancestral spirit and the others watched in astonishment. They never dared to imagine that someone could control the fire of heavenly punishment. The fire of heavenly punishment should be a power exclusive to the Great Tao. How could it be controlled by human power? But the fact was right before their eyes. Lin Moya was indeed controlling the world-burning fire. They felt their understanding had been completely shattered. The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation had finally recovered a bit of strength. It silently watched Lin Moya, not making any moves. While refining Su Pu, Lin Moya secretly collected some of Su Pu's bone fragments and flesh pieces. Whether used for corpse explosion or turned into revenants later, these were top-tier materials. This was a pseudo-Great Tao Realm being, stronger than 9th-level Tao Venerables. A moment later, Su Pu's soul was completely refined, turning into a soul crystal. The soul crystal was crystal clear, without a trace of impurity. Lin Moya felt the pure power within the soul crystal and sighed lightly, what a pity. Su Pu's soul was too severely injured at the end, his realm directly dropping, not even maintaining the 9th-level Tao Venerable realm. He fell from the pseudo-Great Tao realm to the 8th-level Tao Venerable realm, and the refined soul crystal was about at this level. Lin Moya placed the soul crystal in his soul world, directly throwing it to the 10-colored dragon soul crystal. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal called out excitedly, swallowing the soul crystal in one gulp, as if it had eaten a supreme delicacy, extremely excited. After dealing with Su Pu, Lin Moya looked at the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation. Now it's time to disperse the black blood, right? How about it, will you do it yourself, or shall I? The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation stared at Lin Moya. How did you come to know about the black blood realm? Lin Moya smiled, great ancestor, let's not ask such meaningless questions. It's better to solve the problem first. If you want to ask, wait until you truly revive. The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation nodded slightly. Alright, I will merge into the origin spirit vein and expel the black blood. Are you confident you can deal with it? As Lin Moya had expected, the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation currently didn't have the ability to destroy the black blood, only to expel it. Now the black blood was within the origin spirit vein. Although it was using the origin spirit vein to recover, everything has its pros and cons. The origin spirit vein was also the black blood's prison. Once the black blood left the origin spirit vein, it was very likely to escape. If it couldn't be killed, there would be endless trouble. Lin Moya thought for a moment, I have about an 80% chance of taking out this fellow. The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation said, 80% is enough. Lin Moya still looked relaxed. Actually, it doesn't matter. Even if we don't kill this fellow, for it to recover would take tens of thousands of years, maybe not even enough in a million years. It won't take you that long to recover to your peak, right? After all, this trouble was brought by your servant, and the karmic connection is on you. You'll definitely be able to find him then. The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation thought for a moment, seeming to agree. Alright, then I'll start merging with the origin spirit vein. Get ready. Lin Moya said, I'm ready anytime, but before that, I have a question. The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation said, I'm just an incarnation, my memories are incomplete. I don't know if I can answer. Lin Moya said, just tell me what you know. If you don't know, it's fine. I'm just curious, how did you know Su would betray you, that the Kinkaio ancestral land would face this calamity, and thus leave such a powerful backup plan? The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation said, I can answer this question. I didn't know Su would betray me. I only knew that the Kinkaio ancestral land would face a calamity in the future, a crucial calamity that would determine whether I could be revived. As for how I knew this, someone told me. As for who that person was, I can't say. So I left a backup plan and left the celestial fox hammer here to deal with the calamity. Unable to say, it seemed that the being who told the celestial fox ancestor about the calamity was very significant. Being able to see a calamity countless years in the future, Lin Moya guessed that the other party must be either a cultivator of the Tao of Destiny or the Tao of Time. Besides these two, he really couldn't think of anything else. Lin Moya said, I have no more questions. Then I wish you a smooth revival and return to the great Tao. The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation merged into the origin spirit vein. The origin spirit vein immediately began to hum, with numerous runes lighting up on it. These runes weren't the familiar ones to Lin Moyo, but the divine runes of the divine soldier army. This origin spirit vein had once been refined by the celestial fox ancestor. Now returning to his hands, the whole process was very smooth. Before long, the power of the origin spirit vein was under the control of the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation. Angry roars came from the depths of the origin spirit vein, filled with intense unwillingness. It was slowly leaving the origin spirit vein. It didn't want to leave but had no choice. The uninvited guest was being driven out by the owner. Lin Moya lightly pointed his finger, and the skeletal hell appeared, covering the origin spirit vein, making a seamless connection. The moment the black blood left the origin spirit vein, it was immediately devoured by the skeletal hell. The black blood struggled frantically in the skeletal hell but couldn't escape. It came from the black blood realm and had ineradicable characteristics, but before evolving into the black blood sword saint, its power wasn't very strong. In the netherworld black pool, Big Headsong poked his head out. The black dragon first sized up the black blood for a second, then suddenly rushed over and swallowed it in one gulp. Lin Moya seemed to hear the black blood screams, filled with utter fear. The skeletal hell devours everything. Even black blood could be erased by it. Just like in the great world before, the skeletal hell could erase the black blood tide. The netherworld black dragon burped contentedly, then shrank back. The ancestral spirit let out a long sigh of relief. It's finally over. Su Jin and the others also relaxed, thinking that the crisis in the Kinkaio ancestral land was finally over. Lin Moya shook his head. It's not over yet. The ancestral spirit and the others' faces suddenly changed. What other problems are there? Lin Moya said, the great Tao reward is coming soon. You can think about what reward you want. You can ask for anything, as long as it's not too excessive. Generally, it can be fulfilled. Chapter 3192. Chapter 3192, 3192. Chapter 3192, Two Tigers on One Mountain. The great Tao reward arrived as promised, for everyone present, without exception. Even Su Li, who contributed the least, received a share of the great Tao reward. The great Tao reward was fair. The more one contributed, the more reward they received. Those who contributed less naturally received less reward. Su Li's reward wasn't much, lasting only a short while before ending. His aura improved somewhat compared to before, and his cultivation level advanced a bit. For their first great Tao reward, most people chose to enhance their cultivation level. The brothers Su Jin and Su Shin did the same, also choosing to improve their cultivation. As for the ancestral spirit, being a tool spirit, it didn't need to enhance its cultivation. The ancestral spirit hoped the great Tao could help the celestial fox ancestor revive. As a tool spirit, the celestial fox ancestor was its creator and the most important existence in its life. Naturally, the celestial fox ancestor was now striving to revive. The entire process could take as short as 1,000 years or as long as tens of thousands of years. The appearance of the great Tao reward allowed him to significantly shorten his revival time. Lin Moya guessed that the celestial fox ancestor's backup plan might have even accounted for the great Tao reward. With the great Tao reward, the celestial fox ancestor's revival was almost certain. Indeed, worthy of being the smartest clan among the beast races, their thoughts and actions were very practical. Among them, Lin Moya received the most great Tao reward. After all, the black blood was ultimately destroyed by him. Lin Moya used the great Tao reward to condense Tao patterns. Originally, it took him 200 years to condense one Tao pattern. Using the great Tao crystal reduced the time 100-fold, needing only 2 years. And under the great Tao reward, it only took 10 minutes. The great Tao reward was truly the ultimate tool for condensing Tao patterns, incomparable to any other treasure. Unfortunately, the effect of the great Tao reward couldn't overlap with the great Tao crystal. This time, too many people shared the great Tao reward. Lin Moya only condensed 4 Tao patterns before the great Tao reward completely dissipated. The number of Tao patterns increased to 58, with 50 used and 8 in an idle state. As the great Tao reward ended, Lin Moya opened his eyes. Now it's truly over. The ancestral spirit said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for helping our clan through this crisis. I have nothing here to thank you with, so we'll have to wait until you leave to ask clan leader Su Mao." Lin Moya said, "Clan leader Su Mao did indeed make some promises to me, and I've also gained quite a few benefits here. You don't need to be so polite. Your ancestor is in the process of reviving, which will probably take over 1,000 years. The Kinkaio ancestral land also needs time to recover, so I won't disturb you further." The ancestral spirit said, "I'll see Mr. Lin out." Then it said to Su Jin and Su Shin, "You two stay for a few more days to help me repair the Kinkaio ancestral land. At this point, the rules of the ancestral land had recovered, and the ancestral spirit could use these rules to rebuild the ancestral land. With the help of the Su Jin brothers, the process would be much faster. Lin Moya took out a Dao stone. No rush, I still need to ask you all to make a great Dao oath. In Nine-Tailed City, in a palace atop a mountain peak, the blood pool had long since stopped boiling. A group of Celestial Fox clan elders sat cross-legged in the palace, quietly waiting for the result. Those who could come here were all old fellows, each extremely patient. Suddenly, the quiet blood pool began to boil on its own, and then a pillar of blood rose from the pool, shooting towards the sky. The blood light reached the top of the palace, and space twisted and shattered within it, forming a passage. Sumao opened his eyes and looked towards the sky, his old face showing joy. They're out. Along with the joy was a hint of nervousness. He didn't know what had happened inside the ancestral land, whether Lin Moyo had succeeded or failed, and whether his grandson was safe. Soon, the figures of Lin Moyo and Su Li appeared in the passage. Seeing the two unharmed, Sumao immediately let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether the crisis in the ancestral land had been resolved, at least the two had returned safely, which was already something worth celebrating. Leaving the passage, Lin Moya flew directly outside the palace, looking towards the distant sky. Su Li also said nothing, closely following Lin Moyo out. The strange behavior of the two caused some of the clan elders in the palace to feel puzzled. Sumao gestured for everyone to be quiet and flew over personally. He came to Su Li's side and, like Su Li, said nothing, not even asking about the situation. Lin Moya looked at the Celestial Fox clan's destiny. At this time, the clan's destiny had become clean, with the calamity gone and no black blood polluting it. Although in terms of destiny strength, it had decreased compared to before, the level of destiny had risen. Overall, the Celestial Fox clan's destiny had improved. Normally, once a calamity appears, it means destiny has entered a fork in the road. If the calamity is successfully overcome, destiny will change. If not overcome, the clan's strength will be greatly weakened. The Celestial Fox clan had overcome this calamity, and their race would surely experience a rise. The source of this rise might be the reviving Celestial Fox ancestor. Once the Celestial Fox ancestor revives, the clan's bloodline will surely be strengthened, and the entire clan's strength will increase significantly. The Celestial Fox ancestor's combat power was extraordinary. Lin Moya felt that the ancestor's combat power might even surpass that of the Beast Emperor. At that time, who would lead the beast races would be hard to say. With the Celestial Fox ancestor backing them, even the Beast Emperor couldn't do much to the Celestial Fox clan. Lin Moya found this interesting, feeling it was like having two tigers on one mountain. The entire structure of the beast races might change. After confirming that the Celestial Fox clan was no longer in trouble, Lin Moya withdrew his gaze and said to Sumao, "Mission accomplished." Sumao's face immediately lit up with joy. Has the crisis in the ancestral land been resolved? Lin Moya said, Su Li can tell you the specific details. Sumao nodded. As long as the ancestral land is safe, that's good. That's good. He wasn't in a hurry to know the details. As long as he knew the crisis in the ancestral land had been resolved, that was enough. As for what exactly happened, he could ask slowly later. Sumao flipped his palm, producing a jade tablet and a treasure box. This jade tablet contains some information about the Western continent that I recently had people compile, as well as some information Mr. Lin might be interested in. This treasure box was also found deep in our storehouse. I'm not sure when it was put there, we hadn't noticed it before. Lin Moyo accepted the treasure box and jade tablet without asking much, simply saying thanks. For what he had done, these two items from Sumao were far from enough compensation. Sumao also knew this point and said softly, the day after tomorrow, I'd like to invite Mr. Lin to browse our clan's treasure vault, to see if there are any problems with the items there. If there are any issues, please help us deal with them, Mr. Lin. He spoke very politely, saying he was inviting Lin Moyo to check if there were any problems in the treasure vault. In reality, he wanted Lin Moyo to select treasures. The situation was exactly the same as when he was with the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger clan, except that Lamia had spoken more directly and straightforwardly. Sumao, on the other hand, spoke more implicitly, with some underlying meaning. Lin Moya smiled and said, alright, I'll wait for the clan leader to come. I'll take my leave now. Chapter 3193. Chapter 3193, 3193. Chapter 3193, an extremely powerful soul level. After Lin Moya left, Su Li recounted what had happened after they entered the ancestral land. Some parts he couldn't speak about due to the Great Dao Oath. However, he also explained to Sumao that not only he but also Su Jin, Su Xin, and the ancestral spirit had taken the Great Dao Oath. Su Li was somewhat helpless, given the situation at the time. When Mr. Lin asked us to take the Great Dao Oath, we couldn't refuse. Sumao said, Mr. Lin has done our clan a great favor, indeed we couldn't refuse. But it doesn't matter, we never intended to pry into Mr. Lin's secrets. As long as the Great Dao crisis could be resolved, it's already a tremendous blessing for our clan. Moreover, this time not only was the Great Dao crisis resolved, but our great ancestor will also be revived. Our clan's future will be bright. In comparison, a mere Great Dao Oath is nothing. Su Li, remember, you must maintain good relations with Mr. Lin. Treat Mr. Lin as you would treat our great ancestor. Su Li was suddenly shocked. Sumao's words were too heavy. In Sumao's words, he had already elevated Lin Moya to the same level as their ancestor. But thinking of Lin Moya's performance in the ancestral land, it was indeed incredibly brilliant. Even the ancestor's incarnation highly agreed with many of his words. In the future, Lin Moya might truly achieve the same level as their ancestor. After returning, Lin Moya released the 3 girls again. They hadn't had enough fun in Nine-Tailed City, so now that he was back, he let them play for a few more days. Once they leave this place, they'll have to endure hardships. Lin Moya first took out the treasure box given by Su Mao. He didn't have high hopes for it, thinking it was likely another great Dao fragment. He didn't know why that prehistoric powerhouse preserved so many heavenly Dao fragments. He quickly drew the corresponding runes, and the treasure box opened. A strange aura emanated from the box, and Lin Moya's eyes suddenly widened. A beautiful great Dao jade was quietly lying in the box. It's true that what you seek often appears when you stop looking. Of all the treasure boxes before, none contained a great Dao jade. Without hesitation, Lin Moya took the great Dao jade in his hand and summoned the Thousand Stars Dao. For the Thousand Stars Dao, the great Dao jade was the best supplement. The great Dao jade was immediately absorbed by the Thousand Stars Dao. Lin Moya was once again pulled into the Dao, seeing the scene he had seen before. Stars lit up one by one from a dark world, then merged into the Dao, returning to their original positions. The Star Lord positions in the Thousand Stars Dao were continuously activated. More and more stars appeared in the Dao, and the power of the Thousand Stars Dao grew stronger and stronger. The whole process was very mysterious. Even with previous experience, Lin Moya still felt as if he were in a dream. This time, 20 stars returned to their positions. Now, the number of Star Lords in the Thousand Stars Dao exceeded 50. Lin Moya could feel the Thousand Stars Dao recovering, growing stronger, as if it was waiting for a transformation to truly revive. Perhaps then, he would be able to use part of the Thousand Stars Dao's power. The Thousand Stars Dao would surely revive. It was just a matter of time. Lin Moya was full of confidence about this. As his consciousness returned, his soul heard a dragon's roar. Entering his soul world, he found the 10-colored dragon soul crystal roaring continuously, seeming very excited. Oh, the 11th color. Lin Moya was surprised to discover that an 11th color had appeared on the 10-colored dragon soul crystal. Originally 10 colors red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, white, and gray. Now there was an additional silver hue. The 11th color, silver. Although the 11th color was still very faint, it had undeniably appeared. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal had changed, becoming an 11-colored dragon soul crystal. The dragon soul crystal breathed out a dragon breath onto Lin Moya's soul, making his soul feel incredibly refreshed. The level of his soul hadn't changed, but the realm it occupied had risen. Lin Moya felt his soul had entered a completely new level. His perception of the Dao was several times clearer than before. The speed of condensing Dao patterns suddenly increased. After careful sensing, Lin Moya found that his speed of condensing Dao patterns had doubled compared to before. Now, even without the help of the Great Dao Crystal, he could condense one Dao pattern in 100 years. With the help of the Great Dao Crystal, he could condense one Dao pattern in a year. This way, even without the Great Dao reward, in just 14 years, he could advance to the 4th level Dao Venerable realm. This speed was enough to scare other Dao Venerables to death. What's my situation? My realm hasn't improved, but my soul level has increased greatly. My soul level seems even purer than Little Moon's innate Jade Soul, closer to the heavenly Dao. Looking through the materials, there doesn't seem to be any record of a situation like mine. In countless materials, Little Moon's innate Jade Soul was already the top-tier soul level, but Lin Moya felt that his current soul level was even more powerful than Little Moon's innate Jade Soul, closer to the Great Dao. He even had an illusion that he could almost touch the Great Dao. Looking at the Dragon Soul Crystal again, it had changed. The function of the Dragon Soul Crystal had surpassed his imagination. Before reaching 11 colors, the Dragon Soul Crystal's function was to refine the soul, make it purer, and provide some defense for the soul. Unexpectedly, as soon as it became 11 colors, it gave him such a big surprise. The 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal was already a legendary, heaven-defying existence among dragons. So what about the 11-colored Dragon Soul Crystal? Beyond legendary? I should ask Antares about this when I see him next time. Then Lin Moya took out Su Pu's flesh fragments. He decided to use Su Pu's flesh fragments to summon a revenant. Su Pu was the servant of the Celestial Fox ancestor. In the entire Celestial Fox clan, if anyone knew the ancestor best, it would naturally be Su Pu. Back then, the Celestial Fox ancestor achieved the Great Dao realm in prehistoric times, and Su Pu became the first clan leader of the Celestial Fox clan at that time. This also meant that the Celestial Fox clan's bloodline was extremely ancient, traceable to prehistoric times. So from Su Pu's mouth, he could obtain a lot of information about prehistoric times. Perhaps some secrets are about to be unveiled. Lin Moya had a thought and didn't immediately revive him, but put away the flesh fragments. The next moment, Lin Moya flew out of the palace, left Nine-Tailed City, and flew towards the distance. After leaving Nine-Tailed City, Lin Moya flew another 100,000 li before stopping. He landed in a mountain valley. His aura trembled slightly, and the spirit beasts in the valley immediately fled as if for their lives. In the blink of an eye, only small insects remained in the valley. Origin crystals flew out one by one, and a large number of runes were drawn. Lin Moya set up a formation in the valley. He wanted to use the formation to conceal everything that happened inside the valley. Not only would he use the formation, but afterward he would also use the Dao of Time to erase the time imprints here. No matter who came, they wouldn't be able to see what happened here. Lin Moya wasn't worried about others, he was really worried about the Celestial Fox ancestor. Even though the Celestial Fox ancestor was currently struggling to revive, needing at least several thousand years, but who knew if this powerful great Tao realm being might have some means to discover what he was doing. If he knew that Lin Moyo had revived Su Pu and learned his information from Su Pu's mouth, who knew how he would react? One must always think one step ahead. Caution is never excessive. A powerful shielding formation was set up, reaching the 6th grade, but it was a composite formation, with actual effects comparable to a 7th grade grand formation. Lin Moyo was still not at ease. He summoned the Tao of Space again, forming a spatial barrier. Then he used the Tao of Destiny to cover the valley with illusory power. After all preparations were complete, he finally performed the reviving the dead technique. The undying flame fell on the flesh fragments and began to burn fiercely. Chapter 3194. Chapter 3194, 3194. Chapter 3194, It's been a long time since I died. The flesh fragments slowly regenerated in the flames. The speed of flesh regeneration was slower than any previous time. Su Pu was a pseudo-great Tao realm being, so it was normal for his flesh to regenerate more slowly. As long as he could regenerate, it was already half a success. Lin Moyo was very patient, quietly waiting while carefully observing every detail. After the flesh regenerated to a certain extent, it began to emit a powerful aura surpassing the 9th level Tao Venerable Realm. The aura of the great Tao realm spread throughout the palace. Fortunately, Lin Moyo had set up multiple measures beforehand, so this aura didn't leak out. Actually, the safest situation would have been for Lin Moyo to revive Su Pu in his own great world. But Lin Moyo wasn't sure if his great world could withstand a pseudo-great Tao realm being like Su Pu. Not only was he unsure about the great world, even his soul world needed to be considered. Moreover, would there be any unexpected occurrences during the revival? Would the revived Su Pu be under his control? If the realm was too high and out of control, and then self-destruct, not only would the great world be finished, but the entire world of rules would be destroyed too. He could revive himself, but all the living beings in the great world would definitely die. So after much consideration, Lin Moyo decided to perform the summoning in the real world. Even if there was a self-destruction, at most it would only destroy this mountain valley. With a 100,000 li buffer, it probably wouldn't affect Nine-Tailed City. As the flesh gradually regenerated, the physical body became complete. What was revived was a snow-white celestial fox. This was Su Pu's true form. Su Pu's true form was about 10 meters long. After the physical body recovered, the tails began to regenerate. Tails are very important for the Celestial Fox clan. Newborn Celestial Fox clan members only have one tail. As their realm improves and bloodline evolves, the number of tails increases. Those with strong bloodlines can have 6 tails at the Tao Venerable Realm, and grow a 7th tail at the 7th level Tao Venerable Realm. Those with weaker bloodlines have fewer tails. All direct descendants of the Celestial Fox clan have 7 tails after the 7th level Tao Venerable Realm. Branch family members only have 6 tails at the 7th level Tao Venerable Realm. Su Pu, as a pseudo-great Tao realm being, had 8 tails, which was his limit. Only the Celestial Fox ancestor could have 9 tails. As the tails regenerated, Su Pu's soul also began to reassemble within the rules. Lin Moyo sensed an ancient aura. This aura was incredibly old, coming mysteriously from distant ages, bringing Su Pu's soul. As Su Pu's soul began to reassemble, the aura grew stronger, impacting the formation Lin Moyo had set up. The impact of Su Pu's revival was very intense. It was fortunate that ample preparations had been made to block these auras. As the auras overlapped, anomalies appeared in the valley. An 8-tailed white fox appeared, howling to the sky in the valley. Then, a great Tao appeared in the sky. This was Su Pu's own great Tao, not the Celestial Fox ancestor's Tao of Destiny. He hadn't followed the ancestor's old path but had comprehended his own great Tao. The great Tao was entirely golden, with flashes of fire within the golden light. The golden light was incredibly sharp, seemingly able to cut through anything like a sword. The fire light within the golden light. Lin Moyo found this great Tao in his memories. This was a very special great Tao. In the records of the current era, it hadn't appeared many times, no more than 10. This great Tao was a fusion of the metal and fire Taos, called the Metal Fire Tao. It possessed both the metal power and fire power from the 5 elements, having both the sharpness of the metal Tao to cut through everything and the terrifying power of the fire Tao to burn heaven and earth. The metal fire Tao was known for its offensive power and was very strong. So Su Pu comprehended the metal fire Tao. It seems he indeed had ambition, not walking the same path as the Celestial Fox ancestor. I guess the Celestial Fox ancestor also saw through his ambition. Since he possessed a great Tao, why didn't he use it in the Kinkaio ancestral land? Could there be other hidden circumstances? In the Kinkaio ancestral land, neither he nor the Celestial Fox ancestor had used their great Taos. Thinking back now, it was indeed a bit abnormal. Great Tao realm powerhouses have already merged with the great Tao. Their strongest method should naturally be using the power of the great Tao. But why didn't they use it? As Lin Moyo was pondering, the metal fire Tao began to rumble, and the reassembling soul became unstable. Lin Moyo's heart shook. There's a problem. The gap between himself and Su Pu was too large, spanning several small realms plus half a large realm. He had experienced failures in reviving the dead before, so Lin Moyo was mentally prepared from the start. The Tao of Destiny appeared, directly raising his destiny to the extreme. In his soul, the Destiny Talisman glowed brightly as Lin Moyo began to deduce what would happen next. He could only predict 5 seconds into the future. If the other party really self-destruct, Lin Moyo would know 5 seconds in advance. 5 seconds was enough for Lin Moyo to leave this place. Even if he couldn't escape, at least he could be mentally prepared. In the first deduction, Lin Moya saw future events. In the first second, the soul's vibrations became increasingly intense. In the third second, the soul became unstable, its aura chaotic. In the fourth second, the destiny talisman exploded, and the deduction failed. Lin Moya didn't hesitate at all and continued to deduce. This time, in the third second, the destiny talisman collapsed. Unable to deduce. Is it because Su Pu's realm is too high? My mastery of the Tao of Destiny is insufficient to deduce matters related to the Great Tao realm. Or is it that after involving the Great Tao, the future becomes unpredictable, so it can't be deduced? Thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, but it was too late to say anything now. Lin Moya didn't bother to escape and gave up on preparing to die once. It had been a long time since he died. Experiencing death and revival again didn't seem too bad. The only pity was that this precious piece of flesh would be wasted. Having mentally prepared himself, Lin Moya waited for the self-destruction to come. The soul continued to be chaotic, time passing second by second. After 3 seconds, the chaos in the soul reached its peak, but the self-destruction didn't come. Then the soul deflated like a punctured balloon, its aura rapidly weakening while becoming stable. Su Pu didn't self-destruct but fell from the pseudo-Great Tao realm back to the 9th level Tao Venerable realm. After falling to the 9th level Tao Venerable realm, the soul quickly stabilized, completing the final step of becoming a revenant. Su Pu, now at the 9th level Tao Venerable realm, knelt before Lin Moya. He didn't immediately bow his head like other revenants. Although kneeling there, his eyes were very complex. Lin Moya looked down at him. Do you know your identity? Su Pu instinctively replied, I know. I am your most loyal servant. Lin Moya continued to ask, do you know what you should do? Su Pu answered, obey your orders. Even if it means death, I will not resist. He still couldn't resist the mysterious power of the reviving the dead technique. No matter how unwilling he was internally, his obedience to Lin Moya didn't decrease at all. Lin Moya was very satisfied with Su Pu's answer. He now knew that the current limit of his technique was the 9th level Tao Venerable realm. Because Su Pu was a pseudo-Great Tao realm being, not a true Great Tao realm being, he didn't self-destruct but became a revenant at the 9th level Tao Venerable realm after lowering himself by half a realm. If he had revived a true Great Tao realm being, it would either fail, or if successful, would inevitably end in self-destruction. Lin Moya said, good. Then tell me about prehistoric times. Chapter 3195. Chapter 3195, 3195. Chapter 3195, finally found you. Su Pu didn't know much about the Great Prehistoric War. Back then, he and the entire Celestial Fox clan didn't participate in that war, which is why they were able to survive. When the Celestial Fox ancestor achieved the Great Tao, the war hadn't yet erupted, and Su Pu was only an ordinary 3rd level Tao Venerable. Later, when the Celestial Fox ancestor established the Kinkaio ancestral land, Su Pu stayed there to cultivate alongside the ancestor while serving him. At that time, Great Tao realm powerhouses would often visit to discuss the Tao with the Celestial Fox ancestor, while Su Pu could only serve on the side. He greatly envied these Great Tao realm powerhouses, hoping that one day he could also become one. So he cultivated diligently, striving towards his goal. The Celestial Fox ancestor was extremely talented. After becoming a Great Tao realm being, he continued to advance without stopping. The gap between Su Pu and the Celestial Fox ancestor didn't narrow but instead grew larger and larger. Especially after becoming a 7th level ancestor, Su Pu felt he had reached his limit. The greatest achievement in his life might just be the 9th level Tao Venerable realm. At that time, the Celestial Fox ancestor frankly told him that with his talent, the possibility of entering the Great Tao realm was extremely slim. But Su Pu wasn't content with this, yet he had no way to change it because he was in the Kinkaio ancestral land, and because the Celestial Fox ancestor was there, he couldn't leave. Gradually, Su Pu's inner heart became twisted, and he began to hate the Celestial Fox ancestor. Later, when the Great War broke out, the Celestial Fox ancestor had to leave the Kinkaio ancestral land. Before leaving, the Celestial Fox ancestor did many things. He brought the entire Celestial Fox clan into the Kinkaio ancestral land and placed it in a special space, far from that Great War. Finally, he created the ancestral spirit to manage the ancestral land and made Su Pu the first clan leader of the Celestial Fox clan. The Celestial Fox ancestor went to participate in the war and never returned. The Celestial Fox clan reproduced generation after generation in the Kinkaio ancestral land, gradually growing stronger and more numerous. Later, when the war ended, the structure of the origin continent changed dramatically, and the Kinkaio ancestral land finally returned to the origin continent. The ancestral spirit, following the Celestial Fox ancestors' pre-arranged plan, transported all the Celestial Fox clan members from the Kinkaio ancestral land back to the origin continent after the war ended, forming the current Celestial Fox clan. At that time, Su Pu, who had reached the 9th level Tao Venerable realm, knew his chance had come. The war had just ended, and many legacies of Great Tao realm beings remained on the origin continent. He set out alone on a path to seek opportunities. He traveled across the 4 continents and even went beyond the sky, finally encountering the Black Blood. The Black Blood came from the Black Blood realm, barely surviving that great war and hiding in dark corners, hoping to revive one day. Using its last bit of power, the Black Blood bewitched Su Pu. Su Pu had an obsession with the Great Tao realm, and the Black Blood amplified this obsession. The power from the Black Blood realm polluted Su Pu. Although it allowed him to successfully enter the pseudo-Great Tao realm, it also made him pay a huge price. The biggest price wasn't the damage to his soul, but that Su Pu abandoned his own Great Tao. That's why in the battle in the ancestral land, Su Pu never used his metal fire Tao from beginning to end. After hearing Su Pu's own story, Lin Moya sighed inwardly. It was all about obsession. Actually, the Celestial Fox ancestor had left a path for Su Pu. If he had developed the Celestial Fox clan well and gathered their destiny, he would have had a chance to advance further. Right after the war ended was the best time to gather destiny, with everything needing to be rebuilt. Moreover, the Celestial Fox clan's abilities were well suited for this task. The simplest method would have been to collect origin spirit veins. With enough destiny, even if Su Pu couldn't truly enter the Great Dao Realm, at least reaching the pseudo-Great Dao Realm wouldn't have been a problem. He could have gained immortality without paying a price. Unfortunately, Su Pu didn't understand the Celestial Fox ancestor's good intentions, ultimately ending up in such a state. From Su Pu's account, Lin Moya learned that behind several major beast races, there was once a Great Dao Realm ancestor. These ancestors often came to discuss the Dao with the Celestial Fox ancestor, and Su Pu had seen most of them. However, most of these Great Dao Realm beings died in that Great War. But they all left behind methods to ensure their races could continue as much as possible. As the ancestors of various races, their races were the continuation of their bloodlines. As long as the race still existed, perhaps one day, they could return, resurrecting in another form. The Celestial Fox ancestor once took him across the 9 continents. In Su Pu's description, the origin continent of that time was incredibly prosperous, with various races standing tall. Lin Moya grasped a key point in Su Pu's words. Are you saying that back then, there were no Buddhist or insect clans? Su Pu nodded, honestly answering Lin Moya's question. No, not only were they not there before the war, but when I was seeking opportunities after the war, they weren't there either. The absence of the Buddhist and insect clans was worth pondering. For this to happen, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that the Buddhist and insect clans came from outside the origin continent. The other was that these 2 clans evolved from living beings on the origin continent later. Both possibilities existed, but now the Dao didn't show disgust towards these 2 clans, indicating they weren't enemies of the Dao. Unfortunately, Su Pu didn't experience the Great War of the past and wasn't clear about the entire prehistoric war. It seems that to know the detailed process of that war back then, I still need to ask those Great Dao Realm beings. Unfortunately, the Great Dao Realm beings who survived that war have all left the origin continent. The 3 ancestors and the Beast Emperor won't talk about it. Lin Moya thought of a good method, which was to find a way to kill the withering and flourishing elder of the 100 Herbs Alliance, then turn him into a revenant. That way, he could ask whatever he wanted to know. As a Great Dao Realm being who survived that prehistoric catastrophic war, the withering and flourishing elder must know a lot. Compared to asking the 3 ancestors and the Beast Emperor, who would give evasive and vague answers, this would be much better. However, to turn the withering and flourishing elder into a revenant required some prerequisites. The level of the reviving the dead technique needed to be further improved. Lin Moya estimated that he would need to become a 7th level ancestor himself first. Besides this, the most difficult point was killing the withering and flourishing elder. This was a true Great Dao Realm being, and a plant type 1 at that, with astonishingly strong vitality. Killing him would be very, very difficult. At present, it was certainly not possible. The exploration of prehistoric times would have to wait for later. However, from Su Pu's account, it wasn't entirely without gain. Several beast race ancestors had almost all left behind backup plans, leaving seeds for resurrection. As for how they would resurrect, that was unknown. Great Dao Realm beings are not easy to kill, and they don't want to die. Their desire to survive is much stronger than ordinary cultivators, so they would do everything possible to leave themselves opportunities for rebirth. Secondly, from Su Pu's account, he also learned the name of that prehistoric war. People at that time called it the Origin Catastrophe. A war that shattered 5 of the 9 continents of the origin continent was an unprecedented great catastrophe. Origin catastrophe, sooner or later, I will figure you all out. I want to see what background that person behind the scenes who shattered hell has. Lin Moya put away Su Pu and was about to return to Nine-Tailed City when suddenly a powerful aura enveloped the entire mountain valley. A low, thunderous voice exploded in the valley. Finally found you. Chapter 3196. Chapter 3196, 3196. Chapter 3196, Beast Emperor, that guy has come to kill. The entire valley was enveloped by a mysterious force, sealing it off and isolating it from the outside world. The valley had become an independent world. Lin Moya's expression changed slightly. The owner of this voice was too familiar. In the Icefire secret realm, he had disrupted the others' plans, ruining years of scheming. The Beast Emperor had even crossed to the western continent to personally wound him. From then on, a deadly feud had formed between them. Lin Moya sneered, Elder Withering Flourish, I didn't expect you to find me so quickly. It seems the Beast Emperor didn't hit hard enough. He knew clearly that the Beast Emperor's attack couldn't have been light. The real reason he could recover so quickly was that he was a plant-based Great Dao Realm powerhouse. The Beast Emperor might have used himself as a standard of measurement. He. Elder Withering Flourish laughed coldly. As he laughed, the temperature in the valley dropped rapidly. Lin Moya asked, coming here like this, aren't you afraid the Beast Emperor will come after you again? Elder Withering Flourish laughed. This elder admits he's not as strong as the Beast Emperor, but it's wishful thinking for the Beast Emperor to kill me. If this elder were to fight desperately, even the Beast Emperor couldn't bear that cost. He was somewhat fearless. The Beast Emperor was indeed stronger than him, but so what? At most, the Beast Emperor could wound him, but if he fought with his life on the line, even the Beast Emperor would be in big trouble. They were all Great Dao Realm powerhouses, who would really fear whom? Lin Moya's gaze darkened, looking as if he had been frightened by Elder Withering Flourish's words. So the Elder has traveled billions of miles to personally kill me. Elder Withering Flourish said in a low voice, what else? You, a mere insect, actually ruined this Elder's plans. Don't you deserve to die? Lin Moya said, that was just a coincidence, a misunderstanding. I can offer an Icefire Dao Stone as compensation. How about we let this matter rest? You have an Icefire Dao Stone, obtained from the Icefire Secret Realm? Hearing about the Icefire Dao Stone, Elder Withering Flourish's voice clearly changed. His scheme for the Icefire Secret Realm was for the Icefire Dao Stone. Now, although Lin Moya had ruined his plan, if he could get the Icefire Dao Stone from Lin Moya's hands, it wouldn't be bad. Lin Moya said, this junior was fortunate to obtain an Icefire Dao Stone from the Icefire Secret Realm. If it can resolve the misunderstanding between us, this junior thinks it's not impossible. Elder Withering Flourish fell silent, clearly considering Lin Moya's words. Lin Moya took this opportunity to carefully sense Elder Withering Flourish's condition. He wanted to know if Elder Withering Flourish's injuries had fully healed, whether it was his true body that had come this time, to calculate if he had any power to resist. Also, whether this valley was completely cut off from the world, or if there was still a chance for a gap, whether the Beast Emperor flower could still work. Every detail would determine the course of events to follow. His powerful spiritual perception once again gave Lin Moya a pleasant surprise. Although Elder Withering Flourish hadn't shown himself, Lin Moya could still sense his presence, and combined with his undead eye, he could judge his true condition. What Elder Withering Flourish had sent wasn't his true body, but an avatar. This avatar was strong, stronger than the previous Icefire Dao Tree Seed, surpassing the 9th level Dao Venerable Realm, but not reaching the Great Dao Realm, not even as strong as a pseudo-Great Dao Realm. This being the case, using the Revenant Su Piyu should be able to handle it. Even if he couldn't win, at least survival wouldn't be a problem. With this judgment, Lin Moya's heart settled. Other matters became easier to deduce. Why did Elder Withering Flourish send an avatar instead of coming himself? First, he was certainly afraid of the Beast Emperor discovering him. The movements of a Great Dao Realm being wouldn't be small, hard to hide from the Beast Emperor. Secondly, his injuries might not have healed, he was still recovering, and his body wasn't suitable for action. But at the same time, Elder Withering Flourish didn't want to let Lin Moya off easily, so he sent an avatar to secretly search for Lin Moya's whereabouts in the northern continent, looking for a chance to kill him. After a moment of silence, Elder Withering Flourish said in a low voice, one Icefire Dao Stone isn't enough. You think you can buy your life with one Icefire Dao Stone? You're dreaming. Lin Moya heard another meaning in Elder Withering Flourish's words. Half of Elder Withering Flourish's words were probing, testing to see how many Icefire Dao Stones Lin Moya actually had. His eyes turned, and he immediately asked, then how many do you want? Elder Withering Flourish said softly, 4. Suddenly he changed his mind, no, at least 5. Lin Moya chuckled, Elder Withering Flourish, there's a saying in our human race, have you heard it? Elder Withering Flourish instinctively asked, what saying? Greed knows no bounds, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. There's no more, just one Icefire Dao Stone. With this, let's erase the grudge between us. Lin Moya was decisive, giving Elder Withering Flourish no room for negotiation. By now, Elder Withering Flourish was certain that Lin Moya must have more than one Icefire Dao Stone. He laughed coldly, actually, it doesn't matter if you don't give them. After this Elder kills you, all your Icefire Dao Stones will naturally belong to me. Lin Moya said, are you sure you want to kill me? The consequences of killing me are severe. Those who have tried to kill me before didn't end up well. Elder, won't you reconsider? Elder Withering Flourish said coldly, you, a mere 3rd level Dao Venerable, got a little lucky in the Icefire Secret Realm and think you're something special. For this Elder to crush you is no different from crushing an ant. Lin Moya seemed helpless, it seems there's no room for negotiation. Elder Withering Flourish said, negotiate my ass. Hand over all the Icefire Dao Stones, and this Elder will let you die quickly. Lin Moya shrugged, if that's the case, then here you go. The space beside him distorted, and Su Piyu, who had just been recalled, appeared. Lin Moya was generous, directly sending a drop of ancestral water to Su Piyu, while faith power burned fiercely. Su Pu's aura suddenly surged. Although still not reaching the pseudo-Great Dao Realm, he was at the peak of the 9th level Dao Venerable Realm, not at all weaker than Elder Withering Flourish's avatar. Su Pu's sudden appearance clearly surprised Elder Withering Flourish. Who are you? Elder Withering Flourish shouted angrily. Su Piyu didn't bother to answer, directly pouncing towards Elder Withering Flourish. A dazzling Great Dao containing gold and fire appeared. Su Piyu reached out and grabbed a golden long spear wrapped in flames from the metal fire Dao, thrusting it towards Elder Withering Flourish's avatar. Under the undead eye, the position of Elder Withering Flourish's avatar was exposed. Brilliant golden light illuminated the valley. Where the golden light passed, nothing could withstand it, nothing could avoid destruction. At the same time, fierce flames ignited in heaven and earth. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar let out a strange cry, instantly flashing away to avoid it. His speed was very fast, intending to move hundreds of li in an instant to avoid Su Pu's thrust. Su Pu's long spear swept across, the golden light exploding violently. The entire valley was blasted apart, and an area of hundreds of li was leveled. With the valley destroyed, the world that Elder Withering Flourish had separated also returned to the origin continent. A 9th level Dao Venerable taking action, and at the peak of the 9th level at that, the power of this strike was shockingly great. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar couldn't avoid it this time and was swept by the golden light, flying backward with a scream. Only then did Lin Moya see clearly that this avatar was actually a mass of thorns. The thorns rolled in the air while spewing out powerful force to extinguish the flames on its body. Its body was completely black, clearly not enjoying the flames from the metal fire Dao. Elder Withering Flourish roared, "This elder will kill you." Lin Moya chuckled, taking out the Beast Emperor flower. "Beast Emperor, that guy has come to kill me. Can you handle this?" Chapter 3197. Chapter 3197, 3197. Chapter 3197, "It seems you can't kill me today." Su Piyu could at most guarantee his own safety. Killing Elder Withering Flourish's avatar was almost impossible. Lin Moya didn't want to be constantly watched by someone, especially a great Dao realm being. How could he live his life like that? Elder Withering Flourish had clearly lost all shame, so the best method was to completely destroy his face. Lin Moya directly activated the Beast Emperor flower, informing the Beast Emperor about the situation here. The Beast Emperor had said before that Elder Withering Flourish wouldn't be able to move for a short time. Now, how long had it been? Elder Withering Flourish had already come. This was simply slapping the Beast Emperor's face. Great Dao realm powerhouses all care about face. The Beast Emperor definitely wouldn't sit idly by. Sure enough, the Beast Emperor flower glowed slightly, and the Beast Emperor's voice immediately sounded, "I'll be right there." The Beast Emperor flower also had positioning abilities, so the Beast Emperor could know where Lin Moya was. In the northern continent, the Beast Emperor had placed several avatars. If his avatar were to come, it shouldn't take long to arrive. The avatar could hold off Elder Withering Flourish's avatar, and once the main body arrived, Elder Withering Flourish's avatar would surely die. Su Piyu was blocking Elder Withering Flourish's avatar for Lin Moya. After the initial brilliant strike, Su Pu's power had dropped considerably. It wasn't possible to use ancestral water and faith power for every attack that would exhaust even the most abundant supplies of ancestral water and faith power. Without the double enhancement, Su Pu's strength was not a bit weaker than Elder Withering Flourish's avatar. Although he could block, if Elder Withering Flourish's avatar wanted to escape, he couldn't stop it. Lin Moya decided to hold him back. Since he had come, he shouldn't leave. The wings of curse spread, and curse after curse fell from above. Given Lin Moya's realm, various curses naturally had little effect on Elder Withering Flourish's avatar, but they could at least annoy him. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar roared in anger repeatedly but couldn't break through. This situation had just occurred in the Kinkaio ancestral land. At that time, Su Piyu had been annoyed to the point of almost vomiting by Lin Moya. While releasing curses, the Tao of Destiny appeared on Lin Moya's body. The Sword of Destiny and the Sword of Deadly Poison condensed simultaneously and slashed out instantly. The Sword of Destiny was formless and intangible, impossible to dodge. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar's destiny was immediately weakened greatly. With destiny weakened, Elder Withering Flourish's avatar's power decreased. As a great Dao realm being, he naturally knew what Lin Moya had done. The weakened destiny affected not only the avatar's destiny but also the main body's destiny. You dare to weaken this elder's destiny? This elder will grind your bones to dust, plant your soul in filthy soil, and make you suffer for eternity, unable to live or die. Elder Withering Flourish was enraged. His entire body of thorns evolved into endless thorny vines, lashing at heaven and earth. Su Piyu was violently pushed back. Lin Moya's wings of time vibrated, quickly retreating thousands of li. The world was lashed and shattered, space broke apart, and the earth turned to ruins. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar rolled with thorns, crushing towards Lin Moya. Endless vines continued to lash at heaven and earth. If Lin Moya were hit even once, he would surely die. Su Piyu came to block but couldn't stop the endless vines. Unless Su Piyu transformed into his true form, but Lin Moya didn't let Su Piyu do so. Not only did he not let Su Piyu transform, but he even recalled Su Piyu. The wings of time vibrated violently, and Lin Moya retreated at top speed. The direction he retreated in was actually towards Nine-Tailed City. From Nine-Tailed City, over a dozen streaks of light flew out. Led by Su Mao were 3 9th level Dao Venerables and over 10 8th level Dao Venerables, already rushing over. This place was only 100,000 li from Nine-Tailed City. They could naturally sense what was happening. Since he could borrow Nine-Tailed City's power, why should he exert himself so much? Although the Celestial Fox clan's combat power wasn't great, they could certainly hold out for a while. Once the Beast Emperor's avatar arrived, the current problem would be solved. Let's see if Elder Withering Flourish's avatar dares to confront Nine-Tailed City head-on. Perhaps it was hard to say before, but now Elder Withering Flourish had clearly lost his head, and there was an 80 to 90% chance he would dare. While retreating, Lin Moya once again condensed the Sword of Destiny, slashing out several times in succession, causing Elder Withering Flourish to roar incessantly in anger. Having one's destiny cut was as uncomfortable as it could be. Although destiny would recover over time, during this period, he would certainly have bad luck in everything he did and wouldn't dare to go anywhere. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar gradually caught up. You can't escape. Lin Moya chuckled, we'll see about that. The Tao of Space suddenly descended, and the wings of time vibrated violently, forming spacetime power. Lin Moya's speed suddenly increased, as if teleporting, instantly widening the distance between him and Elder Withering Flourish's avatar. Elder Withering Flourish wasn't skilled in speed. His speed among 9th level Dao Venerables was considered extremely slow. He roared in anger incessantly but could do nothing about Lin Moya. Finally, Su Mao and the others arrived. Seeing someone chasing and trying to kill Lin Moyo, Su Mao didn't even think and shouted loudly, "Stop him!" Lin Moyo had done so much for them, how could they watch him come to harm? The dozen or so Celestial Fox Clan Dao Venerables who had rushed over simultaneously transformed into their true forms, becoming giant Celestial Foxes. This was their battle form, and in this form, their power was much greater than in human form. Their huge tails lashed out, colliding violently with the vines. The world shattered, and their tails were lashed bloody by the vines. In terms of power, they were inferior to Elder Withering Flourish's avatar. But their numbers were sufficient, and they had enough tails. The continuous lashing made it difficult for Elder Withering Flourish's avatar to advance. Although the Celestial Fox Clan's Dao Venerables were relatively weak in combat power among those of the same realm, as long as there were enough of them, they could still hold back Elder Withering Flourish. Lin Moya's face bore a smile. "It seems you can't kill me today." As he spoke, several more swords of destiny slashed over. The sword of destiny harmed the enemy greatly while also damaging oneself slightly, but Lin Moyo ignored the damage to his own destiny, determined to finish off Elder Withering Flourish. Elder Withering Flourish could only roar in impotent rage. Faced with over a dozen 8th and 9th level Dao Venerable Celestial Fox Clan members, he indeed couldn't break through. He was strong, but only by a small margin. Suddenly, Elder Withering Flourish began to retreat. Lin Moya sensed a powerful aura approaching and knew it was the Beast Emperor's avatar. Lin Moya shouted urgently, "Don't let him escape, hold him back." Su Mao let out a long howl to the sky. In an instant, the dozen or so Celestial Fox Clan Dao Venerables also hauled to the sky. Tens of thousands of li away, Nine-Tailed City suddenly burst into light. The weather changed, clouds rolled, and a nine-tailed Celestial Fox appeared in the sky, the Celestial Fox Ancestor. Nine-Tailed City used the Celestial Fox Clan's destiny to manifest an illusion of the Celestial Fox Ancestor. The moment the Celestial Fox Ancestor's illusion appeared, countless Celestial Fox Clan members in Nine-Tailed City immediately knelt down, shouting Ancestor. Lin Moya hadn't expected the Celestial Fox Clan to have such a move. Clearly, this was also a technique left behind by the Celestial Fox Ancestor. The Celestial Fox Ancestor's illusion appeared above Elder Withering Flourish as if teleporting, and 5 giant tails slammed down from the sky. Boom! Elder Withering Flourish's avatar was smashed into the ground, cracking the earth. Countless cracks appeared on his body, and most of his vines were broken. The Celestial Fox Ancestor's illusion only struck once before disappearing. Lin Moya saw that Su Mao and the others' faces had turned pale, clearly under great pressure from this strike. Although it was only one strike, it was enough. The power of this strike was too strong, almost surpassing the 9th level Dao Venerable Realm. Currently on the Origin continent, only Great Dao Realm beings like the 3 ancestors and the Beast Emperor could block it. Elder Withering Flourish's main body could, but his avatar couldn't. As the Beast Emperor's avatar arrived, Elder Withering Flourish tried to fly up and escape again, but Lin Moya didn't give him the chance. Destiny Explosion Technique, Explode. Chapter 3198. Chapter 3198, 3198. Chapter 3198, This Emperor doesn't need you to teach what to do. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar, having barely fled 100 li, suddenly exploded from within. In the terrifying explosion, he fell from the sky. Whether it was the avatar or the main body, Elder Withering Flourish's destiny had been greatly weakened, now less than 1/10 of what it was before. In this state, when Lin Moya used the Destiny Explosion technique, its power was astonishing. This strike nearly shattered Elder Withering Flourish's avatar on the spot. However, being an avatar created by a Great Dao Realm being, and a plant-based lifeform at that, its vitality was extremely tenacious. The Destiny Explosion technique couldn't kill him, only adding to his injuries. Plant-based Dao Venerables were hard to kill. Lin Moyo understood this point well. Su Mao and the others surrounded him again. Lin Moyo had said not to let him escape, so they would do their best to trap him. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar roared, "Celestial Fox Clan, you're seeking death." He once again burst out countless vines, frantically lashing at the surrounding world. His attack range covered several hundred li, making it impossible to approach. While lashing out, Elder Withering Flourish was quickly fleeing. He couldn't continue to be entangled. If he stayed any longer, he would die. Lin Moya shook his head lightly. "It's too late, you can't escape now." After being hindered by the Celestial Fox Ancestor's illusion and the Destiny Explosion technique in succession, Elder Withering Flourish was now too late. The Beast Emperor's avatar arrived, a mist spreading out, transforming into a giant hand that slammed down from the sky. The vines were smashed apart, and the giant hand directly slammed Elder Withering Flourish's avatar to the ground. The earth rumbled as if in an earthquake, cracking open huge fissures and forming an underground canyon. The Celestial Fox Clan is under this Emperor's command. Dare to touch them and see what happens. The Beast Emperor's avatar appeared in the sky, mist enveloping his entire body, concealing his true appearance. Lin Moya judged that the Beast Emperor's avatar's realm was about the same as Elder Withering Flourish's avatar, both at the peak of the 9th level Dao Venerable realm. But in terms of combat power, the Beast Emperor's avatar should surpass Elder Withering Flourish's avatar. Just as the Beast Emperor's main body also surpassed Elder Withering Flourish's main body. The Beast Emperor's avatar had finally arrived, and Elder Withering Flourish finally despaired. "Beast Emperor, you really want to stop me?" The Beast Emperor snorted coldly. "This Emperor doesn't care what else you do, but if you want to kill friend Lin, this Emperor won't allow it." Elder Withering Flourish immediately said, "Alright, I was wrong this time. I promise you, I won't enter the Northern Continent again." The Beast Emperor shook his head. This Emperor said, "Whether you enter the Northern Continent or not, this Emperor doesn't want to care. But since you've come, you must pay the price. This avatar of yours is well crafted. Since it's here, let it stay. The Beast Emperor slammed down another palm. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar roared, his entire body sprouting spikes, turning into a porcupine. The spikes shot upwards, colliding with the Beast Emperor's palm. Boom! With a crisp sound, the Beast Emperor's palm was actually pierced through. Elder Withering Flourish shouted angrily, "Since you won't let me go, then let's die together. You can forget about keeping this avatar of yours." The Beast Emperor laughed coldly. If it were your main body that came, this Emperor's avatar indeed couldn't be saved. But now you're just an avatar. What right do you have to say such things? The Beast Emperor roared, suddenly throwing out a punch. A huge iron fist appeared in the world, once again smashing Elder Withering Flourish back down. The spikes on Elder Withering Flourish's body were all smashed off, and he fell to the ground again. The Beast Emperor threw punch after punch, instantly delivering hundreds of blows. The earth was completely shattered. For 10,000 li around, the ground had collapsed, turning into a basin. Elder Withering Flourish was in the basin, but he wasn't dead. He was still alive. Plant-based lifeforms truly had terrifyingly powerful vitality. It was extremely difficult to kill him among those of the same realm. Elder Withering Flourish laughed madly, his laughter tinged with weakness. "Don't forget, our strengths are equal. This avatar of yours still isn't enough to kill this elder." He once again extended countless spikes, this time piercing them into the ground. In an instant, origin power surged wildly as he drew strength from the earth. The earth's power was endless, and his injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. At this point, Elder Withering Flourish seemed to have given up on leaving. He probably knew he couldn't leave even if he wanted to, so he decided not to leave. He stayed there, absorbing the earth's power, looking like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. The Beast Emperor spoke with disdain. "You think this Emperor came with just an avatar?" A massive mist approached from afar at an astonishing speed, instantly merging with the avatar. Terrifying pressure surged through heaven and earth. Even though the Beast Emperor could only exert 30% of his power on the origin continent, that was 30% of a great Dao realm being's power, far surpassing the 9th level Dao venerable realm. Elder Withering Flourish spoke with disbelief. "For the sake of a human youngster, your main body actually took action. Do you know what you're doing?" The Beast Emperor laughed coldly. "Does this Emperor need you to teach what to do? It seems the lesson last time wasn't enough. Perhaps this Emperor needs to make another trip to the Western continent." Elder Withering Flourish was still defiant. "If you dare come to the Western continent again, this elder will surely make you pay the price." The Beast Emperor smiled. "Then let's see what price you can make me pay. At least today, this avatar of yours is finished." Mist surged, and a terrifying fist appeared in the world. Although this fist didn't have any great Dao power enhancing it, anyone who looked at it would feel incredibly terrified. This punch seemed capable of shattering the entire northern continent. Lin Moya sensed that the power of this punch had completely surpassed the limits of the Dao venerable realm, entering the realm of the Great Dao. However, it should be the weakest punch in the Great Dao realm. After all, the Beast Emperor could only exert 30% of his power here. Everyone's attention was drawn to this punch. It seemed to contain supreme power, the goal pursued by all 9th level Dao venerables. At this moment, a suction force appeared in Lin Moya's palm, drawing in some of the vines that had been shattered from Elder Withering Flourish's avatar earlier. He began to chew on them. Elder Withering Flourish's voice revealed despair and anger. "Fine, Beast Emperor. Since you're being so absolute, this elder will surely let you know what regret means." The Beast Emperor laughed wildly. "This Emperor wants to see how you'll make this Emperor regret." The fist slowly descended. Its speed was very slow, but Elder Withering Flourish knew clearly that he had nowhere to escape. The fist was still 1,000 meters in the air, but its terrifying power was already causing the earth to crack again. Elder Withering Flourish didn't try to escape. He knew there was no escape. The fist landed on Elder Withering Flourish's avatar at an extremely slow speed. The thorny body was completely crushed under the fist. With one punch, Elder Withering Flourish's avatar died on the spot. Everyone present knew how difficult it was to kill Elder Withering Flourish's avatar, but it couldn't withstand a casual punch from the Beast Emperor. This showed how powerful the Beast Emperor was. After killing Elder Withering Flourish's avatar with one punch, the fist instantly disappeared without causing any impact on the earth. This showed what level the Beast Emperor's control over power had reached. Su Mao and the others knelt before the Beast Emperor. "Greetings to the Beast Emperor." The Beast Emperor made a sound of acknowledgement. "You all did well this time. Now withdraw. This Emperor wants to speak with friend Lin alone." Su Mao immediately stood up and retreated. The Beast Emperor's orders were above all else. They didn't dare hesitate for a moment. After this incident, Lin Moya's importance in Su Mao's heart increased even more. The Beast Emperor not only called Lin Moya a friend but also killed Elder Withering Flourish's avatar for Lin Moya's sake. Su Mao knew Elder Withering Flourish's identity. He was the master of the 100 Herbs Alliance, an existence on the same level as the Beast Emperor. Unexpectedly, for Lin Moya's sake, the Beast Emperor didn't give the other party any face at all. This showed how important Lin Moya was in the Beast Emperor's heart. Chapter 3199. Chapter 3199, 3199. Chapter 3199, Where did they come from? The earth was shattered, mountains collapsed in the battle, and tens of thousands of li had turned to ruins, no longer the green mountains and clear waters of before. This was the first time such an event had occurred outside Nine-Tailed City. For countless years, the area around Nine-Tailed City had never experienced such a great battle. However, it didn't matter. Afterward, the Celestial Fox clan would come to repair it. This land would be restored to its original state before long, at most losing a few high mountains. Lin Moya came before the Beast Emperor. "Thank you, Beast Emperor, for coming to my rescue. The Beast Emperor's voice carried authority, yet also a hint of gentleness. Even if this emperor hadn't come, friend Lin should have been fine. Lin Moya shook his head. If the Beast Emperor hadn't come, he certainly wouldn't have fled. In the end, he might have taken root in Nine-Tailed City, and we would have had no way to deal with him. The Beast Emperor nodded. That's true. His final technique would have been very difficult for ordinary 9th-level Dao Venerables to kill him. Lin Moya said, so I really must thank the Beast Emperor for coming to the rescue. Otherwise, even if I had been fine, Nine-Tailed City would likely have suffered. Lin Moyo had brought Nine-Tailed City into it. If Elder Withering Flourish had really caused trouble in Nine-Tailed City, it would have been the Beast Emperor who lost face. After all, this was the Beast Emperor's territory, and the Celestial Fox clan was under the Beast Emperor's command. The Beast Emperor said, Elder Withering Flourish went too far this time. This Emperor might have to go teach him another lesson. Lin Moya said, when Elder Withering Flourish came to kill me this time, he said that if you went to find him again, he would surely make things difficult for you. He's not easy to bully either. If he fights desperately, he could at least fight you to a mutual defeat. The Beast Emperor fell silent, then sighed lightly. He's not wrong. If he really fought desperately, at most this Emperor could fight him to a mutual defeat. Killing him is almost impossible. Lin Moya said, so I think you shouldn't go find him. It's not worth injuring yourself for his sake. Moreover, his avatar was destroyed here this time. He probably won't make a move again for a short while. However, the Beast Emperor heard the implication in Lin Moya's words and asked, however what? Lin Moya said, however, I'm about to go to the Western Continent, and I'm afraid there might be some trouble. The Western Continent was quite far, and Elder Withering Flourish was in the Western Continent. If he set his sights on Lin Moya, even the Beast Emperor might not be able to help from so far away. Lin Moya wasn't afraid of Elder Withering Flourish's avatar. But facing Elder Withering Flourish's main body, Lin Moya knew his current strength was far from enough. Seeing the Beast Emperor's punch earlier, he realized that the strength of Great Dao Realm beings far exceeded his imagination. His previous estimates of the Great Dao Realm were inaccurate. The Beast Emperor asked in a low voice, why do you want to go to the Western Continent? That place is no paradise. Some things there are even more troublesome than in the Eastern Continent. The Eastern Continent wasn't actually as chaotic as imagined. It might have been chaotic before, but now that Antares had appeared, led the Eastern Spirit Empire, and carried out a major cleanup, the structure of the Eastern Continent had become clear. The Lufen Chamber of Commerce, led by the three ancestors, was the top power in the Eastern Continent on the surface. The Eastern Spirit Empire, led by Antares, was the hidden power in the Eastern Continent. These two powers, one overt and one covert, had actually taken control of the entire Eastern Continent. As for other factions in the Eastern Continent, they were just minor disturbances, not amounting to much. In the Western Continent, there were the Buddhist clan, Insect clan, Dragon clan, and the Hundred Herbs Alliance. These four powers fought each other, already showing signs of a chaotic situation. Besides this, there was also the Netherworld clan hidden in the shadows of the Western Continent, as well as some powerful spirit beasts. The actual situation in the Western Continent was more chaotic than the Eastern Continent. Lin Moya said, precisely because the situation is more chaotic, I wanted to ask the Beast Emperor to help me think of a solution. The Beast Emperor thought for a moment. The Hundred Herbs Alliance is in the northeast of the Western Continent, closest to here. If you want to go to the Western Continent, it's best to avoid that area. You can ask that three ancestors fellow to buy the best map. The map will show the territories of various clans in the Western Continent. Bring out the Beast Emperor flower I gave you. Lin Moyo handed the Beast Emperor flower to the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor took the flower back into the mist and said, this Emperor will modify the Beast Emperor flower. Carry it with you at all times, and it can help conceal your aura. As long as you don't enter the Hundred Herbs Alliance's territory, Elder Withering Flourish won't be able to sense you. If you want to go to the Western Continent, it's best to take a detour and enter from the southwest. Saying this, the Beast Emperor returned the modified Beast Emperor flower to Lin Moyo. Lin Moya saw that a divine rune had been added to the Beast Emperor flower. This rune emitted a mysterious aura, formless and intangible, enveloping him as if concealing something about him. The Beast Emperor continued, as long as you don't enter the Hundred Herbs Alliance's area, Elder Withering Flourish won't discover you. If you accidentally enter, flee immediately and tell this Emperor at once. This Emperor will come as quickly as possible. Lin Moya nodded, hanging the Beast Emperor flower at his waist, and asked, it seems Elder Withering Flourish monitors his territory very strictly. The Beast Emperor said, Elder Withering Flourish has openly created 3 avatars. One of them is named Wild Grass. The Wild Grass avatar isn't strong in combat, but it possesses an ability called proliferation. Wild Grass can proliferate countless offspring, each of which can become Wild Grass's eyes. Elder Withering Flourish uses this ability to monitor the entire Hundred Herbs Alliance. Lin Moyo asked again, what about nearby? The Beast Emperor said, the Hundred Herbs Alliance is located in the northeast. The two sides closer to the inland of the Western Continent are the territories of the Dragon Clan and Insect Clan. Neither direction is easy to deal with, and Wildgrass won't go there. Further northeast is the Realm Sea. Some nearby islands are actually territory of the Hundred Herbs Alliance, and might have Wildgrass's offspring. Further away is Old Black's domain. Elder Withering Flourish doesn't dare to provoke him. So as long as you enter the Western Continent from the southwest, and don't cross through the Dragon Clan and Insect Clan territories, you basically won't be sensed by Elder Withering Flourish. Lin Moyo already had a map of the Western continent in his mind, and with the Beast Emperor's explanation, he now understood the general situation of the Western continent. In the map he currently had, the largest area in the Western continent was occupied by the Buddhist clan. If he entered the Western continent from the southwest, he would first step into Buddhist clan territory. His relationship with the Buddhist clan didn't seem very good either, having killed several Buddhas. But compared to Elder Withering Flourish, entering through the Buddhist clan's site seemed a bit safer. He wanted to find the Netherworld clan. From the information given by the three ancestors, Lin Moya saw that the Netherworld clan's location was in the north of the Western continent, in a small area at the border between the Dragon clan and the Hundred Herbs Alliance territories. This area was a desolate region of the Western continent, not a good place. Neither power was interested in those areas, so the Netherworld clan had multiplied and grown strong there. Besides this, the three ancestors had also told him about another hell fragment. That hell fragment was in the Buddhist clan's territory, so the Buddhist clan was also a place he had to go. Lin Moya said, "Beast Emperor, I have a question I'd like to ask, if you know the answer." The Beast Emperor laughed heartily. "No need to be so polite with this Emperor. If you have a question, just ask." Lin Moya said, "When the Origin catastrophe ended, there were no Buddhist or insect clans on the Origin continent. Where did they come from?" The Beast Emperor's mist suddenly paused. He asked with slight surprise, "How do you know this?" Chapter 3200. Chapter 3200, 3200. Chapter 3200, It's time to suffer a bit. Nine-Tailed City was still bustling with activity. The recent battle outside the city and the appearance of the celestial fox ancestors' illusion had become topics of conversation for countless beast races. However, most beast races didn't know that the Beast Emperor had just been there. The celestial fox clan had dispatched a large number of people to repair the tens of thousands of li of land damaged outside the city. Lin Moya returned to his palace. The Beast Emperor had already left. He had obtained some uncertain answers from the Beast Emperor. Faced with Lin Moya's questions, the Beast Emperor had been somewhat vague. However, Lin Moya could be sure that whether it was the Buddhist clan or the insect clan, their backgrounds were not small. As for what exactly their backgrounds were, the Beast Emperor didn't say. The Beast Emperor only told Lin Moya that the Buddhist clan's heritage didn't entirely originate from the Origin continent, and the insect clan similarly wasn't a native species of the Origin continent. From the Beast Emperor's words, it could be analyzed that the root of the Buddhist clan was a line of inheritance, and this inheritance created the current Buddhist clan. This inheritance wasn't entirely from the Origin continent, possibly mixed with some other things. As for the insect clan, they were even less of a native species of the Origin continent. If they weren't from the Origin continent, then they naturally came from another world. But the Tao didn't show disgust towards them, so they could now be considered part of the Origin continent. Finally, Lin Moya took out the materials given by Su Mao. These materials were recently compiled by Su Mao, said to contain information Lin Moya needed. After reviewing them, the jade tablet in Lin Moya's hand automatically turned to dust, leaving nothing behind. So, Su Mao had already seen through Little Five's true identity. Is it that he doesn't want Little Five's bloodline, or that he doesn't dare to want it? Lin Moya felt it was both. As the clan leader of the Celestial Fox clan, Su Mao naturally knew that capturing a soul spirit progenitor beast was a double-edged sword. If successful, they might be able to try to learn and comprehend the Tao of cause and effect through the soul spirit progenitor beast. If they failed, the entire clan's destiny would be damaged. The soul spirit progenitor beast was a very mysterious species, not something anyone could kill if they wanted to. Over the years, many soul spirit progenitor beasts had been captured, but no one had ever truly mastered the Tao of cause and effect. So after seeing through Little Five's identity, Su Mao hadn't thought about capturing Little Five. Not only did he not capture her, but he also told Lin Moya about the information on other soul spirit progenitor beast groups. Within the Celestial Fox clan's territory, there were two other groups of soul spirit progenitor beasts living. Su Mao and several high-level Celestial Fox clan members knew about this, but they all tacitly agreed not to trouble these two groups of soul spirit progenitor beasts, because they knew this might be a losing proposition, and they didn't want to get entangled in any causal relationships with the soul spirit progenitor beasts. This was also the cleverness of the Celestial Fox clan, not letting greed blind their eyes. Now that Su Mao had seen through Little Five's identity and discovered Little Five's relationship with Lin Moya, he told Lin Moya about this matter. As for how Lin Moya would handle it, that was Lin Moya's own decision. Besides this, the materials also recorded some information that might be related to hell fragments. This information was very scattered, numbering in the tens of thousands, even more chaotic than last time. Su Mao had similarly just given the information to Lin Moya, letting Lin Moya analyze it himself. Tens of thousands of pieces of questionable information, spread across the 4 continents. Lin Moya thought it would take considerable time to analyze. Lin Moya naturally wouldn't think about it himself. He directly gave it to the Human Emperor, letting the Human Emperor analyze it. This was the Human Emperor's forte. Lin Moya called out the Soul Clan leader and told him about the other two groups of Soul Spirit progenitor beasts. Soul Clan leader, I want to bring those two groups of Soul Spirit progenitor beasts to Dao Speech City together. I'd like to ask your opinion. The Soul Clan leader shook his head, since they've been living here for so many years, and the Celestial Fox clan knows of their existence, with both sides coexisting peacefully, this old one thinks it's best not to disturb them. Our groups don't communicate with each other and have no relationship. It's like the various sects within the human race. Although they're all human, they don't necessarily get along harmoniously. So I think if we bring them to Dao Speech City together, they might not agree. Even if they agree, they might not get along harmoniously with us. Lin Moyo listened to the Soul Clan leader's explanation and nodded slightly. I understand your concerns. Although they were all soul spirit progenitor beasts, they were different groups after all, and indeed might not be able to get along harmoniously. The Soul Clan leader said, moreover, we carry causality. If any conflicts arise between us, it might affect Dao Speech City. Lin Moyo had originally wanted to take away the soul spirit progenitor beasts, not only for Little Five's sake but also because they could bring some benefits to Dao Speech City. If so, then naturally the more soul spirit progenitor beasts, the better. Now it seemed he had thought too much. Since that was the case, there was no need to bother. Lin Moyo went to the Lufen Chamber of Commerce to inquire about the movements of the Hurricane warships. The number 2 Hurricane warship would arrive at Nine-Tailed City in about 20 days, then depart from Nine-Tailed City, crossing the northern continent to head towards the eastern continent. The number 4 Hurricane warship would arrive at Nine-Tailed City in 5 days, departing from Nine-Tailed City to head towards the western continent. Originally, Lin Moyo had planned to take the number 4 Hurricane warship from Nine-Tailed City to the western continent, but now that was clearly not possible. The number 4 Hurricane warship's route would first arrive at the 100 Herbs Alliance's territory in the western continent. This way, Lin Moyo would essentially be telling Elder Withering Flourish, I've arrived, you can come kill me now. So Lin Moyo would take the number 2 Hurricane warship to return to the eastern continent. Then from the eastern continent, he would take the number 3 Hurricane warship, crossing the east and west ends of the Realm Sea to head towards the western continent. The number 3 Hurricane warship stop was in the southern region of the western continent, in Buddhist clan territory. Then he would cross through the entire Buddhist territory, heading north, with the final destination being Dragon Clan territory. This also coincided with the direction Lin Moyo needed to go to find the Netherworld clan. Since that's the case, I'll let you play for a few more days. After that, it's time to suffer a bit. Lin Moyo revealed a mischievous smile. He was looking forward to seeing those girls' reactions when the time came. Nine-Tailed City was too big, with too many fun things. The 3 girls led by Little Mist had been playing wildly for 20 days. Until the number 2 Hurricane warship appeared outside Nine-Tailed City, Lin Moyo called them back. On the day Lin Moyo left, Sumao personally led people to see them off, and also gave Little Mist and the other 2 girls each a storage ring. The rings contained countless fun things from Nine-Tailed City, as well as a large amount of Nine-Tailed City delicacies. They weren't particularly precious items, but represented their heartfelt sentiments. Sumao bowed to Lin Moyo, you're welcome to come play in Nine-Tailed City anytime, Mr. Lin. You are our most honored guest. That palace of yours will only be open to you from now on. Lin Moyo smiled and said, clan leader is too kind. Nine-Tailed City is wonderful. If I have the chance in the future, I will certainly come. Little Mist also chimed in, Nine-Tailed City is so much fun. I want to come play again in the future. Under the watchful eyes of Sumao and the others, Lin Moyo left Nine-Tailed City and boarded the number 2 Hurricane warship. At the bow of the Hurricane warship, a member of the Lu family had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Lin Moyo arrived, he immediately bowed to Lin Moyo, greetings, Mr. Lin. I am Lu Wanshui, the manager of this number 2 Hurricane warship. We have already arranged a room for Mr. Lin. Please follow me. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.